Also, thank you, Dr. Fallon. This is one of the most fascinating discussions we've had to date on this space. And we could go on probably just yielding your expertise for hours, but I have one quick question that might kind of cover a wide span here. You had mentioned the issue of psychopathy as being detectable or even determinable at a very early age, say between ages of 1 and 3. Uh, I would just ask if I, I don't know if you do much in the way of historical analysis, but there is a relatively well-known historian by the name of Stephen Kotkin at Princeton, and he has done an extensive biography, a 4-volume biography on Joseph Stalin. And I'm just wondering if you might just do a kind of a thumbnail comparative sketch between, say, the psychopathy of Stalin as compared to what you may assess as the case with Putin. And just to summarize, Stephen Kotkin had sort of concluded that in his historical analysis, at least, that Joseph Stalin did not start his regime in Russia as a psychopath, but clearly he ended up as a marked psychopath, to the extent that even on his deathbed in 1953, Molotov and Khrushchev essentially either let him die or just might even have expedited his passing because of the danger that he was allegedly posing to everybody. But fast forward on that, if would you see any historical accuracy, or if you could draw a parallel between the historical assessment, say, and your psychoanalytical assessment in terms of someone like that, someone that twisted, who may start off relatively normally, but into their 20s and beyond. I mean, in that case, he spent over 10 years in the Gulag uh, as a younger man, etc. How would you relate that kind of assessment to your early childhood assessment with respect to the indicators of psychopathy and how it may impact Putin? Thanks. Sorry.
A postdoc. The postdoctoral I did was with a pediatric neurologist named Bob Moore, and he did a lot of studies on various things, and he was a good psychiatrist. And he told me when I was working with him back in 1978, he said, I follow kids from the time they're born as a pediatrician, and usually I know what happens to them in their 20s and 30s. He said, I know a kid when they're 2 years old that they're going to be a psychopath. He says, I just know it, and I followed them, and he says, I've never been wrong. I said, so when I wrote my book on the psychopath inside about this stuff, I said, would you like to make a comment? He goes, no way, man. He goes, people, parents, all sorts of people, journalists will kill me. He said, all of us who study this know that this is true, but none of us are going to admit this. And he would never admit it. He said, your life is so disrupted. So it's one of the secrets in psychiatry that, you can't say somebody's a psychopath until they're like 16 or 18. And so there's all these other softened up terms, right, that are used beforehand, conduct disorder. He said, but they're all nonsense, because he says you can see it in a kid 2 or 3 years old. So that was his honest sort of analysis, and he's never wrong about it. Nonetheless, it's not talked about in that way. If there's also one thing about psychopathy, true psychopathy, is that people can delay their behaviors. It's not like an impulsivity disorder as much, in that they can wait. That you can wait years, and I would say that the attitudinal trajectory of Putin looks more like Hitler, even though Hitler probably wasn't a psychopath. He was certainly a sociopath. He did have empathy. He did have several things that disqualified him from being a psychopath. He's definitely a sociopath. But the sort of parallels between Hitler and Putin are just too juicy. And so if you look at those defining moments in their development in their lives, you can see that what happened in 90 and 91. In talking to the guys who broke up the Soviet Union from England and Germany and Belarus, that they said, well, this was traumatic, and even Putin says it was a traumatic thing in 90 to 91. This was the equivalent of Hitler with the stab in the back in 1919 in the Weimar Republic, right? And he was going to get even, but that didn't mean he was going to get even then. A lot of this stuff can be delayed, right? The ultimate moment, especially for a really smart, somebody who's a psychopath, they can delay it. And then the next little trick when he had his coming out was when Ukraine became a country again, right? And then the third trigger was watching Gaddafi being dragged through the streets, and he felt that was another stab in the back the West did. That is to say, we're going to overthrow Gaddafi, but we're not going to do it violently or anything. And so these are three things that you can follow the parallels back to World War I and Hitler's coming out between 1918 and 1933. And they're very much in parallel. So they even got two people, one a psychopath, the other's a sociopath. So their behavioral trajectory and their ability to delay satisfaction. And so some of what you're saying, Leonard, has to do with how can somebody delay it this long from the time they're a teenager until they're in their 40s, where it actually is effected and they become the agent of all of this. But it has happened. So not
could it be the availability opportunity,
Well, it's waiting for the moment. I remember. Well, I don't remember. It was like about in 2020 when Biden was elected. I told all my friends in psychiatry in the medical school. I said, "We're finished." He said, "This is Putin, who's basically a bully and a creep, and it's psychopathic. Bullies wait for the opportunity, and they don't go after strong people. They go after weak people." When they saw Biden get elected, and I'm not a Trump supporter or anything. I've never voted for Republican, but that doesn't change anything. But Biden's a very weak person and bumbling, and Biden knew it. I mean, Putin knew it, and that was his time to really act. So he had other reasons to do it. I'm not trying to make this U.S. centric, but that was the go ahead. And he saw European leaders and Canadian leaders becoming this very, very weak in terms of their response. And bullies don't go after strong people; they go after weak people. So that was the go ahead. So Putin. Nobody's ever going to criticize Putin for not being really smart. He is, and having a lot of patience. And so I think it makes sense that way because there are psychopaths who are able to do this, to delay the satisfaction and plan to get even, years ahead of time. And so I don't think it's that strange.
Jim, could I jump in here? Because I've often described Putin in this space, in my view, as being a high-functioning psychopath. And what I mean by that is, if you look at the hair psychopathy checklist, I would say he's certainly high on the callous traits, the sort of the factor 1 traits, but he doesn't necessarily seem to be as high on the sort of chaotic lifestyle kind of traits, if that makes sense. Do you agree with this distinction between the sort of controlled and uncontrolled, or high functioning, low functioning psychopaths, or what do you think?
I think the one problem I think you find in the two factors, you can find the two factors in Levinson, you find it in PPI, and of course in hair, where some of it's counterintuitive. I think, even though the factor analysis was done, it's it's still a lot of criticism of it. A lot of the face validity isn't there, for example, which you can get away with. But to get back more to the point, that you know, the factor two effects, which is a mixed bag, really, of criminality, etc. It's looking at the effects, not the causes so much. I think the impulsive antisociality part of it, he's able to control that. I don't think he's got, brain damage per se. I think he's got developmental brain anomalies that you'd find in the psychopath. But it's not like somebody with a frontal lobe damage where he's hit and you've lost the lateral orbital cortex, and so you have this impulsivity. He doesn't have that. So he's very much in control. What was a little frightening recently, he's losing that control. He started to fall apart. This is what I thought. And in the article that I sent Tom, where I try to go in this more in depth about this, about how his behaviors change. This is an alarming thing, because as long as he's stable and charming and not afraid, and he's not that little rat that he identified with as a kid who was cornered, he's fine. But he's kind of cornered now. And what the Ukrainian people and the presidency have done is amazing courage, just extraordinary. And but this is what is needed: is this steady pushback, no big movements. So we spent a lot of time talking about how to blow up the bridges, right? How Pearson Bridge, for example, can you go underneath the bridge? Do you send thermobarics like he does? At what point do you play the game without triggering a nuclear holocaust or use of tactical nukes, etc.? Based on what kind of psychopath he is, just exactly what your question is, exactly what kind of psychopath, because it's a mixed bag, right? Exactly what you said, it's a mixed bag. But for him, he is cornered now. I think he's cornered, and therefore is dangerous. So constant pressure is good, but no big movements. No big movements like you saw in that rat, that cornered rat that so impressed him as a kid. Now, the other thing about him, well, we can talk about that if the question comes up, but I'll leave it at that. I really didn't answer the question other than to say, yes, there are different kinds of psychopaths, as you're saying. Am I still talking to Leonard?
You're still talking to Leonard.
Okay, Leonard. Okay, yeah, and so, I mean, that's all I know. And I've spent a lot of time talking to Viktor Yushchenko and his wife, and some of the others, and Gary Kasparov, and the people who written two of the biographies, including, of course, John Sweeney says no, he's bisexual. He's got all this evidence, and I got it from two other people. He was sexually abused as a very young kid in St. Petersburg, and he is, super kinky, and he has a secret life and everything. I don't think that's so interesting or important, except for he does kill people like female psychopaths do, poisoning. It's very, that's how females will psychopaths tend to kill, is through poisoning. So,
but he doesn't.
Interesting.
He doesn't personally. He instructs people to do so who
What's
are
the same
in
thing?
the FSB.
Yes
and no. Yes and no. He instructs people at the 5th Directorate to carry out a hit. He doesn't specify how to do it, at least as far as we know.
Yeah, I think the point is sort of there, though, is that, controlled psychopaths are the sort of person that will hire a hitman to kill somebody at a later time. They can delay gratification. They have self-control. They're not impulsive. The sort of impulsive, low self-control psychopaths will just pull a gun and shoot someone for disrespecting them on a street corner. So Putin's definitely in the former camp rather than the latter.
Yeah, I think he's got a quite intact lateral orbital cortex. He's able to control that impulsivity, except he's cracking the past, 3 or 4 months a bit.
Yeah.
Tom, if I just can ask this question. You said earlier, and I think this fits in with what Tom has been arguing for a long time, that he is a highly functional, in terms of cognitive empathy, very capable person, but highly functional psychopath, from what you've just highlighted and deducted. He is able to steer all these functions And he obviously can coordinate other sociopaths and psychopaths quite easily, which is why his effectiveness in that system, fitting with that culture of violence, is so fruitful for him at this point in time, which is a perfect mix, which I would call evil.
Yeah, the perfect mix is in my work with the FBI and the behavioral analysis units. And so we looked at, and well, they actually showed me a very common, more common than people think, which is the pairing of an older psychopath with young sociopaths. That is, young losers, people who feel like, usually young men, but it can be women, like Charlie Manson did, but also the Beltway snipers in the United States in DC, where you have the older psychopath finding the young loser sociopath willing to be the trigger man. And we also have a couple of cases in Texas of the same thing several years ago, where this is a pattern that's not fully appreciated. You find it in cults. You find it in terror groups, right? So you got the older psychopath who distances himself from these young sociopaths looking to get even with the world for, some perceived insult to them or their religion or their country, whatever, their home, their family. And so that pairing is the type of thing that Putin, to me, seems to be. I'm just agreeing with you and Tom that is the kind of small sociology that he is a very much in controlled psychopath who is able to then steer people around him, including some sociopaths, even from early in his youth, to be the hitman, right? To be the trigger men themselves. So I would agree with that.
Professor, how much have you seen, or rather, let's put it this way, how much have you had your own assessment of Putin change since February 24th to now? Or was everything that you've seen pretty much in line with your previous expectations?
It hasn't changed. The interview that I sent out, and then I did a TV spot in Georgia with, and the Georgians who were involved. The one TV journalist, she was, quite adept. She had seen 20,000 hours of Putin tapes over the years, and she said, because I asked her the same thing. I said, to me, this hasn't changed since, the assessment hasn't changed since February. That's when I did the main part of the interview, but we followed it up with other information because I was working with people at Stratcom and from USAID and some other people. And, but it was the same assessment. So I don't think it hasn't changed from what I had originally observed. And with the people who've been following very closely, that is looking at, tapes and have just been following them for years, said that it hasn't changed also. So no, this is the same person.
Thank you. Imperius.
Hi, Jim. Thanks for joining us. Sorry about my mic earlier. My question was kind of sort of related to this selection of sociopathy in Russian culture, but I was actually sort of trying to push it more towards the genetic side. I was wondering sort of your views on to the extent Russian institutions not only select for people with psychopathy, but actually cultivate them to be as psychopathic as possible. Because you can have people with the genetic alleles for psychopathy, but they don't actually present the behaviors.
Right. And so Imperius, let me just put a fine point on your question, so I can put a finer point on my response to it. Like I had mentioned, that you can start if you start epigenetically changing people who, for many generations, who see and finally accept brutality as a normal way of life, they will happily vote that person in over and over again. Now, they're looking for tyrants. They need tyrants. And just like any street gang, they're looking for the toughest son of a bitch who's going to fight for them, and the morality that everybody else thinks be damned. So I think that has gone on for, you know, what, 250 years or so in Russia, and now I think it's pervasive in Russia, even though, you know, I'm embarrassed about it a bit because I have so many Russian friends, but they're okay. You know what I mean? We're not talking about them. But I think in a population base, this is one of the great problems in the world. It's not just in Russia. It's not just inner city blacks in America who are, and it's you know, it's not some of the other populations that you would find in Asia. If you look at the largest number of which you consider psychopathic killings, it's been in Asia. You know, between, you know, Mao and Pol Pot, but Genghis Khan. I mean, this is it dwarfs everything else. And one of the things that Viktor Yushchenko and Ahmed had told me several times, that, you know, and this was years ago, he said, with this whole thing with the Donbass and Crimea, he said this is simply a historical thing where does not want to be associated with Genghis Khan. He does not want, he knows he looks Asian. He does not want to be associated with that whole horizontal link to the East. He wants to be the head of, you know, the leader of the Slavs. He wants to be the head czar from 950 AD that connects the Baltics and the Rus, the Kievan Rus, down to Crimea. And so it's purely a symbolic thing. And this, are you, Imperius, are you acquainted with the writings of Joseph de Maistre from around 1800, the philosopher?
Only at the most cursory level.
Yeah, I mean, and it's, so I tried to fit that into the article that I sent to Tom when I was panicking about getting on to this Twitter. And, you know, it follows that because, you know, almost every far left and far right, doesn't matter, you know, or terrorist organization, follow the precepts of Joseph de Maistre back in 1800. So if you look at the history of the mindset of tyranny since the late the late 18th century through the French Revolution, and then through the middle of the 19th century, you have, of course, the Hegelians, the misreading of Hegel, together with Joseph de Maistre, which is it's the toolkit for how to become and how to create a dictatorship that people want. And Putin has followed this pretty precisely, amazingly. And you find it in, of course, Hitler did, and Stalin not so much. But if you have that ancient connection to the past, the deep, dark past that is impervious to everybody, and those are your people, and that you create this mythology, and Putin has been able to do that. So instead of being that kind of Aryan, you know, Kievan Rus, and if we're Kievan Rus and I'm the head czar, I need the Donbass. I need you know, I don't need the outlet to the sea. I just need this symbolically. And so so in the people, the ex prime ministers and presidents of several countries over the years that I've talked to, they're completely convinced that this is his whole mindset. It sounds delusional, but it's no, he's just, you know, this is how you get people to rally around you, and therefore to buy into, if you're saying, you know, is it really the Russians, that enough have bought into it? Sure. And I think he's been able to cultivate that. It's very, very smart, but it's not original.
Yeah, thank you. It's funny you bring up Hegel, because quite some years ago I took to referring. I gave up referring to political extremists via 17th century seating arrangements, and decided to go with just calling them different flavors of Hegelian. But it's interesting you bring up the self-image, because I was wondering sort of to what extent we could sort of what role breaking that self-image plays and how it would be done, right? Like, you know, a lot of the people who come on the space do sort of tweet out, Russia is, just a Mongol horde, or we actually have a tweet on the MryiaReport account with the quote from Tacitus about making a desert and calling it peace, and that's the real legacy of which they can claim to be the third Rome, right? So I was wondering what your thoughts were there.
Well, there's a lot there. Where you got the greatest name? Is that anything? Is that your name having because of your interest?
Oh, it's a sort of sci-fi reference.
Okay, yes, I love it. But now, I want you to restate your question, because you put in 3 different factors there, and I'm not sure where you want that
Right.
centered. My response.
Like the sort of main thrust there was how you actually go about breaking that self-image that the psychopaths have of themselves, or they put forward to like convince people that they're right.
Oh, forget it. I think that's I think it's quite impossible to do that. These are myelinated systems, right? It's not like dopamine and serotonin. We have these modulatory systems kind of turning up anger and down anger and turning up a bit of empathy. These are hardwired systems that are myelinated in the first 2 years. I mean, I've looked at these pathways in newborns, to see when they become myelinated. We use fMRI to see as they're being formed. And so once these are myelinated, all you can hope for is that there are parallel pathways. That is what I'm saying is, and I'm saying this for the neuro people on there, that plasticity is oversold. And you're talking about plasticity here. Is it possible? Well, there's anatomical plasticity, but you don't really get that in these systems, in these hardwired cortical systems that have been changed in this 2-year-old. And then therefore, entire pathways have been altered. So there is no connection there to modulate. But that doesn't mean that there aren't parallel pathways. We know that, for example, women and men who have the same final score in math tests use different brain systems, and women have multiple brain systems. And, this to solve the same problem. And there is this sort of maybe functional plasticity, because you can kick in another pathway, right, that will supersede it. So where do you develop the inhibition or the insight, to the extent that inhibition can be the basis of insight? Where can you inure that? Where can you bolster that? I don't think anybody knows that. You can do it temporarily. These things are like, you can change it temporarily. It's like New Year's Eve resolutions are great for about a week or two, and then you snap back to what you were, to the hard wiring. So I don't think it's a mouthful of sort of a bit of nonsense there too. But anyway, a mouthful way of saying that I don't think it's possible to do it permanently. Somebody can say, I can make believe in a psychopath, or somebody can say, I can make believe I'm going to be that way for a year and then go back to their old ways just to get what they want. And but I don't think it can be permanent in any way. I've just never seen that happen, and work with people who try to change psychopaths, and there's just no either through cognitive behavioral therapy or empathy retraining, etc., that, like New Year's Eve resolutions, they all work, and then they don't work. Then they just stop working. And so I don't think that could happen, but it can apparently in some sociopaths, but not psychopaths.
Yeah, I'll just very quickly add to that. I completely agree with Jim. There's no evidence of any kind of psychotherapy that helps people who are psychopathic to not be that way. In fact, by trying to get them to empathize with people, you actually end up helping them to develop better cognitive empathy, and they become more manipulative because they can pretend to be really nice. I would say there's what Jim said at the end there, there's probably a greater chance of helping people who are more sociopathic, who perhaps were quite normal through their childhood, maybe got brutalized by the Russian army, for example. Some of those people might have a chance of regretting their actions later on, and as they get older, realizing it was very wrong and that they won't do it again. I would imagine.
So Putin cannot be helped.
I don't think Putin can be helped. I think he's probably been that way his whole life. I don't know what you think, Jim.
Oh, I think this started when he was 2. Yeah. I don't
If
think
he cannot be
I don't
helped,
think he-
what has to be done with him when he's in The Hague? Should he be actually sentenced to a supermax prison if he ever gets there? Or should he just be hanged like every war criminal, such as in the Nuremberg trials?
Well, frankly, I wrote that article to try to do the little tiny bit I could to encourage any of the generals that are near him to put a shiv in him. I mean, I'm very an anti-violent person, but I mean, this guy is ruining the world, right? We're good ruining the world. He's certainly ruining a whole bunch of lives, tens of millions of lives right now. And
So we need a successful Stauffenberg.
Yeah. And you hate to give up and say no, it can't be done, but I don't see any hope him changing or anything. I work with an interesting guy who was the head of the jihadist movement in Britain, and he and I gave a talk together in London at the Royal Academy, and in working with him, there was a guy who was into it, but then cognitively realized what he was doing was wrong. So he was like one of these guys who was sociopathic, but was able to have the insight to say, the people around me are doing this for the wrong reason. I was doing it for the wrong reason. And he became a big proponent the other way. And, and so there's the case of somebody who did some sociopathic things, a lot of them, as the head of the jihadists, and really changed. And so that's why it's important to determine whether these guys are psychopaths or sociopaths. They're psychopaths. You got to get rid of them. There's no other way. If they're sociopaths, many of them actually can be helped, and and not assassinated. So that's why at the beginning I heard somebody say, like, this guy's just an asshole. He's a bully and everything. That's true, but I think as a general view of things, I think it's important that we get inside their heads to say, is it really this permanent psychopathy in this person? In which case, there's no hope that we know of now to change this, and you have to deal with this in extremists. Or are they somebody who is this kind of temporary, mindful sociopath who's pissed off and trying to get even, who can be changed? So I think it's important that we deconflate these two things.
Okay, we've got quite a few hands up. I think the order.
Let me just.
Oh, go ahead, Tom.
Professor. So, what can we do? What is knowing that Putin is psychopathic? How helpful is that for those of us, indeed anyone who isn't one of his generals, who can actually put a shiv in him?
Well, we don't know. You can't. To get back to the point that was made about the Goldwater rule, which was good, is you can't from afar, in trying to determine this psychiatrically, you can't do it with a PET scanner or with genetics. You have to find out first if the person is truly a psychopath, which is done with a psychiatrist or psychologist who knows this stuff and who talks to the person and does formal and informal, examinations of them to really determine how do they feel about what they do, right? If somebody says, no, I'm completely, I'm good. This is everything I'm doing is fine. I can support it. I have no problem. Versus, with a very clever and knowledgeable psychiatrist or psychologist is able to say, no, this person is truly a psychopath. They're believing this. You're not going to change anything about them. You're dealing with an animal here that ain't going to be changed. So until you have that, once you know that somebody's a psychopath, then you can go in with the with the imaging and the genetics and say, this is why you're a psychopath, but you can't determine if. So, and I work with the attorneys for the butcher of Bosnia, who was a psychiatrist, and he we
Wait,
almost
sorry,
got
you
him.
worked with Karadzic.
Well, yeah, I mean, with his attorneys, because this was in London. Met them because I had given was given a couple of talks, and they got him. He had just been put away in The Hague, basically, and so they said, if would you be willing to have him tested and the scans and everything, and he would understand this because he's a psychiatrist himself, and I said yes, we'll do it. But he came back and he says, I don't trust Fallon. Fallon's a psychopath. It was unbelievable, right? He's a butcher, this guy. So so we were never able to do that. I'm still in conversations with him, but that still hasn't happened. In working with people who have access to it, all the people I know, I said, just get us some genetics so we get a hint about what's going on. And, somebody I think had mentioned, somebody who's very hip on this conversation about methylation. Was that, Tom, was that you?
I mean, I mentioned it. I'm not that great.
Yeah.
I'm aware of it.
But you have to open the skull up to see if the methylation occurs in the frontal lobe. It's so hard to do. And so what are the chances that Putin is going to accept an independent psychiatrist to come in and analyze them? There's zero, right? So we're never going to know. We're just never going to know. But he seems hell bent on destroying a fine country and destroying the lives of maybe 20 to 40 million people. It's just unbelievable. So I think we can, somebody can take this with extreme prejudice and run with it, but it's got to be somebody, what two generals or insiders could do this to him?
So, Jim, I'll just follow up on that. Sorry, guys, that have got your hands up. I think whilst we're never going to get a proper clinical interview and assessment to formally diagnose him, I think we've seen so much of his behavior from so many different people that I think we could say he has a very high number of psychopathic traits.
Oh boy.
And I think furthermore, I think he has a lot of the sort of high functioning psychopath traits and not as many of the sort of low functioning psychopath traits, although that could be a function of his position in culture. But I think broadly speaking, we probably can make some predictions. I mean, I think we can predict that he's going to continue to lie, to break deals, to manipulate and renege on things, to be completely untrustworthy. And I don't think we need to be a psychologist or a psychiatrist to predict that, frankly. But I think some of the European leaders seem to be under the incorrect thinking that he can be reasoned with and bargained with in the same way that most people can, and that appeasement will work. People always talk about, why did people try to appease Hitler? And my theory is that, well, because appeasement does work with most people, most reasonable people. If you sit down and you talk to them and you make up and you offer some concessions, you come to a deal and everything's fine. But with somebody like Putin, I don't think it's going to work. And I just think that some European leaders still don't get that. And I think we know enough about him to make that level of prediction, that he's going to kill people and not care, that he's going to lie, that he's going to break deals. Would you agree on that sort of level, even if we don't formally?
Yes, I think if you go hardcore on that, there's still a fair number of people, leaders, academics, who believe in that part of the humanist enlightenment, that we are all tabula rasa when we're born and only society makes us evil, that are still in denial of genetics. And they don't like genetics because it reminds them of Hitler, right? Because they say that, so they're in denial, and they think that if you treat people nice, they're going to be sweet. And this is bullshit. We know this isn't true. And we know one of the important group of experiments were done on this nature nurture business and this tabula rasa was whether humans and monkeys were born with a fear of snakes. They said, well, look, no, they have to be taught by their mother or their father. to be afraid of snakes. And then it was shown about 15 years ago that it's innate. And, and as more information has come out in the past 15 years, that infants and toddlers have an innate sense of beauty. They have an innate sense of morality, that this stuff is wired in. So in that sense, Plato was correct. He didn't know about genes, but we are born with these ideals, it looks like, and how they're shaped and sculpted in a particular society, of course, could be that's modified by the culture and the experience. But this idea that we're all born good little boys and girls, and it's only because of the effects of religion and government and education that we mold them. And this turns out to not be true. In fact, it's only, it's true if you have a certain genetic combination. And in the people who have that genetic combination of very low resilience, high susceptibility genes, that can send you on a road after early trauma down the road of PTSD or psychopathy. And it's still this denial. It's something from 200 years ago. From the humanist sort of view of tabula rasa, and they hold on to this. So, and a lot of people in the humanities still hold on to this. And they
utopianism. It's called utopianism. Rousseau. It's the same thing.
Yeah, very much so. And you can see the effect he had on the French Revolution too. So it's from that time. It is from the late, especially the late 1700s through, and it's continued on. And it's still, there are people who believe this. They said, no, we're all little good boys and girls, and we can change. And you do that whole Neville Chamberlain thing, as if you're nice. It's so unbelievably naive. And and I don't know what drives it, other than it's almost a religious sort of attachment that people have.
I think, Jim, my theory as to why people make this mistake is that it does actually work a lot of the time. I think being really nice and treating people with respect and appeasement, I think it does actually work about 80% of the time, depending on the environment 80%. You're in, obviously. Yeah. It's the overextending that and continuing and perseverating with that strategy and thinking that it's going to work all the time that is the error. If I can just really briefly make another comment, because there's loads of hands up, they've been waiting for ages. I think that Putin doesn't have the sort of impulsive violence and chaoticness of, say, someone with an orbitofrontal injury. He's not a very low functioning psychopath. And for this reason, I think that the sort of predictions that game theory would make, particularly game theory relating to mutually assured destruction, I'm talking full-on nuclear war here.
Yeah.
I think those hold. I don't think he's going to impulsively drop a nuclear weapon into this war. I think he's inhibited enough that he's not going to do something like that. Would you agree?
I think he is spending a lot of time thinking on how to sucker punch the whole system, both NATO and Ukraine, into making the specific kind of attack that he can call an attack on him, so he can go beyond thermobarics, right? To do something with the nuclear power plants that are being marshaled right, in the past few months. And so I think he's setting it up so that somebody else can flip the trigger. And then he could say, oh, it's purely defensive. I think he spends a lot of time thinking of that. But I don't think on his own he's going to do anything. He's going to say, even a show of a tactical nuke, right? A little bright light in the sky, about 20 miles from the border, all that sort of thing might be possible. But he's going to try to sucker, NATO or the West or Ukraine into making that move so that he's justified. He thinks he's justified.
Are you therefore telling us the West should preemptively make sure that he reintegrates himself into the food chain?
Well, yeah. That's a very sweet way of putting it. That's great. I'm going to steal that one. That's good. That's great. It's probably true. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's the logic. No, that's the logic you presented.
Yeah. No, it's true. I mean, you said it perfectly.
Okay, shall we go to some of the other
Bertrand
questions?
Russell's puppy.
Yeah, go on.
So, Professor, thank you for the opportunity. It's a very engaging conversation. I'm happy really to have the opportunity to talk to you here. So, actually, I do have a list.
Who am I speaking to?
You're
The guy
speaking
with-
to an Italian philosopher with the call
But
sign
mostly a puppy.
Bertrand Russell's puppy.
I do have a long list of questions, but I will just go for, if you don't mind, the bottom line up front. I guess it's something that is on everybody's mind. So based on the profile that you described earlier in the conversation, and of course without a formal diagnosis, would you dare an assessment on whether or not he's someone who could possibly try doing something catastrophically self-destructive? That's the question that a few people are asking.
Okay, do you mean self-destructive like suicide, or suicide of his country?
Well, let's say that if we are thinking about the possibility of, self-destructive in terms of suicide, I would presume, speaking as a layman, that taking out a few other people, namely 8 billion, would be a possibility. Of course, that does not mean that it is realistic, because there are plenty of reasons to think that is not happening. But purely from, your profiling point of view, would you consider this realistic or not?
I don't think so. He's not going to hurt himself voluntarily. No, he's a pure survivor, and will go down. He will not intentionally hurt himself. He won't go by Hitler, right? He's not going to commit suicide. I just don't think he's in a sense a pro-social psychopath, and will do anything and use all his cleverness and connections, never to get to that point. I think he's the type of psychopath who's going to be the last person living on Earth. I think that's it's more like that, unfortunately. But I don't know. This is really so difficult to figure out. We don't know enough already. But he acts like the very self-protected, pro-social type of psychopath who will try to charm his way to the bitter end. And I don't think he'll kill himself. He'll kill a lot of other people, but not himself.
That's an important question, an important answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Jerry McDonald.
Thanks, Tom. And Jim, thanks for showing up to this space. I'm glad you had the patience and the endurance to wade your way onto the panel. And it's a radiant discussion. I'd like to reach out to kind of a side issue, or maybe it's an integral issue, and that would be alcoholism in Russia and their intemperance. We know that alcoholism is rampant in that culture. We know that that the Soviet Union was late to the game in trying to treat their treat addictions. We knew that they failed miserably. In fact, it was a feature of reaching out. We know that being late to the game, they were fairly slow and chaotic in the uptick of introducing some mechanism to treatment. And we know that as of late, they've advertised, get this, a 43% reduction in the consumption of alcohol, in the Putin era, they say. And that was as late as 2019, they were advertising that. And then we also know a 43% reduction in the consumption of alcohol. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, are you kidding? And 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 of course they headlined it the Putin era. That has an interesting intrigue because there is a history of alcoholism in Putin's family, and we know that there's an influence there. And then lastly, we have clear evidence, in the line of contact, in the battle zone, of prodigious consumption of alcoholic beverages of all forms, including methyl alcohol consumption, reports of methyl alcohol consumption in the troops around Kherson. Respective to that, we know that there's an influence. There's an influence, a self-destructive influence in alcoholism and alcohol consumption, but particularly in the disease of alcoholism. Sometimes, especially when temperance is imposed upon an individual or group of individuals, culture, society. We know that from our own observations of the related to the 18th Amendment. So speaking on that subject, given that there is at least a 10% chance that the hierarchy of the Kremlin is alcoholic, and understanding the self-destructive nature of that, is that a risk respective to perhaps not Putin, but others flipping the switch? Absolutely. If you know what I mean?
Absolutely, yes. That is true. And it's funny, if you look at we started looking at the genetics of alcoholism back in the late 90s, and looked at the genetics and brain imaging of all sorts of addictions. And there's an overlap, but there is an overlap of those, dopamine and other catecholamine genes that overlap with sociopathic behavior in and of themselves. That is, even with no booze. We looked at it with nicotine, that people are basically look like they're born addicts. That is, they have the genetics and they have the behavior patterns of hostility, innate hostility, and it is the hostility. If you look at like the Hamilton scale, we measured the Hamilton scale, which is hostility against yourself. Exactly what you're saying. So it's self-hostility that really correlates with the addictions. The one we look at most was because we had like a $40 million grant for nicotine, and then we did the same studies in China, but most of these were we did in Southern California, and that people with those, like the dopamine 4 alleles, but other dopamine and monoamine and serotonin markers, that they're kind of born addicts, and you just hope to keep them away from it. But they are associated with sociopathic behaviors, and like you're saying, this hostility, but it's against yourself. And we also looked at the impulsivity measures, but we could never find a strong correlation with these, with impulsivity, like we did with hostility. So I'm kind of half agreeing with you. I'm not half agreeing. I'm giving you the evidence I know that was supporting what you're saying, and that. And I'll just stop there. Those are the data I know.
So if you may, just to follow up then, given that we can safely assume that 10% of the inner circle of the Kremlin is alcoholic, given their self-loathing characteristics, given their self-destructive characteristics, and the chances that there would be a successor to Putin, would it be safe to say that we have a 10% chance of one of those sometimes very charming, very charismatic, very effective persons who, drinking or no, have these characteristics? Is there a 10% chance we could get even worse?
Even worse, and that's my work with the Human Rights Foundation, and part of it is to meet the people coming in, right? So talking and having drinks with the dissidents. to see if the people coming in seem to be more psychopathic than the ones we're trying to get rid of, right? And so in sub rosa, and what, not even sub rosa, what I said explicitly was that even somebody who is not a florid alcoholic or drug abuser, still because of their genetics have the similar traits to begin with, sociopathic traits, and which is made worse by the abuse, much worse by the abuse, but it's nascently still there. There is that hostility there. So that I would try to bifurcate that 10% you're talking about into people who would be the trickiest ones, who are not drinkers but have the traits of drinkers already, and you just hope they never start drinking. So that's one way to break it down more. And so, yeah, I mean, these are the things I've looked for over the years in meeting with the dissidents and this includes, North Korea, Venezuela, Cuba, Ukraine, and Russia, and in several African countries I've worked with. So this is what we're looking for. But part of it is, drinking with the person and to see how they're affected by alcohol. I think it directly goes to your question, because they're not going to be involved in any sort of formal, clinical trial, but at least you can go get drunk with them and see what happens, right? And then start digging in. And for some of them, you don't start seeing.
I'm very sorry, Professor. There was an accident with a button. Please unmute yourself again. There's a button in the bottom left corner of your screen, probably. It's currently red and should be blue, because we can't hear you right now. Professor? Tom?
Way to go, Doman.
It wasn't me.
Okay.
There we go. Now we hear you.
This definitely was me. I apologize because I slipped and turned. I apologize.
Okay. So what? When
well, just to bring us back then. So we're looking at individual self-loathing, self-destructive, possibly non-drinking or controlling that drinking, booze fighting, so to speak, with the characteristics of any alcoholic: grandiose and oversensitive. Possibly being the successor of a someone being even worse.
Absolutely. And that's so. Yeah, the last 12 years I've been. That's what part of my job is, so to speak. Even though you're not formally doing it, but this is as close as you can come. Just what you're doing. Have 3 or 4 or 5 drinks. Now I'm really big, and I can handle the booze pretty well. That's what they all say, of course. And so I've spent a fair amount of time getting drunk with Russians and other people, but people who are on the other side. Now it was interesting working with Muslim countries where there is no drinking going on, no overt drinking, but there still could be the behaviors there, the nascent behaviors that are part of that sort of monoamine load that goes with this self-hostility. And
well, sir, I hope when you get the chance, you stick to a stiff Scotch whiskey, single malt, and avoid their shitty vodka.
Oh God, you can't.
Stay side, Eric. Stay side.
All these meetings, and the one guy, Vladimir Ashippo, who was part of the Ukrainian KGB, he's the one that taught me about all these torture techniques from the time he was young that he used, and he was a psychologist too. He was a hip guy. But at our last meeting, after our last meeting there, where we both gave a talk about Putin, he ended up dying that night. I came back. I was sick for like 3 months, but he died, and I don't know. We don't know what happened with him, but he was great. Now he was not he was not much of a drinker, but everybody else was. So we had meetings over 5 years with like this, and like you're saying, the drinking is epic, absolutely epic, and some of these people, I don't know how they do it. They're pretty small. You know, I'm like 250 pounds, but you know, you get these 140 pounders slugging away, unbelievable.
It's eating. They eat a lot in between. That's how they do it.
Yeah, there's always a lot of
That's exactly what I was going to say, Axel. Just keep that belly full; it'll absorb slower.
You know, guys, I have to give a presentation in about 8 minutes to somebody who just gave us $2.5 million. So I've got to be.
Professor, may we have you back sometime soon? Because as you can see, there are many people who are very interested in talking to you about this and really piling on Putin, especially because what could be better fun? But especially because you are so exceptionally well informed and understand this so very well. And this was a topic of some interest for many months in this space that we've been running 24/7 for over 5 months now. Would it be all right with you to perhaps ask you for a commitment that you join us again for a continuation of this conversation?
Sure, I'd love to. I mean, you guys are so hip. I mean, about so many things. It's quite an eclectic group, that covering all sorts of. And I'm not, you know, blowing smoke up your dresses or anything. I mean, I really mean that.
Flattery will get you nowhere.
Yeah, yeah. But I was listening when I couldn't get on. It was so frustrating. I said, "What am I going to be able to tell these people?" I said, "They know it already." So, at any rate, but it was great talking to you this time, and invite me back, and I'd love to do it. We're the next month on and off. We'll be writing for a couple of TV shows. So at the exact timing, I don't know, but please invite me back. There's a very good and obviously very worthwhile group, because what is happening over there is just, it's beyond heartbreaking. It's you know, I don't think people realize what is the damage that's being done. So
it's much.
But thanks for the invite, and I hope to talk to you again.
Dr. Fallon, Tom, so absolutely fantastic to organize this all. We hope that you keep in touch with him, and if you have the time, we are here 24/7, all the time. No, we really are. It is nuts, I know, but there is a righteous course, because this is 1941. If we fail now, Ukraine ceases to exist.
Yeah.
So your voice is exceptionally important. Whenever you have the time, please reach out to Tom. Come on our space. You know how to get here. We'll be there.
And send me any of your if I can follow any threads or any of the literature you're sharing. I'd love to get that too. And
I'll send you the photo of Vladimir Putin here in Estonia.
Okay, and also your bios. I'd like to see your bios if anybody wants to send those along, because this is an extraordinary group. So, okay, thanks much. I gotta hit it.
Thanks so much, Jim.
Tom, you're wonderful. Well done, you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think all I did was see him on YouTube, tweeted about that, and then thought, I wonder if I could get this chap to speak to us. And my experience in academia is that if you send a kind and respectful email and explain your background to people, they'll reply most of the time. So, you know, when I said I'm a clinical psychologist working in brain injury with an interest in psychopathy, he got back to me within like an hour or two. So that was really good. So I'm so pleased that he managed to sort out his technical difficulties. I would say that I probably knew about 50% of what he was saying. So there were bits where I was going, yep, oh, that's great. Yeah, I know that. Ah, yes, I know exactly what he's talking about. And then he'd say something else. And I was like, wow, he knows this in so much more detail than I do. So that was really interesting for me too. I'm happy to hang around. I might be able to take some of the questions, or I can at least give my perspective. Obviously, might not be able to give quite as much.
Tom, that is perfect. Let's do the following. There have been some developments in the last couple of hours as we've been talking to Professor Fallon. Let's have
boom,
John.
Chaka boom, chaka boom, chaka boom.
That's sort of developments, yes, boom whoosh kind of developments. So let's have John Ridge run through them real quick. What we know has actually been established as true, what we have radiographic evidence of. Tom, you can take a 5-minute brain and a tea break, I guess. At
No,
this
have
time
a
of day.
scotch. I mean, he was just recommended by one of the most
Yeah,
eminent
no, you're right.
persons on the
You're
field
right.
to have a scotch.
What
So
what
that's
am
fine.
what am I saying? That Tom, go pour yourself a glass. John, go ahead.
Thank you, gentlemen. So tonight we have been tracking numerous reports of explosions in multiple different places, both in Russian-occupied Ukraine as well as within Russia proper. So just to quickly run down through some confirmed events, it would appear that a Russian ammunition depot in Belgorod was struck and is currently cooking off with a series of massive secondary explosions. It has been burning for hours now, and the situation in terms of the magnitude of the fire and the magnitude of the secondaries continues to worsen. The local government for the area has apparently begun to evacuate nearby towns and villages. There were a series of explosions reported by locals, and there's some video where explosions are audible, reportedly in the direction of the Novokhovka hydroelectric power plant. A series of about 10 explosions were reported. Special Kherson Cat has these up on his feed. I'm going to try and get some of this stuff posted in the nest momentarily. Additionally, beyond this, a target in Kadivka, also known as Stakhanov, was also struck, presumably by HIMARS again, likely some kind of ammo fuel depot. We aren't exactly sure what, but something was definitely struck. And additionally, and this is the really interesting thing, video was released reportedly of Russian air defenses active over the city of Kerch near the Kerch Strait Bridge. Local Russian sources were reported that Russian air defenses were engaging some kind of drone. We don't know if that's true or not, but there is video of Russian surface-to-air missiles in flight in the vicinity of the Kerch Bridge. And as we speak right now, reports are coming in of explosions either at or in the vicinity of Sevastopol, specifically Belbek Airfield, which is the primary military airfield and the largest military airfield in Crimea, just north of the urban core of downtown Sevastopol.
Thank you, John. Thank you for that summary. I think, our producers are telling us it's a time for a short commercial break. I'm not entirely sure. Since when do we have commercials on this? Finance, do you know anything about a commercial break?
Yeah. We have a short commercial break here. As the official spokesman for Atacam's brand cigarettes, we would like everybody to know that the second quarter results are in, and Russian sales today are booming. They are way, way up. Russians have been smoking Atacam's brand cigarettes near lots of Russian ammo dumps. The city of Belgorod, we're smoking lots and lots right now. It looks like possibly even our 1,000-kilogram king size Atacam brand cigarette has been used. We're not sure. Could have been the 5, could have been a 6-pack. All sorts of options. That said, lots of enjoyment. Big smoking flavor. Just remember, everyone, smoking kills. Only smoke your Atacam's brand cigarettes responsibly. And by responsibly, we mean right next to a Russian ammo dump. They're very, very sloppy with them. They don't really put their ammos together in a contained and efficient way that would be safe for all the soldiers around them. And that's really not our problem. So we actually recommend that those soldiers, we try to give them as many Atacam's brand cigarettes as possible so they can smoke them all, for that once-in-a-lifetime experience right next to their ammo dumps. So yes, please, everyone remember that smoking kills, so please smoke responsibly.
Thank you, Finance. I hope that's clear for everyone. John has to be off to look into more details. He's put some beautiful videos up in the nest. We're going to go to Nina, then Ruth, then John. Tom,
Actually,
I hope your scotch is...
Wait. It gets
Yes.
even better. It turns out we may be losing John for longer. There's rumors that even more things are going boom that we haven't seen yet that's coming out on various Telegram channels. So this could get even more fun. So all the booming we're seeing now, it looks like the Ukrainian cigarette makers and tobacco companies are just having a record day today.
Well, I'm glad to hear. I'm glad to hear that the sales are booming, that everything is looking up. Growth is important, right? We will be on top of it, I swear. Tom, I hope you're on top of your glass of scotch. Nina, go ahead.
Thank you, Domen, and thank you, Tom, for getting this fantastic speaker here today, and also thank you what you have contributed here. I think for me this has been one of my top moments, I can say, in the space here with the expertise. Tom, I had a question for Dr. Jim, but maybe you can also shed some light on it. As I've understood now, a psychopath you can't really change. This is something that is impossible to change. But you said, or was it Dr. Jim said that if you are a sociopath, it is possible to make a change. But is it a fair assessment to say that it depends only on if this sociopath person wants it himself or herself, have the motivation to do it? Because I couldn't really understand how it would otherwise happen. And then when we think of this long history, hundreds of years of this generational sociopathic behavior in Russia, like hundreds of years, and so the question is that they have is it so that they have to want to change their sociopathic behavior because the psychopaths they can't do anything about? So if they want to change themselves, then only it's possible to change. And this is like a very dark picture I see, because I doubt that many of the people who are sociopaths want to change. Can you please, Tom, make anything of this? Thank you.
Yeah, no, I understand exactly what you're asking, Nina, and it's a really interesting and really vital question, actually. I think one of the ways that you can think about this is by analogy with the development of language. So human beings naturally develop language as long as they're around other human beings. But there's a critical period for the development of language. Children, and it's very rare that this happens, but children, if they're extremely neglected and deprived of human contact, or there's even children that have survived in out in the jungles in India and stuff like that. There was a case study of a pair of twins that were raised with a wolf pack. Beyond a certain age, if you haven't developed any language, you can't, right? But if you have developed language, later on in life, you can still learn another language. But the older you get, the harder it is to learn that second language, right? It's much easier to learn when you're young. But it's possible if you want to. So by analogy with, psychopathy, if you think about most toddlers are actually pretty monstrous, right? If they want a toy that another child has got, they will just go up and snatch it off of them. Some toddlers will just hit other toddlers and grab and snatch things that they want. And if they get hit back by the other child, they're outraged. Why have they hit me? That's not fair. That sort of thing. And it's vital in children's development that they learn two things. Like, number one, don't hit your little brother. That's very naughty. You get in trouble. That violence has consequences, right? Number two, don't hit your brother. Think about how he feels, right? So you're actually priming them to actually try and put themselves in somebody else's shoes. And anyone that's been a parent of small children knows that this is quite a normal stage that we have to go through in our sort of development of morality. So it's two things. You're developing sort of empathy, by which I mean emotional empathy, the ability to not only understand other people's feelings, but to care about them, and anticipation of consequences, knowing that if I do this, what will the consequence be? Will I get in trouble? Right, I won't do it then. Those are the two things that hold us back from violence. Now, according to the way that Dr. Fallon thinks about psychopathy, which is a more sophisticated model than I've got, What he's saying is that in many people it's genetic, and or they've been abused at such a young age that it comes before the myelination of the frontal lobes. Myelin is a fatty tissue that insulates brain cells so that messages can travel more quickly. And what that means is that there'll be a critical period for the development of empathy, just like there is with language. So maybe the guy I worked with whose father used to put cigarettes out on his arm when he was a baby, I'd still argue that that's sort of sociopathy in that it's not genetic, but it happened at such a young age that it's such a fundamental part of people's personality that it's probably not going to change. On the other hand, if you think about some of the people that are recruited into the Russian army, well, I mean, first off, like a percentage of them will just be psychopaths anyway, and perhaps a slightly higher percentage than there would be in the Russian population at large, because, hey, it's the army, you get to kill people. I mean, even professional Western armies will have some psychopaths in them, and they have to deal with these people. But the difference is our armies want to stamp that behavior out. The Russian army, with its Dedovshchina, is essentially a sociopathic culture. In order to make their troops kill, which is important, you know, we have like man-shaped targets as opposed to bullseyes, I believe, in order to get people to be prepared to shoot at other people. The Dedovshchina is actually turning people into like more sociopathic than they were. Some of those Russian soldiers will be quite psychopathic, absolutely love murdering and torturing and raping and think it's amazing. Some of those Russian soldiers will be doing it and thinking, well, at least I'm the powerful one, at least I'm not the victim. And I think some of those Russian soldiers will probably be horrified by some of the horrific things that they've done. It's hard to know. It's hard to know what will happen. Some of those people, you know, may leave Russia and spend the rest of their life regretting some of the horrific things that either they've done or they saw other Russian soldiers doing and didn't do anything about. So it's not a complete lost cause for all of them, but I think the ones that are more genetically psychopathic or are more sociopathic as a result of abuse during early childhood, I think there's much less of a chance for those people. You do get people who've done, you know, horrible crimes, as I say, an 18-year-old, gone to prison, been in prison for 20 years for murder, and come out and they're a thoroughly decent person. I mean, it's not common, but it does happen. It is possible for people to change. But you're right, they have to want to. They have to want to change, because if they don't, then they won't. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much, Tom. Just public service announcement. We will be going into the next update of what's been going boom with John right now, and then we're going to go to Roof. We're kind of basically going to do a boom point, then a psychopathy point, then a boom point, then a psychopathy point. I hope everybody's okay with that. We're trying to balance out things as best possible. John, go ahead.
Video has just been released. It looks like Belbek Airfield, again, just north of Sevastopol, largest military air base in Crimea, has in fact been hit. Video of the explosions is currently posted in the nest, courtesy of Konstantin. Secondaries can be heard, secondary explosions can be heard going off, as well as air raid sirens. And additionally, it would appear that something else is on fire in Stary Oskol, which is a suburb of Belgorod. It's not clear what. Some people are claiming it's a nearby airfield. Other sources are claiming it's a random building near a fitness center called Chocolate. So I'll try to figure out what exactly is going on there as well.
Chocolate, chocolate, chocolate. Thank you, John. So the video of the one of the hit in Crimea, check it out in the nest up above. Let's jump on to Rauf.
Good evening. I'm so very happy that how Ukrainian army and Ukrainian partisans destroyed Russian military ammunition, but I think that it's Russian not good smoke. I mean, smoke, it's not good for health. I'm advised.
No, Rauf, let's be clear on this. Smoking kills. Therefore, if you're going to smoke, you need to compensate. The way you compensate is by destroying an ammo dump, because this way you save lives.
Yes, absolutely. About talking about psychologically Russian imperial ambition, etc. So it's a very good talk. I'm very enjoying for talk. I'm today in afternoon. I'm watching this Russian TV channels. I mean, important. Just I know that all this covering is fake, but just important watching for me. What's the general opinion? And if we are watching this in Russian TV channel, you completely understand what is this psychological, character and opinion Russian who support imperial ambition. Today I saw that a special covering. It said that Ukrainian is planning to some provocation Zaporozhye nuclear air plant. I mean, world, Europe tiring by Ukrainian immigrant. No one love Russian. All people hate Russian. We are important that etc. Improving that defense. I mean, tourism. It's all the fake and Kiev corruption. Why helping in West help militarily? I think that I have some recommendation understanding Russian imperialistic mind. 4 years ago, I'm read this foreign affairs magazine. One foreign affairs magazine, I think that's 6 or 7 years ago, especially publishing by Russian history and economic Sergei Kuriev and a lot of political and economical experts could explain Russian history. Russian, since Petro time, before Russian Tsarist time, I mean USSR, I mean Russian Federation time, always imperialistic. Not talking about Putin, also Navalny. It's Russian opposition also so imperialistic. Yuri Felshtinsky.
Do you have a question for Tom down the line?
No, I'm just opinion. 20 years ago, Russian and American historian Yuri Felshtinsky, it's publishes that how FSB and Putin came into power. I mean, bombing deliberately, civilian area, civilian infrastructure. And also former KGB agent Suvorin good in his book explain how KGB actually is the biggest mafia organization, and also it's not only Putin. It's problem with many Russian, imperialistic mind, and also knowledge that not all Russian imperialistic want its normal good country, and also I'm my last point important support Ukraine militarily, voluntarily, and humanitarian and economical and many issue Ukrainian win and glory to Ukraine, Slava Ukraini, Geroyam Slava, and thank you MryiaReport. So much support, enthusiastically, passionately, Ukraine. Thank you very much. Good
Thank
night.
you, Rolf. And remember, smoking kills. I'm going to jump straight on to John, and then Slava Ukraini, and then finance for another infomercial. John.
Thank you, Roman. Okay, so it was a really interesting session with the professor. So I just want to say one statement, one comment is that I'm happy to announce that he kind of confirmed the theory that the biggest asshole is the one leading the pack in Russia. So that's been talked about on this space before. And then another thing is that he mentioned that there was a risk of cornering Mr. Putin, and therefore we should move slowly. And I wonder if this is the reason for U.S. incremental, well, not the U.S., but the coalition's incremental armament of Ukraine. But also he said that he's not suicidal, so it's kind of a contradiction. So I don't know if Tom can answer to that.
Yeah, so I would agree that he doesn't seem suicidal. He certainly wouldn't have many of the risk factors for being suicidal. And I think he wants power, and he wants to live, and he wants to have this great life and be this great man and be loved. I think to the extent that he may be a bit narcissistic. Now, I don't think he has a narcissistic personality disorder, but he may be a bit narcissistic in terms of believing his own bullshit that, Russia is great, I'm a great leader. People say that we mustn't humiliate Putin, and I think that's a mistake. I think Putin has got himself into an unwinnable war. He may not lose it for some time, but he's certainly not going to win. And so through his own actions, he's put himself into a humiliating position. And what a lot of psychopaths and narcissistic individuals do is constantly blame other people for their problems and don't take responsibility themselves. And not taking responsibility is a psychopathic trait. So there's this idea of, if we humiliate him, if we back him into the corner like a sort of cornered rat, that he'll sort of lash out. And I think to a certain extent that's true. If you humiliate people, they tend to get angry. If they're a narcissistic individual, they tend to get more angry. If he did have a narcissistic personality disorder, which I don't think he does, he would beget narcissistic rage. But to the extent that he is a bit narcissistic, I think if we defeat him in such a way that he lashes out towards the West or to Ukraine, that would be bad. What would be better is what we're already seeing. He's lashing out against his own generals. He, after the failed attack on Kyiv, he put Vornikov in charge, and now he's fired Vornikov. And if he keeps firing his generals and he keeps imprisoning them or putting them in jail or doing whatever he does, that's great. If the Russian Siloviki turns on itself and they have purges or some kind of palace coup, that's fantastic. That's the way we would like the Russian regime to crumble. What we don't want is for him to do something absolutely bonkers, like, I don't know, use chemical weapons on Kyiv. I'm saying that completely off the top of my head. I'm not really making a prediction that he would do that. But I'm saying we don't want him to lash out on the Ukrainians any more than he already has. And he does have weapons that he could use. I think he's too rational and too high functioning to do that impulsively. But I think if he thought he could get away with it, he would. So, yeah, I think about it like an analogy of taking down a building. If you're demolishing a building, you want it to collapse in on itself. You don't want it to collapse and fall over on you. That's the way we want the Russian regime to collapse. We want it to collapse on itself, not on us, not on the Ukrainians. Does that make sense, using a metaphor at the end there?
Perfectly.
Perfect. Thank you, Dinjan. Thank you, Tom. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава, and
Slava
thank you for
Nazi.
Smert Ворогам, and thank you Atakams for the great products. I see it's working great. So a question for the Tom. At the time when the Putin still had a public meeting with the other leaders, is like I noticed that he's doing a lot of this like a tracking of the body movement of the all these guests, all this like other people. And for me, it's like interesting. Is it like he's always in the like all this like a predator mode, or he's like it shows his insecurity? And the second question about why he's afraid to talk to Zelensky and even meeting with Zelensky. Is it he's like insecure about Zelensky, or he's like maybe have discussed towards Zelensky? So thank you.
So on the second point first, I think the fact that he's refusing to speak to Zelensky, I don't think we conclude that he's afraid to. I mean, supposing he went to speak to Zelensky and Zelensky just went, what about this war crime? 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 What could Putin possibly say other than, no, that's not true, you're lying? I don't think that Putin would really get anything out of sitting down at a negotiating table with Zelensky. And he knows that Zelensky is loved in the media. And Zelensky would say, you know, I spoke to Putin about this, this, and this, and I asked him about the 2 million Ukrainians and the 500,000 children that have been kidnapped. And he just laughed in my face and said I was a liar. And this is what we're dealing with. And it would be all over the news, you know. So I think Putin realizes that he doesn't really want peace. And there's nothing that he could offer the Ukrainians to make the Ukrainians give up half of their country, or rather the parts of their country that the Russians are currently occupying. So I think Putin realizes he's got nothing to gain from that. But yeah, I don't think it's fear or disgust or anything. I just think he realizes it's not a good move for him. On the body, go ahead.
On that one point as well, it's not even that he has nothing to gain. He actually has a lot to lose. Putin has painted Zelensky to be, a hedonist, drug addict, drug-addled, cocaine-fueled, a degenerate who dresses like a lady. These are all talking points on Russian TV, and it's been like that for a long time. He believes he doesn't believe, but he's communicated to his population that Zelensky is an illegitimate president. So is Poroshenko. All of these people are well, especially Zelensky, he hates because he's cool, basically. And in the eyes of the public, there could be no meeting between the two, because he's painted himself to be a world statesman and Zelensky to be a usurper. I mean, the Soviets used that terminology about hedonistic bourgeoisie in the past. It's been changed, only mildly to reflect the current, insults. The hedonism has been replaced with drug-addled, party maniacs, sex freaks. There's a huge association with LBGT, as if the Ukraine is under the yoke of the West, where God forbid gay people aren't living in closets. That's actually considered a good talking point for them. So it's a backwards planet, backwards philosophy, and he would lose a lot of credibility in his own eyes having any relation with Zelensky. It's not new; it's been going on for years, and especially since the war began. This whole neo-Nazi drug addicts, it's a big deal to them. They don't have substance abuse problems in Russia, apparently, but this is definitely a no-no. You can have Lavrov speak to the foreign minister of Ukraine, but he will never speak to Zelensky, I imagine. Thanks, Tom. You wanted to go on with the rest of the answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think Yehuda's right about that. I don't think it's necessarily anything much to do with Putin's personality, other than that I suppose he's lied so much about Zelensky and made out that he's some kind of maniac, that to sit down with him and negotiate would show that, well, everything he'd said was complete bullshit, really. So yeah, he doesn't really have anything to gain. He probably has a lot to lose. Slava, what was it you were saying about? Is he copying other people's body language?
Not copying, but he's completely absorbing. He's tracking all this like a body movement of the like opponent of the guest. When on the public meeting, when all these public meetings was happening, it was all before the war. But now it's me knows that he's sits in the bunker and all long. Table, but before I noticed he's always like watching what is happening. I saw he's with Trump, he's watching in his hands how it's like it's like for me it's like a strange. Is it like a predator looking what he's doing, or he's like afraid, like insecurity from?
Yeah, I'm not the best person at analyzing body language. The one thing that you do sometimes get with some people that are psychopathic is they have absolutely no fear of eye contact, like not even the slightest flicker of embarrassment, and they'll stare right through you. And if you encounter that, it's like Dr. Fallon was saying, sometimes someone is a psychopath even when they're a child. And I've seen that. I haven't seen that with Putin though. So, he's not the sort of fearless psychopath, but they tend to be more low functioning anyway. When I've looked at his body language, what I've been looking for is to look to see if there's any more Parkinsonian symptoms. And I only really saw one more clip that made me think maybe there were some. So yeah, I haven't really analysed his body language for that, but I will sort of look out for it and try to think, what's he trying to do in terms of sort of projecting power through his body language and those kinds of things. I can't really answer that question, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Tom.
I could jump in.
Yehuda, shall we go some booms?
Sure. Well, I've been at work all day, so I haven't unfortunately been boomed up to speed. I did read a few notes real quickly, just about body language. It's part of the mystique that the Kremlin likes to make about itself. His KGB service. They're very big on what does it mean when they do this? And if you're reading anything from the Russian side of how they like to size up Putin's quote unquote opponents when they see him, everything they say is how.
Yehuda, we're losing you. There's nothing's coming through.
Aliens, me, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just saying that it's kind of it's like a snake oil salesman techniques where they're like, ooh, Putin's the master of human communication, and all the leaders that see him are either afraid of him or they're reverent to him. They have reverence for him. It just goes in the same BS about how competent he is. It's kind of almost like a Kim Jong-il thing. Oh, the leaders of the world, the bags of wheat that say USA. It's the United States giving us tribute so that we don't destroy them. So Putin acts like everyone's afraid of him, and when he seats them at these ridiculous tables, it's their way of showing that he's in charge. It's a power play. It's childish, but it's Putin. Anyway, sorry. Go back to you, Dome, and I just hope that answers Slava's question.
Thanks, Yehuda. We've had a different theory a few weeks ago that it's actually the other side requesting to be sat farther away because Putin, like many psychopaths, has particularly bad body odor. Sorry, silly joke. Finance.
Yeah. So we forgot to tell everybody at the start of this morning, but it definitely seems all our chefs showed up. Today is the Great Russian Ammo Depot Cook-Off. We here at Atacam's Cigarettes are sponsoring a Great Russian Ammo Cook-Off. They are cooking up lots and lots of ammo depots with Atacam's brand cigarettes. We're seeing this all over town. You're seeing it in Belbek. You're seeing Sevastopol. You're seeing it in Belgrade. Apparently, Novokakhovka is trying to get in on the action. They're really sad to be left out. We didn't want them to feel left out. We're trying to make sure that they get it in too. We don't want any Russian ammo depot to feel left out. Please remember that smoking kills, and smoke responsibly. And by responsibly, we absolutely mean pick up a nice, large 500 kilogram Atacam cigarette and smoke it as hard as you can next to a Russian ammo depot.
These commercials, they insert themselves everywhere nowadays, don't they? Leonard.
Thank you, Dolman. I just had a further question for Tom. Hopefully, Tom is still listening, and it was further to the analysis that we heard from Dr. Fallon, and specifically regarding sort of a contrast between, say, Adolf Hitler on the one hand.
Leonard, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Tom just dropped, and until he's back, I don't want you to continue with your question because I don't want to hear it twice. Okay, he's almost back.
Yeah.
Just give me two seconds.
Fair enough. Fair enough, Dolman. Thank you.
Just go ahead. He can hear you. Go ahead.
He can hear you now.
You can hear me? Okay, super. Okay, so yes, I was just questioning the contrast, perhaps that was drawn by Dr. Fallon between, say, the psychopathy, if you will, of Adolf Hitler as compared to Vladimir Putin. And I suppose you could even draw that into Stalin if you chose to go that far. But specifically, I just wondered how you assess that as a psychologist in terms of classically, from an historical standpoint, most historians would say Hitler was a psychopath, and perhaps apply the same rationale to Putin. But if in fact there's a difference, that may lead to some very significant foreign policy consequences. Because certainly with respect to Hitler, whether he were or were not a psychopath, the foreign policy ramifications for, say, England, for Canada, for even the United States, were pretty straightforward in how you would respond to a leader of that category, shall we say. And it was just keep hammering them until they basically go away and disappear. But with Putin, Dr. Fallon seems to raise the somewhat of a hair-raising question as to what kind of schema might be put in place in terms of justifying the jump to the next level. And additionally, there's firstly, I would submit, no foreign policy or historical parallels in the West in terms of how one might deal specifically with a psychopath. So I just wonder how you would assess that say comparison between those two utterly diabolical leaders that we've had to contend with in the West in modern history. Thanks.
Yeah, so I think this comes back to the use of terminology. When you're talking about physical things that you can see in the world, it's very easy for people to agree on what we're talking about. Everyone knows what running or jumping or swimming or tennis is. We disagree about football occasionally, but that's because the Americans are strange. But generally speaking, anything that you can physically observe, there's very good concordance as to what it actually is, okay? But when we talk about psychological and emotional things, because they can't be directly observed, because it's only the behavior that you can observe, it's easy to confuse some of these terms. So earlier, Finance and I were talking about, is there a difference between sympathy and empathy? And we were actually talking about the same things and totally understood what we were talking about, but we were just using the words differently because we've read different literature. He's familiar with business, I'm familiar with psychology, and how, cognitive empathy, understanding people's feelings, is different from emotional empathy, caring about them. So look, a lot of people use the words psychopath and sociopath interchangeably. But, the real difference is that psychopath is more genetic, or if it is environmental or partially environmental, has really set in the brain during critical periods of development, like typically in the first 5 years of life, especially in the first 2 years of life. Whereas sociopathy is different. Let me put it this way. I've said before, anyone can get angry, and temporarily when you're angry, you don't empathize with people, right? I mean, it's normal. If someone attacks you and you fight them off, you're not thinking about how they feel, right? And that's a good thing, and that's normal, and that's has evolved so that if we are attacked, we can fight back. Now, anger is a temporary emotion. It's very normal and we all have, but it's also possible to hate people, right? And hatred can sometimes be useful as well. Think about, the Ukrainians and others that really hate the Russians and are calling them orcs. That helps them to temporarily switch off their empathy and kill them. And we all do that every time we say, hi, it's HIMARS o'clock and something's been blown up in Russia. I mean, people are dying and we don't care. And there's a reason why. It's because we feel that the Ukrainians are like our tribe and we love them and they're being attacked by an enemy tribe. And so, we're all coming together and hating that outside tribe, hopefully temporarily. And as a result of that, we're not caring about the feelings of those Russian soldiers that are dying and their families. But that's a good thing. We need that in order to win a war. And
Tom, did we lose you? Okay.
I think we did.
I think Tom was about to finish anyway. And on his point of things going boom, 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 we have Konstantin and John ready with the next update.
Thank you, Delman. So to provide a brief update, it looks like that footage that was reportedly from Belbek Airport, or airfield, I should say, was not authentic. It appeared to be old footage. That being said, based on some other videos and other reports, it does look like there's at least 4 to 5 explosions in the vicinity of the airfield. It isn't clear if those were just Russian interceptors detonating in flight or if something actually hit the airfield. I believe there were some reports about emergency vehicles en route to the airfield. So we're going to have to wait for a little bit more clarity on that. There are also some interesting reports of gunfire in both Sevastopol as well as in the town of, what's it called? Konstantin, please correct me on the pronunciation of this, but the town is called Ba Chai Sarai. It's about halfway between Sevastopol and Simferopol. And it appears we've lost all of our co-hosts. Wonderful.
One moment.
And additionally, it would appear that some kind of Russian arms factory in, what was the name of the town? Lotikovi, which is northeast of Alchevsk in, I believe, Luhansk Oblast, was also reportedly struck a little bit earlier today. One kind of slipped through the cracks of me keeping count. And there have been some preliminary reports of possibly additional explosions in Novokhovka. I'm not sure if those are just delayed reports of the original set of 10 explosions, or if these are new ones. I will update y'all as soon as I get some more info on that. Oh, and Russian sources are claiming that they shot down a Ukrainian UAV over Sevastopol. So looks like that's their official line for now.
May I ask a question on this, perhaps?
Sure, go ahead.
So I'm seeing reports that I'm sure that you're seeing too, because those are the sources of air defense activity over the Kerch Bridge. So it will be interesting to, we don't want to say anything that is too hasted, but those reports seem to be at least several and coming from reputable sources. Do you have something on that?
Yes, I believe this was discussed earlier. There were some videos of Russian surface-to-air missiles in flight and detonating. They claim to have shot down a Ukrainian UAV. We don't really have much details beyond that. And obviously, there's videos and reports of explosions, then the Russians claiming to have hit a UAV. Oh, and video has just come out courtesy of Special Kherson Cat. There are indeed additional explosions in Novokhovka, it would seem. Again, vicinity of the dam.
So, John, if we could very briefly just list everything we know in the last, 4 hours has been hit. Let's see, Kerch area. When we talk about Sevastopol, I think they're talking about Belbek,
Yes.
Novokhovka, Stakhanov, Kadivka, right. Kadivka is the official Ukrainian name. Stakhanov is the other name. There's, I don't know, there's like 3 more, John, right?
Yes, there was an ammo depot in a town beginning with the like TY something or another, which is a small little village near Belgorod. A massive depot there went up. There's also something burning in Starya Skol, which is a suburb of Belgorod. It wasn't clear if it was some random object near a fitness center or the airfield that's located near Starya Skol. The more recent reports from local sources tend to point more towards the airfield there. So that's encouraging. Then there was the strike earlier against that something in a small town northeastern Crimea. It's not sure what that was. I know that was discussed extensively earlier today. I think I saw some reporting that it's some FSB outpost or something related to the FSB, but that was unclear to me. Then obviously, as just mentioned, Belbek potential explosions in the vicinity of Belbek. We don't know if anything has been hit as of yet or if those were just interceptors. What else? Potential gunfire in both Sevastopol and that one town halfway between Sevastopol and Simferopol, which was called hold on. Chai Sarai. Apologies if I'm butchering that to our Ukrainian friends. And what else? Then the factory northeast of Alchevsk in Lotikovi, Russian armaments factory of some description. And I think that's about it.
I mean, good Lord, John, our boys have been busy and the night is still young, right?
Very much so.
This is crazy. I mean, I haven't seen this many before. This is really something. So, Konstantin, did you have anything you wanted to add to our little rundown there?
No, it just makes me so happy to listen to what you're saying. That I don't have much to add. It's just I think that it's important day, and like you said, that the night is still young. And the further we go, we're gonna get more surprises. Maybe next night it's gonna be even more fun. And so, just it's very exciting, very exciting.
Absolutely, John. Go ahead.
Oh, and I should also mention, I believe I posted it to the Nest about 30 minutes ago, as the strikes were occurring, or the explosions were occurring, I should say. So they don't exactly know what's happening. The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense posted a Twitter post tagging the World Health Organization with the text, quote, "Smoking kills," and attaching several images containing descriptions of the dangerous health effects of consuming tobacco products. And at the same time, I believe a U.S. government official was quoting that Crimea is Ukrainian territory and the U.S. government supports all strikes against targets in Crimea. That also was released as the strikes were ongoing.
Man, everyone's just having fun now. Gunther, please go ahead.
Is this the first time that there's been activity around the Kerch Strait Bridge in Sevastopol?
Good question, John.
Yes, I believe so. Well, there was reportedly 1 or 2 Ukrainian UAVs that were shot down in the first month or 2 of the war. By 1 or 2, I literally mean it was either 1 or 2. I can't remember the exact number. In the first month or so, but it had been quiet up until today, basically. Well, up until Saki, but that was quite a bit to the north of Sevastopol. And I don't think we've seen anything near Kerch as of yet, up until now, of course.
So that seems very significant. Those are like the 2 most important targets in Crimea. Also, it does seem interesting just the sheer volumes across the whole theater, and that the Russians will have to it's not just one area, but they have to sort of refocus across the whole theater.
Yeah, definitely. Any thoughts on that, John?
Sorry, can you repeat that, Gunther?
He was just saying I think that they're important targets. Go ahead, Gunther.
it's getting at this underlying idea about keeping them, like creating multiple sets of problems for them, and to have it dispersed across everywhere from the very north to the very south, and dividing the attention, and so that there's strategic value in just the sheer volume of things, even if some are just like probing attacks with UAVs at this point.
Yes, so you're absolutely right, and keep in mind that if these are just probing intrusions into Russian-controlled airspace, or into Russia's air defense bubble, I should say, that could be a prelude to additional more serious strikes against, for example, Russian air defense or positions, or Russian surface-to-air missile sites, for example. It's very possible that there's a range of possibilities, but just for the sake of an example, it's entirely possible the Ukrainians could just be using UAVs at, say, Kerch or Sevastopol to bait Russian air defenses into firing, so they can determine where they are, and then respond with actual strikes against the air defense positions themselves. There's a number of different possibilities here.
So, guys, we got a super full panel. I'm trying to bring people up and down as needed. So, if I haven't seen your hand up in a hot minute, I'm just going to drop you down. Real sorry, nothing personal. Always feel free to come back up and ask your questions. But I gotta make some room for Yehuda and Axel. But yeah, so sorry about that. Just some quick housekeeping. Shovel, please go ahead.
Hey guys. First of all, thank you so much, Tom, for. Oh, you dropped Tom down, I think. My question was for.
We'll get Tom back.
Okay. But yes, it's definitely awesome. Aside from my question for Tom, it's awesome watching Ukraine turn up the heat. It's just every day there's more and more seems to be happening, lots more booms. I really enjoyed Dr. Fallon, just like everybody else is saying. It's really helpful. Like he gave us a in-depth explanation about the physiological background of Putin, which I hadn't thought about or didn't know about. I guess I've been like everyone else trying to figure out how to reason with a madman, but you can't. Two characteristics of Putin that I was thinking about that I would have liked to have asked Dr. Fallon about is one, Putin has like an obsession with history, and he's got hero worship for like Tsar Peter and Ivan III, and also a few writers who were obsessed about keeping the motherland together. And I'm wondering like how that might play into a psychopath's mind, like how he's obsessed with obsessed with reuniting Russia. And then I was also wondering about how the idea of mortality, like you were talking about his possible Parkinson's, and we've heard rumors about his health, but I'm wondering like how would that influence a psychopath, knowing that like perhaps the end is near?
Yeah, great questions. I know Tom sometimes is like driving or something when he's on the space, so it might be a little busy or indisposed. But absolutely, if I see Tom come back up, I'll make sure to give him an opportunity to answer your question, Shovel. So thank you very much. With that, we'll go to Bertrand. Bertrand, please go ahead.
So I will give a shot to parts of what. Sorry, I missed her name. What she just dropped, so I don't see it on my screen. What the previous speaker was saying. I have no qualification whatsoever to give any clinical answer. However, I would just say the following: do not overestimate the obsession, quote unquote, obsession of Putin with history. Essentially, he's using a couple of extremely questionable. Quote unquote again intellectuals to bring some veneer of respectability to what is essentially imperial bloody war of conquest. So the fact that he's making references to history does not really impress me as someone who devoted decades with an obsession for history. That would be an overestimation of Putin's passion for history. That's the point that I was going to make. I had some other points about the bombs, which I am very excited about right now, but I see the Atacam's promotion guy that has his hand up, so I guess I will hand it to him.
Everyone's dropping right now, Bertrand. I'm
No,
trying to get
okay,
Axel up. I'm
okay.
trying to get Yehuda up. I'm trying to get finance up. I don't know what's going on, but we will have them up soon to discuss it. I know everyone's got something to say about these strikes, or at least people who are qualified to analyze the information we have about them. I should say. Not much I can say other than wow.
All right.
Yeah.
We're golden. Thanks, everyone. Sorry about the technical difficulties. I blame Axel. He did not pay the phone bill this month. Okay, a lot of good questions. I just want to make a couple quick points. There's a couple announcements to make, and I forgot, and I will do it again right now. First of all, everyone, thank you so much for joining us at MryiaReport. We've been broadcasting 24 hours a day, 7 days a week since before this horrible invasion and genocide. If you could do your very best to help us promote this space or throughout social media, we're going to get an update from Axel about the MryiaReport website, where we'll have it'll have an organized. It'll have all of our links organized to our different social media platforms, which will always be free. We'll never ask you for money, neither will hosts or anything. And we want to let you know that if you can retweet our space now, that people know we're here. We have a sizable crowd, and we appreciate it. As always, we bring reporting from the ground, from Ukrainians. We amplify their voices, reporters, politicians, people on the streets, soldiers.
Lose Yehuda?
I believe we did.
Sorry, no, we didn't lose me. So we have expert opinions from around the world, and we bring it to you. Recently, we have gotten the green light from the head of a very world famous institution to help us with the project. What is this project? We realize that in the next 50 years, there will be millions of books and movies and documentaries made about the Russian genocide in Ukraine. And why this is important is because we can be a part of the solution, at least if we can help document it. So a lot of us have friends who are intelligence NCMs and NCOs who actually do the heavy lifting with regards to geospatial mapping. We want to track Russian war crimes. We want to track Russian destruction. The Russians, we want to just track the hospitals and the churches and the synagogues and the mosques destroyed by the Russians. We want to track the bridges and railroads that have been used to steal, kidnap, ethnically cleanse Ukrainians from their own country. And this is a very noble and honorable thing to help in. So what we've done is I've been in contact with several universities, and including literally the best in the world. I don't want to say the name yet because the ink's not dry, but we have the permissions to move forward with that university in conjunction with several very famous universities to begin a project to map out a digital map of Ukraine. It'll be historical as well. We'll be able to obtain data from the last year, so we can have a before and after. And part of the goal of this operation, this mission, would be to try to ascertain where people were taken from by viewing satellite imagery on trucks and transports. People have to get out of transports to be moved onto trains. We want to do what we can to help Ukraine in her time of need, and we want to document this for, hopefully, God willing, war crimes tribunals, whether they're 99 years old, little old Russian bookkeeper who counted how many phones the Ukrainians had to give up and their jewelry. We're coming for you. You won't hide. You can run, but you won't hide. And so it's important. You might not be a geotech or a geospatial expert, and that's fine. Chances are most of you aren't, but you might know people who are. And what the call out is, the fan out to our audience is, if you could help by recommending or talking or sharing this information. We have a tweet in the nest. It's going to go up shortly. Only thing wrong about it is the software. I don't know the software. We're going to wait for the experts to tell us what software they're going to use. But what's going to end up happening is several world-class, top-of-the-line institutions are going to work with us, MryiaReport. We're going to help provide geotechs and experts who will then go through the data, and we will prioritize what's important. What the most important is first, we obviously want to help Ukraine get its people back. So we have experts that can do this. They can track where people go. They can at least see what town in Russia they get offloaded in, and then we can start from there. It's a step in the right direction. It's a leg up for those war crimes investigators, because one day Ukraine will come and they'll say, "Give us our children back." And I'm honored. I'd be, if I could help out and even holding the pencil for someone doing that work. It's a great honor and it's a great deed. It's a big mitzvah. So I'd like to ask, if you do know anyone or you could think of something, please do pass this on and reach out. I saw a very nice post on the original tweet we did that said, "Have you thought of MIT?" And then they, messaged MIT. Please don't do that. You be the person. Go and email MIT. Say, "I listened to this show, MryiaReport. They're building this thing with another famous university, more higher up the food chain than even MIT." And you could probably guess if you're an American, the top two actually. And be the conduit. Help us out. We need help, right? If we could email all those people, we would, but we don't have that capability. We're looking at people like you to help us out. We're going to be able to provide information real time and for posterity to the Ukrainian government, to the United Nations. It's a go. We got an email yesterday, and it said it's come back from the provost, and we have permission to move forward on this. We will start digging up the other volunteers who can help. It is a Herculean effort. It's not going to take the half a dozen that I know and I have, but it's going to take hundreds. It could be university programs that have have grad students doing this work. But I guarantee you, if it's anything you want to do to help, even more important than retweeting the space is help us find people who have that technical capability to assist. You'd be on a team with the world's best. All right, it's volunteer. You're not going to get paid, but it'll warm your heart for the rest of your life that you helped do something like this, because we can help put the finger on the scale and do our best to mitigate this genocide. So I really want to thank you all for joining MryiaReport, and continue to come in. We have great guests every day, every week. We have our regular superstar experts, Colonel Spencer, world-class expert in what he does, and he's always I'm very proud to say that he's always eager to help and share his knowledge with everyone here. So on that note, if there are any questions about that, please do ask away. We're going to get that tweet into the nest, Ben or Joseph, and it's a big deal. Like this is it changes things, and you can help us change things along with the Ukrainian government. This will be available publicly. You'll see PhDs and books written off the work that we're doing today, and we can all remain anonymous and work in the background, and we know we're working for a great cause. So I want to thank everyone. Joseph, Ben, can we get that up there?
Yeah, it's up, Yehuda.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's all good news. We will, once the university, the lab manager, the supervisor of that lab gets back to me with some more information, a proof of concept, we'll make a statement. And actually the university itself will make the statement, and they'll let people know what in fact that we're doing. And it'll be an easy link for us to post and for you to forward. So if you do know someone at a big university, say, "Whoa, wow, that university is doing this. Oh, sugar, we'd love to get involved." It'll be one of those moments. So forgive me for not, stating the name right now, but I'm sure you understand. I want to make sure everything's signed and done before we start publicizing that. But it is super important, and it is your opportunity to help the people of Ukraine in a very tangible way that doesn't involve money, just involves canvassing, finding out. It's a digital map of Ukraine. It will be done grid square, 1 kilometer square by kilometer square. That tedious, but it's super important, and we need your help to get the word out. Thanks so much for that. Leonard, if you have a question, go ahead.
Yes, this is just a question for you, Yehuda. I missed the immediate first part of your statement, but I was just wondering what precise kinds of technical wonks are we looking for, say at the university level, to kind of expedite this this program? Like, do we have specific?
I just said it
Okay.
right at the beginning. So geotechs, so geospatial people who are meticulous and trained at understanding and reading and analyzing satellite imagery. So different people call it different things, but if you have high resolution satellite imagery and you know how to understand it and extrapolate its true meaning. I'm not talking about drawing a little circle and saying here's a tank, like with your freehanding it. It's got to be someone who's trained in it, because obviously the time's not on our side. We're trying to help out to find out where those Ukrainian children and adults went. So I hope that helps. I don't know if John, if you wanted to come up and talk about the importance of this information for supporting fires, if you're able to, please do come up, John, because it's there's definitely a military, a humanitarian purpose to all of this, and it's not that's why if you can hear the excitement and the seriousness of my voice, this is a very big deal. And you know what, we have a great platform here with great people who do amazing things. If you can help us with that, then you're doing the world a big favor. It's super important. I can't stress it enough. So I want to thank you for listening. CJ, importance of tracking a digital map of pre and post invasion. How important is it in your estimation militarily and even to be able to find people?
Yeah, it's so important. I'll just speak on what I know, which is, of course, artillery. And in that regard, tracking where Russia has conducted strikes, what sort of buildings have been damaged. It's pretty easy to tell in urban areas with a lot of people, but sometimes satellites and geospatial information is going to be the best way for those rural areas where there's not as many people, maybe videos didn't capture the crimes, that you're going to be able to sort of collect and build this database, not just to track down Ukrainians, of course, but to hold Russia accountable ultimately. So, yeah, really nothing could be more important in my eyes.
Yeah, no, it's a big step, and the truth is, we did get authorization from a very famous satellite company to run this initially ourselves. But then when we realized the scope is so enormous, one of our longtime listeners and Razom, Ukraine supporter, was able to loop me into some meetings with one big school in particular. There are several schools who have signed up. They're once you get the top school, a lot of other schools want to get involved too, and they're all like, "Wow, yeah, this is great. This is all great." So, war crimes tracking, destruction of even minefields laid down by the Russians at different times, and we can track the trucks. We can make the UMZs, the vehicles that deliver these things. There are a lot of things for us to there are a lot of things that we can do to look at what's happened and find a way to alleviate suffering of the Ukrainians. So super stoked, to be honest, to be a part of it. And by all means, Konstantin, what does it mean as a Ukrainian having all of these huge institutions and random people around the world step up to make sure that we've got your back?
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that. It's huge support that we're getting from this space and all over the world.
What about the simple? What about this actual global digital map? And can you speak to that a bit as a Ukrainian?
Well, I don't have I would, I did not fully understand what it's going to be, but it sounds exciting, and I'm looking forward. I think that I would need more information to fully understand what it's about.
Okay, no problem. I'll give some more context. So basically, for starters, 3 universities so far, 2 of the, if you're an American, you might call them the 2 of the best, have agreed to take on and be the stewards of this information. So outside of myself and people at MryiaReport, these are ancient institutions, as old as America, or older even actually, that are going to be the shepherds of the data. They, instead of us asking for or using the data that the satellite company gives, the universities will have agreed to hold it, to run it, to put it on their servers, to then allow us to work the information and get the specialized staff to do the work, and then we will upload that to the university, and one university in particular will be the shepherd of it. They'll be the owners of that, and what will happen is that, you know, forever that information will be available to the world. It's not a pet project of MryiaReport or people at Maria. It's something that will go into the history books as a part of human history. It's a very important step to get to have it hit so high up the food chain at these institutions of higher learning. And every time I speak to the lab manager and supervisor, he tells me about another university that wants to get involved and they want to be a part of it. It's incredible stuff. It's very, actually, it's also uplifting, and makes me, not feel as helpless, right? Personally, to sound selfish, is I love the fact that wow, we, in addition to all the good work we do with misinformation, we can actually do something that literally this project could be cited at war crimes tribunals for the next 50 years, right? Like, because it's oh, I almost said the name. It's that university's reputation on it, that that's unimpeachable reputation. So this is something that we should all be, very proud of as a collective team, and I want to keep trumpeting that. It'll go worldwide, and it'll be there forever, and that's the least we can do to help Ukraine, considering the tens of thousands of people that have been genocided, murdered, raped, shot. They're still doing it. They're doing it in Melitopol right now. I'm not so happy about what's going on because they're murdering Ukrainians as we speak, right? And the least we can do is offer, support. And if we can't do the technical work, we can help find the people that can. Every person here can talk to 10 people. All right, that's 5,000 contacts. Who does this thing? Who's a pro with satellite imagery? And I'm not talking about on their spare time that they like to find, cornfields in Idaho. I'm talking about people who know this as a job. We need them. If you, better yet, if you know a grad program or a vocational program that teaches it, reach out to them yourself. Do us that favor. We can't reach everyone. I know, yes, someone said MIT. Okay, great. I know that too. I need you to do it. That's the whole point of asking. Tom.
Yeah, Yehuda, I wanted to ask you a question. You or anyone else that's got a better knowledge of the history of the Holocaust. Sorry, it's a really horrible thing to raise, but we're in horrible times again, which is, we all know from history, in hindsight, those of us that paid attention, and I think people in this space are the kind of people that do pay attention, the horrors of what happened. And, I heard from my grandfather, he was in the British Army, and he and the officers he were with were some of the people that went into the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp. But I don't know what people knew about the Holocaust when World War II was actually happening. I presume that there was some military intelligence on it, but was it in the papers in 1943, or did it mostly come out towards the end of the war? And if people did know about it, what was the reaction? Was it outrage, or was it just kind of numb shock that there's a horrible war going on? Do you see what I'm saying? Is this something that was found out in 1945, 1946, or did people know about it during the war, and to what extent?
I think it's fair to say some people knew about it. I think it's fair to say governments had the very good understanding. There were those who escaped, and the Polish underground and the Polish resistance was actually very useful in describing it, because the vast majority of Holocaust victims in Poland were Polish Jews, and then second other Poles. So there were murmurings. Did it come out? There were stories that did leak, but obviously the Allies also had to worry about winning the war. There are famous stories about bombing rail lines, how effective they would have been based on the technology they had, and the distance to those targets is debatable. Obviously the goal was to stop Hitler, period. God knows how many more people he would have murdered. So yes, there were people that knew. There were obviously, as Allied forces liberated camps, as Soviet forces liberated camps, people were quite aware of what, of the horror of the Holocaust. but it wasn't generally talked about. I mean, Jews were rounded up before and put in concentration camps, so it wasn't such a shock about concentration camps because they had existed before World War II began. Obviously, the Germans tried to paint it as a summer camp with orchestras and swimming pools. Obviously, we know that not to be true. They had certain facilities that had been cross-inspected before the war. But yeah, and but the problem is if they had satellite imagery and if they had the ability, these filtration camps, I'd love to see them. With this project, we will see them and we will share with them the world. Right. And it won't be, no one could say it's a partisan group of pro-Ukrainian volunteers on Twitter. It'll be the top universities on the planet who are involved in saying this is what it is. Right. You can impeach our integrity, and some people have, ironically, but you can't, these universities, you can't. Right. These universities are above reproach. So when we have what happens now with the ability to track this stuff, these filtration camps in eastern Ukraine, we'll see exactly what's going on. The crematoria all throughout eastern Ukraine, we'll see exactly what's going on. We'll see bodies piled up, right? We'll see if they're in uniform. We'll see if they're in civilian clothes. We'll be able to determine what's going on, and that's super important. So where we, technology and complacency led to the genocide of millions of people, obviously specifically Jewish people in World War II and the Holocaust, we don't want to give room to maneuver for the Germans. For the Russians, right? We have a chance to stop them cold in their tracks, or at least document every single second of it. What'll happen in Indian public opinion or in Chinese public opinion when accurate satellite data shows the Russians stacking bodies of civilians and children in front of mobile crematoria in Kherson Oblast or in Donetsk or Luhansk, and then then you see smoke coming out of them, and what can the world say then? It's in this case it is a tool that we can use in the information war, but it's all true. And I'm definitely, that's why I'm so eager and nervous. I want people to keep promoting this because we can show the world what the Russians have been lying about this whole time, and we owe it to Ukraine to do it. And I'm this is going to be the alligator closest to my boat. I want to keep trumpeting it. And the more help we get with this project, the quicker we can show the world, everyone who doesn't want to believe it. What are they going to say? Those are Ukrainian troops in the middle of Donetsk when the Russians say they run it? Let's do it. Let's show the world just the barbarity and the genocidal nature of the Russian regime, and hopefully that'll hasten their demise. That's definitely a secondary effect I would take any day. And that's the best way I can answer that question, Tom, and then segueing it back into the topic, because right now, unfortunately, there are no satellite images to share with the world from the Holocaust, but we sure as hell can make sure the whole world knows what Russia's doing today, and it's bad. Melitopol, our massacres are going on as we speak. Houses are being broken into as we speak. Probably any Ukrainian male between 14 and 60, even older, taken out, rounded up, tortured, shot, thrown into the mobile crematoria. We'll find them. We'll find and honor their memory. Ben, go ahead.
I have a question for Constantine regarding Crimea, if you're fine with this.
Sure. Does anyone else have any? Tom, is that sufficient? We'll switch gears and go to another topic.
Just real quick, and then we can switch topic. I guess we know from eyewitnesses in the filtration camps that they're checking all men for sort of military tattoos or bruising on the shoulder that might indicate you've fired a rifle. I've never fired a rifle, so I don't know. And we know that there's people that don't pass filtration, and we have no idea what's happening to those people. And the terrifying thing is, if the figure of 2 million Ukrainians is accurate, and they've killed 1% of them, that's 20,000 people. And it's just, I can't get my head around it. So yeah, it's really vital project, Yehuda. And as soon as we've got some satellite images of these filtration camps, we need to get one of us to write a thread, and then everyone retweet the hell out of it and tag all the journalists that we can, reach out to all the journalists that we know, and say, for God's sake, put this on the news. People need to know this. And if we can get eyewitness accounts or any photographs or video, if we can get that from anywhere, that's what we need.
And I'll just make one last shout out. The right above us, there's the tweet, what we call the nest. So just scroll up and please do retweet that. Maybe you know someone who knows someone, right? And you can indirectly help us out. And yeah, just one last call to right universities, anyone with like geospatial skills. Back to you, Yehuda.
Yeah, I don't know. I was talking and you talked over me, so I'm not sure if you can hear me. I think my mic cut out.
You're good now. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. So exactly, Tom. We'll get that data, and let's get that data first, so we have something to give these people. Thanks so much. I think I'm going to get in a bad reception zone in a second. So if Ben want to ask Constantine and Joseph and Ben have the co-hosts here, thanks. And give the MryiaReport a follow, please. You can follow us for the updates that you have. If you haven't already followed MryiaReport, if you could also retweet it on your space on your Twitter to follow MryiaReport for the up to date and current news on Ukraine and the war and the genocide against the Ukrainian people. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thanks, Yehuda. Constantine, I've got a question for you. You're around? You can answer?
Yes, I am around.
Fantastic. So the question I have is, we're hearing a lot about Belbek Airport, and over the past few months, I've heard that name mentioned quite a few times, and I was wondering if you could give me a bit of a background on what it is and why it matters.
Well, there are two parts to this question. First of all, it's its tactical and strategical value because of the air, because it's an airfield that houses more than 40 planes in total, I think, are stationed there. There was recent satellite imagery available that they hold lots of airplanes over there. And the second is that that's the place where the Russian aggression and Russian occupation of Crimea has started 80 years ago, sorry. Russian occupants, they blocked, while Ukrainian military was not prepared for any kind of war. It was, we were disarming ourselves for lots of, for a long period of time, just to, because we did not believe in any wars. And in 2014, Russian occupational forces, they surrounded the airfield. They blocked all the entries, and they tried to. Then after that, they tried to storm the field, and our commander there, I think Colonel Mamchur, and the pilot, he led a group of pilots and airfield troops without arms against armed Russian aggressors that came into the field, and he confronted them with his with a Ukrainian flag in his hand, and he told them to get the fuck out of there. And it was one of, he went without weapons against occupants, and it has a huge value for Ukrainians in terms of I don't know how to say it. It holds like moral value for us. It's psychological and also tactical and strategical. I hope I did not make any mistakes, because it happened 80 years ago. We all watched this in Ukraine. We all were back then. I said, but when it started, when this started, the first day, I found a ticket on the plane and sent my wife and kids to other country, and started preparing for the war. But thankfully, Russians did not have enough forces to occupy entire Ukraine, and our government managed to get everything together and to stop the fight in Donbass. And obviously Russians, they were not stopped. They continued, and they continue right now.
Okay, thanks a lot. So it's both a symbolically very important location, and strategically also very important, because you're saying that there's a lot of potential air assets that may have been destroyed in the case of an attack, and that if they have not been destroyed, maybe they will have to be withdrawn to avoid being destroyed at a later date, right?
Yeah, you got the right word. It's really symbolic for us. But once again, we don't know yet what is happening there. But something is definitely has happened. Maybe it's air defense shutdowns, UAV, but what it signals is that they're not safe in their stronghold. Ukraine can reach them anywhere, and even right now, even if they manage to stop something, there are going to be more and more and more. And they will not be able to stop everything.
Yeah, so I mean, while we've got CJ up, Ben, did you want to finish up? Go ahead.
No, absolutely not. Go ahead.
Yeah, so while we got CJ up, I mean, CJ, we've given kind of a broad overview of the something like 7 or 8 strikes that have happened. But maybe, I don't know, if you, what in terms of your thoughts, the strategic picture here, how do you think this changes the situation at the strategic level? Go ahead. Oh, I think we're having connection problems with CJ. Hopefully we'll get him back. So, John, I had a question for you, okay? Obviously, there's a lot of information. John's just been dumped, like, a ton of information. He's doing his best to pick through it. But my kind of question would be, in terms of all the strikes we've got a list of, how many are pretty easily attributable to things we could easily understand, like Tochka or Gimler? How many kind of leave you scratching your head going, how do they do that? Special forces, ballistic missile, something like that. Like, how many kind of confuse you in terms of the range and the ability to hit?
Okay. So some of them are obvious. Novikhovka is almost certainly HIMARS, both strikes. The second set has now been confirmed, and the road bridge at the Novikhovka hydroelectric power plant over the dam has also been confirmed struck. So that's good. That's almost certainly HIMARS, Gimler's. The factory, the Russian military factory in, what was the name of the place in Luhansk Oblast in, give me 1 second to find the name of this town. I said it earlier. Lotikovi, that's also within Gimler's range. I think I need to double check the range for the depot and that airfield, both of which are in the vicinity of Belgorod. Sevastopol is obviously outside of the range of Gimler's, as is Kerch. So I suspect that neither of those things were Gimler's. There's a number of possibilities. Given the relatively small number of explosions reported near Kerch compared to Sevastopol, it's always possible that Kerch could have genuinely been some kind of Ukrainian UAV to distract the overall Russian air defense network in Crimea, and that the actual target was this airfield in Belbek, directly north of Sevastopol. So there's a number of different possibilities there. I believe there was also some reports of gunfire in various places in Crimea, some reports from Sevastopol, as well as from a town halfway between Sevastopol and Simferopol. So SOF is potentially on the list, but does at least look like there's an airborne component to this, as Russian air defenses are active. Oh, I shouldn't say airborne, I should say aerial component, since CJ is in the room.
Excellent points, John. And so CJ, sorry we lost you there. I don't know if you heard my question earlier, or if you just wanted to speak generally to this. Go ahead.
Yeah, really, just all I would say is this is a momentous night. This is the most simultaneous number of strikes this deep by Ukraine this far in the war, regardless of how they were carried out. Some of this is where we'll have to wait until the dust clears, but this is an incredible amount of area and targets hit, starting off with these small explosions and this fire that erupted in northwest Crimea, to the Kerch Strait Bridge being hit possibly by drones, to one of the largest air bases in Crimea, right north of Sevastopol, the center of the defense of Crimea was hit, in addition to 3 other strikes in the Donbass, a strike into Russia itself. several strikes into Kherson. It's pretty clear that today is like a clear marker that Ukraine, maybe while they're still in the defensive in a lot of places, clearly has the initiative. Because what has the Russian response been? To launch a couple Caliber missiles from the Black Sea from ships, and then to, as of about an hour ago, and it's getting apparently much heavier, shell the NPP, right, the Kandahar nuclear power station. And, we saw the false flag preparation about 6 hours ago, where they were lining up their vehicles inside, and then they told the staff members not to come in the next day. Only the primary people are supposed to come in. And this was a warning. I mean, it even made it onto the mainstream news, which is kind of incredible. And then, of course, like clockwork, Russia issued a statement it was being shelled, and it was shelled almost simultaneously, right? In a case where Ukraine is going to cause damage to Russia, Russia's not going to get a statement out in the first 20 minutes. It's just a known fact. They're going to try and figure out what happened, get their story straight, and push it out. They only have stories ready when it's them doing it. So just keep that in mind. And it's clearly a distraction, from all of the gigantic Ukrainian successes of the day, which at least to me might be some of the greatest of the war so far, but we'll have to wait till tomorrow to see really the extent of it. And the night is still young too.
That's right. The night is still young. And I guess, CJ, just one last question. We'll go to Dr. Paul. Or actually, Sean, I think was first. So in terms of what do you think it does to the Russian army to have this level of strikes hit it on this wide a front in terms of the scale? Like, how much is that going to disrupt their ability to do attacks anywhere?
Well, I mean, if there's mass panic and the Russians, they know right now the Kerch Strait Bridge is now under threat in a huge way. Sevastopol, the largest city in Crimea, in the immediate area was just hit. If there's not a mass panic to get out of there previously, it's going to be 10 times worse now. Because this is the first time, at least to my knowledge, that the Kerch Strait Bridge has been targeted in any sort of way. And to tamper expectations, of course, with like the Antonovsky Bridge, which is tiny in comparison, the Kerch Strait Bridge, it took 2 to 3 weeks of targeting, preparations and whatnot before it was, fully dismantled by Ukrainian HIMARS. It was not an overnight thing. So there is only less than a 1% chance the sun comes up and the bridge is somehow seriously damaged. But that's okay. I mean, Ukraine still will benefit by Russian civilians and Russian service members and contractors leaving Crimea before it is retaken, regardless of how that is done. So the fact that the main city is confirmed to have been hit, at least a military base near the main city, and the only escape route out was possibly hit or threatened. I mean, this is going to be a panic on a scale we haven't seen yet. So that kind of panic is difficult to maintain order, within the military ranks and try and get a sense of normalcy. And that's the thing, right? This might be the new normal is, every single part of occupied Ukraine is now under threat in such a major way that it wasn't, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, thanks, TJ. I think you just described Crimea in a way to me that it really is Kherson on kind of a larger scale almost, right? I mean, I don't know, that thought just occurred to me as you were describing it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? There's two main ways up from Crimea, right? You've got basically northwest into Kherson and northeast into Zaporizhia. And the idea being, if you can funnel all the Russians in a line, going back and forth to Kherson, to Crimea, establishing these supply lines, thinking they're safe, and creating basically an infrastructure that's quite easily dismantled. If the north to south route is pretty much dismantled, how's the east to west one going to fare? It's not going to fare much better, which is why, again, I don't understand why people wanted to see Ukrainian tanks in Kherson, massive Ukrainian military casualties. This solution not only minimizes civilian casualties on the ground in both Crimea and Kherson, but it minimizes Ukrainian soldier casualties, which really couldn't be more important considering the considerable losses they've taken. They're going to use these precision-guided munitions and use these skills and capabilities they have to really, really minimize the death on their side to the maximum potential, even if it's not super appealing to the mainstream media, even if it's not super fast. None of that matters in comparison to the lives of Ukrainian soldiers who have, fought so bravely so far.
Thank you very much for all that, CJ. Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to acknowledge the presence of Sean in the space, or in the panel. Sean, you're not allowed to ask questions because you are a Unix specialist in the sense that you, if I remember correctly, you are an archaeologist who went to Crimea, dug over there for several campaigns. So, I mean, you have a very, very intimate knowledge of the terrain, a knowledge that many would envy you. So I'm afraid that you are hereby forced to stay on the panel the whole European night and answer all the questions the military types will have for you, because you're going to be a source of information which is going to be amazing for us. So thank you for being here. That being said, of course, if you do have a question, welcome to ask it. Go ahead.
Oh, thanks so much. Appreciate that. I'll have to drink a lot of caffeine to be up all night, but I'm in it to win it. No, just was very excited to hear about the GIS or geospatial campaign. I saw the tweet this morning and geeked out a little bit. My wife is actually a GIS specialist. She also worked in Crimea for a few years. And so we are both on board and ready to help, in any way possible. I have probably 15 years of experience now. Most of that GIS experience revolves around, applications in archaeology. But this is in our wheelhouse. And also we worked for a major university. I'm so curious to hear Yehuda describe, because I'm hoping it is the university that we attended, but even if it's not, like, I definitely want to offer to reach out to those folks. Again, you have cadres of students, years of undergraduates and graduates who went to Ukraine and worked there. I know just how helpful some of them would love to be. And so just curious, what are sort of next steps and what can I and we do to help out at this point?
Okay, so we talked about it a little bit earlier this morning. The detail of not being released, be it the stack that is going to be used, the exact way the teams are going to work. That being said, if you can send me a DM with your contact, I think that's going to be fantastic as a way to contact a lot more people. We're looking for literally tens and even hundreds of analysts. So if you can bring a whole contingent of it, I think Yehuda will be extremely, extremely thankful. And you know the man, when he loves you, he will never shut up about it. So sorry about that, but yeah, it's going to be great. Send me your contact, and we will definitely get in touch.
Sounds great. I'm picking up the kids now. As soon as I get back to a place where I'm not driving, I'll send you a DM.
Oh, and you will come back to talk about the terrain of Crimea, right?
Would love to. I actually talked to my wife when I told her about the geospatial stuff. She actually still has layers, mostly political boundaries and some topographic stuff of Crimea. So we come with data. So we'll be around.
Sean, send your wife, even better.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks a lot. Dr. Paul, you've been exceedingly patient. Thank you very much. Do you have a question?
Yeah, no problem. So question for CJ as always. So pretty exciting day, pretty exciting week. I mean, I think John said there was like 12 strikes today. There was another day this week or in the last 7 days where there was 14 strikes behind the lines, and that were quite spectacular as well. And CJ, I think you really kind of like outlined it quite well. You kind of like answered my question overall. But I guess the question I have about the sustainability of increasing this volume of volleys of strikes, and I think it's safe to assume like not all of what we're seeing are HIMARS or MLRS, but nonetheless, this uptick is substantial. It is kind of like, it feels like an inflection point. I guess my question to you is, how durable and sustainable could this inflection point be? Looks like we keep losing CJ.
Yeah, I think we might have. If you could rejoin CJ, please.
Dr. Paul, can I ask you a question in the meantime?
Sure.
Fantastic. Do you have historical examples that of when campaigns like that were launched?
No, but what I'm kind of going off of is, on June 24th, Ukraine confirmed like the HIMARS strikes. The first like public video was released, and then on July 22nd, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense or DoD official stated that over 100 targets have been destroyed by HIMARS. And if you do the math on that, that's 3.5 strikes per day only. And so what we've seen in the last 5 to 10 days is, that average of 3.6. To what we've seen in 12 to 14 like major strikes, which is just, a huge uptick, right? That's it. So that's kind of what's generating my question, because it's just such a high increase in volume, which is a good thing. This is a big positive. So I'm just kind of wondering, like, from someone's perspective, John, you can comment as well, Constantine, like how long? Is this kind of the new norm? Like kind of CJ suggested. I'm skeptical, but I'd be happy to be proven wrong if I'm incorrect.
So your question was, is it sustainable? How long is it sustainable by Russia?
By Ukraine.
Or by Ukraine. Well, we've seen those ups and downs, and not ups and downs, but like lots of strikes at the start when Ukraine only got HIMARS. Obviously, they had on the table huge, intel information and number of ammo depots that Russians have, and targeting them was pretty easy. Obviously, right now those target, they hide them further into the controlled occupied territory, and we have it gets harder. But obviously, as you can see, the number is not falling at the moment. So far, Ukraine manages to sustain the pressure, it seems, and sometimes even probably exceed the expectations, like this night, for example. So I think Ukraine, this rate is pretty sustainable, both in terms of intelligence and both in terms of Ukrainian capabilities. I think it will continue, and we will see more and more. I don't think Russia has the capability to suddenly disperse all their ammunition, all their all their logistics and planes simply by the fact because they do need so much of it to move. If you take a look, all their gains are done through the not simply superior firepower, but through essentially destroying entire cities. And to do that, you need thousands of cannons firing 100 rounds each every day, and it's just enormous effort in terms of logistics. And they cannot allow to disperse them, because they don't have software, they don't have skills for that. They will lose. The drivers would get lost. They would get ambushed if they do that. They will need far more trucks for that. So I don't think it's possible for them to solve this problem in terms of dispersion. And so they will have to keep up those huge ammunition depots, and just pray that Ukraine will not find them. That's the only thing that they can do. And for Ukraine to find them is pretty easy, because one ammunition dump, no matter how well you hide it from satellites, you know that if locals see 500 trucks going in and out of the same place every day, well, that's obviously a target for you. And I think that it's quite sustainable. Maybe I missed a bit of your question. Sorry about that, because when you were asking, I had a call on the other line, so I may have missed some of it. So please go ahead. And
no, that's good. Thank you, Constantine. That's good enough. You captured pretty much what I was asking.
Yeah, I think brilliant analysis, Constantine. I agree 100%. CJ, your thoughts? Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Now I'm on Wi-Fi, so it should be better. It's so important to really hone in on sort of the efficiency of this, right? If you have 3 Russian supply dumps supplying a front, and they're 100 kilometers back, and they each have a million rounds of ammo. Let's just say 3 supply dumps with 1 million rounds of ammo each. And other ammo dumps start getting hit, command posts are getting hit, and so they decide, okay, we have to move these back and consolidate them, right? 200 kilometers back, they're 100% safe. Well, now you have 3 million rounds in one place. And now with either extended range Gimlers, ATACMs, or these Ukrainian soft teams that now have the bandwidth and the free time and an ability to do this kind of thing where they're not having to just, hold a defensive line. They can, strike much, much deeper with this long range, special reconnaissance and direct action missions. You're now getting, you're becoming 3 times as efficient as you were before by taking out these consolidated ammo dumps and planes. And what I want everyone to really think about too, of course, is this is, again, I think probably the most significant night so far for Ukrainian, offensive strikes and military action, because, there's a big difference between Ukraine hitting an ammo dump, 60 kilometers from a front and destroying what maybe is the last gigantic air base in Crimea, right? There's, I know John's looked at the imagery, and there, from at least a couple of days ago, there was 40 fighter jets all in a row. And the reason why they weren't probably paying too much attention to how they were aligned is because they had moved them way far to the south. If you look at maps, Sevastopol is pretty far down there from the front. Presumably, maybe they thought it would be a little bit safer there, where there's a lot more military infrastructure even, and they were trying to ferry them all to Russia itself, right? There's this massive move in Russian airframes, both helicopter and fixed-wing, fighter planes, you could say, to get them the hell out of Crimea, as well as all the people leaving. And so they were caught in the middle of this event, and all of these planes were on the runway. And there's a difference between, 1 million artillery rounds being lost and 40 $10 million fighters being lost, if not much, much more. So everyone needs to kind of think what Russia's going to try and do and say, mainly on social media, right? They're going to escalate in the ways they know best, whether it is, Crimea saying Crimea is Russia, whether it is shelling a nuclear power plant. Yet again, we have not yet seen the scale of which Russia will try and respond. But the reality is they're not going to be able to do anything because they're losing on the battlefield. So they're going to turn to social media, and it's going to be probably worse than we've seen so far. But everyone just needs to be ready, and we'll continue to, keep fighting the good fight here. But just have to make it clear they're going to try their best to fight this online, as silly as it sounds.
Thanks, CJ. And just a quick follow-up, that air base that got hit, have we seen the actual, how many of those planes actually got destroyed or damaged by chance, or not yet?
I know, they pretty much confirmed that there was at least 4 distinct explosions heard. And unlike some of the other places, it definitely was like a missile or ground explosion. It wasn't just a fire that turned into an accident. But I think we'll have to wait till daytime to kind of know the full extent. John, do you have any updates at what was at that airbase before it got hit, at least?
So there was a satellite image that was circulating around. There was a couple of different sets of images. I think some of them were just from Google Maps that people were passing off as being like up-to-date satellite imagery, which happens frequently. But there was one that did actually seem to be from earlier this morning local time, and it showed like 24 flankers all parked in a row, wing to wing on the apron. There was, in terms of what the status of the airbase right now, Yurkin was posting on his Telegram channel that there were fires and detonations at the airfield, but I just saw a video that was released from one of the Russian Telegram channels, reportedly of the airbase, that doesn't look like anything was burning or exploding. So kind of unclear at the moment.
Thanks, John. Dear listeners, there's for those of you who haven't not done it yet, if you can follow the MryiaReport, that would be greatly appreciated. And beside that, if you could retweet the space, that would also be greatly appreciated. In the US and Canada at the moment, there's a lot of people leaving work, checking their phones, wondering what's happening, and I'm sure you would help them a lot by directing them to the space. If you don't know what to retweet, you can go to my page and retweet any of my recent calls that will get everyone you know straight to the space, that would be fantastic. Gunny, go ahead.
Yeah, evening all. Yeah, it's a busy one. Been talking to a couple of people, including Shipyard, who tipped me off on something very handy. So, first of all, the Essen is at sea, and we think she's the outlying radar picket. So she's the ship that the Russians, one of the ships that the Russians have put out up threat from Sevastopol and the surrounding area to try and improve their air raid warning. Now, Shipyard reckons when this kind of all started, the Essen went on an ASMD course. What we mean by that is anti-ship missile defense course. Now, that might be two things. One, she was just reacting as reports of explosions around Kerch came in. Or two, she got a sniff of an inbound raid of some kind, and she started reacting accordingly, as we would do. So that's quite interesting. A couple of people realised there was something in the wind earlier tonight because things like Flight Tracker show the Black Sea to be very quiet. It's not quiet. It's just everything's gone dark. So there are going to be NATO assets up. They're just not showing on the usual apps. I suspect there's stuff up probably doing. The Russians are getting a little bit tetchy now and a little bit pissed off about NATO surveillance aircraft because they sent a pair of MiG-31s up to say hello to an RAF RC-135 a day or so ago. I think the footage from Belbek is really interesting. I didn't buy the Russians sending everything east after a while. That's actually quite simple. You fuel up, you sit your jet jockey in the cockpit and you fly east. So there would be no reason I could see that airfield would be rammed with aircraft. They'd have simply launched them and then trucked the ground support staff, the mechanics, everything east later on, or flown them out by IL-76, etc. I think after the last airfield got whacked, they decided to concentrate all their fast air assets in one place, probably because they were nervous there might be SF knocking around in black kit with tape over their eyes. So they wanted to kind of centralize everything to reduce their security requirements. Secondly, I think they still thought that it was worthwhile keeping fast air in place to fly sorties, and they wanted to improve their air defense. So instead of having two airfields with lots of air defense, they decided to go for one airfield packed out to the rafters, well guarded with lots and lots of air defense on it. What was also interesting was complete lack of anti-aircraft fire there. If that's true, and bearing in mind they will have Pantsers, probably ZSU 23, 24s, maybe even 22, 23s, that's an indicator that either it was an air raid that they didn't detect or something else clobbered them. As such, I think it's a standard counter air mission by the Ukrainians. I think they're just spanking fast air. Going to be a lot more stuff coming out after the next few hours. I don't know, CJ, what do you think? If this was a rocket strike, the batteries responsible are going to be displacing, aren't they? As soon as they'd fired off, they'll be displacing probably to an alternate. And then maybe we can expect another salvo once they're in place. Because I know even though it's unlikely, I would imagine they'll be a little bit wary that the Russians did get a kind of a rough fix on them. So they want to bug out, go to the next position and maybe follow this up in the next couple of hours. Or do you think they'll wait now? Because Russian air defense is going to be going absolutely mental, isn't it? I mean, they're going to have everything up over the next few hours, I would imagine.
So we lost CJ, but I think John can answer this a little bit. John, go ahead, give it a shot.
Yeah, so just briefly regarding the various footage that's been released, Gunny. So the initial video that came out that claimed to show an explosion at Belbek Airfield, that was old. I believe that was from Melitopol from about a week ago. However, there were a number of videos that are as best we can tell, authentic, multiple videos from multiple different sources, multiple different angles, showing Russian air defenses attempting to engage something over Sevastopol. And then obviously we had the video of Russian air defenses attempting to engage something over Kerch. So they were definitely active in attempting to engage something.
Yeah, I've seen people in the vicinity of Belbecker reporting there are explosions there.
Yeah, it isn't clear to me if they're just, audible explosions from interceptors detonating in the air, if there's actually explosions on the ground. Gurkin posted on his Telegram channel that there was fire and detonations at the airfield. Some other video that was shot purportedly of the airfield doesn't really show anything happening there. So it's kind of murky what's actually happening.
Okay, so yeah, early days then, yeah. Yeah, it will be worth keeping an eye out. If they did hit that airfield, I'd keep an eye out on the harbour area over the next few hours. My feeling would be if we start to see ships sorting, then Black Sea Flotilla commanders decided the game's up, and they'll start bugging out fairly quickly. This is, I mean, the last airfield strike was close enough. I think this one is. If I was him, I would be looking up at the sky. If Belbeck has been hit, I'd be looking at the sky and looking at those jetties, and I'd be thinking, time to go, I reckon.
John, any follow-up?
No, other than that, I would just a good reminder that based upon some satellite imagery that was supposed to be from this morning, I believe, they had like a dozen plus flankers parked on the ramp at Belbeck. So clearly they have learned absolutely nothing from Saki, much to our great delight.
Yeah, and there's definitely tons of videos, right? Like so many strikes happened today. It's been very difficult to sort out, what's authentic video, what's not, what reports are verifiable, which ones aren't. So we've done our best. I think we've got a fairly good idea now. And basically, we've got a fairly good idea about the ammo depots, but what happened in Crimea is still a bit fuzzy. It seems like, and John, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, like Kerch, it doesn't look like something super significant happened there. It looks to us, and I think John speculated this, and I think it's probably a good theory, that Kerch, it looks like they were just testing the air defense, right? Or just getting the air defense to fire is in and of itself already like a benefit, right? Because then they have to reveal their location, they have to reveal like how much air defense capability they have, and so forth. So even that type of a probe reveals information, but also probably an effort to distract from whatever happened in the Belbeck or Sevastopol strike, I think. I'm not sure what happened at Sevastopol yet, or I shouldn't say I'm not sure, I should say we're not sure, but I think something more significant happened there. We're not sure if the strike was completely successful, but that seems to be like, I think that's the best theory we have so far. John, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was kind of spitballing a few possibilities out of a great number of possibilities. It could have been, an ISR UAV at both, Kerch and Sevastopol. They might not have been, directly attempting to strike either. They could have been attempting to bait Russian, air defenses in the area to locate them and, do with that info what they will. I'd be very curious if the Russians will actually displace their batteries after this. Obviously, that would be the competent thing to do. But Gunny, as I'm sure we've both probably seen the same multitude of imagery and pictures by this point that the Russians really love to park all their TELs in a line and just leave them there.
Yeah, I also saw that they're reporting it looks like a single strip airfield way up to the north, Starry
Oskal, the suburb of Belgorod, I believe.
Yeah, seen some footage to suggest that's on fire. That would be interesting because it looks like it's single strip. There's no real place to park anything of interest. So I wonder if they were using that maybe for something else, hard standing, for something. It just feels like it's going to be a really busy night. Hopefully we'll see some more strikes. I mean, the usual will put out some satellite images, hopefully next 24, 36 hours. But it's telling how quiet it is over the Black Sea. I'm actually quite surprised that NATO have been kind of advertising their positions over there as much. I think that the time is going to be coming where the Russians really do start losing their temper with it. Because let's face it, nobody's prepared to say it, but pre-post strike assessments and intelligence are coming from NATO. We'll know it. If you've got something up with a side aperture radar 200 miles away from the coast, you can't go to the shit house without someone in NATO HQ telling everyone. So the silence tonight was deafening, kind of straight from the start, I think.
Oh, if I could also add, I need to slightly correct myself. Staria Skull, I totally butchered reading the map. It is not a suburb of Belgorod at all. It's actually halfway between Belgorod and Voronezh. So it's 150 kilometers from the border at a minimum. But given the current front lines, I would suspect that the launch platform, assuming it was launching from, directly on the border somewhere, not near Kharkiv where the front line is, that's probably a straight line distance of minimum 180 kilometers.
Yeah, it looks like a regional. It doesn't even look like a proper regional airport, to be honest with you. You couldn't stack anything up there. It's got one area of hard standing. That's it. So I'm thinking it might have been either a rotary wing operating base or just hard standing for something else, fuel or ammunition or some, but the fires don't look too big. So I'll be really interested in that. Or maybe they're just distributing air defense in kind of packets, 3 or 4 aircraft and a detachment, and then using hard standing or even roads and things, and then just trying to disperse their air defense aircraft, trying to keep them in one piece, which would be the sensible thing to do, to be honest. I don't know why they're not doing that. A lot of their aircraft have rough field performance. So, why keep bunching them up? Probably because they're worried about SF, and it's because it's going to water down the air defenses for each area. But they can't do anything without the Ukrainians knowing. That's their problem. It must be horrific for them. Everything that they're doing, they're just being countered. And pretty much as soon as they come up with a plan, it just seems that Ukrainians are all over it. It's brilliant, but it's imagine trying to do this in a country where everyone hates you, where there's probably SF in quite a few places, and where anyone with a mobile phone can see 4 trucks, a couple of jeeps drive onto a regional airfield, and the Ukrainian theatre commander is going to know about it inside 30 minutes with a Latin long. I mean, how do you counter that? Just impossible.
Thanks, Connie. Yeah, just impossible. I think that's a good assessment. Hendrik, thank you very much for your patience. Do you have a question or comments?
Yeah, well, yes. Basically, what I know of today is that Erdogan met with Zelensky and met with the UN president. And I think what Russia has seen today is Ukraine's answer to that meeting. And basically, that all the strikes is telling Erdogan that Ukraine is not ready for a ceasefire and is not going to fold. I also believe that the strike close to Sevastopol is a hint to Russia for the people to leave, because a strike on the naval facility will be coming up in the next day or so. That might be just giving the people of Sevastopol time to leave.
Yeah, it may be extremely smart, or it may just be, by chance. After all, there's a war going on, and there's diplomacy happening at the same time. So, but Joseph, would you take a wager on a friendly wager? No money involved, please. Twitter, don't strike us. Would you take a friendly wager on whether the number of cars that have crossed the Kerch Bridge in a single day will be beaten?
It's a good question. I mean, there is a curfew now, so it's going to be hard to beat the record of 38,000 cars, Ben.
You're spoiling it already. Okay, too bad.
They're checking all the papers now, too. Although I have to imagine they were doing that before. I'm not sure what that means, that they're like, but, you know, that was another thing that they're reporting, that there's a lot of, you know, Russian personnel checking people on the Kerch Bridge. But, I mean, you were going, well, I guess they thought it was their border, right? They thought it was inside their country from an internal perspective. So there was no, like, border checkpoint at the Kerch Bridge before, eh?
So they're now making lists and checking them twice?
I think so. I think, like, because that's what I've heard, that there's, like, basically now a checkpoint at either the beginning or the end of the Kerch Bridge. I assume probably both, where they, you know, search your car, search, you know, your papers, ask you a bunch of questions and so forth. So also it's going to take a lot longer to get everyone across, I have to imagine. But I'm really hoping we'll see some neat pictures of, you know, Russians lined up. But Hendrik, I think you make a great point about sort of the messaging of this, right? In terms of, Ukraine's not ready to negotiate. Crimea is Ukraine. I think that's pretty obvious to anyone with a brain at this point, watching what's going on. Hendrik, any follow-up? Please go ahead.
Yes, in regards to the Kerch Bridge, I can imagine with the checkpoint slowing everything down, it's only a matter of time for them to become lax. And I think the second they become lax, I think there might be a huge truck going across that bridge with a hidden compartment with a whole bunch of explosives on it.
We can only hope. Thank you. And Nina, please go ahead.
Thank you, Joseph. And for Gunny, first of all, your new avatar picture is so sweet. I would like to ask you, what do you think of this Belbek, that they put the airplanes now on this airport, and the Ukrainians have already
They've been there all the time.
Yeah, so if the Ukrainians would now blow up the 40 airplanes, what do you think, Gunny, Russia would do with the Black Sea fleet? Thank you.
Yeah, so if they have hit Belbek, anything they haven't killed will fly out. Probably in the next couple of hours. I would have thought the air wing commander there will just want everything off the ground and out. What does it do? Well, it's counter air, so it does two things. First of all, it further denudes the Russians' ability to have fixed wing, fast air up 24/7 over Crimea, doing air defense. It will force them east. Secondly, it serves notice to the commander Crimea units. We hit your airbase a few days ago. You put a lot more into another airbase and probably doubled the air defenses, and we hit it again. So you're not safe. So either they'll keep it what's left there and double down on it and try and throw more AWACS aircraft and more ships out and just keep trying to extend the air defense bubble, or they'll sack it off and they'll say, do you know what, we're going to have to do this from the east, so we're going to have to kind of put cap over Crimea but run it from the east end of the Black Sea, keep the ships in place and then try and do it that way. I think that's probably the option they go for. I think pulling all the ships out makes perfect sense now. For me, if I was Black Sea Flotilla commander, I'd want to pull everything out, send it east, and then try and run patrol stations, keep a frigate on station for 2 weeks, and then rotate them that way. Perfectly doable. Don't know why they don't. Our ships spend, 30 in extremis, 60 days at sea. You can replenish at sea. They do know how to do that. They seem to be choosing not to. I suspect probably because they've got some mechanical problems there. they might be struggling to keep units at sea, and they keep having to bring them in after every few days simply to do some defect rectification. The problem, Nina, if they pull all the fast air out, what they're effectively saying is we cede air superiority over the Western Black Sea to the Ukrainians. And that means the Ukrainians can then start thinking about strike packages directly over the Black Sea at targets on the west coast of Crimea, maybe. A little bit tougher proposition. You know, a MiG-29 isn't an ATACMS. It's going to be a lot more easy to shoot down, but it does kind of open up options for them. So again, the Russians are in a real bind here. If this was an airstrike, or even if it was, let's say it was special ops, and a load of black-clad Ukrainian ninjas, kryptonite-clad Nazi ninjas, jumped in, got their way into the airfield, and destroyed a load of aircraft. That's still going to be the same thing. The message has been sent, hasn't it? It's kind of nothing safe. So they're stuck. They either double down on it, keep the assets in place, and hope to God that the security situation can improve. They pull all their fast air out and redeploy the air defense around the harbour area, maybe, do it that way. But either option is just a nightmare. I can't really see any way out of this for them. They're rapidly losing control of the airspace over this particular theatre of operations, and there doesn't seem to be much that they can do short of, I don't know, putting an AWACS over the middle of the West Black Sea and flooding the area with fast air. And trying to establish some kind of air superiority up to and around Odessa and all up and down the coast. Could they do it? They'll need a lot of aircraft. And then that brings them within range of Ukrainian air defense, long range systems like NASAMS, things like that. So, Christ, no, I don't know. I really don't know, Nina, what their options are here. Really don't know. It'll be interesting to see if it was an air raid. They'll start freaking about the harbour. If it was special forces, expect Sevastopol to go into some kind of lockdown, and they'll try and put a ring of steel up around the harbour facilities, and they'll be worried about stuff like that. But hopefully we'll see some ships sailing shortly.
Thank you a lot. And just as a follow-up, a question or a comment that what is going on? They put airplanes on that airbase where the Ukrainians can hit them. I don't understand this. Can somebody explain this? Thank you.
Yeah, so they got two problems. So first of all, one airfield, X number of aircraft. It makes sense instead of having 2 or 3 operating fields, because effectively you can concentrate all your security, all your air defense in one area, and do it that way, and hope that you can provide some sort of bubble. And also it centralizes your logistics, things like that. There are a couple of problems with it. Airports are a finite size, airfields, so you're going to start to run out of room quickly. So your aircraft will be wingtip to wingtip, which is good for ground security because it reduces the amount of area that you've got to secure. So your roving patrols, armed patrols, you've got your outer cordon, and then your inner cordon, you know, and hopefully you have lots of patrols walking around, vehicles and on foot, and it makes it easier. The problem with that is if you get air raided, Hickam Field, Pearl Harbor, 1941, what happens is you've got lovely long rows of fast jets out in the open, wingtip to wingtip, and one round will kill 3 or 4 instead of maybe 1 or 2. So again, they've got a security bind. If they had a sneaking suspicion Ukrainian SOF are on the ground, they want to centralize all the aircraft on a part of the field and closely guard it. But if they suspected that it was an air raid, they really want to disperse the aircraft in revetments all around the airfield to make targeting them as hard as possible. So again, you can see they're just really in a bind here. They've got an insurmountable air defense problem. They possibly have a very, very dangerous security problem on the ground, even if it's not SOF. just people doing close target reconnaissance, things like that. And they can't really get out of there, because if they do, what they're effectively saying to the garrison in Crimea is, well, kiss goodbye to your air cover. You're not going to have it. Because think about it, if you're in that garrison and suddenly all the fast jets left, what would you be thinking? What would I be thinking? So yeah, no good options for them as it stands at the moment. I would be interested to see if there's a second strike, or whether they'll settle for that. And again, the Kerch thing, I think it was psyops. I think there might be 1 or 2 black marks maybe on the Kerch bridge. I don't think if they did hit the bridge, it was intended to kill the bridge. I think it was intended to sow much more panic. And when people really panic, then your traffic control problem gets a lot harder. People start going onto the westbound lanes as well as the eastbound lanes. Traffic cops over in Russia, they probably pull the guns a lot easier. You know, might you see military police pulling guns out on Russian civilians trying to get across after they block all the bridge? Yeah, that'd be nice if they start popping a few civilians. Hey, I ain't going to cry. I'm not going to cry if they start popping Russian holiday makers, you know. It's just going to be horrendous. I think anyone who's going to be duty military policeman on that bridge at the minute is probably lying in bed going, I am going to have one shit day tomorrow.
Cheers.
Okay, since we're talking about cheers, I've got a question for Constantine. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I've got it on good information that you went to the basement and pick up something bubbly. Would like to know the vintage.
So I'm driving to the store right now. It's not in the basement. And
I was going to go to the grocery store, and then Ukraine blew everything up, Constantine. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, so I'm driving to the liquor store to get some champagne.
Fantastic. Okay, the bubblier, the better. Then John, please go ahead.
Thanks, Ben. I have to admit, I've been away for like 2.5 hours, and it sounds like a lot of things happened. Is there anyone who would care to run through what's up? I got some gist of it, but not everything. So I don't know, Gunny, if you can just run through what's the latest.
Maybe it's best to wait for either CJ or John to come back, unless Joseph, you feel comfortable doing this. But just
I can give the broadest of overviews to just say that there have been an estimated 10 to 13 strikes on Russian targets. What the various tools were used. We have more information on some and less information on others. It's definitely something happened at the airbase near Sevastopol in a place called Belbek. And something happened at Kerch that we're really not sure about. So it's a pretty significant number of strikes from Ukraine. And in addition to that, the night's still pretty young. Also, we've heard a lot of reports. It's pretty much solidly confirmed now that air defense in Crimea has been active. They've been trying to shoot stuff down, whatever that may be. So, Denjon, hopefully that answers your question. Any follow-up?
Thanks, Gustav. Perfect. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's a massive strike. As Constantine said, he's going to get champagne. This is a big, big deal. These are major air bases, major ammunition depots, a lot of military power in the south, but also a lot of military power in Donbass area has been hit. An ammunition factory, just all sorts of stuff. It's hard to even keep track of it all right now. It's just just a fountain of information pouring in. Nina, go ahead.
Just a comment, because we had such excellent psychological discussions here earlier tonight. I'm just wondering what is going on in Putin's head, if he even knows about this, if they dare to tell him what is going on. But this is I know that you can't answer it, but I just wanted to say it. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I'm imagining the poor fuck who has to, the poor fellow who has to wake him up to bring him the news.
Sorry, do you want to add something, Constantine? Go ahead.
I don't think it changes much for him. The reason is that it's about the same state was for him when, for example, they had to pull out from Kiev. Like he went through this. There were events just as critical for him, and someone had to bring him this news because I don't think he knows how to use a computer to read it himself. And it's nothing new to him. I don't think he can do anything more than say, okay, strike them with all you have once again, and they will run and shoot randomly missiles at Ukrainian cities, hitting civilians, and report that they have killed. It destroyed 100 HIMARS more and a million Nazis more.
Yeah, it's always multiples of 100, right? They always say, "Oh, our strike hit a base and it killed 200, people or whatever." Sorry. Welcome, Gurney. Go ahead.
Hey, very brief here. Constantine, I heard your trip to the store was interrupted with some champagne. Hey, look, there's highs and lows in all this, and there's some celebratory action going on here. But I just had I know finance isn't here, so to finance and Constantine, are you getting some Neptune cigars to go along with your champagne? And if so, we're going to have to find a name for the champagne tonight.
No, not cigars, but yeah, I would need to whiskey. I would rather smoke cigars with whiskey than with champagne. So today is not gonna be the cigars, and I don't smoke, but I do recommend those cigars to Russian troops. They appear to be very nicotine addicted guys.
Constantine, the night is young.
Yeah, maybe I'm gonna have a second run, to get whiskey when we see some new explosions. But on the other side, I heard that there may be they may try to have provocations at Zaporizhia power plant. But I honestly don't believe that it's gonna happen. They're gonna stage some explosions probably, but I don't think they're gonna be that crazy to do that because they literally understand that entire world knows what is happening. There is no way that countries such as even their people like Scholz and Germany, they all, even China, they all know that Russia is losing and that Ukraine will not shell its power plants, and they understand that if they do it, it's going to be if they do something crazy with it, it's going to be the same result as them using nuclear weapons. And I just don't believe that they can do this. It makes no sense for anyone, neither for them nor for I don't even I don't believe it. I think they were going to stage some explosions saying that that's done by Ukrainians, but nothing's going to happen at the power plant.
Of course they will stage explosions. Of course
Sorry?
they will do this. Of course they will stage
Yeah.
explosions. That's exactly what they need to do, because in order to keep the fear high or keep the fear spiking, they need to do something extraordinary. Let a truck explode, let some other stuff go up. They may even try to stage an explosion inside one of the areas. It won't have an impact. It will only impact the mainstream media.
Yeah, I think as CJ mentioned, actually, in this case, even the mainstream media was covering, 6 hours before the attempt to try to do this false flag operation. In other words, someone I think in these media rooms is smart enough to realize we can't just let Russia plant the seeds of these misinformation operations, uninhibited. Otherwise, we're going to have to spend the rest of the news cycle dealing with it. So why not just preempt it? Why not just say, look, here's what they're doing. Here's the trucks pulling up to the research station. We have reports of the the staff not being allowed to come to work that day. There's all this proof that they're staging a false flag attack. So when the false flag does come, it's going to be a complete laughingstock, as Constantine said. So just one quick housekeeping note. Life Sniper, I see he's a frequent contributor to the show. I see you down there. I'm not able to approve your request, and so that's just a common thing that happens on Twitter. If that ever happens to you, please try rejoining. Sometimes it helps. So just a quick housekeeping thing. Back to you, Ben.
Constantine or anyone willing to answer. Those planes that may have been hit, and at the very least the strips they're taking off from, are they those that are being used for close air support in Kherson and Zaporizhia?
No, I'm not that knowledgeable. I do not know which airfields they use to do this, but it's only 300 kilometers, 200 kilometers, I think 250 from the front lines. So I think that those are maybe used for that. And if not the airfield itself, they can hold the planes there and move them to different airfield. So that's going to be an important strike. If any of them are damaged, it's going to have quite good tactical, give Ukraine good tactical advantages.
Okay, excellent news. Live Sniper, you can go ahead. But I'd like to remind everyone that if you can like and follow MryiaReport, that would be fantastic. And also, please retweet the space. That also would help us a lot to bring people here into the night, because I'm sure a lot of people on Twitter are looking for information. Live Sniper, go ahead. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to, I don't know, I joined, I was a few hours away, that in Belgorod region, there was something going boom. I mean, like kaboom, like a big time kaboom. I don't know if it's already discussed. And regarding Zaporizhia, this nuclear power plant, I saw a video today where they were in the machine room, they were like inside the building. There were like several Russian trucks with this C symbol and so on, like not in the perimeters or anywhere near the plant, but right inside the building. And I really think that if the Russia has said that on 19th, the Ukrainians will stage like a false flag attack, then oh well. Just what I don't know who said it, but if we like preempt it already in advance, that will just make them ridiculous in the eyes of the world. I think that's completely true. But that they why would if the Russians have control over the area or claim to have control over the area, then if something happens there, then either it's a proof that the Russians really don't have the area under control, or that they did it themselves. There are only those two possibilities. But what about this? Have you discussed this Belgorod incident? This dropped cigarettes or whatever it was. It was like a huge munition depot which was blown up. I don't know if you have already discussed it. Thank you.
Yeah, so basically there were sort of two strikes on Belgorod, just to sort of simplify it. There's an airfield that's on a village. I forget the name of the village. It starts with a T. I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm not John, as the universe constantly reminds me. I don't have as detailed a grasp of it, but there's a small airstrip, I guess it may be more of a proper word for it, that was hit. And as Gunny pointed out, like it's kind of an open question why they would do that. It's a bit of a head scratcher. Maybe there were some planes there. Maybe they were using it for some other purpose, radar, who knows. But anyway, there was a strike there. And then, as you said, there was a big strike on an ammunition depot at Belgorod, in terms of like the video showed a really, really big boom. And I'm not sure. I did ask John, like, what do you think about the weapons used in this stuff? I don't remember him saying that Belgorod was unusual or would have been difficult to pull off in terms of a weapon system, but Yeah, we haven't talked about it a ton, but yeah, the video is great. As far as like what's responsible, I'm not entirely sure what weapon system is used. Does that answer your question, Sniper, or no?
Well, I just want to, the only question is what air defense doing? That's the only question I have, basically.
The question we're all asking ourselves, right?
Along with what time is it? Because actually it's not exactly clear. Is it high mass o'clock? SOF time? It's difficult. Partisan hour.
So F past 7. Atacams hour.
Yes, so many
Who knows,
choices.
Ben?
I don't.
I know, right?
I don't.
But generally speaking, as I heard, there's a lot going on at the moment. Could this be like the counterattack, which has been sort of, how do you say, awaited, or is this just a preparation for that? Because at the moment, I don't see, I haven't seen any reports of any ground troop movements or something like that. I just heard, I don't know if I've missed something, but I've seen some kaboom all over the place, but not real like signs of advancing troops. I don't know, collectively, what's your opinion?
Great question. So I'm certainly not a military expert. My understanding, at least when I've heard it from the military experts on the space, is when we start seeing them use weapons like this on specific frontline targets, like let's say Gimlers, that's probably when we'll see like more frontline action. If we're seeing strikes in the rear line like this, it still looks like a strategic operation to take the initiative. And Ukraine's slowly but surely ramping these up. And I think eventually they will hit a critical mass of Russian strategic, like a cascade failure of Russia's ability to defend and hold territory. But I don't think we've quite hit that point yet. And as CJ said, we don't really need that to happen. I think that maybe we've all been a little bit too eager for a Ukrainian counteroffensive. And it's understandable. We want to see Ukraine, succeed on the ground. But maybe it's not going to play out that way. As CJ was kind of like drawing the picture for us, it's starting to look like Kherson is like a bigger version, or sorry, Crimea is like a bigger version of Kherson, right? We're seeing like kind of gradual realization by the Russians that their position at Kherson is untenable, right? And I think that the same thing, we're in the beginning stages of that for Crimea. And I think it's still an open question of like, what Russia will do with that information. I don't think it's like the deal is sealed, like they have to completely give up or leave. But I think that it's pretty obvious at this point that their position there is untenable, and that Ukraine is kind of waiting for Russia to react and carefully studying how they answer that question. And so I think that's like the stage we're in, but that's like my personal opinion. Gunny, what do you think about all this? So you certainly have more military experience than me. Maybe Gunny's not available to comment, but yeah, I don't know. Sniper, I don't know. Any thoughts on that? Do you agree, disagree?
I completely agree, absolutely. And I think that what I'm seeing now is, I like it. I have already enough champagne in my fridge, so I don't have to go shopping, but looking good. Thank you.
Thank you. JJ, please go ahead. Oh, Ben, did you want to add something? Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to maybe ask a question to the audience, if someone can come up and give me the answer. Oh, well, of course, Gunny will know the answer. Is how long did the prep for the Operation Desert Storm take? And because, like, I know that, for instance, the prep for Overlord took over a month, but maybe Overlord is too far away in history to be a good comparison. But the bombing for Desert Storm, I think there was several weeks of high intensity, and we're talking with fast air and tons of guns and stuff like that. So the resources that the Ukrainians don't have at the moment at their disposal. So it wouldn't be surprising if we had several weeks of intense bombardment rather than just a couple of nights. But, I potentially have even less military experience than you because, yeah, you're American, you're bathing in the stuff.
Yeah, excellent point, Ben. It's a good idea to draw on historical precedent in terms of these strategic attacks. I see we got Gunny back. I'm sorry, JJ, and then we'll go back to you. Gunny, if you wanted to add anything to this kind of general conversation, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean that's a good precedent in the Gulf 91. It kind of opened with, I think it was AH-64 raid to destroy the radar net, the air defense, and then it was kind of a huge bombing effort. I mean, it's compared to that, this is still pretty low key, to be honest with you. Put it this way: within 32 miles of us, there would often be over 100 coalition aircraft up in the overhead, to the extent that our radar combat system kept crashing because we couldn't keep track of everything, and it just overloaded the system. I think that this is part material, part psychological. So if you hit an airfield and the enemy shuffles the deck around and redeploys assets and chucks a lot more assets at it, and then you hit another airfield, you do two things. One, you kill stuff on airfields, and two, you serve notice the air defense commander that he's wasting his time. He might as well pack up and go. And he's got to somehow tell his theatre commander or the garrison commander, look, not being funny, there's nothing I can do about this. They hit us again last night. I had everything up, and they just we got whacked. That in itself is really, really bad, because all militaries, well, most militaries, have a surfeit of pride. You always think that you're pretty invincible and you're the best in the world, and the Russians are being bent over the knee and spanked quite roundly in all fields there. So that's quite substantial. It feels like it's a major effort. I don't know if this will be the tempo now. If it is, and we see this over the next few days, then I would suggest that's your indicator that some kind of major land offensive is probably going to happen fairly soon. This could be simply messing with Ivan's mind to say we can hit you when we want, wherever we want, deal with it. Equally effective. It could be the start of a dedicated counter-air to match you going after the ammunition. So to degrade and denude Russia's ability to generate air sorties over an area, that's a prerequisite for your major land strike. It could be any number of things at the minute. It'll be interesting to see if this is sustained overnight or whether it's just been a one push kind of thing. Job done, mission achieved, and then leave the Russians thinking, well, where's it coming from next? And it would also, unfortunately, we probably won't know. It would be useful to know if this was rocket artillery, what the Russians had up in terms of air assets themselves. If they had, say, an A-50 up, an airborne early warning aircraft, and they had a combat air patrol up, and the Essens out at sea up threat, and they still got missiles onto target on the runways and in the dispersal areas, that's catastrophic. The Russians could write off a few days ago as well. The Ukrainians got lucky. If they had everything up, which they should have done, they absolutely should have airborne early warning up 24/7, combat air patrol up threat, frigate out up threat, a QRA at sort of 2 minutes notice to move on the runway, ready to go. If they had all of this and they've just been whacked by missile strike, it's demoralizing isn't going to be the word. They might as well be cavemen being strafed by a Spitfire. It's just an absolute disaster for them. And
Gunny,
now
they're not cavemen?
Yeah, short, stumpy, hairy, just not as well fed as cavemen, are they? Little goblins. But yeah, it's also I don't know, Axel, what's the Ukrainian Air Force like at night flying? Are they pretty hot at it? Are they? I'm just thinking if this was a counter air we might see some fixed wing activity tonight from the Ukrainian Air Force, because this would be a good opener, wouldn't it? Go after fast air, couple of other targets, and then you do your strike packages in and out. Bob's your uncle kind of thing.
I'm with you. I would also expect to see Ukrainian helicopters up in the air. Don't forget, these were the boys who flew into Mariupol at night, even. I think we'll see a lot of interesting strikes during the night, because Russian anti-air is exceptionally well controlled at this point in time. It seems that the Harms pipe tobacco has helped a lot. And yeah, looks good at the moment. They're completely distracted. They haven't even seen what's happening.
I just wonder how much of the Russian air defense has been sort of inflated. There are these blown up like mock-ups which have been shown in the videos, and I just wonder how much of those have been put in place and how much of them are actually real, because it seems that their capabilities are not well, they are inflated, so to say.
Gunny, you and Tim LG were chatting about this a little earlier, weren't you? That essentially there's very, very little going up from the anti-air defense of theirs, right?
Yeah, you would expect to see tracer. So if they got a sniff of it, the Essen manoeuvring at sea says to me either she detected the raid last minute and she manoeuvred accordingly, which is possible. Don't put it beyond them. But then we would expect to see footage by now of locals with, showing rounds going off, and maybe a free fire zone, and the Russian close range gunners being told just spray an allocated area, spray and pray. You might hit something, you might not. There's been a complete absence of that. I think the other thing to look out for is we probably won't get to hear about it at the minute, because AA batteries, often can be a little bit dispersed and out in open areas. If we start getting reports that surface-to-air batteries have been struck across a certain frontage as well, maybe one or two radar sites, then that says to me Ukrainian Air Force has had a major op on something proper tasty, and they've done the full counter-air package. They've hit one or two airfields, hit air defense sites, and they've had something really good going on, and all of this is potentially part of that, with maybe the Kerch thing being a little bit psyops, but also a distraction raid as well. So I guess we'll see in the next few hours, but that would be really interesting. That would start to tell us a lot more, especially if the target's hit, we're in a concentrated area, because there's your corridor, ingress route, egress route, and anything from SF insertion through to some kind of major raid on something.
Yeah, thanks, guys. And then normally we would say special forces, like, not no way, but we tend to think, at least, when we talk to CJ and some other experts, who is a ranger and, might know a few things about, how this stuff works, that like typically special forces is kind of unlikely. But this time, as Gunny pointed out, there are some like hints of it, and it seems a little more likely than usual. For example, there's been like reports of gunfire in the area. And also, as you said, there is like a potential area that they might be able to insert forces. So that, it's just kind of a interesting question. Normally, we would be a little bit less or a little bit more skeptical of claims of special forces, I think. But this time, it's potentially possible. So I know JJ's been extremely patient. So please go ahead, JJ.
Thanks. Is Constantine still there by any chance?
He is.
Okay, I wanted to tell him that I DM'd Doman to get the best recommendation for champagne, but unfortunately Doman is already asleep, so I couldn't do that. I'm not sure if he's bought it yet, but I recommend Veuve Clicquot.
Veuve Clicquot, 1971 Grand Veuve Grand Cru.
Well, I couldn't go that specific with the year, but it is one of my favorite champagnes. And I'm really glad to hear that Lie Sniper already has some in his fridge. And I'm curious to find out what Gunny is going to be drinking to celebrate.
I am duty for the next 5 nights and then therefore cannot drink till Tuesday. Deep, deep joy.
I think I read this earlier today. Pity, pity, pity.
Yeah, you rubbed it in by showing me a photo of your gormless face about to consume a pint of lager. So thanks for that, mate. Really appreciate it.
Still love you.
I just made a post with thank you for recommendation of the champagne. I just made a post with what I bought. I'm not a specialist. I just went and looked for the one that looks at me and not me looking at it, and just picked it. And I think my wife is gonna be happy, right? Right. So thanks for your recommendation anyway.
What will the toast be, Constantine?
Well, I have kids around. I cannot say that. We'll say budьмо.
Thank you, Constantine and JJ. Thank you very much. Denjon, thank you for waiting. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Susan. So I think we've all been waiting here for, we've been stubbornly, patiently waiting for something to happen. And maybe finally tonight we see that coming actually. So some words from the history that probably this is not the end. It's not even the beginning of the end, but it is perhaps the end of the beginning. So let's celebrate a little bit this tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this.
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing is that obviously Russia they can wreak havoc. They can continue to wreak havoc in wherever they are, but strategically, they are doing nothing. I mean, with my layman knowledge, I cannot see any strategic victory coming from their side. But what Ukraine now is doing, they are wreaking panic. I think we are watching history in the making.
And we know that the Kerch Bridge has been closed a couple of times during the nights so that officials and families of the officials can actually depart at leisure during the night. John.
Apologies all, I'm a bit late to the party this evening, so if this has already been raised, I'll put the dunce hat on and go back to listener. But I've seen some video of what's called, I think, Belbek airfield in Crimea that has apparently been hit this evening as well. Has that one been raised yet?
Yeah, so as far as I know, unless this is a new video, there was an alleged video of the Belbek strike that was released, and even, for example, Constantine and I think I posted something about it, or just retweeted something. But it turns out that video was old. It was something that happened in Melitopol. So the video itself is not credible, or is an old video. But the reports of the actual attack are credible. They're coming from credible sources. We definitely know that Russian air defense in Crimea was used. We have video of that. And we have a lot of reports of various numbers of explosions in various specific places and things like that. So I don't think, to my knowledge, we have any actual video of the strikes at Baalbek, unless someone can correct me. But we do have very reliable accounts that they've happened. As far as what happened in Kerch, not as reliable. But John, does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does, Joseph. Thank you. And just before I retire and put the D hat on, I mean that's a fairly steady amount of activity this evening. Then, and I'm starting to understand now the level of excitement in the space. So yeah, fingers crossed. I'll try and hunt that video out if I can. I'll DM it to you.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Yeah, thanks, John. Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the ammo depot videos, as far as I can tell, are all legit. I haven't heard of any of those being debunked. But yeah, early on there was that one video. So I don't know. I don't think any new videos have come out as of yet. But I know Ben might have something to throw in here. So go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, I've got a question for Gunny. But before that, I'd like to mention something important. One of the toughest and most experienced units in the Russian army at the moment is the 810 Naval Infantry Brigade, which is currently fighting on the Zaporizhia front. And even though they've been hit very, very hard repeatedly, they've lost their commanding officer already 3 times during the campaign. They're still proving that they are one of the few decent units in the Russian army. But do you know where their garrison, their city of garrison is? Joseph?
No, Ben. Ben, where?
Sevastopol. That means that among the people who are running away right now, charging their ladas with as much thing that they think they can save in order to cross the Kerch Bridge before the Ukrainians blow it, are the families of those men. I don't think there's many things that would ruin the morale of a unit as knowing that your family is running away and that all you had been fighting for is gone. I'm no psychologist, but this cannot be good. So that's for the positive. And now for the question. Apparently, today, Prime Minister of Finland, Sanna Marin, said that there will be few visas, if any, for Russian tourists issued by Finland. And as a reaction, Russia sent 2 jets to cross into the Finnish airspace. And people in the DMs are wondering why they haven't been shut down. Gunny, I think that was your bread and butter. Why didn't they shoot down those jets?
Yeah. Do you want to shoot him more? Simple answer. Is it worth a general engagement from the Baltic down to the Mediterranean over 2 aircraft that would have been detected a long way away, probably the minute that they took off, that were tracked, and which were just basically engaging in a rather childish, a mixture of childish provocation and probably a test of Finnish air defence. Look, you know, it's like the idiot at the bar, isn't it? Who just pushes his luck a little bit, you know, and then a little bit more and a little bit more. Do you bop him on the nose and smash his face into the bar, get thrown out by the bouncers and end up in a cell next day for assault? Or do you go, yeah, whatever, you fucking idiot, and then walk away from it? There are times and there are places where you where you accelerate your response. So they'd have been warned off. They know, and we know, that they could have been dropped at any time. They think that they'll have got some useful intel from the Finns. The Finnish military is well used to these kind of provocations. They won't have got anything useful out of them. Both sides would have kind of waved at each other normally. That's kind of the thing. And then the Russians bugged out. So is that worth a general engagement across the European theatre? I don't think so. The Russians test the UK all the time, although admittedly they don't come into our actual airspace. They come into the UK Air Defence Identification Zone. They've done a couple of things. They've put submarines. We know that they've put submarines in territorial waters. Do we run around sinking Russian submarines? No, we sit back. We track them very quietly. There's probably an Astute class submarine a couple of miles back, and it's all kind of a game. And regardless of what's going on in Ukraine, we've all got to be cool-headed about this. We don't need anyone flying off the handle. We know the Russians are pretty incompetent in a lot of areas. So why precipitate something which, as I keep saying, would grow arms and legs on us very quickly and turn from a local engagement into a theatre-wide engagement? You know, if we're going to start a war, let's do it properly, and let's not do it over a pair of aircraft flying, you know, a few miles into territorial airspace. That's just not worth it. They know they'd have been killed in a wartime situation. The Finnish Air Force know they'd have killed them. That will probably do for everyone. The same as the two MiG-31s that intercepted the RAF RC-135 and hassled her a little bit. Again, what do you do? Send a pair of Typhoons up to kill the MiG-31s? It would be entirely satisfying. I'm sure everyone will be pleased, but not really worth us having a third world war, is it? So, you know, let's all just keep cool about this kind of thing.
Yeah, but the counter argument would be that when the Turks shot down a Russian airplane, all the Russians did was to stop buying Turkish tomatoes, and I think Finland can survive with a boycott by Russia of Finnish tomatoes.
Yeah, but a few cruise missiles landing on Finnish military targets and then precipitating a response by NATO would be slightly different from the Russians pushing their luck a little bit too far with Turkey, or vice versa. Look, we can't go in with what's going on at the moment, and everyone on increased alert anyway, okay? And everyone, both sides, strategic missile forces will be on an increased operating tempo anyway. Everyone is a little bit more wary, all right? The danger of friction between two sides, especially when NATO countries are supplying intelligence and equipment, which is killing Russian soldiers, people are going to be a little bit hot under the collar. Russians would have been fighting a war for a good few months now. Exhaustion is going to be setting in. Decision making might be a little bit frayed. If you want to start something that, as I say, military operations, wars, conflicts, they grow arms and legs very quickly and run out of control. If you want to turn around in 6 months' time and say, well, those two jets entering Finnish airspace was really worth over 1 million casualties and a vast conflagration in Europe, fine. You know, I would respectfully suggest that probably we just need to exercise a little bit of common sense here. Let them do their silly games. They're not getting anything out of it. And there are unspoken rules in place, and they know it and we know it, and let's just stick to that.
Yes, I mean, obviously we want the war to end sooner, but so far so good. I think as long as Ukraine continues these strategic level attacks, eventually Russia will not be able to continue. They certainly weren't able to sustain what they were doing before. Now it's getting to the stage where it's untenable for them to even kind of remain static in place, I think. So we'll go to John, then I think Leonard, and then go with the order. So John, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Joseph. It was just a quick question to you. The video, is that the one that's been debunked? Thank you.
To my knowledge, yes, John. I don't know of any actual video that's come out of Belbek yet, but again, yeah, I want to stress only the video has been debunked. The actual news of the explosions that happened is definitely real, and they definitely happened near the airfield. So yeah, that's what we know. We can't analyze the video. Axel, please go ahead.
Yeah, all the videos so far floated are either old or even the video from the Russian chap who supposedly did a video right in front of the airbase is not even properly geolocatable. So let's wait.
Yep, thanks, Axel. And with that, we will go to Leonard. Leonard, go ahead.
Thanks, Joseph. Just a quick follow-up for Gunny. In terms of violations of British airspace, it seems to be that the Russians were pretty big on flying within about 16 miles of the Devon coast just several years ago. And now that may have been under when David Cameron was PM, but it seems to me that kind of activity tapered off considerably once Ben Wallace was sort of in the driver's seat in terms of defense policy and response. And I'm just wondering if that is accurate. You're much closer to that airspace than I am. So yeah, if you have any insight on that, thanks.
Interestingly, unless it's not being reported, I used to have a bit of an insider thing on this, but no, it carried on long after that. So they flew down I think it was the west coast of Ireland, switched their transponders off and flew across some air lanes. This was a good few years ago, which started a discussion in Ireland about whether they needed some form of air defense, which they decided that they didn't, just because Russian bombers flew down their coast. Why would they want air defense? And then they looked to the UK for it, so we provide it. Yeah, and then they flew a little bit of a western approaches, I think, and then that was kind of it. But they've been doing it ever since. It actually picked up last year just a little bit. There's a couple of Black Swan, the supersonic one, couple of backfires as well. So yeah, but it has tapered off during the war. I suspect probably because a lot of the assets have been redirected into southern area ops, and also because, again, you know, unspoken agreement, let's not provoke each other and cause unnecessary accelerated heartbeat, if you know what I mean. That said, it has been interesting. The past 2 months, the US Air Force and the Royal Air Force have flown some reconnaissance missions up towards Murmansk kind of area. But again, I haven't seen anything to say that the Russians reciprocated. So we had a discussion about this a little while ago. It does beg the question whether they've got an availability problem with certain aircraft, and they've literally had to send everything down into the Ukraine theatre just to keep airframes flying. Therefore, the long-range bomber capability of the Northern Fleet's pretty much gone. Hence, they've stopped doing these tests of our air defences. That would kind of make sense to me, I think.
And maybe just for our listeners real quick, just to put it in context, like, yeah, the Russians regularly kind of violate the airspace of countries like Sweden and the UK and the US and other places, just as Gunny said, maybe to test our air defense, to just kind of mess with us a little bit, get in our heads. I don't know. But yeah, it's a very common thing that they've been doing. And arguably, like when they feel like sending a message or whatever, they increase in the frequency of doing it. It's very annoying. It's a violation of international law, a violation of international aviation standards or whatever you want to call them in terms of safety. It's not safe, as you said. They're using air lanes with their transponders off. That's not safe. So yeah, just kind of a general dick move that Russia does all over the world. So yeah, Sniper, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say about saying that it was the question whether or the claim that this airspace violation in Finland was reaction to something that Sanna Marin, Prime Minister, did. Well, to be quite honest, I don't believe it.
Was she filmed doing it? Was she filmed doing it?
No, come on. It was a joke. It was a joke.
I think it's basically that whether Sanna Marin had made some decision or was partying too hard. Okay, perhaps they were just jealous because he has a good time and they don't. But anyway, I don't think there's any connection. It's just like a normal procedure. The Russians violate the Finnish airspace every now and then, and the Finnish Air Force sends a few Hornets, F-18 around. They're in a few minutes, literally, and that's nothing special. I wouldn't connect it to anything, any special occasion or decision or whatever. I don't think there's any causality between those incidents.
So it's a special partying operation, right?
Yeah, it's a special party operation, and I think they might just be jealous that the Finnish Prime Minister is having a good time and theirs is not. But okay, just a joke. Okay, but anyway, it's just normal. We're used to it. No, it's nothing special, really.
Come on, Sniper, tell us the truth. If Medvedev, no, he's not the Prime Minister anymore. Who's the Prime Minister of Russia? No one knows. Never mind. Okay, scrap the question. Sorry.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, and he certainly doesn't throw parties. Then, John, go ahead.
Thank you, Ben. So actually, I don't know if this is a coincidence. I doubt it is, but today there was a joint exercise between the Swedish and American Air Force, where for the first time in history, the US Air Force actually dropped live, I don't know what you call it, ammunition or bombs or whatever, inside Sweden. Obviously not to to harm us, but to exercise. So it sounds to be a little bit too much of a coincidence to what's happening today in Ukraine. I don't know what you say.
Well, definitely interesting. And yeah, just one thing I would point out about these Russian violations of airspace real quick is just, it is not a big deal until it is. In other words, they're going to do these little, violations of airspace, but one day they might do a big violation of airspace, and that's laying the groundwork for that, right? They just keep violating the airspace, keep making, the radar go off. And then eventually the hope is that people will get complacent and they'll go, it's not a big deal. So at least I know in terms of the U.S. response, it's always escalate accordingly. In other words, if Russia does anything, if they send something up, we have to send some type of response. If they put a build up on a border, we have to build up on the border, right? So even if we think it's probably just Russia being Russia, the answer is you always escalate in kind. And it makes sense, especially looking at Ukraine, right? To some degree, that it's always, they're always going to say, oh, it's just an exercise. Oh, it's just we're just doing this. We're just being Russia. But sometimes they're actually going to start a genocidal war, right? So just pointing that out very quickly. But Sniper, I know that was kind of directed at you a little bit, but I don't want to mischaracterize what you said. So go ahead and respond.
Yeah, I was actually wanting to come back to this exercise. Is that we had this pretty big Russian, U.S. ship here, which had Harriers and Ospreys and all kind of nice gear on deck, and they had a common exercise with the Finnish forces, and they said that it was less than 3 weeks preparation. Normally, it takes like a half a year. And I think this was also a good sign that the Finnish military forces are very well sort of aligned with the NATO troops, that within just less than 3 weeks they can arrange like a big exercise. Just as the Swedes did now with the British troops, that it's obvious that these kind of exercises are also sort of a sign and intended to have like the raised awareness that the Russians know that if the shit is going to hit the fan, or if they throw some shit in the fan, then the response will be swift and we are prepared. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Sniper. John, did you want to respond to that? Then, John?
Yeah, no, I agree with you are. Oh, sorry, like Sniper was saying, and I think. I mean, we had, I don't know, I cannot even count how many times they've been entering our airspace. And normally we send up the jets and nothing happens. But now I think there was because the US Air Force was here, I mean, now we really showed that it's not a game. So, yeah, a warning, basically. Don't mess with us.
Absolutely. Thank you, Denjon. Ben, go ahead.
Yeah, I've got a question for Axel if he's around. Nope. Okay. Then I'll.
I'm here the whole time. Why are you asking? Just ask your question.
No, it's sometimes you've got important people calling you. So, I'm wondering, what do you think the reaction of the Russian command is going to have to be to this sort of attacks? Are they going to have to pull essential resources away from the front to protect Crimea and their communication lines?
Sorry, what?
Well, the attack, there's a first order effect, which is to destroy whatever is to be destroyed. And there's a second order effect, which is forcing the Russians to redirect a number of resources towards Crimea. So, for instance, I don't know, anti-air will have to go to Crimea, and they won't be able to defend the front lines. And as a result, maybe the Ukrainian Air Force will be able to attack more easily. Or could be, I have no idea, artillery, balloons, something.
Yes. Okay. Fine. I think we discussed this a little earlier with Yehuda, that it's vitally important to take out strategic aims, such as, for example, air bases or helicopter fields, in order to reduce the interdiction and defensive air capacity, including close air support capacity, of the Russian Air Force. Whilst it has not been as effective throughout the campaign, it is still a force and it's to be reckoned with when you advance. I think John and we had the discussion even yesterday in the evening, same time. It's absolutely valuable. It's important that it's done, but it sends also another signal to the Russian forces on the ground that they cannot expect to be defended. And there's a third order effect, and that is that the logistics chains will not be protected further because the Russian Air Force, for all its faults, and Russian rotors have been flying missions to guard transports on a regular basis. And our friends on the satellites and in the air can see that. If that cover is not there anymore, Ukraine can interdict these transports even better, more easily, and with a massive amount of their own helicopters reaching right behind the enemy lines, because the defenses of the Russian forces in the initial area, anywhere between 20 to 30 kilometers off the line of contact, is already bad. They don't have enough anti-air missiles. So if the Ukrainians play their cards right, they can literally take out everything which happens behind the second echelon. John, anything to add?
No, I mean, I think you're completely right. And there's more of that to come. I meant to say this the last time I came up, but I got a bit excited and forgot. But I just wanted to agree very strongly with what Gunny was saying in his last two or three appearances on here about people just keeping a cool head. It's absolutely 100% right, but I think because obviously the immediacy of Ukraine and the focus on Ukraine, which is obviously what this space is all about anyway. You know, we are all like moths to a fly. We are drawn to that, but it's really hard to overstate quite how screwed Russia's strategic position is now that Finland and Sweden have joined NATO. You know, the amount of strategic assets they have, literally within minutes of flight distance from Finland, is huge. I mean, it is really. I mean, it's going to take some sitting down and really thinking about it, which I haven't done yet. And I'm not even sure the Russians have done yet. But their strategic position as a nation, not just facing Ukraine, but facing Europe generally, is so undermined. I don't think there's any way to recover from this for them. That they are completely screwed. Murmansk, all their strategic bomber forces are up there. They're just absolutely wrecked. And I mean that's fantastic, but it's not receiving the attention it probably deserves because of the immediacy of what's going on in Ukraine. But yeah, I'm rambling, and I'm drinking for Gunny as well, so I'm just going to stop now. Cheers.
So
Cheers.
real quick, thanks, Ben. So real quick, I just wanted to report some news. So Operational Command South in Ukraine, so the people obviously in charge of the Kherson front, have reported 4 S-300 launchers destroyed, 1 S-300 radar system destroyed, 3 tanks, another warehouse. I assume that's probably in Novkhovka. Some vehicles and 73 Russian soldiers. So the 4 S-300 units and the radar are probably the most important thing there, and obviously the ammunition depot. So good job, boys. Back to you, Ben.
And the night is young.
Yeah. Nina, you have a question or a comment?
I can give it to Gunny first and then come after that. Thank you.
You're a real gentleman. Gunny, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Nina. Yeah, what did I say about an hour ago? It'll be interesting to see if they went after air defense assets today. So there you go. 4 S-400s. If they're hitting S-400s, they're really pushing them forward, trying to push out their air defense zone, and it's not working. So, yeah, this is screaming counter-air. It'd be nice to know where these S-400, S-300 batteries and where this radar was killed. Probably tell us where the center of gravity is for Ukrainian counter-air at the moment. Or at least establishing air parity, if not a little bit of local air superiority. What John said is absolutely true. And nobody really is picking up on this. So take systems like HIMARS. Let's take ATACMS. The Americans have introduced a system in which is undetectable by the most advanced Russian air defense assets that they have. AWACS doesn't work. Airborne CAP with Doppler look-down, shoot-down radar doesn't work. Ground-based air search radars don't work. Top plate air defense radar on the radar picket out at sea doesn't work. Therefore, everyone from the base commander in Murmansk down to the fleet commander with their Mediterranean squadron, all the way out to Siberia, has been served notice that in terms of air defense alone and aircraft, their kit is shit. It's crap. They are chucking everything that they have, seemingly, into the Ukraine theatre of ops, probably denuding lots of other theatres of operations, trying to get a grip of this situation, and all the time knowing that even if they do get the kit down there, against one system only, is absolutely rubbish. Doesn't work. So the question is going to be up there in their minds. Well, what else? What else are these NATO bastards got? Maybe our submarines aren't as great. Just how good is an astute class submarine or a West Virginia? You know, just how good is Eurofighter Typhoon? What could these F-35s do to us? Push came to shove. Just how good is the M1 now, the Abrams? Because the T-90 is pretty fucking awful, as we've seen. The Armada, there's probably 6. So yeah, they've managed to prove to the world arms industry that their kit is crap. They've managed to increase the number of members of NATO. They are bleeding units dry, probably, and there will be some very competent Russian officers and senior NCOs, and probably Lancejacks and privates, because, you know, it's no good saying they're all crap. There will be some very, very smart operators who have been through the Darwin process of combat and have come out the other side of it, real leaders. But you can only sustain that amount of combat before you get yourself killed for so long. And they don't do R&R. They don't pull units out unless they have to. And normally those units have been beaten into the ground and then they reconstitute them and then pile them back in. So on all fronts, this is just shaping up to be not only a local war fail, I think, but in terms of strategic positioning, they've just knocked themselves out the top 5 in the world. I'm amazed some countries are still buying their kit, to be honest with you. I know the Indians cancelled an order for the airborne rotary wing system, the Helix with the airborne search radar. I think it's a vacuum that the Chinese will probably fill, flogging their kit. But even then, you know, there's just no win here, is there? There's nothing. There's no real wins for him, and it's hard to see a path away from it apart from abject embarrassment and complete loss. And whereas, you know, even a few weeks ago, I was kind of, well, you know, let's not even think about where this is going. I think headsheds in the Kremlin are now going to be looking at this and thinking damage control. How do we get out of this, at least with a facade of success? And even that looks impossible. It's, yeah, like John said, in terms of strategic, global politics, geopolitics, this has just been a complete fuck up from the start. And how they're going to dig themselves out of it, I really don't know, because on the tactical level, nothing they're doing seems to be working. Yeah, fuck being in charge. They're just having a nightmare, aren't they? This has got to be an absolute worst case as a commander of units, because not only are they being bled, but they're just, everything's going wrong. Everything conceivable is going wrong. The only thing they've got in hand is numbers, and how that will work for them as an established tactic. Because as we know, in the Second World War, they weren't shy on just chucking blokes at a problem until they overcame it. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. It's gonna make one hell of a book, this, isn't it? In a few years, when all of this is collated, how not to start a fight, I think I'll call it.
Thank you very much, Gunny, for your answer. I will just say we are trying to get on Spotify now, so we are trying to get like a good rating. And I know you are a literal sailor, and you are extremely respectful of our space, and we do appreciate it. So, but we are trying to keep it a PG rating, I think, in my understanding, for Spotify. But thanks so much, Gunny, for your answer. And with that, I think we will go to Denjan, then Nina. Denjan, go ahead.
Thanks. So what Gunny was saying, I mean, this is quite obvious. They must be scratching their heads and asking themselves, why the hell did we not develop long-range, precision-guided rocket artillery? I mean, this is it's crazy. But then a question on that: would they be as successful using that against Ukraine? I mean, this takes a lot of intel to find the locations and so on. What do you guys say, the warriors in space?
You know, John once talked about they've tried to make different types of precision guided munitions, and like, I don't know, I think it's just they've failed to make a successful precision guided munition in quantity, and that's really been the issue here, right? So what that means, and Constantine pointed this out earlier, is they have a 1 in 5, 1 in 10%, or sorry, 1 in 5, 1 in 10 chance of hitting something, right? So that means that they can make up for that by just having 10 artillery cannons, right? Then you just shoot 10 times and you're going to hit it because it's a 1 in 10 chance. I mean, roughly speaking. So that's been their approach. And it can work if you can amass that level of force. But now Ukraine has these precision weapons. And that means that when they concentrate that level of force in a single spot, it goes kaboom. And like, that's when they have these problems. And so I don't know, I think that's the fundamental problem for them. They failed to understand that in modern warfare, you need a precise application of force precisely where you need it. It's not enough to just be able to say, okay, we've got 10 of it, and we can just overwhelm you with numbers. I mean, that might work against, an under-equipped army or something, or not a modern, army. But if you're going up against, a force with real determination and training and professionalism, I think that's you're going to fail, basically, especially against a force now like Ukraine that has these really precise NATO precision guided weapons. But I'll maybe give, because I'm not a big expert on this, I'll give Gunny an opportunity to respond to that. Go ahead, Gunny.
Yeah, I think the thing is, in terms of their kit, it's really hard for us to say. None of us has been in the ops room of a Slava class cruiser. None of us has been in the cockpit of an SU-31. None of us has been in the command wagon for an S-400. So, in terms of the effectiveness of the kit, we've no idea. There will be captured equipment being taken apart by nerds right now, probably subjected even to live firing tests, if not over in the States and somewhere quiet in Europe, and that they'll take apart the kit top to bottom, and we might see in a few years assessments of it, as we did with T-72s that were captured, and the odd aircraft that's fallen into NATO hands over the past few years. So don't be so quick to judge the equipment until we've had NATO analysts take it apart, but do ask yourself questions about how it's used and the people using it. Average kit in fantastic hands can do fantastic things. The best kit in the world in the hands of chimpanzees might as well not be there. So, for instance, if a Caliber flies into a high-rise residential block, is it because Caliber's rubbish, or is it because the strike planners didn't plot the ingress route for the munition, or didn't have up-to-date plans of the city and simply thought, well, if I put it into flight at 60 feet and then do a terminal attack into the target, it will be fine, forgetting that cities tend to have very tall buildings. That's not the weapon system, is it? That's the idiot who programmed in the weapon profile. If you look at, I don't know, 1490s getting thwacked in an ambush, and the Javelin went through the engine deck of a T-90, well, you know, Javelin would probably go through the engine deck of most MBTs. But look at how the other three tanks react and the infantry fighting vehicles. You know, if the other three tanks all turned around and then drove away and then another one got itself killed driving away, and the BMPs drove headlong into the field to the right where one of them set off an anti-tank mine, is that because the BMPs and the T-90s are crap? Or is it because they're just tactically, they're just inept, and their anti-ambush drills were just rubbish, and they're just amateurs? So you know, it's really, really difficult to tell. Would a NATO system detect an ATACMS? Yeah, I can say that with certainty. I think even 20 years ago, one of our air defense radars that we operated with probably would have detected it, but very close in. Stuff's moved on now. But maybe the radars did see it. Maybe the guy on the desk was fast asleep, if that's what it was. People fall asleep at radar displays. Hate to break it to you. Anyone who thinks that NATO militaries are full of people who go on duty and resolutely don't fall asleep and are alert because the military needs alerts, you'd be amazed what tiredness does to you. People fall asleep, people mong it, people lose interest, people shuffle around and eat boiled sweets and drop wrappers on floor and miss a rate. You know, there's all sorts of things that go wrong. So I think it's probably a mixture of equipment, and we'll know more about that in the coming years. I suspect it's as much to do with this being the final nail in the idea of a conscript army. I think we're seeing the death now, apart from the most dedicated dictatorships, the death of the conscript army as any kind of efficient fighting force. I think that's going to be one of the big lessons. But I'm really looking forward to the first assessment of the T-90, even down to the metallurgical assessments of what Russian armor is like, what their RHA is like, what their laminate armor is like. We're starting to see indications: explosive reactive armor, rubber bits, inserts with a couple of steel plates. Yeah, if I was a dictator and I'd bought Russian kit, I'd really, because it doesn't come with a return for refund, does it? But we'll see. We'll see in the next few years. It's going to be really, really interesting. And bits of systems like Caliber would have fallen into place. I think what is what is slightly disturbing is systems like Caliber. They should have run out a long time ago. There's been a drop off. They're not firing as many, but they've got to be reaching culminating point now where they're running out of systems. And then we'll probably see the really, really old stuff coming out. There's been a couple of instances, some 1960s era anti-ship missiles used, probably because of the size of the warhead only. But if we start seeing stuff like the Krivac frigates sailing and conducting missile launches, that tells us that in terms of ammunition, they're rapidly reaching a point where stocks are exhausted.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. I think all those are excellent points, and yeah, it's a good question in terms of how many calibers they have left. I think you're right, and as a few people have pointed out earlier, when Ukraine had these strategic victories on ammunition depots and so forth, we would see I wouldn't say a massive retaliation, but a fairly robust retaliation from Russia that involved terror strikes. They would launch these missiles in cities. And even that seems to have to some degree tapered off, or at least they don't seem to be attempting or have the capability to match what Ukraine's doing in terms of scale or yeah. So I don't know. There does seem to be an indication that, as you pointed out, they're running low. But we got a few hands, so I'm going to let Konstantin answer, and then we'll go to Nina. Konstantin, go ahead.
I wanted to say one thing that I do agree with the fact that it's not that I agree, but I want to say that the gear, for example, artillery that they're using, not high precision ones, but like Msta B howitzers, Msta S or Giatsint, they're not like useless stuff that does not hit the target ever. In the right hands with the right people, that is very potent equipment that is just as capable as Western average artillery. Maybe it's not, for example, as precise, and but I mean, when I say not exactly as precise, I don't mean that it misses by a kilometer. I mean, it misses maybe like 30% accuracy is less. But at the same time, it has other advantages, like, for example, rate of fire. If no one knows, Msta B standard howitzer in Russian Nazi army, it can fire up to 8 rounds per minute, and with sustainable rate, it can be 6 rounds per minute. And none of the NATO country howitzers do have that. It's not as precise, but also it's pretty. What it has, it does not need to be maintained as much as Western howitzers provided. So it has its advantages, it has its disadvantages, but at the same time, it's a good cannon that can be used for. It's a good gun that can be used to reach in the right, and if used by the right hands, it can do wonders. And I know crews that you've seen me posting photos. I've passed them the headsets, and I've spoken with the guys who are correcting them, spotting on the drones, and they say, well, they can work just as well as M777s. It really all depends. A lot of it depends on the crew that is operating it. So the problem more, I would say, for them is not as much the gear, but gear also is important, of course. But most of it is actually the crew, the tactics, the commanders, etc. It's not only the fact that they lack some. Their gear is total crap. It's not total crap, but of course it's not as precise. And when we're talking about systems like Grad, Uragan, and Smerch, yeah, those are not precise. Those are definitely subpar to HIMARS or M270. It's much less precise, and it's inferior system to that, but it's still they still can hit the square, and they still can, it's designed to cover the area and destroy everything in that area, and they do that. It's indiscriminate weapon
but unfortunately, that's what you see happening. And no matter how well you're trained, if you're sitting in the in the field, in the trench, when you being pounded with endless artillery, no matter training, you will have to leave sooner or later, because your position is going to be destroyed, because you're not going to be able to dig in 100 meters down into the earth to survive. And regarding the Caliber missiles, Russian Caliber missiles are actually, they seem to be precise. If we see, for example, hits like on Kharkiv, remember they destroyed local administrative office. One missile hit it directly, another one missed by 20 maybe 25 meters. That's pretty precise. And the fact that they don't have the right intel, and that strike of 10 one of 1,000 missile only did so, like hit an empty building or killed civilians. It's their problem of their intelligence. It's problem of how they use it, not the problem of the weapon itself. So it's importance of the people who use it should not be underestimated. But when we're talking about tanks, I can tell you they have crap tanks. They have crap tanks not because they have bad armor or composition. Problem with it, we have T-72s and T-80s are essentially same tanks, but with little upgrades. The problem is that it's not. It breaks down all the time. It's not reliable. It's not a reliable system, and we've seen that multiple times. Of course, if you put like a perfect crew on it that does maintenance perfectly and really careful, it can work pretty well. But in military conditions, and considering their conscripted army, it gives them this it's a disaster mode. And we've seen this in Sumy, where they lost literal companies of tanks because they were just first tank in the line got broken, and everyone ran away because they were starting they were getting shot at. So T-72s are not reliable tanks. They are not like. I worked on Ukrainian tanks, T-62, T-64. Sorry, not worked. I've been near them. I spoke with the people. They're not reliable as well. And same with T-72s. They're very the engine is very picky. The mechanisms are very picky. Like not not like the suspension system, but small things like electrical parts, they fall off because of the poor storage conditions. The sides are pretty bad. Even the new ones are probably better that they got, but in general, like all the small stuff, all the moving parts are really not reliable. So that's a known fact pretty much about the tanks.
Yeah, thanks, Konstantin, for that really comprehensive review of sort of Russian kit. So hopefully our listeners enjoyed that. Nina, you've been very patient. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Joseph. Gunny, you mentioned that we shouldn't underestimate that there are also some I don't know if you use the word intelligent, but commanders in the war, and like from the Russian side. But do you think they have are they in some kind of storage, or where are they? If they would have them, wouldn't they have been using them already, or are they in some freezer waiting for the moment, or where are they? Thank you.
No, it's not like that, Nina. It's like if you've got platoons within a company, and one of the platoon sergeants might be a complete idiot. Two of them might be three of them might be complete idiots. But the law of the military says there will always be people, even in bad militaries, who are either competent or have the promise of being competent. The really stupid ones die very quickly. And it's the competent ones or the ones with real potential who kind of survive a little bit longer and develop and become good leaders. That's why in wartime, the number of, say in the Second World War, the number of subalterns, like junior officers who come up from the ranks, was considerably higher. Same in the First World War, because war breeds certain individuals who jive off pressure, who just turn into good soldiers and who go up the ranks because they're regarded as competent by the higher ups. So there will be these people in the Russian military. Look, it's not a million-man bunch of complete dorks wandering around bumping their heads against trees and eating grass and eating crayons and things. There are going to be genuinely competent junior NCOs, senior NCOs, and officers. Luckily for us, if there are any very competent brigade, divisional, corps commanders, they're completely hamstrung by their hierarchy and the fact that everyone pretty much lied to each other over the past 2 decades about readiness and equipment. But don't. I think it would be a little bit disingenuous to say they're all completely stupid. There'll be pretty decent pilots out there. There are going to probably be at least 2 or 3 decent skippers of warships out there, and there will be some very competent small unit tacticians there. The good news is the material that they're getting in order to achieve things is rubbish. And it gets very difficult in the military. It's hard to explain, but motivating people who don't want to be there is one of the big challenges of becoming a leader. Taking people who are disinterested or demoralized or disenfranchised or are just marking time and turning those people into raw material that you need. It takes charisma. It takes personality. It takes the ability to infuse people, and it's difficult enough in peacetime. In wartime, when you're losing people in your platoon hand over fist, and you're getting raw recruits in, or people who've not been in the military long, it's going to be much harder. And when they start throwing complete dross out, prisons and things like that at you, then it's going to become even more difficult. So just to the lowest level, if you just think at the squad, platoon, company kind of level, forget all the ATACMS and Ukrainian fast air and electronic warfare and stuff like that. If you're just a junior leader, your life and their life is going to depend on all of you getting together and becoming a close-knit team, and almost being able to operate, without even speaking. You become that close-knit. It's a family. They're just not going to have that option for the most part. But there will be probably small units of Russian soldiers who are going to be pretty ardent, pretty professional. But luckily, they're going to be in a minority. And the longer that you're in theatre, the higher your chances are of getting killed. And it doesn't have to be a Ukrainian infantry with an AK-47 and a pouch full of grenades. It can just be an unlucky artillery round or an exhausted walk, stepping on a mine or something like that. So attrition alone will get rid of these decent professionals. It just needs time, luckily.
Thank you. And also, as you mentioned, the staff is getting older and older. So I don't mean the the staff, but the stuff, like the gear, is getting older. So whatever, if there is a good leader, he can't make it like become a HIMAR or anything.
Well, yeah. I mean, imagine you're a good TC. Imagine you're a good tank commander, and Igor, your gunner, is renowned in the brigade as being the best shot, and your driver Vasily used to maintain tractors and is a mechanic at the highest order, and you've had three, let's say you've had a T90 shot out from under you and you all bailed out, and then you had a pair of T80s and they were destroyed, and then your company commander says, you know, good news, Igor, I've got you another tank, and he points to a T62 sat there with the engine decking up because it can't run because it's really hot, with 1950s technology on it. You're just going to be, really? Are you having a giraffe, mate? This isn't happening, is it? And that's their other problem. You know, the same as the platoon commander saying, good news, Igor, I've got your 4 replacements. You know, and 4 idiots who look like they could have starred in a Monster Munch advert rock up. You know, one of them's got half a leg or something. And that's going to be their problem. So you're right, yeah, the quality goes down, the standard of equipment goes down. Throw in bad news because they're idiots, because people still use their mobile phones. Throw in ringing home and mum saying, you know, they hit another airfield in Crimea and everyone's bugging out. And you've got your tasty, nutritious grass sandwich to look forward to at the end of a hard tab, where you walked into another ambush and barely got your platoon out. And then you were forced back 500 meters, and then the Ukrainians dropped loads of artillery on you. And you see it's cumulative, and you're still expected to be a leader at the end of that day and walk around and check that the blokes have dried their feet and dusted them, you know, and that everyone's getting a meal, and that the sentries are out, and that you've, you know, attend the briefing for the next day off. That's a really hard task as a leader. It's hard for the Toms, like the privates. But your competent leaders are going to have all of this on them, and they're still going to have to start thinking about the next day. And they won't be getting breaks. They'll just grind them into the dirt. And that's how you lose your veterans eventually, one way or another. Your luck's always up. You know, like Baldrick says, I'm carving my name into this bullet, because if I own the bullet that's got my name on it, there's very unlikely of me being killed. Well, it doesn't work out there. There's always a Ukrainian in a hole somewhere with a knife and a glint in his eye, and they're just going to be losing people, mate.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So, go ahead, Ben.
Okay, yeah, very, very quick announcement to everyone listening. There's a lot of new listeners today, and we're very glad to have you. If you could follow the MryiaReport account, that would be absolutely lovely and grand. And if you want to let everyone know that you're currently listening to the report, you can retweet the space. If you don't know to retweet the space, or if you don't know what to say, you can just go to my profile, and the first tweet there is a bit of a advertisement for the space, and would love to let everyone know what's happening. There's a grand specialist with us today. There's Konstantin, who is no less than a Ukrainian artilleryman. There's Craig, who's a train. There's Axel, who is, well, he's a bit of everything, but he's a military specialist, among other things. And there's CJ, who is, some say, the best looking paratrooper in the whole of the 82nd section, or whatever it is, and is the maroon is his color. And there's also Gunny, who is a former Royal Navy. Well, he's not the whole Royal Navy, right? But he's great. And we've got usual contingent of Finns as well, and Leonard. So don't hesitate, come up, ask questions, let everyone know that we're up there and that we're happy to take their comments and questions. Joseph, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ben. Yeah, great points, Ben. And so we've got Craig and CJ up. CJ was mentioning to me that he was having a discussion with Craig about sort of the logistics of offensives and things, and I was like, "Wow, it sounds like a good discussion to have." So I think we're gonna kind of transition to that, but I'll let Denjon sort of close out this topic. If you had anything you wanted to add, because you've been extremely patient, Denjon. So go ahead.
Thanks. So I actually almost forgot what to talk about, but one thing to what Gunnar was saying, that obviously there's good soldiers in the Russian army as well, but the problem I think they have is that being good in what you do is not a quality that is how do you say? I mean, it wouldn't lift you up. In this kind of environment, basically gangster culture, as has been said many times in this space. To rise to the top, you need to be the biggest asshole, and being the biggest asshole doesn't make you the best tactician. So I think that's one of the problems they have. And also one last thing, and it's about quality and the notion of understanding that quality has a value. I don't know if you've seen the clip where Mr. Putin and some other high ranks are visiting a car manufacturer to do an inspection of the newest product. And the first thing that happens is that they can't open the door of the car. They're trying to open the door, and it ends with, I think it's Putin or one of the generals actually ripping the handle off, and then they have to open the passenger door instead to get in. I mean, come on. Everyone knows the boss is coming to do the inspection. They didn't even bother to check that the car they're going to inspect is actually functional. It's ridiculous.
Yeah,
So
that is like, that video is pretty funny, yeah, and it's a really old video, but what I'm saying right now is, for example, when we're talking about artillery, is that the artillery that they use is made in Soviet Union mostly right now, and it has different quality. I mean, I'm not saying that Soviet Union is so great, but what I'm saying is that back then there was quality checks, there was responsibility, there was multiple times bigger budget for military than right now in Russia in terms of percentage of GDP, and that stuff actually works. It has its problems, of course, no doubt about it, but that stuff works. The new stuff, that's why you will probably never see Armata tank in action. You will never see all those fancy things that they are trying to tell the world that they can develop, because they are literally like that UAZ Patriot a car that had handles falling off, but that's a bit different stuff that they're doing the war right now. And if you also take a look at, for example, their Tigers, or like even even other equipment, they buy lots of stuff from the West. They use Western engines like their Tigers. They use Deutz and I think French engine. They don't use their own engine because it's exactly for that reason. They don't use their own optics on new BMPs because indeed they they don't know how to produce optics, but they will know how to produce those like heavy metal things. They do know how to produce those, and it's working for them. It's not as bad as people think. And Ukraine, you must understand that Ukraine operates that equipment as well, and has been fighting back without artillery, without Western artillery provided for a long period of time. For example, Kiev and Kharkiv, and Kiev, Chernihiv, and Sumy regions were liberated without use of single M777 or anything like that, or any Western artillery system other than lightweight mortars. So their artillery is working, and it's working all right. It's not perfect, like I'm saying. There are things that are good. There are things that are not so good. There are things that are bad. And artillery, for example, is one of the things that work for them. And it has its own problems, like I've said. But maybe if people would read the news and watch right channels, you would see that there are problems with Western artillery when it's used at the scale as well.
There are problems with its maintenance. There are problems with its quality as well. And there are problems, of course, with the crews who use it as well, because it has to be maintained much more meticulously, and in the in conditions where you have to endlessly fire, and you have so many fire missions a day, that maintenance can become unbearable, and you start you have to pick either you use equipment or you park it for a couple of days just to service it. So it's like it's not all that with the equipment, it's not all that straightforward as people think, that okay, we have NATO equipment is super duper absolutely the best, and Russian equipment is total junk that is not usable. It's not like that. I mean, there is no doubt that Western and NATO equipment is superior. That is true. But what I'm saying, if you go to a gun range, if I give you AK-74 and I give you new SM4, you will probably achieve the same results as long as it's zeroed in properly. And those guns, they don't have that much difference. You point it at somewhere, you shoot it. With the more complex equipment, the more problems there is. There are nuances, but it's still it's working. They're not complete junk. They're not using ancient trebuchets to shoot at Ukrainians. It's not like that.
Yeah, excellent points, Konstantin. I think it's important to note that in certain capacities, there's like you said, more complex weapon systems are difficult, but when it comes to just like standard artillery systems, it's more straightforward to be able to engineer this stuff, and like there's trade-offs in any design, right? If you start using high quality materials and precision, you start relying on that level of precision in the designs. There is a level of maintenance required that might not be as sustainable in this style of warfare, right? So I think these are excellent points to bring up. So we actually do have CJ and Craig here, and I know Craig's got to be somewhere in a little bit. CJ, I think, also is a bit busy, so I wanted to let him have like this little discussion. So I think the question has become, right, I think in Kherson it's become evident, as CJ has pointed out, that it's not looking like there's going to be a major tanks rolling onto the streets of Kherson anytime soon. It's looking a lot more like a strategic maneuver by Ukraine, where eventually something might happen, but it's going to look a little different than that. But I'm thinking in other places, like if we look at Donbass, or maybe even like Melitopol front line, right, the Zaporozhye front. It's probably going to require some type of operational maneuvering, some maneuver warfare by Ukraine. And so, like, I think Craig and CJ were just talking about like what the U.S. has to do logistics-wise to have that capability of operational maneuvering, and like what that would entail for Ukraine, I think, or they're trying to draw some kind of comparison. So I'm not totally sure, but maybe I'll let kind of Craig, I think, kind of open the idea, and then we'll maybe let CJ kind of comment in terms of what he thinks about all of it. So Craig, go ahead.
Don't you mean let CJ correct me when I screw up? So I want to keep this conversation, and I'm sure CJ agrees with me. I want to keep this conversation general so that our audience can follow along. CJ is, as we know, he is a graduate of West Point. He has had far better instructors that I've had in my career, far better organizational kind of experience, having his hand in the dirt, if you will. And so I want to try and keep this conversation general, even though we could get specific. And so I want to kind of prime everybody with what U.S. doctrine is, so you can kind of get an understanding of our background, and then we can try to apply that to Ukraine and what we see in certain areas, because not all of this is going to be unified. What you see in Kharkiv is not what you might see in Kherson. What you see around Bakhmut is not what you're going to see around Zaporizhia, right? So some of this is going to be a little hit or miss. And so let's kind of just use general terms. Generally speaking, the United States is maneuver-based. We are an offensive military. We do not adopt defensive tactics as our primary means. We adopt offensive tactics. Now, what that means is is that generally you're talking about, and CJ can kind of give me the percentage on this, but that means about 10 to 15% of the forces in a division are generally going to experience combat. You are not going to see in a U.S. division of, say, 10 to 15,000 troops, you're not going to see all those 15,000, firing a rifle from a trench and engaging in this maneuver warfare. Maneuver warfare is based on two things. It's based on sustainment of operations, and it's based on your ability to overwhelm the enemy at a specific point so that you can get in behind their lines and cause disruption. That is, in the simplest of terms, that is U.S. military doctrine. We don't adopt slow-moving type of operations. We find a point that we want to attack, and then we go after it. So, for example, when we invaded Iraq in 2003, you didn't see the United States kind of surround Iraq and then kind of invade like Russia did into Ukraine. We advanced along two axes, one to the west and one to the east, and with support of our British allies. And we found areas of opportunity. We overwhelmed them with artillery and air support, and then we drove the troops through that. That is the fundamental principle of how U.S. military doctrine operates. It gets so much more complicated than that. It's going to make your head spin. But just for a primer, that's what we're talking about, right? So what I would like to see and what we need to see, in my opinion, is the sustainment of these operations, right? I am not a combat soldier. I have never shot my weapon in anger. I've got a couple of ribbons on my chest when I was in the military, but nowhere near the experience of actually working in brigades, companies, battalions, nothing like that at all, right? So I can only speak to the sustainment of those operations and what it takes to sustain maneuver warfare. And that means you need to have high mobility logistics. You cannot just take a brigade, say, I'm just grabbing a number here, of 2,500 troops, right? And then say, whatever you got, go forward, right? There needs to be a backlog, a reserve of logistics that as soon as what they have after 3 or 4 days, there's another 3 or 4 days behind that, and then another 3 or 4 days behind that, because it's a highly mobile, highly lethal operation. This is not slow walking anything. There's no great saturation of artillery like you see around Bakhmut or Never Done Yet, and then you creep forward. It is go, 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 go. And that requires a lot of logistical support. And that logistical support is, and I mentioned this earlier this morning, needs to be voluminous in terms of how wide, of how much you can carry, right? That gives your troops the ability to rotate, get back, medical evac, food, water, lubricants for tanks, gasoline, all that stuff. Because maneuver warfare, as the name kind of insinuates, is highly mobile, right? You need to keep going and going and going and give your brigade and your battalion commanders the option to move if they want to move. If they see an opportunity, if they see high ground, if they see a place to go, they need to be able to not even think about what they need for logistics. It needs to be at their disposal when and where they need it. Because if they don't have that logistic support, you're limiting their options, which means you're limiting their opportunity, which means they're going to slow down, which means you're no longer specifically in maneuver warfare, right? I'm not talking about just always going, right? Nobody's trying to feed anybody amphetamines and you're constantly going 24 hours a day, but it's more of a eyes forward type of operation with heavy logistical support in the back that is mobile and can respond to you at a moment's notice without you having to wait for support. And I'll leave it generally, and I'll let CJ clean up any mistakes that I'm sure were many behind.
Well, I just want to highlight what I think is what you're identifying as the problem, but don't let me misquote you here. The way it came about, of course, is we're talking about this proposed new aid package from the United States, which is going to be announced allegedly on Thursday, right? This is on the heels of 2 other aid packages from the United States, each around $1 billion, and including in each one 75,000 rounds of 155 artillery, HIMARS ammo, and I think we kind of expect that this next package might be very similar to that. And so what I think Craig is sort of highlighting is maybe this disconnect that could emerge between, Ukraine receiving somewhere between, around 250,000 artillery rounds in a very short period of time, and then, being able to successfully employ them in a way that's effective. Is that kind of what you're getting at, Craig?
Yes, but I mean, not just having, but I guess this is where you and I disagree just a little bit, right? I think this is where the friction, where we kind of the rubber meets the road. It's that it's one thing to give them artillery. It's another thing to give them the ability to sustain offensive operations, right? Those are two separate things. I'm all for giving listen, let the Arty boys shoot as much as they want, right? Take a shot of Jameson and fire away, right? Give them all you can. But the the ability to sustain offensive operations and not engage. This is my concern. Not engage in the same saturation artillery bombardments that we have seen from Russia. You know what I mean, CJ? Like, I don't want to see that from the Ukrainians, because then it just turns into a slugfest, turns into trench warfare. And that's kind of where I think you and I are kind of like, meeting that little fictitious moment, I guess.
So yeah, so I understand. I don't disagree fully, Craig. And I sort of mentioned this a bit earlier, but maybe you could provide some insight as well based on your background. It's a very different problem logistically that the Russians and Ukrainians are facing, right? And I'm not trying to be too optimistic about it, but what we saw in the first couple of weeks of June was Russia, sort of create these consolidated ammo dumps to a large scale. They knew HIMARS were coming in. They knew Ukrainian artillery was getting better. And in the midst of the most firing that Russia had ever done, there was a pretty seismic shift going on behind the lines as they tried to create these centralized command posts and dumps 50 to 60 kilometers away. Well, we saw what happened, right? HIMARS o'clock, strikes everywhere, and Russia had to move their ammunition basically 100 kilometers back, which, as we know, created more stress on their trucks, their logistics, and everything. And what we're seeing now, again, regardless of what's specifically happening, is sort of these massive amount of strikes that are happening between 100 and 2 kilometers, right? And so, what does this mean, or how do I think this impacts the front? So, for example, let's just take Kherson, which we've talked about a lot, right? The ammunition dumps and for supplies that they use to get to the front are somewhere near Melitopol or in Crimea. And that is where, using satellite communications and the command posts that are very far away from the Kherson front, they have to get together a supply convoy, coordinate it, and send it up, right? It's a gigantic endeavor, taking up tons and tons of fuel, thousands of trucks, in order just to get 100 artillery rounds to a battery for a day, 200 kilometers away. And so when you look at the critical vulnerabilities and critical capabilities here, the way Ukraine defeats it is, 4 HIMARS, 4 ammo trucks with extra HIMARS ammo and the fuel for those, right? A pretty simple logistical ask when compared to the thousands of Russian trucks, ammo, fuel that needs to keep their logistics going on. So where I disagree is I think the issue as it stands, of course, is yes, Ukraine still has to go on the offensive to win. That's pretty obvious. They have to use a lot of fuel and a lot of ammo and lose a lot of people to do it. But there's no reason to not just at this time beat Russia at their own game in terms of being able to, bring supplies to the front and ammunition if they can do it in this way with a very minimalistic logistical footprint. Would you agree that there's a giant disparity there in terms of what Russia has to do to hold the line versus what Ukraine has to do?
I couldn't agree with you more, but where I think, again, I slightly disagree with you, is that what we're talking about around Kherson is what we've seen is a static line, right? It has been don't get me wrong, there are localized attacks. There are, in some cases, battalion level actions. I'm not saying that, but when we're talking about Kherson, it's been static because Ukraine, to go on the offensive, is going to cost a lot of lives, as you just said. And so Ukraine is playing the long game around Kherson, right? Strategically hitting these ammo dumps and slowly changing the battle states, right? Prepping the space for your operation, not attacking before you know absolutely that you're going to win. And in some cases around Kherson, you don't need to attack. You just need to choke off enough logistics and engage in this methodical move to the point where for every 1 round you're firing 10, right? You're firing 12 rounds to their 1. That's a perfect winning formula. But I'm talking more around south of Zaporizhia, towards Melitopol, towards Mariupol, around the Donbass and around Kharkiv. That is kind of where my mind is going with this. And that's where I'm saying in these aid packages, ammunition, yes. Medication, all that stuff, great. That's fantastic. But it's a totally different, and I know you know this, so I'm not trying to, condescend here. It's a totally different beast when you put those troops on the move. It's one thing to attack logistical hubs and artillery, but sooner or later, those guys got to saddle up and get into mechanized warfare and go forward. And they can't just do it slowly. It has to be done quickly, because once you go slowly, it turns very, very lethal the slower you move. It's actually less lethal the faster you move. And so I just would I think we might be actually talking past each other now that I kind of heard you say that. We might be, 2 ships passing in the night, because I'm one for building that logistical sustainment now, getting those parts in, getting those trucks moving, getting that reserve of logistical support now, because it's going to take a long time to stand up. If you just think about for a minute, I don't know what your command experience is. I know that you work in some division level and some staff work, but in terms of moving a U.S. Army division, right? Can we just talk about what it takes to move that, and then maybe we can kind of get at where I think we might be disagreeing, right? That's kind of where my head's at.
Yes. So, and I do want to ask Constantine about this too, because I think I have a good answer for the audience here. But so to move a division, right? Let's just talk about the sort of the three levels of supply in that regards, right? They have basically a division will have a combat sustainment brigade, the CSSB, which is basically a theater level asset that coordinates. Think of it, working with Transcom, as you know, Craig. But for the other people, basically they're the transit point from, if you can't produce your own ammo locally, either by sea, air, train, it basically is the storage area for that. And that's what's called the division support area. And it's, between 50 and 70 kilometers to the rear, and it's relatively safe. At that point in time, this ammo goes, forward to the BSA, which is the brigade support area. And this is where it starts to get, in the tactical application, right? This is where, a lot of critical, quick and dynamic decisions are being made, which battalions get which ammo, and it's pushed forward from there to different LRPs and things like that. And the way, the West does it, of course, is it requires a lot of planning and a lot of flexibility, because basically what the NATO does is they take advantage of, changes in the battlefield that quickly react. Whereas on the Russian side, they basically just bring the ammo to the front and then plan, based on that. And so the last thing I'll say is, Craig, and I do think we agree generally, is the muscle movement it takes to get a Russian artillery round from a factory in Belgorod or wherever else to the front in Kherson is so gigantically difficult that, and you also must consider too, of course, that they need between 3 and 10 rounds to be as effective as every Ukrainian single round, due to just whether bore wear, precision, training, capability, how they're being employed, etc. Whereas, and I don't mean to cut down, what's going on right there, but the reality is, other countries, in the case of Ukraine, are doing a lot of that heavy lifting in terms of getting it to the footstep of, basically the Ukrainian border, at which point in time, there's, 40 million Ukrainians that can, basically share that burden and get that round to the front. Whereas, the Russians have to go through hostile territory and a lot more hardship, regardless of the pontoons, regardless of the HIMARS strikes, et cetera, that their system has to be, 10 times better than the Ukrainians. And it just simply isn't, which is why I think Ukraine's going to drag this out in this regard as long as possible.
So I know Constantine's here. Let me just very delicately point two things out. So I think I understand where we find our disagreement, if there is really any real solid disagreement there. I'm looking more towards the east, because sustainment over there is much, much easier than it is in Kherson, because the geographic area is much more condensed, right? It's much more condensed from Kherson to Melitopol down to Crimea. It is a condensed geography. But if you look towards the east and the Donbass, those supply lines are much easier to move. It is a dense logistical network in the Donbass area. There's just simply no doubt about it. So that same equation that you just used, which is absolutely correct, CJ's spot on, that same equation for time, distance, and speed is not the same. It doesn't have the same denominator as you would see in the Donbass, because those logistical lines are far different. The Russian border is much closer, and they do have the ability to operate in the Sea of Azov with ships to at least some degree. So you don't need to transport everything over land. So I think I just kind of figured out where we were kind of looking. My eyes were looking more towards the Donbass, but I see what you're absolutely, again, 100% spot on with the Kherson area. Yes, but I do not think that is the same as talking about as we look further east, and I would say east and southeast of Zaporizhia.
And again, sorry, last thing, and that's why I agree with you as well. But that's why the strike outside of Belgorod is so important. I recently saw, I think John posted the satellite imagery of the base that was struck, either by some sort of Ukrainian weapon, special operations, UAV, whatever you want to call it. Craig, you got to check these pictures out, right? It's at least 400 Russian supply trucks.
I'm counting them. Yep,
yeah,
I'm counting.
It's incredible, right? So I think your equation is correct under the assumption that Ukraine doesn't massively expand its artillery and fires and soft campaign into Russia. And I think if that's introduced, it's a whole different ballgame in a good way for the Ukrainians.
But remember, Byelograd is further north. If you look east towards Rostov-on-Don, those are areas I would like HIMARS to start lighting the situation up, because Bielograd is feeding a different area of the front. So it's north of Izum. These are two separate logistical commands that operate separately, as they should. So the area around Bielograd is feeding the area towards Kharkiv and Izum. The areas further east to Rostov-on-Don, those supply lines are much, quote unquote, safer and much easier to move. That train network is like a spider web. That Donbass is a heavy industrial area. They have the equipment to move. This is why you have seen massive fires from the Russian side in the Donbass, because they, at least to some degree, and this is where I'm going to hand it off to Konstantin, because I don't have knowledge of the ground, right? I'm speaking more or less as an academic. That area in the Donbass they have figured that logistical situation out, at least to some degree. Maybe not completely, but definitely, to CJ's point, he's absolutely correct. Nowhere near the failures that we've seen in the Kherson front. But with that, Konstantin, please, yeah, we've talked enough.
Did you ask me something, or?
Oh no, your hand was up. I just wanted to.
So I would, yeah. I wanted to ask, in terms of, we've seen Russians use so much artillery, and like there were claims that they use up to 60,000 rounds per day of different various type of artillery ammunition. I just wanted to to convert that to trucks to understand how much logistical effort is needed to sustain that. How much 155 millimeter ammo can one truck take? I think CJ may know this information. Like
256 rounds. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the truck, of course.
Yeah,
as you know. But the U.S. ones were given, and what we've seen that's so great is we've seen the Ukrainian trucks towing 777s and 777 ammo. So there's really, these things are interchangeable. That's the whole purpose of having, similar, caliber rounds and whatnot. It makes it a lot easier to plug and play both with trucks and ammo. So this is the thing, right? 75,000 rounds a week from the U.S. and probably, around, I would say maybe 10 to 25,000 from other countries. This is, about 100,000 rounds a week, right? This is a massive amount of artillery. Ukraine is using 500 artillery pieces at least. Konstantin, what's interesting is I saw that number from President Zelensky that it was 60,000 a day, which had me scratching my head because just 3 weeks ago, the Ukrainian, I think, Directorate of Intelligence or someone else said Russia had been whittled down to about 10,000 rounds a day, if not 5,000 or 6,000. And I don't think we've seen an increase, of whatever, sixfold or whatnot. So I'm curious how they're getting that number, if that includes, mortars, if it includes, maybe some other heavy bombs. You know what I mean? It seems like odd that it would go from 5,000 to 6,000 to 60,000. And of course, Russia isn't really gaining any more ground. In fact, they're losing ground in Izium, they're losing ground in Donetsk in several parts. And then, of course, everything going on in Kherson and Crimea is kind of a debacle for the Russians right now. So that's why I'm sort of curious if Ukrainians are reporting heavier rates of fire than before, because it seems like it was on the decline.
So regarding that, there are gains, there are losses. And the things are, they're somewhat dynamic, but at the same time static. And by dynamic, I mean, we take some ground there and lose some ground here. So it's not completely stale. But when there was talk about once again, scaled 60,000 that was Zelensky was talking about, it was specifically around Pisky. It's close to Donetsk. Russia really unleashed like the same amount of firepower there that they were using in Lysychansk, in Severodonetsk. They just pounded the entire city to the ground. There is almost nothing left alive there. So there are spikes, but I think when Zelensky is speaking, he's not. First of all, he speaks like it's not like he's giving. Okay, let me give you the exact numbers. He means like on average how it's happening, and during those spikes, he did not say okay on this date he used 60,000. They used 60,000. What he means is that they can use up to 60,000 at some point. And when he was talking about that, there was a recent spike in the usage near Donetsk, and they essentially destroyed the entire town of Piske.
Yeah, and it's important. I was
No.
just gonna say, Craig. Yeah, just to follow on to that real quick. It's important to note that while Russia's used a lot of artillery on Piske, they still have not captured the entirety of the city, which just goes to show you. And in that specific situation, as far as I understand it, again, these are cities very close to Donetsk City that Russia's tried to take for pretty much 8 years, and they've barely gained a kilometer of ground in that 8 years. In those situations, they have these forcibly conscripted people, these fake republics, of course, on the ground, and then they have basically the Russian artillery will come in for a week or so, fire a ton of rounds, try and help them out, and then they'll go leave for some other mission, and then they go attack without artillery support in coordination, right? So it's very disjointed, which is probably the reason why they're not actually advancing very well, because it's not tied together. And so it shows you that Russia still can, bring a lot of ammo together if necessary, but it's still not really working as well as it could.
Yeah, and if I could just kind of try and pin down what we're talking about here, and for those that are kind of asking me questions, no, I don't just, there's no kind of issue. I think CJ is correct in his math when it comes to sustainment of operations around Kherson for the Russians. It has completely failed and fallen apart, and it's only a matter of time, right? That's just a statistical fact, right? That's not like any kind of you don't need a genius move there. You just need to turn your watch to it, because the Ukrainians have solidified those logistical lines because of the rail support, and because, as CJ pointed out, you have 40 million Ukrainians, but they're focusing on a very small geographic area, which is around Kherson, right? That is a small area to sustain troops. And if you have trains running, Russia has stopped striking train routes. They have stopped striking substations for rail support. And so those logistical lines to Kherson are as solid as they can be for the Ukrainians. It can't get much better than what it is right now, if you want my honest opinion. It probably can, but really not more than it really matters in terms of the overall outcome. Where I'm talking about in these aid packages that CJ had brought up was the idea of, I'm kind of already in my mind acknowledging what I think we all know to be true, and that Kherson, its liberation is coming. It is no longer in doubt, in my opinion. It is going to happen. There's just no two ways around it. Kherson will be liberated. The Ukrainians will take everything on the west bank of the Dnipro, and it will be Ukrainian again, and Kherson will be liberated. However, you still, as CJ pointed out, you still have a large chunk of geography, excluding Crimea. Crimea is a whole other conversation in terms of operational sustainment, so I'm not even going to go there. But I'm just talking about from the east bank of the opposite bank from Kherson, running all the way east to Melitopol, Mariupol, Donetsk, Severodonetsk, Bakhmut, that entire area, that is a geographically enormous place. And so while we're seeing an advantage of logistical support for the Ukrainians around Kherson, that does not mean, and I don't want anybody to take this sideways, that does not mean that same equation can be done around the Donbass, because the rail lines there they actually, quite frankly, they bottleneck quite literally right up to Sloviansk and Kramatorsk. And some of those rail lines don't even work, to be quite honest with you. Some of them do, some of them don't. But Ukraine doesn't have the same ability as they have to feed those artillerymen outside Kherson with overwhelming numerical superiority because of how solid those logistical lines are. We need to start to see, not to mention the rails that Ukraine is using running south, that has been well publicized. You don't even need to trust me. You just go on Twitter and you can see the sustainment for that. But as you look further east, say east of Dnipro or east of Zaporizhia, it is a totally different logistical conversation when you're sitting down and you're running your times tables. And I'm not saying like multiplication, I'm saying like literal clock timetables, right? And so when you do that, you need to start to see some of these larger Western style heavy logistical support come online, because those operations will be, quite frankly, nothing, probably on the order of magnitude of 2 or 3 times the size of what we're seeing around Kherson. You're talking about a massive military that needs to move forward and needs to sustain what CJ is describing, which is an overwhelming artillery superiority. You need trucks, you need everything you possibly can. Get the rail lines back up, everything, because if you don't have those Western trucks, those heavy trucks that can carry tons of ammunition, and I'm not just talking about 1 or 2, I'm talking about quite literally hundreds, because as you move forward, your logistical lines spread out, right? And as you do that, the conveyor belt gets longer, and you need to reestablish your logistical hubs. And so again, run that time, distance, speed equation of how fast a truck can go, what's the distance, and what's the actual speed of the truck. And so that's kind of where I'm seeing in these aid packages. I'm like, okay, great, more artillery, that's fantastic. Load up that warehouse and leave no space uncovered by an artillery round. That's fantastic. But you have to, as you move forward, your logistics have to come with you, because Ukraine still has to liberate a large swath of their territory. And that is not going to be done on the same logistical timetable that we're seeing around Kherson. That's not me being defeatist. That's not me saying, oh no, Ukraine's we can solve it. It's a solvable problem. But I'm just saying we need to start to see some of these things come online, and it has to be done sooner rather than later, because it's not just about giving them vehicles and trucks. It's about giving them parts, lubricants, engines, alternators, axles, tires. I mean, you name it, you need to be able to support the logistical. And when you go on this offensive, whether it's this year or the next, depending on the weather and what you see around that area, it is just a different vision. And so that's where I think me and CJ kind of like, I don't want to say we caught each other, but, or, we're kind of being fictitious, but that's where my eyes are looking, and they need to set up that logistical support now, because that same, again, not to sound redundant, that same logistical superiority we're seeing around Kherson is not going to be the same framework of logistical superiority that we're going to see in the Donbass, because Russia, those logistical lines from Rostov-on-Don north are very solid for the Russians. They are not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not saying that they're Western style, but they have the ability to figure it out and to get those things where they need to go. And so that's why you need to give the Ukrainians the ability to engage in maneuver warfare. You have to, because if you sit there and you engage in this grinding thing, this grinding World War I type of warfare, it's only going to be more lethal for the Ukrainians. And I don't want to see that. I want to see the Ukrainians engage in these operations where they can move quickly, give a captain or a lieutenant all the support they need to take a target of opportunity if they need it, and to call fires when they need it, and not to somebody to be like, well, the truck hasn't arrived from Zaporizhia yet. You don't want to be in that situation, right? And it's a very real situation. It has happened before. I've gone on exercises where with a major, he turned around, he looked, and he said, how many do we have left? He's like, well, all 5 went back at the same time. All the trucks turned around at once and then went back, rather than setting up a conveyor belt. And we have to do kind of a retraining on, this needs to, the rear guy needs to set up more of a conveyor belt rather than sending all his trucks at once and then sending them all back. It needs to be much more consistent. And you can only do that by expanding the sheer number that you have in terms of available logistical support.
Yeah, excellent points, Greg. I think this is definitely a discussion worth having. I think, we're getting 2 really interesting perspectives from both you and CJ. And as you said, I don't think it's like a disagreement. It's just kind of, two different visions of the future, maybe something like that. CJ, go ahead.
No, I mean, I just want to go back in time to, mid-March, which was the high water mark of course, Russia's advances in Ukraine, right? At that point in time, they had something on the order of 33%, of Ukraine's landmass, quote unquote, under their control. Of course, we can argue what level of control they really had, but that was, where their troops were, at least, and to get down to the current percentage, which is 17.2, and has stayed that way for the last 2 months, right, where Russian gains have equaled Ukrainian gains, with the 5 different major northern axes pull out, right? It didn't require, a massive maneuver attack. It didn't require the massive amounts of fuel. It didn't require the massive amounts of ammo, right? It was setting the conditions to have Ukraine fight in a way that made them successful. Now, we could argue, whether or not that was due to, Western aid coming in and Russia trying to downsize its goals. You could, people could argue that the goal always was just the Donbass, but I would disagree, just based on how it started out. But what I'm trying to get at here, just in general, is Ukraine's going to fight the war the way that least amount of casualties, of course, right? So it may not be maneuver war, and I'm not even saying a matter of a difference of like tactics, right? Of Soviet style logistics versus U.S. I'm talking about basically creating a situation through precision fires and maybe very limited, ground attacks where Crimea, Zaporizhia, and Kherson are unlivable, where, and I've got a lot of people about it, so I do want to bring it up, and in Donetsk and Luhansk today, there was 6 different strikes from either long-range artillery or HIMARS that hit 3 different train yards and transit hubs and 3 different ammo depots, right? So even though we've been talking about all these strikes in Crimea and Kherson, the massive amount of long-range targets that are being prosecuted and hit, I mean, it's all going to this very important end that I think Craig is getting at, where it is such a difficult situation in a lot of these places for Ukraine to overcome. But I wouldn't be surprised if, like the northern pullout, Ukraine tries to create an untenable situation for Russia, because at the end of the day, they do not want to meet Russia out in the field, not because they are not brave enough or strong enough, but that is, the one place where Russia could do a lot of damage. And so I think Ukraine is pretty content in Kherson right now, taking, much less casualties than they did before, while causing maximum chaos and panic. Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of Russians leaving Crimea, and then seeing what the Russians do in response. Right, like I think everyone is very concerned, and maybe rightfully so. Of course, this turning static, but I think the amount of Western support and NATO support and other country support, and the fact that Ukraine is training 10,000 brand new soldiers every 3 months in the UK. There's still the amount of aid is increasing, not decreasing. And hopefully, Craig, to his concerns, in the Lend-Lease, which will finally get up and running in October, November, this is where, the trucks will come in for moving these supplies. Again, if we look back to World War II, it was the supply trucks that the U.S. gave the Soviet Union that really made all the difference, not really more so than everything else. And so Ukraine probably is fine, waiting this out a little bit, not only just licking its wounds, but really preparing in a big way. And it may not be these sweeping counteroffensives. It may be creating such a terrible situation for the Russians that are there that they get them to pull out like they did in 4 other places at the beginning of this war.
This is where, so I think this is probably going to be the only time I've ever disagreed with CJ, at least in part, more than 50%. That is, in my opinion, not fair to what the Russians were trying to do. So yes, you are correct that what happened was an absolute disaster for Russia around Sumy, the brave defenders of Chernihiv, Kiev, the list goes on and on. But remember that the operation that the Russians were engaging in was an overreach, right? They were trying to sustain, which gave the Ukrainians the opportunity to interdict and to create and to prepare the ground, if you will, for these localized counterattacks and start to pinprick them, right? Because Russia was trying to reach all the way from Sumy all the way to Kiev. They were trying to reach from Chernihiv all the way down. They were trying to envelop Kharkiv all simultaneously, all at the same time, right? That is not so with what we're seeing here in what we are seeing, what we will see in the Donbass eventually. Don't get it twisted. I fully believe that this will happen. I believe that we are going to supply what is needed when the Ukrainians need it as fast as we possibly can. I don't doubt that whatsoever. But the analogy isn't the same, because in the Donbass, you don't see Russia overreaching its supply lines like you did around Kiev, which gave your opponent the ability to kind of like judo, right? If anybody's kind of used judo before, when you don't stand up and fight your opponent fist to fist. The way judo is conducted is you allow the momentum of your enemy to be their own downfall. You just simply step to the side and throw them, and then gain the advantage of being on top. That's kind of the principle of judo in like 5 seconds, right? And so we're not seeing that same opportunity that we saw in the initial phases of this war, that we will see the same types of opportunity in the Donbass. Those two things, I think, are different. While they're similar in terms of how stupid the Russians are, in terms of how bad their tactics are, in terms of their inability for their infantry or anything to coordinate in any kind of sophisticated way whatsoever, right? I'm not insinuating that at all, but the sustainment that they have is not the same, because they're not overreaching. They're not trying to get more. They're not trying to bite off more than they can chew. So I think that probably was a first. CJ is probably one of the people that I give more respect to than anybody else on these spaces, because he's active duty. He's far more educated when it comes to operational things in terms of army components and how those things fit together. I don't doubt his expertise at all, but I would just simply very delicately push back on trying to compare what we saw in the early phases to what we're seeing now in terms of the battle space and what your opponent is doing and what you do about it, right? And so, yeah, that's where I just like push back ever so gently.
And just in response, again, this discussion is so important because I think it kind of shows people, how important, aid is, how important to keep talking about this conflict, and really just how historic it is, right? That, thousands of miles away from any of us, or for some of us in this space, this war is raging, but obviously for some on the panel, of course, nothing could be more important. And so maybe I would redirect to Konstantin or Raver, because I know Raver is a resident tanker here, but what I would just kind of throw back at you, Craig, is, Ukraine has the training to basically scale up. They have obviously the courage, they have the political will, they have the moral high ground, they also have the international will. So what's missing, right? And I think if the amount of aid is there, it'll be such an untenable situation that, Russia will have to do the same kind of drawdown, because they can't, they can hold off against 16 HIMARS, by taking hundreds of casualties a day. But if you look at what's happened in Bakhmut, that's what I would just focus in on, right? This area where they're basically able to put thousands of artillery rounds every day, and they're taking hundreds of casualties every day. I mean, there's whole, basically cities of conscripted people, they're getting wiped off the map. And you talk about these, you hear from these observers in the high ground up there, and they're just saying it's a turkey shoot day in and day out, right? And yes, Russia is a large country, and yes, they can do this for a while, but just because they can do it for a while doesn't mean they can do it forever. And so I would just say, what we really need to do, Craig, is we need to maybe take a 2-day deep dive back into Donbass like we used to, because I think the situation there is much worse for the Russians than we've given them credit for, especially recently when they moved, so many people out of Izium. They sort of gave up certain parts of the land and tried to focus in on Kherson. There's a lot going on there that I don't think we've talked about enough, and I definitely would like to do that with you. So sorry for bogarting the space. Joseph, I don't know who you want to go to next.
No, CJ can have the last word. He's more than welcome to it.
No, guys, I think it's been great. I think it's a great discussion. It's been a really interesting. My mute button's all funny. I'm trying to get reconnected here. I think Ben's got to take off pretty soon. It's pretty late over in Europe, as you can imagine. But no, it's been a great discussion, guys. Craig, how you doing on time?
I was actually just about to send a message on our chat. It takes me about 15 minutes to get to practice, so I gotta head off in about 5 minutes. But I want to hang around in case somebody wants to direct something towards me, and I'm not dodging anybody.
I want to something towards you. I like your Judan analog and how you use the momentum of the enemy to your advantage. And I was thinking if Ukraine could at the start, just have one small highway through which Russia, with all the momentum, with their huge convoy, just go through to one of the NATO countries, and then momentum of Russia would be used against them. So they would just run through one of the highways directly to Poland and get their asses kicked over there.
Likewise.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, Craig.
Craig,
Craig, you were talking about you thinking you were going to see big scale maneuvers by the Ukrainians. I don't think so. I think they're going to continue with what they've been doing, which is use artillery to isolate Russian units and then bite them. This is a war of villages, using those villages as the pieces of terrain you're trying to catch. You're not going to see big maneuver units. You can train a tanker in 3 months. You can probably train a tank crew in 6 months, a tank company in a year, but it's going to take 2 years to build up a tank army. That's a really, really complex thing. The 18th Airborne Corps only could do what it did in Iraq because they had spent a decade training on the inter-German border. It took the Allies, the U.S. troops, roughly 2.5 years to go from green conscripts to an army that could march across France in 1944. So I don't think the Ukrainians have time to build up that type of Western-style Panzerwaffen battle philosophy, especially when what they have works. If they have the right amount of artillery to isolate Russian areas and Russian units, decimate their logistics, demoralize them, and then move in and take a village and force everybody else to react and adjust to that village loss, and then take the next one and the next one. I think that's how this war is going to go.
Yeah, and let me just...
For our listeners, Raver's a tanker. Just want to throw that out there. Go ahead, Craig.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'll just say this, and then I got to go. I'm not talking about sickle cuts like Manstein through the Ardennes and to that. I'm not talking about World War II conventional style attacks. I'm talking about sustainment on a broad front while your enemy's logistics. And we are seeing people are DMing me and they're trying to fact check me in real time, where we're seeing logistical interruptions around Donetsk, where we're seeing logistical interruptions around the Donbass. Those are all true statements. But what I'm talking about is, let's imagine a world for just a moment where we live in the fact that all of the quote unquote, everything north of Crimea up to Zaporizhia. So draw a horizontal line from, say Bielograd all the way down, and it stops at, say, Melitopol, or excuse me, it stops at Mariupol, right? That's the front that we're living. That's the world that we're living in, because that's only a matter of time. I think we all agree that Ukraine will win this war. I don't think that's in doubt anymore. I think there was probably about 5 minutes there where we're kind of like, whoa, what's going to go on? And then after that, we're like, oh no, Ukraine's got this in the bag. We just need to kind of support them, give them everything we can, train their soldiers up, give them everything that we possibly can get them, and as much as possible and as quickly as possible. And then we're going to see that shift. But where I'm kind of talking about is that once you start to think of a front that goes from a liberated Mariupol all the way north around Bakhmut, north of Donetsk, around towards Bakhmut, and then up towards Izum, and then all the way up towards Bielograd, east of Kharkiv. Think of like the Oskil Reservoir as being that kind of dividing line around the north. So you can just kind of imagine that scenario. That is a broad front to sustain operations, and it is massive, a broad front. And so I don't mean that this is we're looking for deep strikes and surgical precision cuts and all these types of things that people think in classical warfare. That's kind of anachronous. That doesn't exactly happen anymore, right? It's not real. But what I'm talking about is sustaining that broad front to where everybody along that line who, if they're tasked to go in a certain direction, has what they need. And that, and supplying all those troops, you're talking about upwards of maybe, what would you say, CJ, on a front? You're talking about, I don't know, 10 divisions. So you're thinking maybe around 100,000 troops, maybe 150,000 troops on that side, because you need, again, in the attack, you need 3 to 1. You need to be able to sustain that forward movement over a broad front. And if you can't sustain movement over a broad front and you have to concentrate, that means your enemy can concentrate as well. And if they can concentrate as well, that's where we get into this static line that I want to try to avoid. And with that, I do have to run. I'll listen to what Konstantin has to say, but I got to jump in the car. I'll talk to y'all later. Thanks so much. I'll be back on later.
I wanted to say that to address Raver, and it's indeed training like a tank army takes, to be efficient, takes a decade, and obviously Russian tank armies have not trained like that, and they this is where we can see the problem that Raver brings up. It's not just a question of having 1,000 tanks. It's a question of the training, of endless exercises, of really hard work, and thankfully that's where our enemy had failed. But for Ukraine, Ukraine does not operate on the level of tank armies. I don't know if it's good or bad. We have highest level for us is corps at the moment, so it's not. It can be called corps. I think if we compare it to United States level, but it's the Ukraine operates at really low level of we use small units, much smaller, exactly because we don't have the equipment. We don't have the equipment to the tanks themselves. We use tanks to support our mechanized brigades mostly, because even though each mechanized brigade has its own tank battalion usually, but that tank battalion, unfortunately, right now is too degraded to operate by itself. So the tanks are put to reinforce the mechanized brigade, to reinforce mechanized units. And another thing is that with this this Ukraine at the moment. I know people like to talk about this insane offensive where Ukraine is next week, next I don't know, 2 weeks, etc. People love to talk about it, how Ukraine is going to liberate Kherson and then it's going to switch to something else. Right now, people must understand Ukraine. First and most important thing is to stabilize and sustain what we have at the moment. Question of offensive is there, but this question is more in the future. Ukraine does not have, unfortunately, the capabilities to go on major offensives because and one of most important things there is that we lack gear, we lack armor, we almost don't have IFVs. Because Ukraine had BMP-1s, those are essentially they have very low armor. They have some firepower, but that's basically it. And if you can see videos from the assault operations, you usually see pickup trucks and SUVs. That's the reality in which we operate, and you can imagine planning larger offensives when you have so little armor and your troops, you literally send in troops in the pickup trucks, and you say you just go and do this. It's really hard. It takes a toll on the people who do this. Lots of people actually refuse. You can imagine that if you're being told that here's your 2007 Nissan Navara, go and retake this village. It's like we can talk about Ukrainian high morale and willingness and desire to take our lands back, but there are no suicidal thoughts to do that. That's why this offensive is slow. That's why Ukraine is using tactics that we all have left, and we're using it. That's the artillery. Sorry, not West. Let's say NATO countries and free world appears to be much more willing to give Ukraine artillery than to give infantry fighting vehicles or tanks. And we have to use what we have, and that's essentially making if we want to go onto the offensive, you make life of those soldiers intolerable, but by cutting out their supply lines. Then you start targeting them with the using intelligence from the locals, from UAVs, and when they when we strike one major something major like a congestion point of their forces, then we try to take a village back. That's the tactic that Ukraine has been utilizing so far. It's been working. Of course, Russians are understand that as well. They try to counter it, but unfortunately, that's Ukraine does not have. No matter how we want Kherson and all those villages liberated, Ukraine does not have mobility. Armored mobility and mobile firepower, except for artillery.
Yeah, thanks, Constantine. But yeah, so Craig had to go. I think CJ also had left. So yeah, I think it was a good discussion. I think Craig might be on a little bit later, so maybe we can talk about it in more detail. But yeah, I think it's kind of an interesting question, right? What will happen in terms of? Sorry if you guys can hear those cicadas. So super annoying. Yeah, but so I think it's an open question what will happen, like in terms of either an offensive with tanks and maneuver warfare, or as Raver points out, it might continue with this sort of methodical, slow advance that's more systematic. So just kind of an interesting question overall. But yeah, so I guess maybe it's a good opportunity to ask people to please retweet the space. That always does help us out. And then, of course, you can follow the Maria Report account. We do try to post updates on there. I'll always let people know about the Maria Report. It does help us out in that way, too, to get new people in here who haven't heard us. And of course, please go to MryiaAid.org. We are a separate organization to Maria Aid, but like MryiaAid.org, we're a completely volunteer organization. So there's no, get Ben some French wine or whatever Ben drinks. I don't know. I think he drinks coffee. Get Joe coffee. There's no none of that. We just want to support Ukraine, and the way we try to do that is by showing our support to MryiaAid.org. So like us, they're an organization of volunteers, and that means that they're dedicated to getting non-lethal aid to Ukraine. Things like body armor, bandages, hemostatic bandages. What else? Sorry, I stepped on something sharp. That would hurt. Hemostatic bandages, drones, body armor, thermals, night vision. All sorts of stuff. Mine disposal equipment, firefighting equipment, things that Ukrainian soldiers and civilians need on the ground right now to save lives in Ukraine. So we definitely support what they do at MryiaAid.org, and we implore you guys, please check out the Twitter account. They do try to update people there, and also go to MryiaAid.org, see what they're doing, and if you're so inclined and you're so able, please do consider supporting what they do. We definitely think they're doing great work, and we applaud what they do. And of course, do feel free to come up. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and then you press the little heart icon in the center, and on the far right, you can raise your hand, and we'll do our best to answer your question. I think we had a good little discussion between Craig and CJ. I just wanted to squeeze that in there. I knew Craig had somewhere to be, but hopefully he'll be on a little later, and we can talk about it in more detail. I don't know about CJ, but until then, it's great. We got Constantine here, and also I think, I'm not sure if Gunny's still here. He might still be here. Also got Raver coming back up. So we got a few people with some military experience. We've had quite a few developments today. It's been a pretty busy day. I woke up with the intention of going to the grocery store because I was like, it's been kind of a slow, it was a little slow yesterday. And woke up and like everything in occupied Ukraine and even some things in Russia were on fire. And I was like, oh, okay, I guess this is what I'm going to do today. So we've been trying to follow what's going on. We'll post to you guys if we have any new information about all the strikes. But the short of it is tons of ammunition depots blew up. There's some strikes on various airfields and airstrips and things that also there's definitely some kind of damage we haven't been able to assess clearly. I assume at some point satellite imagery will emerge of all those areas. But until then, we're just kind of left to speculate based on written reports. There are some videos. The videos of all the ammo depots are verifiable. The videos of the one video of the strike in Sevastopol, or what's called I forget the name of it, but that airfield, there was a video that came out of it, but it's not authentic, so it's old. So there's no video footage of the two strikes in Crimea proper yet, but we are waiting for that and maybe some satellite imagery. So definitely an eventful night for Ukraine. And as we've been saying, the night is still young, so there are still possible strikes coming. And Ukraine seems to have really destroyed some significant stuff, particularly in Kherson area. There was another ammunition depot destroyed in Novokhovka, and Operational Command South reported the destruction of a Russian radar as well as 4 S-300 launchers. So it's been, again, as I said, a very eventful day. So with that, we'll go to Raver. Raver, please go ahead.
Hey, everyone. You guys may have already seen it, but I just posted a video from Special Kherson Cat. Somebody got footage of the Russians hiding equipment next to one of the big turbines in Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. I mean, it's incontrovertible truth that it is what it is where it is, and that those are Russian trucks hiding next to a giant turbine.
Right. Yeah, we've been discussing this a little bit. The Russians are clearly using the nuclear power plant as sort of a hostage or a shield to try to prevent, Ukraine from striking them directly. And we saw this also at Chernobyl, right? They put an ammo dump right next to the sarcophagus just because they assumed, the Bayraktar can't get us if we hide behind the irradiated, thing. So it's crazy strategy. They've been clearly trying to provoke some kind of a false flag attack.
Even our mainstream media has been kind of going out of their way to debunk it because it's so obvious. We've seen, trucks could go up, Russian military trucks pull in. We've seen the local crew being told to evacuate the facility for the day. So, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous to even try this. But yeah, excellent points, Raver. Thanks for pointing that out. Any follow-up? Go ahead.
No, I was just, like I said, I posted the video to the Nest.
Okay, and with that, we'll go to finance. Finance, go ahead.
Hi, I would just like to inform everybody from the Atacam's brand cigarette companies that the fellas in the basement, we have a brand of Shiba Inus who is very creative in our marketing team. And we have a recent video that's come out posted by Robert Goodfella. Put it in the Nest just for your viewing pleasure. We just want you to know that Atacam's brand cigarettes is here. The Great Russian Ammo Cook-Off today was a success. All the different chefs and all the different occupied Russian territories came out and showed just how they can smoke that great Atacam's brand product. Thought you would enjoy it. Thought I'd be here. I'm going to be back in about an hour to join you for the evening. But until then, everybody remember that smoking kills. So please smoke responsibly. And that is only next to a Russian ammo dump.
As always, an excellent advert for Atacam's brand cigarettes from our very own finance. He's got his, he's got his hand in a lot of business ventures, and this most recent one seems to have really had an impact, we'll say. So, yeah, thank you very much, finance. We look forward to hearing from you in about an hour. I think Ben's asleep, so I got Live Sniper up here. I got Constantine. So yeah, if anyone else does want to come up here and join us, I think it's maybe time for a new topic. Yeah, I don't know. I've been trying to follow the details on all these strikes, so I don't know about other information that's going on in Ukraine right now. But I'm going to go ahead and go inside where the reception isn't as good, and sometimes people make fun of me for sounding like a robot. And I'm going to go take a look over there. So just give me 1 minute here.
Oh, Atacam Cigarettes really needs to open up a distillery and start offering flavored vodka. They could do like the Crimea with a rich, smoky taste.
Definitely. Yeah, so I guess just one thing. President Zelensky visited some wounded soldiers at a hospital in Lviv before the meeting he had with Turkey and the UN. So I don't know. I think today has been a very important day to show like this is where Ukraine's priorities are. Right? They're clearly focused on the military effort. They're focused on the looking after their wounded soldiers and their heroes. And I think obviously they're open to the idea of negotiations, but this is where the events are happening. Not there's a reason we're covering this stuff and not these so-called negotiations. Negotiating with Russia isn't feasible until they're defeated militarily. I think we all agree on that. There's also a pretty large-scale meeting with the head of a company, the Andural Industries, Andriy Yermak. So apparently there's like a high-level meeting between these sort of defense industries in terms of Ukraine acquiring some defense technology. I'm not too keyed up on the details on that, but sounds kind of interesting. President Zelensky released a statement a few hours ago just talking about the general Russian irresponsibility around the nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia, and just raising once again the issue of is the international community just going to stand by while Russia just uses this nuclear power plant as a negotiating tool or a hostage or whatever we want to call it. There was a article that came out today about partisans operating in Melitopol. New Voice of Ukraine, I reported it, and I think, New Voice of Ukraine. I'm not sure the reliability of that publication, but they released a little article about partisans in Melitopol, and the guy interviewed went by the name Svarog, which means I forget what it means. It was a weird name. Oh, quarrel, like a fight, like a little argument or something. So yeah, lots of Ukrainians have code names. I assume the partisans all have code names for obvious reasons. Anyway, they just said they started training a few months before the attack. Again, I don't know how reliable all this is.
They've been operating for several months. They are operating like cell structures. They work at night. They plant bombs to fight occupation authorities and collaborators. They cut the electrical wires to turn off the lights, and then they plant the bombs. They talk a little bit about the details of how they do it, and they say, we got this collaborator, we got that collaborator. We want them to know they'll never be safe. And then he says, like, we don't consider doctors or firefighters or regular like city service workers to be traitors, but the teachers who cooperate with the invaders are collaborators. So far, we haven't decided to well, I shouldn't say so far. That they've said we will not attack the teachers, but they will humiliate them with leaflets and sort of warn them that a child is vulnerable to propaganda, and if brought up into this program, he'll become an idiot just like the Russians, is what the partisan said. So kind of an interesting little article. Again, I don't know how much we can verify it, but supposedly the perspective of some partisans in Melitopol. Konstantin, please go ahead.
I'm sorry, I did it accidentally. Probably I don't have much to it. I want to listen to all of you.
Okay, no problem, Konstantin. Plana, please go ahead. Welcome, by the way.
Hi there, guys. Sorry, I should have unmuted myself before speaking. Thank you for letting me speak. And thank you for the updates, and I find it extremely useful to listen to you guys. As we are waiting for some more military updates, I just wanted to bring up the topic of the propaganda, which is one of my favorite peewees, if you like. And I see a lot of Russian assets being extremely active across the European continent. Maybe not so much in the US, but in Europe, I think this is a war which is by far not decided as of yet. I see quite a few so-called Italian journalists publishing stuff out there. I've seen statements by Viktor Orban, my sort of beloved dictator on the continent, stating that Russia cannot lose the war. And I see quite a lot of activity being sort of stirred in the recent days. And I was just wanted to pose the question to the panel: what do you guys see as a countermeasures we can employ, and what can be done against those things, against those sort of, let's say, quite a poisonous lies being spread across the, predominantly across the social networks like Facebook and Twitter. Well, Twitter less than so, but much more Facebook. And specifically targeting, let's say, Central and Eastern Europe. And this is why I'm saying that it is important that, I mean, Ukraine is currently supported predominantly by the US and maybe the UK, not so much by the rest of the European countries. But still, those European countries matter in a way that to solve the war, to continue the support, they're still needed in a way, and it will be quite a bit of a problem if they're lost to your Russian propaganda, and especially gas and turning off the gas and all of that stuff, turning Europe in a dark, cold place in the winter is one of the memes quite heavily employed by the Russian bots and propagandists out there. So I just wanted to ask, what do you guys think? What can we do? What should it be done? And I hear sort of reports that, for example, some Eastern European countries, the moderators in Facebook are quite pro-Putin, pro-Russia. So really suppressing messages and suppressing statements and opinions of people who are supporting the effort against, or supporting Ukraine and being against Russia. Have you ever heard about that? How can we sort of act against that? So this is my question, and I'm sorry I'm not bringing good news. I'm sort of again pointing out some weak spots, potentially weak spots. I'm not sure, maybe not, because if the US is still supporting Ukraine and UK, maybe that's not really decisive for the war, but it's still not a good sign. So yes, please let me know. Tell me what you think. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great question, Plum. I think, in terms of the overall information war, I would say in general, people in Eastern Europe probably have a thing to teach us about, Russian disinformation. I think overall they're probably a lot more they understand the Russian mentality and the Russian tactics a lot more than we do, just because we lived on, or they lived under, Soviet and Russian kind of colonialism for a long time. But that being said, I think it's obvious to point out that they're not completely invulnerable to it, and because of that, Russian sort of colonial influence on their societies and governments for so long, there is a lingering level of influence, and I think to some degree we see that in a place like Germany, right, where a lot of the sorry for the plane, guys. Where a lot of the sort of questionable leadership had connections to, sort of East German intelligence and things like that. So I think there's definitely a legacy there, and it's sort of an interesting question in terms of how to combat it. But quite frankly, as an American, I think that my information space is just so different than that one that it's maybe something that I think Konstantin might be better equipped to answer. I mean, I think Konstantin's seen Ukrainians sort of fall victim to Russian disinformation. Konstantin, have you found any effective way to kind of counter that?
Before Konstantin answers, I just want to say you're very lucky to be outside of the influence of the Russian propaganda, to be honest with you. And I think you're absolutely right about the deep connections in German society, or the deep connections of the Kremlin with the German society. And unfortunately, it's not only with the Eastern German side. There were quite a few discussions actually on this panel, on this board, quite a few discussions about the way the Russians try to cultivate connections and relations with the German industry on the west side and in Western Germany. And this hasn't been a short-term project. This is a project which is running since the 60s or the 70s, actually. So it has been a long-term infiltration project, if you like, by the Russians, which they've executed and continued to use even to the present day. Having said that, I think Germany is slowly but surely awakening to the fact that Russia, the dependency of Russian gas is being suffocating, and it has been limiting the freedom of the country. So I think Germany will do whatever it takes to get off the dependency, but it will take some time. Unfortunately for the war in Ukraine, this is happening right now. So Germany, it hasn't been the ally, or it hasn't been supplying the weapons and the support which it should have been doing, given its size and importance in the European, well, in Europe in general. But that's for you the power of the Russian sort of hybrid warfare, the power of Russian infiltration and Russian media war, if you like. So therefore, I'm bringing up this subject from time to time just to make sure people understand this is the war in Ukraine is important. The kinetic part of it is very, very important, but we have another part which is fought outside of Ukraine, and it's as well, hopefully not as much as important as the kinetic part of it, but it is important because it ensures that, or the Russians try to destroy the support and try to destroy the moral high ground and force various countries in Europe to stop supporting Ukraine for various sort of very selfish or very sort of economic reasons, if you like.
Yeah, good points. And definitely I think the information and the military conflict are related, right? There's a direct relationship between the developments and so forth. But I see Yehuda joined us. Welcome, Yehuda.
I noticed that we're talking about our favorite topic about Ukraine being blackmailed by Europe. We saw a bit of it today, last couple of days. we call it blackmail because at the end of the day, that's what it is. And I think once the war had lasted about 2 months, I think most people who knew what they were talking about said that Ukraine will obviously defend itself. It will limit Russian invasion territory gained by the Russian invasion, and that ultimately Russia would seek to degrade the will of the West to support Ukraine and hold on to whatever it had at all costs, like they're trying to do in Kherson City. But as you know, as many of you might know, the meeting with the UN Secretary General and the President of the Turkish Republic, Mr. Erdogan, lasted only 40 minutes. And I'm sure 30 minutes of it was pleasantries. And the last 10 minutes was the sue for peace, where President Zelensky of Ukraine clearly said, fat chance. We'll sue for peace once we regained our territory and all of it. So that was a short conversation, and Ukraine spoke when President Zelensky made it clear. And obviously, there are considerations that Ukraine has to take into account when it comes to continued Western support. They are attacking the Russians, as we've said today earlier, very much so in order to degrade their capabilities of resupply and to increase the chances of Ukrainian soldiers coming home alive. The more they destroy Russian capabilities, the less effective Russians will be in defending Ukrainian land that they've stolen. There is another consideration. I don't agree fully with those who have mentioned it in the news media. A lot of these are pretty well-informed retired generals, and that is Ukraine is also waiting to counterattack when they feel that the West will provide the equipment they need, predominantly tanks and infantry fighting vehicles, and that I think that is a consideration. There's a certain General Keane, Keane, who is pretty spot on most of the time, and he feels that this is actually the majority opinion as to why Ukraine isn't fighting. I don't agree from the people I know on that level. The Ukrainians predominantly want to degrade Russian capabilities, and obviously the Americans have come through with everything they've said they would come through. I think they want to make sure that in the near and then the far and in the rear they have like all of their echelons supported very heavily in order to take Kherson the most effective way. And in the meantime, they'll bypass it. Russian troops need to eat, so do civilians. Civilians don't need bullets, Russians do. So it might be wiser to retain, to keep Kherson city intact and limit the Russians' ability to resupply it. So you might see some form of attack to encircle the city and effectively cut off those 25,000 troops. Either way, it's coming. Some people say 2 weeks, some people say 5 months. Either way, it is coming, and the Russians are aware of that. It could be in the winter. I don't think it'll go that far.
Thank you for that analysis, Yehuda. Paman, I don't know, any follow-up for Yehuda? I think it's a little bit, might have something to say. Go ahead.
Well, no, I think Yehuda just reminded us that what the Ukrainians do on the front lines, this is the most important thing. They're defending their country and they're defending their homeland, and this is the most important thing. And I guess, in a sense, this is an answer to my question, because the only thing we have to do is to remind people who is the aggressor and who is defending their homeland. That's what it is. That's all. So thank you, Hilda. I think it was a sort of a good answer to my initial questions and my initial thoughts. Thank you.
Yehuda, you want to add anything or no? I'll take that as a no. Prince, please go ahead.
Hey, Joseph, thank you. You know, isn't why I came to talk, but you know, we in this space here go a long ways to providing information to sort of counter Russian disinformation. And along those lines, I think tomorrow morning, or at least morning for me, 1400 UTC, 10 a.m. Eastern time. Once again, we're going to have Olga. I'm not going to try to pronounce the last name. I apologize, but she is very plugged in. I can't remember everything about her, but she's very involved with nuclear energy there in Ukraine and the nuclear power plants, and is very, very knowledgeable about all that. So I think it's the perfect response from the Marie report to the Russian disinformation and all of the things that have been coming out regarding the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant in the last couple of days. So that's just something I wanted to point out too. If anyone has anything they want to say about that, let me know. Otherwise, I'll move on to my other thing. Okay, I'll just move on. I don't know if anybody has seen this reporting over the last couple of days. I've seen several news articles about it, and a Chris O_wiki account here on Twitter has been sharing about a Russian paratrooper, Pavel Filetinov, who was part of the invasion force entering Ukraine, and he wrote a 141-page memoir. That so far all I've seen is that it's in Russian, and people are translating bits and pieces and are sharing news stories and things along those lines, and sharing, paraphrasing things that he has said in it. And it's a rather, from the stuff I've read already, it's a rather interesting look into this one Russian soldier's experience and how horrid it has been and was for him. So I was just curious if you've taken a look at that, Joseph, or if anybody has talked about that at all, and if anybody knows if there's an English version of it out there yet. So that's what I was wondering about.
May I just offer a very brief perspective on those memoirs and on those 140 pages? So yes, yeah, you're right. It's describing the misery of being a Russian soldier and the theft and the corruption in the whole Russian army. But we all have known that, and there's one flip side to this thing. And we shouldn't be led to believe that this is the only reason why the Russians are just losing right now. I think that that could be used in a very different way, e.g., to say, well, look, we when they're unprepared and our soldiers were not fed properly or something, and therefore we lost. And this is a narrative which actually is aimed at sort of degrading the role of the Ukrainians in the whole story, because everybody would say, "Oh yeah, the Russians were so weak and blah blah blah," and the Ukrainians just had a very easy game. That's completely not true. We have to be quite conscious of the fact that despite those soldiers not being fed, they have been supplied with tremendous amount of weaponry. If you compare the number of tubes, the number of guns, artillery pieces the Russians have compared to the Ukrainians, this is completely incomparable. It's like 10-1, at least at the beginning. The number of tanks and planes and cruise missiles and everything. So yes, we all know that the foot soldiers in Russia are treated very badly, but that doesn't really decreases the amount of weaponry those guys had at their disposal. So yes, they were badly treated, but no, actually, they had quite a huge arsenal at their disposal to shoot and destroy and kill Ukrainians, right? But still, the Ukrainians managed to survive and push the aggressor away. So I don't really like those narratives about the poor, poor Russian soldiers, because actually they had quite a few weapons at their disposal, quite much more so than the Ukrainians. That's just my take. Thank you.
I think that is an awesome take, and that is exactly the kind of thing that I wanted to hear when asking questions, and bringing the subject up. And I'm curious, I see Constantine put his hand up, and I wonder if he's taken a gander at it and has anything to say. Sorry, Lisa, I'm sort of curious if Constantine has something to say about this.
Yeah, I have a bit to say, and I just want to agree with Plamen that if Ukraine does get military aid from the NATO countries and from the free world, let's say Australia is not part of NATO, for example, and it did send us Bushmasters and some howitzers. But as he have mentioned, if you take into account sheer number of artillery units and tanks and infantry fighting vehicles that Russian operates, those numbers are just staggering. I mean, they have around 2,000 tanks for this invasion, 2,500 tanks for this invasion. That's from open sources. They have more than 2,000 artillery pieces operating. They have so much more in their stocks. Of course, that's older and equipment that has to be restored. But those are numbers, they are incomparable with what Ukraine has and being given. While those, Western equipment of the NATO countries is superior. It's not, like I've said, it's not superior. It's not like 1 to 10. There were people who were thinking, one Panzerhaubitze 2000 is equivalent of 10 peons. No, it's not. It's not. It's equivalent maybe of 1 or 2 peons, but you can compare, but not 1 to 10. It's probably 1 to 30%, 1.3 or something like that. It's not like that. Russian equipment, like I've said, they're not using trebuchets, they're not using ballistas, and they don't attack with some ancient pikes. Their equipment is not 5 centuries old. That equipment is working. It's they invest money into it. It's not as good. They have problems with it, but it's still equipment that is quite capable of doing what it was designed for. And the numbers when you compare are just they're staggering. So keep this in mind that the Russia is 1 to 10, 1 to 5. I think it's in terms of equipment, it's more 1 to 5, and in terms of number of rounds they have for that equipment, it's like 1 to 20.
Yeah, the ammunition is extremely one-loop-sided in Russian favor. So basically, I don't know. I've seen numbers there. They're shooting 5,000 to 6,000 rounds a day, and Ukraine can shoot about 500 or something like that, 10 times less.
So
than
they shoot 60,000 a day, 60,000, and Ukraine shoots 5,000 a day.
Sorry, the mistake. Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. But this is like 10 times the ammunition the Ukrainians have. And guys, please don't get it wrong. The Ukrainians would like to shoot more, and they would shoot more, but they don't have the supplies, right? You just look at the massive ammunition depots which were destroyed recently, and think about how many more of those depots are around the occupied regions. And this has been the same from the very beginning. So the ammunition's outnumbering 1 to 10 at least, Ukraine versus Russia. So if you think about 5 Panzerhaubitzes could make a difference, well, think about hundreds of Russian guns on the other side.
But they do make difference. Of course they do. That does help. And I mean, if without Western support, Ukraine would be in totally different position right now. And we do thank our allies in NATO, our allies in the free world, and it really they really make difference. It just what I'm trying to say. It's just a war of such scale that is hard to imagine, and the numbers are still not on the Ukrainian side. So, and they're not anywhere close to be on the Ukrainian side. But at the same time, once again, the free world is helping, and Ukraine is super thankful. We just need more because, once again, Russian military is the second largest military in the world, and I will just give you a perspective in the doctrine. For example, for guns, like handheld guns like AK-47, AK-74, and handheld assault rifles. In the doctrine, Russia, Soviet Union, would store, have in its reserve at least one gun per each citizen that is from 16 to 55-year-old. So that's like in terms of only guns. When we talk about howitzers, it's about the same. Of course, it's not one per adult, but it's like it's a lot. It's a lot. They were the 30%, I think, of Soviet GDP was working on military budget. So you can imagine how much they have in their stocks.
This is great. This is great because, I'm sure that, of the over 470 some odd people who are listening right now, and however many people listen to the replay, there are some people who have looked at this information about, the story of this guy's story in his memoir, whatever you want to call it, and maybe getting some certain impressions about it, and being able to listen to and hear these points that you guys have made is extremely important to make sure these people don't get the wrong perspective and the wrong idea in what they read in the documents or the stories or whatever interaction they have with that. So I just want to say thanks, guys, for the good conversation and bringing that all to the forefront so that we can make sure people look at it, if they choose to look at it, with a clear head and from the right perspective. Thanks. Joseph, are you cutting potatoes again?
Well, he could be away from the mic. I guess there's somebody else who wants to speak up.
I think Lisa has her hand up. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
100%. Yes, we can.
Okay. Princess Heather, off with your head now. I'm just kidding. I always enjoy your questions in that because they're very well phrased. And I'm glad that you brought it up because I do say that, like when I retweet this space, I do say that the truth matters. It's where the truth matters because I notice a lot of Ukraine spaces are popping up, and I've listened to, I think, a couple of them, and it's like, no, that's not what's going on. So I firmly believe in the MryiaReport. But what my question was, I am not, I do not know about military moves, but I wanted to ask Konstantin, when you were with back in 2014, was there the genocide that went on like it did, but not to a large scale? The massive scale that it has this time around.
So imagine that back then, Ukraine did not. Let's say people had chance to leave, and the parts that were occupied, people got chance to escape because Ukraine was. Because we had our military degraded by Yanukovych before the war. It's what Ukraine was trying to do is simply just cool things down instead of fight back and take our land back. What this allowed is for people the lack of not lack, I would say, because action was not that packed, not that active. People had time to escape, and they did not have yet so many oprichniks, I would call them. Those who would units that would go and kill everyone who does not agree and torture. It was not that of the huge scale. But at the same time, it was happening, and everyone who were speaking Ukrainian, everyone who considered themselves to be Ukrainian, was tortured or had to escape or had to really keep everything quiet. And essentially, right now in Donbas region, there are almost no people who are pro-Ukrainian because they all had to leave. Otherwise, they would have been killed or murdered. And that's the reality of it. So they did, there were multiple instances where they would, torture, kill people. But since you discover all those things when you liberate the area, you cannot, see this when it's outside. But if you read in the internet, what for example, what is izolatia? That's the torture chambers and the killing zone that they have for Ukrainians. You would understand what I'm talking about. So it's a bit different. Once again, because it's a different level right now. But of course, being Ukrainian over there is just it's not something that
not good for your health.
Yeah.
And it's a good point that you bring up, because this comes up a lot, and I want to bring the audience's attention to tactics and morality and justness when it comes to the Ukrainian military. People make comments that some things have come up here or there. In the beginning of the war, you had some Ukrainians videotaping taking POWs, and that came to a stop really quick because Ukraine's NATO allies said, "Hey, you're with the good guys now. You can't do things like that because we don't do things like that," and they stopped immediately. And you have to remember something else. So the Russians, they murder, they mutilate, castrate, cut the heads off of, rape children, rape women, rape men, and they do it with impunity. They bomb and target Ukrainian cities, schools, hospitals. Not only do the Ukrainians not do that, but as most of the people who obviously were pro-Ukraine are in Ukraine and not shipped in by Russia, Ukrainians could easily have targeted hundreds and hundreds of sites in Donetsk and Luhansk that had military value, that were rapicide civilians who were traitors to the cause of Ukraine. These were the people that stole the homes of Ukrainians, but they were civilians. They were civilians with children and old people. And you don't hear about it because it never happened. But the Ukrainian army has always acted with the highest level of professionalism, and with some exceptions, of course, and honor and dignity. They could have easily done what the Russians did. You could have had, do you know that the Donetsk and Luhansk on the Russian-controlled side, it's not empty of people. They didn't run away. Why didn't they run away? Because the Ukrainians weren't bombing the civilians there. The Ukrainians could have. They legally could have. They could have said, you know what, it's too bad there's civilians there. There's a whole bunch of Russian equipment and artillery. And before they had HIMARS and more sophisticated and accurate weapons, they could have said, listen, we'll have to use regular artillery. We won't know if it's good enough. We won't know if it's going to hit the target exactly. It might not, and we might kill a whole bunch of children, and that's okay because we have to stop the Russians from killing our children. Ukrainians never did that, and again, we don't talk about it because we don't know about it because it never happened. So there could be some spiteful people in Ukraine that say, hey, those Russians came to our country, stole Donetsk and Luhansk from us, and the portions they've occupied for 8 years. Screw them. Forget that. We don't have to be the nice guy. They're murdering our children. They're committing genocide. But even in the face of genocide, you see the Ukrainian military behaving appropriately. For those who say, why is the West supporting Ukraine? What are they? Because the Ukrainians have demonstrated that they're not barbarians, that they will not act like barbarians just because the Russians are. In fact, they said, we won't allow ourselves to lose our humanity because the Russians are bereft of any. And that's something that I don't think it's talked about enough. I think there's an expectation in the West that Ukraine would just act like any other professional Western army. So we don't even think of it as a big deal, but it's a huge deal because Ukrainians are people too, and they have emotions, and they're watching their families and relatives and friends in Ukraine be murdered, genocide being committed on them, and they still have the upper hand, and they still have the moral high ground. And that's something I think when this victory is complete, Ukrainians can hold their head up high because they could have literally turned Donetsk into Severodonetsk. They could have destroyed it. They have full capability before HIMARS to turn all of Donetsk into Mariupol, just fire indiscriminately. And then you could say, hey, the Russians, there's 50,000 Russians there. We're bound to hit a bunch, but they're also bound to possibly hit civilians. And that's why Zelensky is welcome in every free capital of the world. That's why his picture and his video is in every parliament and every legislature, and every Congress and Senate in the free world, because they've taken the moral high ground. They've done the right thing consistently. You've heard what Konstantin has said. What happened to the normal everyday Ukrainian in those areas? They had to leave. They had to run because they're being tortured and murdered by the Russians. I think that's a pretty good reason to want to strike back, but they didn't. They didn't go for those civilians. Those are civilians that laughed and stole their property. It's like a Nazi who steals a Jewish person's house, and that Jewish person saying, "Yeah, I don't want to bomb them. Yeah, we shouldn't bomb them. They've got kids." But the Ukrainians are saying, "We're not going to do it." It's a big deal, and I think everyone should be. I'd like people to be cognizant of that fact, because I think it's a fact that people really don't take into account, and they could easily do it, and no one would say otherwise. And that's so they could scare every Russian out of Donetsk and Luhansk. The Russians are scared in Crimea when ammunition dumps go up nowhere near them and they're running. Can you imagine how they'd react if they were targeting the general headquarters of the Black Sea Fleet or any other military installation, and not just a little drone? I'm talking about just destroy it right in the middle of apartment buildings. Amazing, but they don't do it. Anyways, John, go ahead. Sorry for the rant. I just wanted to mention that because Konstantin made a really good point. Thanks, Konstantin. Over to you, John. You have the floor.
Thank you, Yehuda. If y'all don't mind, I was going to introduce a pretty significant topic shift here. I believe ISW, Institute for the Study of War, they just released at least part of their daily update. And there was an interesting point here that I wanted to ask Konstantin about.
John, you there? John changed the subject on me. See that? The Twitter lords didn't like it. He said it was a good flow. I think your mic went down, John. Come back in and out. Or is my mic down? Lisa, can you hear my mic? Can someone hear my mic?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I think we lost John. Johnny boy, should I boot him and then have him come back? Okay, I'm gonna kick John. He'll come back with his change of subject. In the meantime, we're gonna get some more people up here. I don't know you. Seems shady, but we're gonna let you up anyway. John's coming up. Let's go to Jens in the meantime.
So, yeah, I just really wanted to comment on what you said. In the beginning, I was thinking that I thought the Ukrainians, whenever they captured Russians, they were showing heroic restraint, you know. But then I thought Ukrainians are literally fighting not to be like Russians. So it makes perfect sense that they're not doing the same as the Russians. That was just what I wanted to say.
No, it's a great point. But at the end of the day, people are people, right? And you know, they limited a lot of the things that were inappropriate to just mocking sad Russians who claimed to not know what they were doing. But I mean, they weren't castrating them and mutilating them and cutting off their heads. You're 100% right. It's amazing to me to see how the Ukrainian military culture has changed in 8 years. It just shows you what freedom can do to someone, or what it can do to a culture. It really just changes your outlook on life. John, before you go off on that other topic, is there anyone else that wanted to address that topic there? Just because I think it's an important one, to be honest with you. Not that your change of topic isn't important, it's just that mine's more important. No, I'm just kidding. It's just that I think we had a flow there. Let's go to Plowman.
Well, I just wanted to say this is exactly the subject which one has to repeat in face of the Russian propaganda, because this is what they are trying to destroy on the other side. They are trying to portray the Ukrainians, and I see continuous efforts to bring up the Nazi and ultra right and all of that stuff related to the Azov regiment, and all of this debunked and completely false stuff. But it's coming up over and over and over again. And I think what you guys said, it's extremely important to be repeated in the face of this awful propaganda. And it has to be said firmly and constantly, because that shows how pointless and how completely screwed and completely false the narrative coming from the Russian side is. And it has to be repeated loudly and clearly. So I think, thank you guys. That has been a really, really good discussion. These are my 2 cents on the subject. Thank you.
No, thanks, Plowman. We appreciate it, and I agree, and we agree. I'd say the Russians would love nothing more. They would love nothing more, Mr. Putin would, to have videos of Ukrainian troops behaving badly and acting like barbarous, murderous thugs and mutilating their own prisoners. I mean, they come from a culture where Stalin didn't even care if his own son was killed by the Nazis. To them, it's an honor. Shoigu brags in a meeting with, who did he meet with? Gosh, I'm trying to remember who saw him. Was it the British Defense Minister Ben Wallace? Said and before the war kicked off, apparently he made it known that during a meeting with him, when he said the Ukrainians would fight, very courageously, and it will not be an easy fight for you. And Shoigu's response was, "You ready for this? We can suffer like no others." So his fallback position is, we're really good at being miserable. Like, we're so amazing at being destroyed. No one can suffer like us. It's like a Donald Trump. You think you can suffer? I can. So no one can suffer like me. I'm the best sufferer ever. And that was that. And this was before the war started. Yeah, we can. When they were told about sanctions, yeah, well, we can suffer like nobody else, like it's nobody's business, and they would love to see the Ukrainians behave like them because that would justify it. That would actually really rouse Russian public opinion, brainwashed and ignorant, sitting there thinking that they live in some, cornucopia, utopian world when the exact inverse is true. So I do want to make that clear, and I don't think we talk about enough how important it is. Listening to Konstantin even say how Ukrainians were tortured and chased out of their own country and in the occupied Donbass by the Russians. Yet their first inclination isn't destroy, kill those MFs who are in my house. Nope. We're gonna fight this clean. We're gonna fight it kosher. We're gonna do the right thing. We're gonna get our land back, and the whole world is on board because of it. That's just literally the reason. They're all on board. So thanks, Clement. Or if you have a follow up, Clement, we'll go to you and then Jens and then John if he isn't going to be so rude to try to change the subject on me. Go ahead, Clement.
No, I think I'm good. I'm good. Sorry, the hand was accidentally raised. Please go ahead. Thank you.
No worries. Let's go to Jens.
Yeah, I got my mic on now. So I've been listening to a lot of intercepts from conversations between Russian soldiers and their families, and I just when I listen to them, I can't imagine anything worse than actually being a Russian. They seem like they are subjugated, and they, I think I used the term once before. I feel like the Russian soldiers, they are like seasonal war criminals. Like all of them, they are only there to get combat pay. They're not fighting for freedom. They're just there to get a paycheck.
I've never heard of that before, but I'm going to use it. Seasonal war criminals. We only do genocide in the summers because it's nicer out. Yeah, wow, very poignant. Yeah, I mean, the Russians don't have the will to fight in them. You see them in their interviews. The only ones that I don't feel sorry for, I'm not going to lie. Well, I don't feel sorry for them, but the ones I feel the least sorry for are the Kadyrovites. When they're doing their little jihad TikTok videos, and they're so proud, and some of them are buff looking, and they've got their beards, and then the next videos, their whole unit's wiped out. I mean, geez Louise, probably the wrong thing to say to them. Don't say Jesus to them; they'll get mad. But yeah, no, it's bizarre. It's bizarre, and obviously the Wagner people who are even more evil. John, and then Ukraine, and then Al. I'm not sure if you have something to say. If you do, raise your hand and say, "Hey, I've got a question or a comment." If not, we're just going to cycle you down the listeners. A lot of people want to come up and speak. And for those who I did remove from the room, it's because I don't like you. No, it's because you were trying to connect for too long. You were stuck in that connecting loop. And so I kicked you from the speakers panel. It's nothing personal. You can just come back and request and ask and put up your hand. All right, let's go to John and then Ukraine. Let's go, John.
Thanks, Yehuda. I'm not sure if y'all had caught anything of what I said earlier before I lost audio, but I was going to ask Konstantin. ISW just released their daily update, and one of the things that they noted that I found particularly interesting is that the Kremlin is reportedly trying to utilize quote unquote established Cossack organizations to aid in their fourth generation efforts. I believe Commercent reported the formation of about a 250 man strong Cossack detachment slated for deployment to Ukraine. I'm very curious. I don't really have any insight into what a Cossack organization is.
I can tell you, but John, we were just saying that we're going to go through. Some people wanted to talk about the topic we were just on. Did you want to switch right now? Or can you?
Oh yeah, I'm more than happy.
Jeez
to
Louise.
Oh,
Just
Lord,
effing me off. You're effing me off right to my face, and I'm supposed to pretend I don't notice. Come on, John. Let's just see if Ukraine and Val want to talk about it. If not, we're gonna get to John's super Cossack question. Let's go, Richard.
I don't think we can hear you well, Yehuda. Really bad audio.
Yeah, no, I got it. Let's go to Ukraine for a second.
Ukraine will win. Please go ahead. Okay, Ukraine will win. I bumped you down there. I guess you were having some audio issues. Next, we have Baal. Baal, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, maybe go back a minute to what Prince was saying about the, I guess, what is being now widely reported story about this Russian soldier who's left his country, and The Guardian is where I saw his story or whatever. And of course, we don't have all 141 pages translated yet, from what I've seen. But from what I have seen translated, what he's bitching about is not what's happening in Ukraine to Ukrainians. It's what's happening on his own side. So he's not getting the money. They're not being properly equipped. They don't have the proper logistics. There was never any remorse in that about Ukraine. And I don't know how media runs with that, but I guess that's the angle that they're trying to play. There was never anything about what was actually going on in Ukraine from what I read in the stories, the couple stories that I read in the translations of the excerpts that I read.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can address that. Yehuda, did you want to address that, or maybe John?
I think it's an excellent point because it plays again in the Russian narrative, right? It degrades the role of the Ukrainians in defending their country by saying, oh, well, we poor Russian soldiers, we had only 10 guns to their 1 gun. We had only 60,000 ammunitions to their 6,000. And, we just couldn't find our parachute or whatever the hell. We couldn't get our meal or whatever the fuck. That's all it says in all of those 140 pages. Well, the guy might have been very sincere about the plight of the Russian soldier, but the fact is still the Russian army has an enormous amount of weaponry there. And the Ukrainians still manage to beat them, to push them away, to defend their country at all costs. And it doesn't matter how badly organized the Russians are, they're still extremely well equipped, right? Compared to what the Ukrainians have. And the Ukrainians, with the few things they've got, they manage to really push them away and give them a really big beating. And this is the real story about it. I don't think that the fact that Russian soldiers are not fed properly is some big story. No, it isn't. But they still have the big guns, right? They still have the equipment there. They still have been supplied with ammunition with no end. And the Ukrainians still manage to beat them. That's the real story. I don't understand this obsession about the 140 pages about some arbitrary soldier who bitches and moans about the plight of being a Russian soldier. So bad luck. Good luck. I mean, really, guys, let's be serious. Let's see the forces applied to the battlefield and see how they stack together. And it's really a miracle, and it's really a very, very genius, military genius on the Ukrainian side, which managed to stop that force, that sort of juggernaut coming their way and push it back. So let's be aware about that. Yes, we know that the Russians do not value the human life. They have enough humans, they think. Maybe they don't, but they think they have enough humans. That's their doctrine. They have applied it from the Napoleonic Wars onwards, or even earlier than that. So we all know that, right? So let's not pretend we are surprised. That's the way the Russians do conduct war. They don't value their own lives. They don't value the lives of the opponent or the civilians of the opponent. So they go and waltz over them. That's what they do. So that's it. But this doesn't change the fact that they have 10-to-1 guns. They have 10-to-1 tanks. They have more than 10-to-1 aircraft. So this is the reality. And the reality is, despite this huge advantage they had, the Ukrainians managed to stop them, to push them back from Kiev, to push them away, and contain them in a, well, still sizable, very, very sizable chunk of their country, but still contain them there. And they haven't managed, the Russians haven't managed for 1 month to do any significant progress. So give the credit where the credit is due, and it's clearly not the credit because the Russians were not fat, but because the Ukrainians were actually very, very good in this. So,
Joseph, can I have a really quick follow-up to that?
Sorry, these are my 2 cents.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I really want to point out is he's not bitching about the atrocities that the Russian army is committing, right? Like, he's not bitching about raping toddlers and little kids and women and killing civilians. He's basically bitching about the fact that he wasn't happy because he wasn't getting paid. And that's what forced him to leave his country, not what his country was doing to people who couldn't even defend themselves. What forced him to leave his country was, well, I didn't get my money.
Well, I think there's that, right? So there's 2 points about this that I think are worth pointing out. Like, one is that it reveals a lot of dysfunction within the Russian army, right? And this exposes it. It's sort of an expose on that. And the other is just what Bellel said, is there's a lack of ability or inability to take responsibility for what Russians are doing or what's being done in Ukraine, right? And both those things are problems within Russia, right? The Ukrainians have fought brilliantly against the Russians, right? But the Russians have also been remarkably incompetent, and this exposes some of that. But it also shows their inability to take responsibility for what they're doing in Ukraine, which is an aggressive war of genocide. And at no point, to Bellel's point, does this particular soldier take any responsibility for that whatsoever. You're right. Like, he's complaining about how badly the soldiers are treated, how disorganized the army is, and all of that. But at no point is he saying, why are we even here? Like, why are we doing this? We as Russians should not be doing this. It's a genocidal war of aggression, and I'm ashamed of it. Like, he does not say that, right? He's just complaining about the incompetence of the logistics and the leaders, and how poorly led the army is. But there's no existential or points made about what the hell are they even doing in the first place, right? Is that more or less what you were getting at, Bellel?
Yeah, that's my point, is like, there's all these acts of atrocity going on, and he wishes the army was more competent in achieving those. I don't know.
Bingo.
That's what I got out of it.
Yes, exactly. Like, I understand your point, and I agree with it. And on the one hand, it's interesting because it shows how messed up the Russian military and leadership is, and how incompetent they are. But it's like,
you know, you're quite right. He wishes they could do it more efficiently. So again, there's this consistent lack of taking personal responsibility that's been a theme that we've been going over for quite some time. Like just like the tourists leaving Crimea complaining about their spoiled vacations, without at any point saying, you know, what have we done, and shouldn't we be stopping this, and shouldn't we be, you know, taking responsibility for what we've done. So that's all the more reason why the Russians must be defeated.
And you know what's gonna happen if they start taking the responsibility and start being smart?
I don't know Russians as well as you do, Constantine. So
Well, that's gonna happen with any society if they stop doing that, or start being responsible for their actions, and start being smart. Then we'll also stop invading other countries. They will stop being an autocratic regime.
Well, the last thing I wanted to say is here's where I find the problem with it is this guy's being given a voice as he's like some kind of, I don't want to say hero, but like bucking the regime for running away from his country because he basically pussied out of the fighting that he knew was ill supplied. Let's just not call him a hero, right? Like let's see him as he just didn't get paid. He didn't agree with what they were doing. They didn't do it well enough for him. And that's where I wanted to go with that is like he's not some great person, I don't think, from what I've read.
yeah, I mean, it's sort of interesting the way the media sort of runs away with these stories. Like they'll say, I guess it's so rare to see any sort of dissent in Russia, in that whenever they see something like this, they almost get giddy and, you know, miss the point, right? And they say, "Oh, look, a dissident! What a hero he must be!" And that's ridiculous, right? Like it's just someone who's basically complaining. And to be honest, I have difficulty finding sympathy for people like that.
Can I
right?
respond since my name was brought up?
Okay, it's a bit out of order. I don't know where your name was brought up, Prince, but I just started co-hosting recently.
Ask BE or BL why he came up. He said he came up because of something I said.
Okay.
I just wanted to respond to that story.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean,
and that's fine. I don't have a problem. I just wanted to get what I said in the end here was that I brought that up actually so that the 400 and some odd people that were listening now, and anybody who listens to the replay, more than likely some of them have looked at this and looked into it, and the conversation spurred the way to look at it instead of leaping immediately towards sympathy for this Russian soldier who wrote this piece. So it was intended to spark a conversation so that people would look at it in the correct way and not end up having a ton of sympathy for this Russian soldier who wrote about all of these bitchy whiny things, and wasn't seeing the reality of what was happening in Ukraine. So,
yeah. None of what I was saying was directed at you. What I was saying is directed at the media that are massively putting this dude all over the place, as some kind of I don't know, like
a hero. They're
really like a hero, and he's not. I fully believe he's not.
Exactly.
Okay, got it. So both of you were on the same page
we
there.
were. I just wanted to have the opportunity to clarify it. Actually, gone and was off doing something else, so had to run to be able to pop up to make sure that that was pretty clear, because I know you weren't here when that conversation was happening, Bloke, and I see people who weren't here. Just to make it clear, because Clement was talking about some disinformation things at the time too when that got brought up. So I just wanted to clarify and make sure it was being understood in the way it was meant. So thanks, and I'll go back to doing what I was doing.
Okay, cool. All good. Everyone's on the same page. Let's go in order. I believe Jens or Hens was next, followed by John, Daryl, and Gurney.
Yeah, I'm just glad Prince brought it up, because when I started reading it, I quickly lost interest, because it seems like I'm reading a sympathy piece for a genocidal army. So I just didn't really want to continue reading it. And I just like that you, Bloke, you drew the parallel to the Russian tourists who say, why are we being punished for going on vacation? We are not the ones perpetrating. We are not at war. We're just tourists. So I like that you drew this parallel, that they don't take responsibility at all. And they support the war, but as soon as they are asked to be responsible for the crimes of the war, well, then everybody, also all the POVs that are the prisoners of war that are captured by Ukrainians, all of them, they're just guarding the rear guard. They never participated in anything. They're just innocent bystanders who happened to invade and kill Ukrainians.
Yeah, like I mean, I find that infuriating. Yeah, when we're home, we'll support the war because we want to be all gung ho, but as soon as it's inconvenient for us, we'll try to pretend we have nothing to do with it. Well, tough. Maybe if your country wasn't, invading a sovereign country, you wouldn't have so many problems with your damn visas. Like, I'm just finding it difficult to drum up any sympathy there. So, completely agree there. Thank you, Hens. By the way, Hens, I'm sorry. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? I just want to make sure. Point of order there. Jens, or am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Jens, as in YENS.
Yeah, Jens. Okay, I thought so. Okay, thank you. I believe in order it was John next, right? Or was it Daryl? I sort of lost track. I think it was
I have
you,
a
John.
topic change. So if Daryl has something that's on topic, you can go first.
Alrighty, Daryl. Good to hear
Yeah,
from
just
you.
just real quick. This whole thing, when I started reading that, I laughed because it's like he was looking for sympathy, and it's like, no. What this reminds me of with the media is like here in the States when COVID deniers, their family member would die or get sick and go in the hospital and all of this stuff. And all of a sudden, when they die, it's like, I didn't know, and all of this. And the media would just slop it up. And it's like, the scientists and everybody have been telling you for well over, a half a year what could happen. And, the media wants to pick it up like it's some big story. And I'm like, no. And then, people that have been vexed and everything else, taking all the precautions, were just like, why are you focusing on them? And that's the same way I feel about this guy. Why are they focusing on him? Because he's a non-story. And I just wanted to run the parallels to how
something here, it was just like that whole situation.
Yeah, got it, Daryl. Yeah, thank you. Always love hearing from you. I wasn't around today, so just great hearing from you again. Yeah, completely agree. I'm not allowed to swear on the radio, but it's like no shoot. You know, like is this a surprise to you?
Oh yeah,
Sorry.
oh yeah, oh yeah. I
You know?
forgot. we're a family show. I forgot.
All right, no problem. Now, John has a topic change. Tom, I don't know if you're commenting on the same topic, but John, if that's okay with you, let's go to Tom if it's on the same topic, and then we'll circle back to you if that's okay with you, John.
Yeah, it's just a quick one on this topic. I read, I guess I read the tweet storm. I didn't read the article, so I read it with a lot of interest, not with any sympathy at all to the soldier. I just thought, these accounts, credible accounts of what goes on inside, are interesting and informative, and they can also help sway the perhaps over time the opinion of Russians about, hey, this really isn't going well, right? And the bad news accumulates over time. I get the sense a lot of Russians right now are just kind of not paying attention to what's going on, or they're not we don't get involved in politics. War has nothing to do with us. There seems to be a shift toward that within Russia from reading some of the accounts of Moscow and what's happening. So I just not everything has to be a narrative one way or the other. There is a thirst for just information, and from that perspective, it's interesting. It can change the way things are perceived over time, but it can also be militarily useful. And yeah, that was my reaction to it, because I had read that with a lot of interest, no sympathy, but also not a lot of anger towards the journalist, because sometimes we just want to read what's actually happening. And it seems to be credible because he's outside of Russia at this time, right? So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you, Tom.
Hey, Bloke, can I give that 2 seconds?
Sure, go ahead, Daryl.
The only thing we should be looking at this for is information. How can the things that he said give us information we can use? That is the only way this should be looked at, because he gave, important information to troop strengths, this, that, and the other, and organization. That is the only way that should be the only way we look at this, and not the way that the media wants to portray it.
Right on, Daryl.
Yeah,
thank you. Okay. If no one else has any comment on that subject, I know Clement had his hand up. If not, John has a new topic he'd like to bring up, which is no doubt very interesting and involves chemicals whose 5-syllable names I cannot pronounce, and rocketry, and all sorts of math that scares me. So take it away, John.
Well, it'd be glad to hear my question, or the topic has nothing to do with that. I've been trying to get this out a couple times, but various things have intervened. So I wanted to ask you, Konstantin. There is ISW released their daily update for today, and one of the things they referenced in their daily update is that the Russia is likely attempting to utilize "quote unquote" established Cossack organizations to support their ongoing force generation efforts, and that Kommersant has reported that a 250-man strong Cossack detachment has been formed and is currently slated for deployment to Ukraine. I don't really have any insight into what a Cossack organization is. I'm aware that the Cossacks are of great historical importance to both Ukraine and Russia. I'm curious, can you explain what a Cossack organization is in Russia, and is there something similar in Ukraine?
Yes. No, someone wanted to say something.
No, I'm just very interested. So take it away, Konstantin.
So I don't know too much details. We have Kazakh organizations as well. This is like, imagine an NGO that has like it's a weird, non-government organization, like, some kind of patriotic wannabes. Usually consist of they call themselves patriots, but usually it's just group of people that want to unite and have some kind of government funding, because they usually get government funding, just a small bit of it. My by the way, my brother of my grandmother was a general of of that movement, Kazakh organization in Ukraine. But essentially, it's just a bunch of people go drinking vodka and have fun on the holidays. That's basically what they are. Nothing much to that. So that's just another meat into the grinder, I would say. Mostly idiots that don't know that they it was Kazakh the understanding what who Kazakhs are was really mangled during the Soviet Union, and they tried KGB and other agents just tried to to use it for their own purposes, but they failed at that because only idiots would join them, uncontrollable idiots. And right now they try to reuse it, essentially, where you have some group of males who like to drink vodka and talk how great they are. And of course, when they drink enough, you can send them to they get brave enough. We call vodka brave water, and you can send them to the meat grinder. I think that's the way to utilize them. So it's a win-win for them in terms of they sending idiots, they get rid of idiots, and sending them, to the war at the same time. So I don't know. Practical results of that are probably almost equal to zero, but they're trying to use every uh, it shows that they have problems with human resources, obviously, and this is one of the I would say key things where Ukraine tries to leverage, because we have more. Russia struggles with its human resources in the war. No one wants to fight. No one wants to go to the land to the Ukrainian land and die there. So Russia has to do stuff like that and utilize those idiots.
Yes, but how are the TikTok videos? Do they make TikTok videos as well?
Well, no, I doubt those people. It would be probably be people who are older than 45 years old, and they don't in Russia. They would probably don't know how to use smartphone, not to and installing TikTok and something like that would be even more complicated for them.
Alrighty, I think Plemen had something to say on the subject.
Just a very quick question to Konstantin, actually. Weren't the Cossacks sort of pre-Soviet Union times sort of the light cavalry of the Russian Empire, or sort of a light cavalry used by the Russian Empire quite successfully? And sometimes I know about battles with the French in the Napoleonic Wars where the Cossacks have won a couple of times, and they have won in a couple of the Russian-Turkish wars as well.
Those were not Russian Turkish war as it's learned in many history books, but the Kazakh organizations that we're talking about right now has nothing to do with the Kazakhs that were in Russian Empire and in Ukraine back in before Ruina and after Ruina. But it's totally different organizations. Organization, it's like has those are just drunken old people who love to reminiscing about old times and romanticize how great they are at the same time without having any experience, knowledge, or means to keep their words. So it's total different thing. It's has nothing to do with that. If we want to dive deeper into the history, I would suggest uh, it would be totally different story. It's much more complicated, and there were Ukrainian Cossacks, and then Russian Empire tried to subdue them, and they mostly failed at that, and they formed like alternative Cossacks that Ukraine had, and those were used to fight in some of the wars, and some were even successfully. But Cossack is a Ukrainian, are initially are Ukrainian, like similar to militia, self-organized defense during hard times of Ukraine, where our independence was denied both by Poland and Russia at the same time. So it's like it's a really hard topic to discuss and understand. And I will not be like uh, uh, I will not be able to deliver the real understanding of the Kazakhs at this moment right now, because as you have seen, if you go to my Twitter posts, I went to the store and got some champagne with my wife. We're drinking it, so I will fail at doing successfully explaining exactly what Cossacks were in the Ukrainian history. But those Cossacks that John is asking right now, they have nothing to do with the ones that you're talking about right now.
So basically, what you're saying is Russia is doing what Russia does, namely stealing history from other people. And this is actually the point I was trying to make. Cossacks, as far as I know, are Ukrainian concept, Ukrainians, and have been always Ukrainians. So Russia is doing what Russia does. It deletes and destroys the history of the people they try to rule. And that's what they're trying to do with Ukraine right now. And that reminds me of the very nice picture of Repin, if you know what I'm talking about, the Cossacks writing a letter to the Sultan. I think there might be new Cossacks writing a letter to bloody Putin right now. So thank you.
Yeah, you are totally right. Thank you.
Thank you, Clement. John, did you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, I did have one follow-up. I had read or heard from a variety of different sources that, historically speaking, that in recent history, the Russians have tried to use, these Cossack organizations within Russia to try and, kind of further and propagate, kind of this Russian militaristic culture. Would you say that's accurate, Konstantin?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
Yeah, so I'd heard and read in various different sources that in recent history, kind of, over the past 30, 40, 50 years, etc., that Russia has tried to use these Cossack organizations to essentially kind of promote and like further, the militaristic culture in Russia. Would you say that's accurate?
Yeah, to some extent, definitely. It's not. I cannot say that they've been successful with that, but that's like like I said, patriotic, fake organization that is used, to be somewhat paramilitary. I think they are even allowed. You can get like a gun. You can carry in the United States, anyone can have a gun, but it's not the case in Russia or Ukraine. And I think that they would have special permissions for that as well. And it's like they use them to promote stuff like you're saying, but I really doubt the success of this, because it's a one big I don't say it's a failure, but it's like it's so weird, and it's just it's pathetic. It is really pathetic.
Weird
Yeah.
and pathetic could describe so many things in Russia.
Yeah, I'm also having difficulty understanding how.
Excuse me, may I add a different perspective?
Okay, go ahead, Andre. I was going to get to you next anyway. Go ahead. Andre, the mic is yours. Go ahead.
He may have lost audio. You might need to boot him and re-add him.
Okay. Andre, this happens. It looks like you lost audio just when you were about to start speaking. So I dropped you down to listener, and we'll bring you right back up again. I was just about to get to you, and then just a reminder of the order. It's Andre, Jens, and Daniel. Go ahead, Andre.
Yeah, thank you very much. I agree on a personal level, emotional level, with everything that Konstantin has said. But I think we should give a little bit of benefit of the doubt that some people are there not because they're stupid, not because they're old, but just because that's something they do. In US, there's a lot of paramilitary groups. We cannot call all of them stupid, even if some think they are. So Cossacks, it's a romanticized situation at this point. We cannot say that Ukrainian Cossacks are earlier than others. I think it will be a false statement to say that Russia stole anything. Cossacks originated in it's more of a Slavic concept more than Ukrainian concept. Of course, as a Ukrainian, I prefer our Cossacks, and we romanticize them a lot, and they played a super important role historically. And I personally believe that other Cossacks don't matter that much. But again, it's emotional level. It's not. I wouldn't discuss it on a big forum as a truth, as objective truth. I think they have thousands of people who associate themselves with Cossack roots in Russia. Actually, dozens of thousands. And what I wanted to say is that unfortunately, they do have this paramilitary type of activity, more kind of historically oriented. So they don't use like the latest weapons and stuff. They do more of a traditional kind of couple of centuries ago kind of mechanism of fighting, like martial arts, sword, and stuff like that. But there are young people there, very capable, motivated, and they participated in the war starting 2014. So yeah, just don't completely discredit them and don't discount them. They can join and they participate in hidden mobilization that Russia is performing right now.
I'm almost getting like Civil War reenactor vibes. Is that like the right track or not quite?
I think some percentage of them are there for that romantic reason, but some are more serious than that, and they would be ready to go and join whatever cause they believe is that to take Ukrainian territory and whatever. So some of them will go beyond just reconstruction of events. Actually, Strelkov Gilkin, I'm not sure if he's Cossack or anything, probably not, but he is a reconstructor of military events as well.
Okay, fair enough. So rather than go in order, I just want to make sure that there isn't follow-ups from Konstantin or John, and then I'm going to go back to the order of hands.
Yeah, I was just going to briefly comment regarding Gierkin. He's not he's not in a Cossack organization. I think he does the reenactments, but he's like a white Russian reenactor that does like reenactions of the of the Russian Civil War. And the other thing I wanted to mention was I've seen some interesting videos, shall we say, and images from 2014 and 2015 of quote unquote Russian Cossacks from these organizations running around in eastern Ukraine, you know, standard Russian military kit, covered in ribbons of St. George, the black and orange stripes, and with big, very fluffy hats. It was quite strange.
Yeah, that's exactly why I brought it up. It's unfortunate, but they are motivated enough to go and participate. I don't know, the war and the associated crimes. So that's the reason I wanted to say, you know, it's not just old, drunk idiots. Some of them are young enough and strong enough to cause harm. So I just don't want to completely discount them. So yeah.
So I will answer to that, and you're right. Of course, they do have. There'll always be people who actually, will be able to cause the harm. But what you must understand is that it's the it will not be it will not affect war in any way on strategical or tactical level. Those would be like a small reinforcements that will not change much. But of course, those people, anyone with a gun can is addition to the troops and can cause harm. But on the general level, those organizations, they are like that. They are not full of young people. Those who are young, of course, they are there. They do exist, but majority of those are like I said, 45 plus. People who are going through the midlife crisis, alcoholics that do not really cannot really do much. But of course, between them, among them, you will always find people who actually can do that and can actually be effective. But on general case, it's not true. Trust me. My like I said, my brother of my grandmother was a general of that organization, and it's not. It's not like people think that not like you watch their videos of their commercials. It's not like that. It's young and strong people who can do something are usually not part of those organizations.
Do you have any anecdotes from your uncle's time as the general of the Cossack reenactors, Konstantin?
I don't think I can tell anecdotes right now. Sorry.
No problem. Back to you, Paul.
But yeah, we had a lot of we have a lot of jokes related to that.
Later, I was at work today, and I know there's champagne flowing tonight. So later, after we're done with our speakers on the subject, we'll have to get to the reason those corks are flying tonight. I believe the order was Jens, followed by Daniel. Go ahead.
Yeah, John, I'm so glad you mentioned the fluffy hats. You may remember the Sochi Winter Games. There was a certain feminist band that tried to interrupt it. And that's when they brought in the Cossacks, scrawny little guys in fluffy hats with bullwhips that that whenever they saw a feminist protester at the Olympic Games, they whipped these feminist protesters in front of the world press. So I think that's the most recent claim to fame.
Thank you, Jens. I think Danielle has dropped. So let's get caught up on the latest news. So before we do that, I just want to remind everyone that this is a 24/7 space called the Maria Report, dedicated to providing information about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. If you would like to speak, please request the speaker, raise your hand, and we'll get to you if you have a question or comment. And also, please, by all means, if you can, if you want to help Ukraine defend itself against this Russian aggression, you can help by making a donation to MryiaAid, which is a nonprofit designed to get non-lethal aid to Ukraine. This includes a lot of great stuff like, trauma kits, tourniquets, body armor, and night vision goggles to save people's lives. And we really encourage our listeners to do that. I believe Daniel is trying to get up again. Hope you made it this time, Daniel, and that your audio holds out. Please go ahead.
All right, check.
Oh. 5 by 5.
Okay. I love a bit the topic about Cossacks, and I want to give you another level of understanding. After the breakdown of the first former republic attacked was Republic of Moldova. And I remember well, not only the General Lebedev saying he can go to Bucharest in 4 hours, but also a lot of Cossacks entering in Tiraspol, like cover up to Russian troops. So the Cossacks organizations was in fact modus operandi for a lot of these conflicts, made it on the border of Russia and used them like, I don't know, the staging grounds to get a frozen conflict after all. And what we talk of now in 2000, 2014, 2022 is after they experiment with these paramilitary organizations and they call it Cossacks. Usually they are former soldiers. That is important, nationalistic. Somebody called about Gherkin. Gherkin was not a Cossack. He's very nationalistic guy. Seem like a flagman of the white imperial movement. So important stuff for me was this. In 1992, 1993, when they attacked Moldova, because it was a very weak state, exiting Soviet Union, and they talked about reunification of Romania. They attacked, and we have the breakaway region in Transnistria now. And the Cossacks were the people put in the front to fight against some civilians of Moldova, which acted like army of Moldova, but they don't have an army because Soviet army was dead in, I don't know, few months before. And they need to fight against these guys, call it Cossacks, which in fact become the leaders of mafiotic gangs in Tiraspol. Just that for me, I'm still on the road going back to home. Have a nice evening for you in USA.
Oh, thank you, Daniel. Always great to hear from you. And you always impress us with your background noise wherever it comes from and no matter what you're doing. Thank you. So let's get caught up on some news. As I said, I've been away at work and I'm getting caught up. And I see there have been there's been an explosion or two. So just to keep people up to date, actually it's been such an active day that I'm having a little trouble keeping up myself. But here is what I do know. In Russia, just inside the borders in Belgorod, there is a spectacular smoking accident that has resulted in an ammunition depot blowing up, producing tremendous fireworks. it appears there are deep strikes into Crimea at Belbek airfield. And I suspect this is why Constantine is drinking champagne, although that has not been confirmed. In addition, there have been some. Joseph, what else is going on in Crimea? I've been having a little trouble following up on this.
And before Joseph goes, I give you official confirmation. That's why we're drinking champagne with my wife.
Yeah, but which one? There are like 5 of them, Constantine. Or is it? Or are you going to have 5 bottles of champagne? And that's
Honestly,
why.
John and Daniel are better at the details than me, so let's go John then Daniel. John, go ahead.
All right, so there were 3 strikes of varying descriptions. Strikes is potentially a bit misleading. There were 3 actions of varying descriptions in Crimea. The first was early in the morning local time. Some target in northeastern Crimea, a small little town called, let me go check my DMs, called Mizhadoni, which is in, northwestern Crimea. It's a little beach town. We weren't really sure what was there. Details on that were kind of sparse, and there was a large explosion. There's some source have indicated that there may have been some sort of FSB outpost there, and so presumably whatever was there is now gone. Now, the main 2 actions happened at night local time a few hours ago, and these are the big 2. First, there were explosions in the vicinity of the Kerch Strait Bridge, and video quickly emerged of Russian air defenses engaging something in the vicinity of the bridge, in the vicinity of the city of Kerch. The Russians claim that they shot down a Ukrainian UAV, and we haven't really heard anything else from that area. And then finally, the big thing was there were reports of explosions in Sevastopol. And there was again video of Russian air defenses attempting to engage something over the city. They once again claimed to have shot down a Ukrainian UAV. The explosions were centered around the Belbek airfield, which is the largest airfield in Crimea, just to the north of downtown Sevastopol. The Russians have been storing massive amounts of aircraft there, at least, depending on, the given day, they've had at least 40 to 50 fixed-wing aircraft at that airbase at a given time. Satellite imagery released from earlier in the day indicated they had literally dozens of flankers parked wingtip to wingtip on the ramps, the various ramps of the airfield. There was a video that was released that was purported to show a massive explosion at the airbase. However, that turned out to not be authentic. I believe that was from an explosion in Melitopol a few days ago. So we don't have any firm confirmation as to whether anything was struck in Sevastopol or if it was just Russian air defenses engaging something. Same goes for Kerch. We don't know if anything was actually struck on the ground or if it was just the Russian air defenses engaging something. One very interesting picture did circulate that's reportedly from, let me go and find it. 1 second. Okay. I think, is this it? Okay. There was apparently the booster section of a Pantsir surface-to-air missile, which is a short-range Russian surface-to-air missile system, was found in Orlovka in Crimea, which is quite frankly in the middle of nowhere. It's about halfway between Simferopol and the northeastern coast of Crimea. It's really kind of in the middle of nowhere. I don't know why there would be a Pantsir booster just buried in the ground there. So yeah, that is a little bit odd. But beyond that, we don't know of any damage to anything in Kerch or Sevastopol. I believe I saw one report of some locals reporting debris or fragmentation on their roofs that could have potentially been caused by Russian interceptors detonating in midair and showering metal debris down on, random housing.
Okay, so I guess we're going to have to wait a while for all the battle damage assessments to come in. That'll be, hours from now. But that's amazing. Daniel, you have something to say, followed by Gunther. And just a reminder, everyone, we have a lot of requests coming in, so please be patient. Twitter is twittering.
Okay, it seems to me very, very, very funny. A top civilian with zero experience in military can understand what happened there. Simferopol is the first airfield strike and is the biggest one, and I expected this past week. And in my assessments, they just nullify any aviation power of Russians in Crimea. So after Simferopol, I expect Feodosia, and I think the best and most important thing happened this night was the strike in Belgorod, because a huge ammo dump was there, open air, because Russians are not smart, and they needed only some drop from a drone to destroy that, because all the ammo dump was close packed together, a lot of ammunition for missiles and artillery, and that way is still cooking off now after hours and hours of just exploding. Why was important that ammo dump? From there, from Belgorod Oblast, they sent Izium, and they retreated the people from Izium. And my guess is they will still strike in Crimea, putting any available infantry, tanks, and IFVs to be pressed in Zaporizhia and Kherson, and they will let open Izium. And the strike of the army of Ukraine will be in Izium, not in Zaporizhia or Kherson. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
That's interesting. I've heard some other people say that that's what might happen. That everyone's saying things like Kherson's a feint. I mean, I'm not convinced of that myself. It's hard to know what the overall strategy is, but definitely getting rid of a lot of ammo to the north is sounds like it would be a great idea logistically in that area for around Izium. Gunther, did you have a point?
Well, I don't know. You'll be the judge. So one thing that occurred to me is that supposing like a lot of these raids in Crimea were special forces, then it seemed like they had a lot going on at the same time, which is notable. And I had a question, which is, John, do we have any sort of, is there any reporting on, there was some reporting on small arms fire, but what about like sonic booms or impacts from missiles? Is there any indication that this is some sort of long range rocket?
So, given that there are no known impacts of anything on the ground, as of yet, it's impossible to say whether, if any types of missiles were involved. Obviously, in the video, we only saw the Russian interceptors in flight. We wouldn't have seen, unless it was, it was the middle of the night. So we wouldn't have seen anything anyways. But even if it was in the day, I mean, unless it was a subsonic cruise missile, we probably wouldn't have seen it. You probably would not have seen a ballistic missile either. I'm not sure, to be quite honest, what the underlying explanation here is. I assume there was an aerial component in both cases. Otherwise, Russian air defenses would not have been active. I don't know if it was their SHORAD batteries attempting to engage something or if it was their S-400 batteries. That's kind of an open question at this point. But there really is not enough data to make that firm conclusion. And yes, I did see those reports about potential gunfire in Sevastopol, as well as another town that's about halfway between Sevastopol and Simferopol. I'm not sure though if Russia still operates in the, for example, radar-controlled anti-aircraft guns, as you know, or if they solely operate surface-to-surface missiles. I know the Pantsir has like a twin gun mount in addition to its surface-to-air missile surface-to-air missile system. So maybe it was Pantsir batteries attempting to engage something at close range, because we did see a portion of a Pantsir booster potentially from one place in the middle of nowhere in Crimea. So maybe that could have been that, but I'm not really sure.
It's a mystery.
Thank you, John. Just a reminder to everyone, there's a lot of speaker activity, a lot of people requesting. If you do want to speak, please raise your hand. If you're done speaking, just drop yourself down, because otherwise it's really hard to bring other people up. So I see that here comes another speaker. Okay, we're getting lots of requests. It's great. Luca, go ahead.
Oh, hey. Yeah, just a quick comment or clarification. So, I don't know who was reporting before, but these attacks on the base, there are videos of like the base in flame. Is that the video that is a fake, or it seems that I see more than just air defenses. Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
Yes, so that video, okay. So the video itself is real in the sense that it was an actual explosion that occurred somewhere in Ukraine. The problem is that's a video of an explosion in Melitopol from like a week ago. It's not actually of Belbek Air Base. The only videos that we've seen have been of aerial explosions, likely of Russian interceptors, surface-to-air missiles detonating midair. Obviously unknown if those represent successful interceptions of something or not. They detonate once they travel a certain distance automatically if they don't, detonate sooner due to finding a target. But yeah, we haven't seen any images or videos of detonations or fire at the actual airbase, just Russian interceptors in flight and some mid-air explosions. Same goes for
Got it.
When do you think the satellites? Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So just for those asking, why do those videos exist? Unfortunately, there are people who are doing clickbait stuff, and they'll post and say this is what it is. Maybe they're doing it by accident. Maybe they just picked it up in a Telegram channel. So we don't always know for sure. However, I do want to point out that I'm not an air defense expert, but I do have friends that are. And I asked about some of those videos. That was it. John that just said that. Someone just said that about the possible interceptions. Was that you, John?
I said it wasn't possible. I said it wasn't possible to tell if those are interceptions or if that or if those the interceptions just detonating after a certain amount of flight time.
So you're talking about the videos at night, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So I had it explained to me by an old air defense superstar, not CJ. Surprisingly, it's much older. That this is actually what he suspects are failed intercepts. And he explained it to me, Leslie. It's a World War II tactic. That's how low tech it is. they're firing them off to detonate at the same time in hopes that shrapnel will damage the whatever inbound missiles coming in. And he said it could have done something. He doubts it just by what he saw from the explosions and the lack of possible secondary explosions. And he said it's a really forlorn hope. It's last resort Hail Mary play by Russian air defense. He said that on balance, he considered it a very, very bad sign of Russian capabilities. And that made me smile. But he couldn't tell me where they were because he obviously didn't know. But he said the fact that it looked very obvious that whatever the Russians were firing up were exploding at around the same time. And he suspects that it was just trying to Hail Mary. He described it as a Hail Mary attempt at air defense, and that he didn't think much of it. And he suspects that if they had intercepted, there would have been other secondary explosions that you would notice. So just an interesting point. Definitely true what John said. We don't know. A lot of these are just videos pulled off Telegram. They could be videos that have been, sent up to Telegram by a local citizen, not knowing really what it means or what it is. But either way, what we have been able to glean from it is it's bad news for the Russians, because that's not the way an army in their condition or the condition they've stated themselves to be and should operate at. That's just not a level that's acceptable. So it's good for Ukraine. Just wanted to throw that in there. Sorry, Joseph. Go ahead.
No problem. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Joseph. And thank you for that, Yehuda. I believe Steiner, he had posted a thread along similar lines regarding Russian air defenses in the vicinity of Novokhovka, attempting to intercept Gimlers. What I was going to say was, what was I going to say? Oh, yes. Igor Gierkin, he did post on his Telegram channel that there was, quote, fire and detonation at the airbase, but that remains unconfirmed. So we're going to have to wait for the next satellite pass, likely.
Yeah, John, that was my question. When's the next satellite pass where we can actually look at some of this stuff?
So I'm going to be honest, a satellite has already probably passed over it. The more relevant question is, when is someone actually going to post this stuff online, in an openly accessible manner? When is somebody that can afford a Planet Labs or a Planet or a Maxar subscription, that's willing to post it publicly? When are they going to do that? Because I believe Planet, they have a constellation, I think, that has a revisit time of 2 hours. So
do we lose John?
Given how, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you're good, John.
Okay, yeah. I was about to say, given how many commercial imaging satellite constellations there are, at least one has almost certainly passed over by this point, probably. It's just a question of, when is somebody that, actually has a subscription to one of those services going to actually post it to Twitter or to Telegram or some other open source.
Gotcha, John.
I have a question. Do we have any imagery? Has anyone checked out any imagery of that airbase recently? Do we know what the configuration is? Do we know if there are revetments, etc.?
So yes, I believe I'd have to go double check on the revetments question, but I believe I saw some imagery. I think it was potentially from Sentinel, floating around this earlier. It was reported to be from earlier this morning local time, that showed about a dozen or so flanker and flanker derivatives and variants parked on the apron or on the ramp, wingtip to wingtip, no spacing between them. So clearly the Russians have not learned much from Saki.
Well, Saki, they had them in revetments, but what was interesting about the way the revetments were built is the open side. Usually there are three sides, and the open sides were all pointed towards one another, right? Which meant that if you have high accuracy, you can cause a lot of damage. Just sort of by walking down the middle road. I thought that was sort of interesting. Go ahead, Luca.
Simple, obvious question. How do you hit a major airbase in Crimea, 200 miles from the border, it looks like, or the front line. I mean, obviously they have their best air defenses there, which are still crappy, but still. So, any theories? Want to speculate here?
The world wonders, and no one's telling.
Well, what would the options be?
John's the rocket scientist, so I let him go through the options. But I believe there's ATACMS, an indigenous ballistic missile, and of course UAVs and special forces. But John, you want to tackle that one, and then we'll go to Daniel.
Yes. So just taking the broadest overview, and then I'll slightly narrow it down a little bit. There's a range of possibilities. It could have been a ballistic missile. It could have been ATACMS. It could have been HRIM-2 if that system exists and works. It could have been an airstrike carried out by Ukrainian manned aircraft by the Ukrainian Air Force, MiG-29 or SU-27. It could have been a UAV, such as or more specifically a UCAV, unmanned combat aerial vehicle, such as the TB2. It could have been a loitering munition, either flown in from somewhere near the front lines or deployed locally. It could have been SOF. It could have been partisans. It could have been SOF with a small UAV dropping grenades. It could have been, SOF with a manned portable loitering munition. What else could it be? It could have been a cruise missile. There's a variety of different theoretical explanations there, of varying degrees of plausibility. Based upon what we know, there was at a minimum, presumably an aerial component of this, given the fact that Russian air defenses were active. So that makes me think, given the range of possibilities, either some kind of, if we're assuming that it was a strike and not simply some sort of reconnaissance mission or some other, non-strike related purpose, then, it could have been a UCAV like a TB2. It could have been some loitering munition that, we aren't aware of, because I don't know if Ukraine has loitering munitions with sufficient range. That's an open question. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I don't know off the top of my head. Could have been a ballistic missile. Maybe the Neptunes do in fact have that ground attack role that people are speculating. There's a number of possibilities. There's literally so little data that there's not really much to base this on, quite frankly.
John, can I ask a clarification only? Sorry.
Yes,
I think anything that is not like some really fast ballistic missile or ATACMS or those would, so even like TB2s or flying in with some airplanes. Let's just look at the air component. I'm thinking about the special operation forces, but anything that is not those kind of like fast advanced missiles, probably even the Neptunes, would have to assume a severely degraded air defense capabilities in Crimea and around their major bases. Are we ready to make that assumption or conclusion around effectively, because the Ukrainians have been striking the air defenses, in the south for a while? Are we ready to say that they have been degraded so much that effectively it gives Ukrainians a free hand, or if not, then it is some sort of like, ATACMS or ballistic missiles, right?
So what I would say is we've seen earlier on in the war, in the first month or two, I believe the Ukrainians tried to fly one or two drones near Sevastopol. I believe they were engaged and destroyed by the local S-400 battery. So, I mean, I would imagine that they probably have the capacity to shoot down a UAV. Not surprise me. What you could have said, I do expect their air defenses are probably not fantastic. It's a bit of a black box, to be honest. We know they can't intercept Gimlers. We know they've had some difficulty in some other areas, but just how bad is the problem is somewhat unclear. Obviously, hopefully, it's extremely bad. But yes, an ATACMS would almost certainly get through, I would expect, based upon what we've seen, how Russian air defenses perform in other areas. But it's kind of an open question as to whether or not any of these other systems could have gotten through or not. Does that answer your question, Luke, or clarify it at least?
Oh yeah, I mean, more than a question, it was a brainstorming. I think from what I understand is that we are assuming degraded capabilities in terms of like air defenses on the Russian side, even around Crimea, and at the same time we're assuming some increased capabilities by receiving better kits probably, and improve the strategies on the Ukrainian side, and it seems that they are starting to get more of a free hand, so that's pretty awesome.
I think also Operational Command South reported 4 S-400 batteries destroyed, as well as a radar.
TELs. So it's 4 TELs and 1 radar.
Right. Yeah. So definitely there seems to be some effort alongside these other strikes to continue to degrade Russian air defense capability. So thank you, Luca. Daniel, go ahead.
Okay, I will try to help Luca a bit. If we remember what they do on Snake Island, we saw a campaign for 1 month and a half, and they tested something which Russians are bad of, combined arms. So they use it drones, they use it classic aviation, air Suhois, they use it a lot of TB2s. I probably guessed, and they never made it publicly, some operators and laser targeting. They use it artillery, long-range artillery. They said Bogdan, but possible was Caesar. And for Crimea, I have a speculative but informed one. All the July, they hit continuously anything which is looking like S-300, S-400, Panzirs, anything is looking similar, any radar in all spectrums. Also, they receive harms, which are, again, a great weapon against radars. And we forget one thing. 1 month ago, Operation Command South said our aviation strike deep in Donbass and in south of Ukraine. At this moment, probably they have local air superiority because they degraded a lot the radars and anti-air missiles. That line probably were more than 20 tails. I don't know how many radars. Probably John have an inventory. But the first line of defense was destroyed in the July, not now in August. Probably now in south, in Sevastopol, Fedosia, Simferopol, the problem is they are not the frontline troops there. They are second line troops. And probably they are very eager to push the trigger, and there's a lot of friendly fire there. Also, Moscow, remember Moscow? The Moscow cruiser was their asset. After the Moscow cruiser was Snake Island. After that, they count on their missile batteries in Kherson. Now, all 3 of them are destroyed. So I suppose the attacks in Crimea are not attacks, just low, very, very low flying Suhois, TB2s, and some observation drones which they have. And about missiles, nobody talk about Brimstones. Brimstones are superb missiles, and they never get good PR from Ukraine. So we can speculate on these assets, and I think aviation has a huge impact there. And I don't say just unmanned, but their pilots. Their pilots have balls of steel. Remember the attack of Belgorod with 2 helicopters? They get same thing with Sukhois. Just my 2 cents.
Yeah, that attack was absolutely nuts. You know, like I don't know if they got under power lines or how they pulled that off, but that was absolutely brave. You know, just want to point out that I've had a couple of people come up and then drop. I don't know if that's twittering again, but please, if that happens to you, try to re-request. We'd be happy to hear from you, and we will bring you up. You can ask a question about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and we will do our best to get you answers. And don't be shy. Request the mic. I noticed one person was up and then dropped down. Sometimes you might have to just exit the app and restart your phone. Go ahead, Radina. Oh, and please raise your hand if you want to speak. Radina Matt, I guess you don't want to speak. Go ahead. Drop down to listener. So yeah, it looks like we have some instability. Yeah, actually, Joseph, if I'm not mistaken, this might be the. I mean, I know there have been minor attacks in Belgorod before, but I think this is the first major one that we've seen since those choppers came in to blow up the fuel depots early in the war, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so. Where was that little derpy drone, John? Was that Belgorod?
Do what now? Oh, that was in Rostov-on-Don, I believe. Somewhere near there. It was. Give me 2 minutes and I can find out where it was. It was at an oil refinery, pretty close to the border.
So not Belgorod. So yeah, I think you're right.
Rostov.
I think I would agree with Bloke's statement, Daniel or John. And Bloke, you're a hot mic, bud.
I can hear that typewriter keyboard you have.
Yeah, I swear it's the best keyboard ever invented. So there, you know. All right. We just had another person come up to speak and then dropped. So I don't know what's going on with Twitter right now. But go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, back to Belgorod. Belgorod in this moment, like Rostov-on-Don, are 2 key places to supply the troops in all Ukraine. About hitting Belgorod, I remember very well Portland 2-3 months ago talking about hitting with ATACMS anything there, because our airports where they strike with missiles against the cities. Also, they had a concentration of troops. There are PTGs in reserve there. And this thing with ammo dumps in the open air is very old Soviet tactics, and Ukrainians know it. And I suppose in Belgorod are a lot of people who send some information back for money, for patriotism, because they don't like Putin. Who cares? Idea is that the ammunition dump was a concentration because they use the railways to Izium. It's crucial for them to get from Belgrade to Izium on that railway. And usually Ukrainian army can affect enough to stop the Izium to be like a Russian fortress, I can say, to go any other direction. And Izium was crucial for them in the east before the Donbass operation, phase 2 of the Putin talk started. And now hitting that huge ammo dump in Belgorod will leave the Donbass with what they remain in their stores for BTGs, for regiments, for brigades, which was not hit by HIMARS past 1 month and a half. So that is more critical than Kerch Bridge for them. In this moment, they will let Donbass start, and they will hit probably even far to Kursk. If it is another ammo dump open air, this cannot be moved very easy. Remember, they don't use forklifts, they love manual labor. And in this way, you don't need to get precision strikes on railways junctions. You don't need to have concentration attacks like they do even this night on Novakovka Dam. So you just hit the huge ammo dump, you go in flames, terrorize the Russian civilians, the governors, and you start the army. And army start of ammunition is no army, just the guys with empty rifles. And I think they left Donbass demilitarized, so they get to the next step.
Thank you, Dan and Daniel. Just a reminder to everyone to raise your hand if you want to speak. It's really important for us to know. And then I believe the order of hands is Sean, followed by Jens.
Mic check.
5 by 5.
Great, thank you. Yeah, Twitter's been on one tonight, so I just want to make sure of that. Kind of a two-part question here, if you'll indulge me. They're kind of related. Whatever is happening over the last 12 hours or so, whether it's Russians carelessly throwing away their cigarettes, or some spooky things happening, or it's a well-coordinated Ukrainian assault using the full capabilities of their Western armament, whatever the case may be, seems pretty obvious this is the time to really turn the battlefield in your favor and really start dictating the pace of things compared to how things have gone the last couple months. So my question here, and forgive me if this is naive or just kind of a basic question, but getting at numbers here, what is the actual manpower of the Ukrainian army, specifically in the southern part of Ukraine around the Crimea region and Kherson? I'm not trying to, obviously there may be people in the room who have not the best intentions, so I'm not trying to get information out here. This is more a curiosity thing. And then also kind of going off, this is the second part of my question, what's the air power capability of the Ukrainian, whether it's their fixed wing or rotary wing? I'm not sure if it's their army or their air force. What's their air power capability? They've I think it was Craig said something a couple nights ago that was kind of poignant, where he said that would you rather take out 5 or 7 aircraft or 1 pilot? And he said, well, I'd rather take out the 1 pilot. And to me that makes sense, because there's only so many people on the planet who can fly aircraft, but we can make aircraft endlessly until the end of time. So those two questions. So anyway, just hope that makes sense. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so I mean, both good questions. I'll just maybe take a crack, and then maybe Bloke and then John can correct me. I would estimate the Ukrainian army, but somewhere between 700,000 and 1 million men, organized into the actual structure. I think that the leeway in the figure might be just there might be some forces we would consider maybe military or maybe not military. That's my rough guess. And then as far as the Ukrainian Air Force, how big of a factor have they been? I think they've been an absolutely enormous factor, but maybe I think John might be able to answer that part of the question a lot better. Bloke, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we have some vague general numbers, but we are not going to know because, quite frankly, the Ukrainians have actually been really, really good at keeping their operations under tight security. So we do not know. We will not know. until the history books are written. My take on the Air Force, I think what speaks volumes about their capabilities is the fact that the Russians do not have air supremacy or air dominance over the space over Ukraine, over the space over Ukraine. So that's remarkable. This is not a large Air Force, but they've performed remarkably well. And the fact that throughout the last 6 months, they have continued to fly sorties speaks volumes to the bravery of a lot of the pilots, because this is like really dangerous stuff to do, right? And I know for an absolute fact that flying that low and that fast, I mean, a lot of times you need to get special authorization for that, right? Because it's considered risky, and this is what they do routinely. So I can only give vague answers. And I will defer to John. Maybe John, and I know Daniel, you put your hand up even before Don. Maybe you wanted to put your 2 cents into.
Yeah, thank you, Blake. So, in regards to the effectiveness of the PSU, the Ukrainian Air Force, they have acquitted themselves enormously well. They've been an invaluable asset to the Ukrainian army, and Ukraine's other ground forces, both their fixed wing assets as well as their rotary wing assets. Although I'm not sure if their helicopters are operated by the Army or by the Air Force. But in any case, they have acquitted themselves extremely bravely and extremely well. My understanding is that the main issue for for the Ukrainian Air Force at this point has kind of been just Russian air defenses. Just the fact that they are present makes their job a good deal more difficult, as well as the high degree of prevalence of man pads, man portable air defense systems among Russian infantry as well. They have a lot of Iglas and Strelas, etc. Just as the Ukrainians have a lot of Stingers and other man pads, so that becomes a little bit problematic. They have had difficulty on occasion in head-to-head aerial engagements. Mainly, it's because they need AMRAAMs and other, BVR, beyond visual range, advanced U.S. fire and forget weapons like AMRAAMs and other such weapon systems. But all in all, they have acquitted themselves extremely well given the odds they are facing.
And John, can we get a squeeze a number out of you in terms of the Ukrainian military size, or no way, Jose?
Oh yes. So their peacetime size, in terms of the entire Ukrainian armed forces, as well as taking into account the Ukrainian National Guard, the state border service, as well as I believe the Ukrainian National Police, comes out to around 350,000. The total figure that I've seen for the size of the Ukrainian armed forces as a whole now is somewhere in the ballpark of 1.1 to 1.5 million as a whole. So most of that's going to be into the army. I think they've mobilized, last I checked, around 700 to 800,000 people. That's probably gone up since. Most of those are going to be going into initially territorial defense. And then I don't know how they're going to, in the long term, what the process is going to be for getting some of these people into actual mainline army units. That's something that's been discussed on this space many times. I know Konstantin and I have discussed this kind of back and forth a few times, but most of those initial 700 to 800,000 went into territorial defense units. Some I think maybe were able to enlist directly into the Ukrainian army or other branches. But the questions kind of be, how are they going to move those units around within their own internal organizational structures and, get them to, either say to the Marines, to the regular Ukrainian army, etc. But they have mobilized a good deal of people, to put it mildly.
Thank you, John. Daniel, please go ahead.
Okay,
Might have lost him.
sorry, I just misclicked some buttons. Okay, about troops, we can speculate looking at the core of the Ukrainian army. We know from official they had around 70,000 troops in Donbass, in the most concentrated and most experienced part of the army at the beginning of the war. Also, they had few brigades on the west side because they are worried before they took the Snake Island, and the Russians tried to put a dropship there with a brigade of Marines. And I believe they keep some troops there because Transnistria must be kept in check. Probably, if they said publicly they have 700,000, remember they need a lot of logistics. So most of the troops are non-combatants or are second-tier troops. Also, they had, I don't know, maybe a few regiments of not Ukrainians which fought there. We have thousands of Israelis there, thousands of Polish guys. We have Belarusian regiment. Of course, our favorites, the Georgians. And I think they have a few, even in Kherson. I don't think they need anything more because their pacing of attacks is very, very slow. They just probing, and I think it's just a belief because before they talk about entering in and liberating the Kherson, I was thinking better go to Zaporizhia, and their insistence on Novakakovka tells a lot. And now, if they get Russians, they get the troops from the Donbass to reinforce the front in Kherson, probably at this moment, Donbass is ready for taken because there are just Chechens, Rosguardia, Wagner, and of course our favorite cannon foders of the two pseudo republics. And about aviation, I can tell you something very interesting. From beginning of the war, some Ukrainian planes landed here, and Russians made a lot of noise on their embassies why Ukrainian planes landing here. And we get the statement. We said, "Oh, they are not combatants. They don't have weapons. They come to our airfield to be repaired." And this pissed them off a lot. And everybody was with the focus on Poland and give the Ukrainians a bit of place to move. And Colonel Wittman, when he gone in Ukraine past week, he said the hubs were here in Poland. And I can say you another thing about helicopters. The flags on the aviation of Ukraine is very simple. One small circle blue, surrounded by another circle yellow. Our flag on our helicopters is one small circle blue, surrounded by another circle yellow, and another one which is red. And every time I saw helicopters above my cities, the Soviet ones, I always will look at patches. I have no idea when is ours or is not ours. And for the Russians, things are very, very simple. They have no idea. My guess is a lot of them come here because, I don't know, in May, 20 helicopters from Ukraine come to my country to be repaired. Our official declaration were are just civil helicopters with scheduled maintenance in this year, which probably was a big fat lie, and I love this. And I think also the MiGs from Slovakia, they come. Any part, any aviation airframe, any avionics which was in former Warsaw Pact countries all was sent long before August. And when people said send the planes, MiGs and Sukhois to Ukraine, I remember we had some MiGs, but our MiGs were out of service for 3 decades. But probably you can find some parts for repairs, for missing parts which was damaged, because Russian planes are not good, but they are very, very rare. So you can survive to many hits. I saw some Russian planes, for example, landing with missing parts of their wings, their tails. These things happen for Ukrainians also. And about their pilots, probably in 6 months, a lot of them from less experience, they trained a lot in Germany, in Poland, everywhere. And I think they have the pilots. I think they have the airframes. They fly very, very, very low. They got the diesel enough and kerosene for keep these things in the air. They have a lot of TB2s, a lot of drones. We have no fucking idea which they come. And probably we'll hear about them in 2040. These things, what I remember, I don't know how significant are, but I'm pretty sure a lot of planes and helicopters were repaired and sent back.
Yeah, I think that those are all really good points, Daniel. I love the point about, no one sent MiGs, but lots of people sent parts. So I guess the idea is that it's not a MiG if you disassemble it into little tiny parts, send it over, and then it gets reassembled back into a MiG. Then you can say you're just sending aircraft parts. I think there's a lot of that nuance going on. Wouldn't you say, Daniel?
Yes. Imagine something like this. You don't fly the plane. The plane is old, it's not updated, it's out of Air Force. For example, before we took the F-16s, we count a lot of very, very, very old plane called MiG-21 Lancer. So the avionics is Israeli, but the flanker was 1960 plane. For us, was a shame. We called them flying coffins. Very bad planes. They were retreated this year, definitely, because we crash landed one in May, and after that, the helicopter sent to rescue the pilot. And I don't know how many parts of them can be changed with newer planes, but also MiG-29s, which we have in the 90s and retreated because we entered in NATO. I don't think after you cut these planes, you just sell, stole, or I don't know, recycle the aluminium, because the avionics, the bombs, the landing gear are good things to keep. And some compatibilities still remain. Look at S300s, S400s. They are just updated with similar parts.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. It's really good hearing from you. Just Just great getting a Romanian perspective, in all of this. Thanks for the contribution. Just a reminder to everyone, if you would like to come up and speak, please request the microphone, then press on the little heart-shaped icon, raise your hand, and we'd be happy to have you. We do not bite. If you have any questions or comments to make about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, especially the developments over the past 24 hours, there have been quite a few of them, or maybe you want to bring up a brand new topic on the subject, please do. We run this space to spread the news about what's going on in Ukraine, because it's really important that the world stay focused on this genocidal invasion. We can't take our eyes off of it. We have to remind everyone what's at stake, why it matters, and why it matters to us. And we encourage everyone, all our listeners as well, to donate to MryiaAid.org, which is a way that you can help and make a difference by donating money to an organization, a nonprofit organization run by volunteers. Therefore, there's no overhead. You're not paying salaries. Every dollar you spend goes directly into purchasing non-lethal aid to help support Ukraine, to save Ukrainian lives, and to help Ukraine repel this invasion and send the Russians back where they belong, in Russia. And with that, Daniel, I believe you have something else to say.
Okay, why we don't talk about Erdogan in the meeting in Lviv? For me, it's a very, very significant thing happened yesterday.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said. Could you repeat, please?
Okay, can you hear me well now?
Yes.
Okay. Erdogan and the meeting with Zelensky in Lviv yesterday. I think that is the key. So CNN Turk, which is not CNN, is just a Turkish channel with the American logo. They said, okay, the small dwarf of Kremlin want to meet with Zelensky, want to negotiate. This message was sent via Erdogan, and Erdogan had a very, very short meeting with Zelensky, just 40 minutes. And that 40 minutes probably was a resume of the talks which this Turk dictator had with the Russian dictator at Sochi in the 8th August. So, in my opinion, was very funny to see Zelensky leaving Kiev, go to live probably, and meeting with Erdogan. And Erdogan was not happy because he wanted to go home and say, oh, we get the peace talks because our great Turkish diplomacy. And he get the result. Okay, we talk with the Russians after they get fucking out of Ukraine, which probably they don't intention now. And good thing is Russians want to talk, and they want to talk when you spank them very, very hard. And probably the greatest thing Americans do was don't say what do you send, don't say how many tanks and IFVs are in or going, don't say don't hit Russian assets, because yesterday was yesterday for me, today for you, was an official statement of the White House when they said hit anywhere when you want. They give them to Ukrainians free hands to strike. Another thing I think is important is coming a new almost 1 billion military help coming, and probably we will see again ammunition for HIMARS no explanation, like was for the anti-radar missiles, which were declared after 2 weeks of hitting any radar they saw. So I think Vova gets the message from his generals. These guys get a lot of improvements, a lot of tech and high-grade military stuff. And we already lost 3 airfields, 3 in Crimea. Crimea was a scarecrow for us. It was something like the huge fortress of anti-air, anti-ship missiles, which denied the movement of the NATO countries in Black Sea. Now it's no more. It's just targets, painted targets, and Ukrainian aviation flying free in Kherson, and I guess Crimea. And even the sea, they shoot the missiles at 50 miles away from Sevastopol. They don't even dare to enter in the Western Black Sea. The former gas offshore platforms of Ukraine, which was seized by Russia in 2014, are still burning. That offshore platforms were detection and information for Russians of any movement in the Odessa Oblast. And they are no more manned, no more a danger like Snake Island. So the strikes from the west and probably from southwest, because they don't have enough big radars. You know, the earth is curved, so you cannot see a lot. I don't see a lot of AWACS in the air from them. This night, good info was no NATO assets had the signaling on, all were black. Ukrainians also, they buy the satellite with microwave scanning method. I think for Russians is really, really bad, and they know it because they asked to talk with the Ukrainians, and the Ukrainians just raised the middle finger and said, go fuck yourself in your Russia, and after that we talk. So let's expect the end of the August and any more moves from Lavrov and Vova calling for talks with Ukrainians and Ukrainians saying, go fuck yourself.
Right. Actually, Daniel, I just wanted to correct you. They said go find yourselves. Remember that we have to watch our language over the radio. But
We want that
completely...
PG Spotify rating, right, bloke?
Exactly. Working hard at it. And by the way, I spent a lot of time working in kitchens for a while, so I've had to work excessively hard at my language. But getting back to the meeting between Zelensky and Erdogan, what I thought that was interesting on a number of different levels, and one of them was that yes, I agree that Erdogan was sent on his way saying, don't waste our time. It's pretty simple. Once the Russians leave, then we'll talk. That should have been self-evident to any thinking person. But I think Erdogan has a let's just say, a very elevated opinion of his ability to influence people. But the second thing is that I thought was interesting is that he said that Turkey supports Ukraine, right? And that struck me that was I know that was said before, but just after the meeting, and that struck me as proof that maybe Turkish politics are
I
starting
can
to...
explain, bloke. It's not just Turkish politics. It's about incursion of the Turks in northern Syria 4 or 5 days ago. They enter with tanks and IPVs, a lot of IPVs. part of them sent to Ukraine also. And they start massacring the Kurds in the northern Syria. And I think someone picked a phone and said to Erdogan, you know, we can send the same weapons we send to Ukrainians to the Kurds. And be a nice boy and go back in Turkey. And also Turkish, they don't feel the slap for the meddling with the Russians, just trying to play both sides. And I think these things are over. And also they need the new F-16s because their fleet is old and they need upgrades. And they use a lot of the talks against Finland and Sweden to get new military assets, and they just lowering the bar from the F-45 program. They now just would need new avionics for their F-16s. This can be interpreted more well than the Turkish politics. Elections are the next year, not so close. Also, Erdogan, look at his family. His son-in-law defy him every time. Erdogan said, we'll make a plan for Bayraktars in Russia. And his son-in-law said, we'll never do that. Erdogan tried to be friendly with Putin, and his son-in-law give free drones to Ukrainians. And you can understand that because he's a clan politic there, and his son-in-law is very, very influential in Turkey. He's appreciated by Turkish people. Erdogan is very old. He's not so popular how you imagine. His party is not so powerful how you imagine. And I think things for Turkey look very, very bleak. You think he met Zelensky and said, I talked with President of Russia and he proposed you to meet with him. And Zelensky said, but you forget you buy the stolen grains from Zaporizhia and Kherson. And he said, thank you for Bayraktars. Don't forget, they took the ships from Berdyansk and Mariupol in Turkey. And also the cooperation in Syria make Israel very unhappy, very, very unhappy. And Israel is a silent ally of Ukraine. And if you see the talks of the Severoglu, the foreign ministry of the Turkey about Palestinians, when again he said he'll never let the guard down about the Palestinian cause, which is the first point of disconnection with Israel. This happened when Erdogan took the power. And Israel, from the ally of the Turkey, become the most annoyed by Turkish. No more military exercises, no more, cooperation in the Middle East. And you don't know in the United States, but it's another problem there. Around Cyprus, which is almost like a new oblast for Russians, is a lot of gas. And Israeli working with Greeks and Cyprus to exploit that gas after they discovered near the border with Lebanon also. And Turks want that gas because they are desperate. They import all from the Russians. And I look more Turkey being squeezed silently by Israelis and not so silently by Washington. And he tried a lot to get something from Iranians, from Chinese, from, of course, his friend from Kremlin. And Zelensky is not puppet for any one of them. And I think Zelensky not only because he's a Jewish president of Ukraine, but also is the guy who know how to talk with Israel. And Israel is in full swing for election also, but the Tzahal understand what they need to do to keep the security at the border with Lebanon and Syria.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. You know what, Daniel? There was so much stuff in there. I really don't know what to comment on that, but that, you know, a lot of really interesting points, especially about the different influences working on Erdogan, right? And you know, I agree with so many of those points. I'm just not sure where to go. But we have Phil who's up next. Phil, go ahead.
Hey, sorry, I've been out of commission the past couple of days and I've been just trying to catch up on all the events. And I just don't know what the correct decorum is. Are we still supposed to act like attackums are not in Ukraine right now? Or are we admitting that attackums are hitting some of these spots in Crimea and pretty much near the Ukraine-Russian border? I say that in jest, but man, there has been so much I can barely keep up. Thank you.
So the short answer is we don't know, but there's a high probability. Why don't I let John speak to that as our resident rocket scientist?
Yeah, I was just going to comment that we have no idea for the most part, we have no idea what the underlying means was in most of these attacks. So some of them with the two sets of strikes in Novokhovka, that was pretty clearly Gimler's. There was a strike and some against a military factory in occupied Luhansk. That was pretty clearly Gimler's. The rest of them are totally up in the air.
So we'll go with decorum, and we'll say that we don't know if it's attackums. Got it. Thank you, John. Thank you, Blok. And Slava Ukraini.
No, but we're not saying that, Phil, with just a nudge, nudge, wink, wink. We actually truly do not know because there are possibilities. The Ukrainians have developed an indigenous ballistic missile system. So it is possible that they use that. It is possible that some of those ammo dumps were hit by a special forces operation. So we truly do not know. It's not like we have any inside knowledge. Now, having said all that, we know that the launch systems for ATACMS are in theater, and we know that certain weapon systems have been announced after the fact, right? So we're just going to have to be patient and wait. That's the best I can do, Phil.
No, I love it, Blok. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. I hope that helps, Phil. Jens and Jerome.
Yeah, I think Daniel spoke to it earlier, and I thought it was very exciting when he listed all the ATACM alternatives. That because Ukraine has so many options, and because they're not going out and advertising what it exactly is, you guys who are specialists are also guessing, and I mean, and at the same time, Russia, they are not even admitting they're being attacked. They're saying it's accidents. So I guess I thought, why are they not learning from their mistakes? But I thought if they don't admit their mistakes, or if their mistakes cost their generals their lives, I guess they're simply unable.
Well, there's a certain value to keep your. I mean, if you're Ukrainian, there's a value to keep your enemy guessing. I mean, why should they tell anyone what they're doing? There's no value in doing that. You absolutely don't want to tell anyone anything. And they even did some trolling of the Russians. When that story came out that it was an accident, it was careless smoking. They even they even suggested smoking best practices for ammo dumps, and hilarious trolling of the Russian military. But why not leave that ambiguity out there? Because all it does is it confuses the enemy, and I think more importantly, it confuses the population because the Russians have been trying to come up with good explanations as to why their defense does not appear to be working, if that's indeed what they were defending against, right? Why is all this stuff blowing up? Why are they losing, massive ammunition dumps across the border in Russia, right? You have to explain this to your people, and those smoking errors are not very convincing. And then after that, they staged some raids. Like they staged these. They said they changed their story to the fact that it was saboteurs, right? And so they staged these raids and these videos, which was hilarious. They showed off this alleged Ukrainian safe house, which was so stupid because generally in a safe house you don't put up flags advertising the fact that it's a safe house. I know that they tend to advertise their headquarters, but you don't generally do that, right? So I think that there are a lot of people who are seeing through all these lies, and it just gets them working overtime trying to explain things to their own population for domestic consumption, and just puts them continually on the back foot, and it robs them of initiative. So yeah, there's no reason for anyone to explain anything, least of all the Ukrainians. I hope that makes sense, Jens and Daniel and Phil. Jerome is next, I believe.
Good evening. Yes, as I was going trying to make a loose connection between some of the, I guess, articles and maybe opinion on America's assistance, and I have to say I was guilty of this myself. When people criticize the U.S. And maybe say we're pushing toward the next war and we're escalating, but then that assumes they know what actually took place to build that argument upon. So I was guilty, first reaction, hi Mars, but then maybe it was special forces. So I thought CJ put a post out or a tweet this morning that one of these, and I'm losing track, but one of the strikes was outside of range of U.S. Weapons platforms that were sent. I don't know if I'm wrong about that. But anyway, just the argument about U.S. participation and what's happening, I think is a little, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? They're acting as if they know what's actually going on. Like they can see through the fog of war to make this argument. And if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it does. I mean, in many ways, like we know for a fact there have been certain weapon systems that were announced after they started being used, right? So who knows what's there and what's not, and there's sort of having that ambiguity is in a way great. Now, having said that, the U.S. has been quite open about its support for Ukraine to defend itself, which is its sovereign right. against a Russian war of aggression. They do have the right under the UN Charter, under all human rights law, to defend themselves, right? And so the US has nothing to really apologize in that sense for. And I'm not just specifically talking about the US, any of the other Western countries that are supplying arms to Ukraine are perfectly within their rights to do so. So there's not a lot to apologize for in that sense, right? But keeping the ambiguity there, you're absolutely right. It's perfect. Who needs everything? It's just on a needs to know basis. All that everyone needs to know is that Ukraine does have the support of the Western world. Over 42 countries, I believe, are providing aid, and that's a great thing. Jens, would you like to follow up on that?
Yeah, I just had a question. We all seen these drones that drop small, almost 40 millimeter grenades. I wondered, can they detonate an ammo dump like that? I mean, if they can take out a tank, I guess they can. But I just thought it was interesting that if you can basically take a backpack drone and reach an ammo dump, you can basically have the same effect as a Gimler.
I see no reason why not, but it would depend how the ammo is stored, right? Because it takes a bit to blow up ammo. John would probably have some good ideas about that. But it really depends how the ammo is stored. If it's stored out in the open, stacked up, yeah, then a grenade could set off ammo, and that could cause a chain reaction, and we could have cook-off, right? Or it could start a fire. So it's possible. We'll just never really know. Definitely, a Gimler's or a ballistic missile will definitely do the trick, right? Starting a fire will also do the trick. So it's possible that these drones could be involved, but we don't know. What's your speculation on that, John? What do you think?
Oh God. So there's a couple of things at play there. So it depends on the specific type of munition first off. And then even then, once you subdivide it between types of munitions, it becomes more complicated. So let's just, for the sake of simplicity's sake, to demonstrate the complexity here, let's just consider, your typical, airdropped bomb. How easy that is to essentially cause it to cook off or detonate in a sympathetic or secondary explosion depends on a couple of factors. One, it depends on the chemical composition of the explosive. Two, it depends on the changes that the chemical properties of that explosive will experience as it's been in storage, over time, depending on the, how long it's been in storage and under what conditions it's been stored, what has been the ambient humidity, the ambient temperature, ambient light exposure, things like that. And all of those things can affect the sensitivity of the explosive to heat as well as to shock, and make them more sensitive and potentially more liable to detonate in response to being exposed to those kind of events. Additionally, there's the composition of the case of the weapon. Many weapon cases, for example, in U.S. service and NATO service broadly, are designed to try and prevent, or at the very least delay, the cook-off of ammunition for a predetermined amount of time to allow people to evacuate. For example, back in Vietnam, I believe the standard case on a Mark 80 series was designed to prevent cook-off for at least 10 minutes if exposed to high temperatures, to allow people to be evacuated from the area, and potentially allow firefighters to try and put out the fire, and etc. But there's a lot of factors that go into it. Depends on how they've been stored, what the chemical composition is. There's just so many variables there. I can't really say. Is the point I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, I guess when you see an entire Crimean airbase blow up instantly, I think it's maybe a little bit optimistic to think it's just a DJI consumer drone.
If anybody's interested in learning more about ammunition cook-offs, I would encourage everybody. Well, I would say everybody, if you have the stomach, because it's kind of gruesome. Not gonna lie, the USS Forrestal fire. That was an incident in the mid '60s during the Vietnam War when there was a catastrophic detonation of some munitions aboard the USS Forrestal, an aircraft carrier in the United States Navy, with some catastrophic effects. Hundreds of people were killed. It was just all around not a good time for the crew of that ship. If I would, it's not for the faint of heart, because again, it was pretty catastrophic and pretty gruesome. But if you want to get an idea of the kind of things that go into ammunition cook-offs and these large-scale munitions depot explosions, that's kind of a good example of it.
Actually, I have a question about that, John. Was that the incentive to move towards more stable ammunition? Took a lot of time. Was that the main incentive for that? Did it stem from that incident?
So yes and no. So the whole issue. So the United States has been using progressively more stable and insensitive explosive fillers over time. We didn't start using insensitive munitions in the current modern definition of the term until, the past, 20, 30 years with the IMX series of explosive fillers like IMX 101 and IMX 104, which is, for example, IMX 101 is the current filler, for example, artillery shells used by, for example, 155 millimeter artillery shells, for example, those fired by the M777. However, before we got to the IMX series, we went through a variety of different explosive mixtures that were increasingly stable and decreasingly sensitive to heat and thermal shock. Before we used, composition H6, and before that we used composition B. In the Vietnam War, we were using composition H6. And in World War II and Korea, we used composition B. We switched to H6 because it was more stable and less sensitive than comp B. And essentially what happened on the USS Forrestal was they were essentially running out of the then, kind of standard, munition. And so they were being forced to, because the expenditure of munitions, in Vietnam was so massive, they were being forced to pull weapons from old Korean War stocks that had been stored out in the middle of nowhere, like in Guam, without any air conditioning or climate control whatsoever. And so they pulled a bunch of airdropped bombs from this depot, and I think it was in Guam. And these were old Korean War munitions. They were filled with composition with Comp B. And the issue with Comp B was it becomes not only more sensitive to thermal shock and to heat and to shock, it also becomes more energetic. The explosion releases more energy as the mixture ages and it's exposed to high levels of heat and humidity, like on Guam. And so as a result, there was a catastrophic ammunition cook-off as a result of I believe it was a Zuni rocket misfiring while a bunch of aircraft were on the flight line being prepped for launch. It struck an aircraft, caused a massive fuel leak. The fuel then caught fire. A bunch of, beneath the aircraft, which were fully loaded with munitions, a bunch of these Comp B filled bombs dropped into the fire and eventually detonated. and the crew, the berthing quarters, the sleeping quarters for a good portion of the crew were directly under that portion of the flight deck where it happened, and so essentially it dumped burning jet fuel into the sleeping quarters. It was not fun.
Thank you, John, for that remarkably in-depth answer. I don't know how you managed to memorize all those all those components and all those chemical compounds, but it is very impressive. Finance, followed by Daryl.
Hi. So I want to know what things that got hit. I didn't even know if we were done last time I was on the space. I've been offline for a couple hours. I don't know if the Ukrainians kept throwing the party in the middle of August in there.
Hey, Finance, that's 1 by 5. I can barely hear you. You're dropping in and out. But I think I'll try to repeat the question and just
Can you hear me now? Is this better?
Yeah, much better. Carry on.
Perfect. The question is, last I was on the space, there was a number of things hit. Could I get a brief rundown? I didn't know if the Ukrainians were done blowing up the Russians when I left. So what's the final tally of Atacam's hour and a half or whatever they were throwing this evening?
Go ahead, John, if you want to repeat this. We should get this written down so that I can go through it again.
I agree. Okay, so there were a number of things that were either struck or there was some kind of action near. There was an ammunition depot in the town of, I believe, was it Timonov? Something to that effect, which is just outside Belgorod. An open-air Russian munitions depot was struck and went up in a massive explosion. Lots and lots of secondaries. It was burning for hours. I don't know if it's still burning or not, but it burned for hours and cooked off for literally hours. There was some kind of fire or explosion in the city of Stary Oskol, which is halfway between Belgorod and Voronezh. It's reports on the ground. It isn't confirmed, but it seems to be most likely that the airport there was hit by something. We don't know what, but it's likely that something was on fire, and we think it was probably the airport. A factory, a Russian munitions factory or armaments factory in occupied Luhansk in the town of Lightkovy or something to that effect. I'd have to go and find the name. Was struck presumably by Gimlers and destroyed. The Novokhovka Dam was struck in by two rounds of Gimler strikes, and the Novokhovka Road Bridge was confirmed struck. And moving on to slightly more interesting things, in Crimea, in the morning local time, an unknown target, well, not known with particular certainty, target near Mizvedony, which is in northwestern Crimea, was struck. It's a small little beach town, massive explosion, sizable explosion. It's not exactly clear what was hit. There's been some reports that it might have been an FSB outpost of some description. And finally, for the big two of the night, there were a series of explosions audible in the vicinity of the city of Kerch and the Kerch Strait Bridge. A video was released showing Russian surface-to-air missiles in flight and detonating. As of right now, it does not appear that anything on the ground was struck. There are no reports of any targets on the ground being damaged or struck in any way. Just reports of mid-air explosions and obviously videos of those interceptors in flight. We haven't heard anything else out of Kerch since then. In Sevastopol, there was a series of 4 to 5 explosions were audible over the city, specifically in the vicinity of Belbek Airport. Video was released showing what appeared to be mid-air explosions and likely Russian surface-to-air missiles interceptors in flight. It isn't clear if they actually intercepted anything. There was a video that was released purporting to show an explosion at the Belbek airfield, but this was later shown to be inauthentic. The video is actually from an explosion in Melitopol about a week or so ago. So no word on what's actually been, what, if anything, has been struck on the ground there. In both cases, in both Kerch and Sevastopol, Russian sources claim that in both cases, Ukrainian UAV was shot down over Sevastopol and Kerch, respectively. Girkin reported, the real Igor Girkin, not the Girkin Twitter page, posted on his Telegram channel that there was, quote, fire and detonations at the Belbek airfield. However, I haven't seen any footage on the ground to substantiate this. I saw another video that was purported to show the airfield, and it looked like just business as usual. It was dark, there were some lights on, didn't look like anything was on fire or exploding. So the situation there is not clear. There were also some interesting reports of gunfire in Sevastopol, as well as gunfire in the city of Bai-Chai-Sarai, which is a small city about halfway between Sevastopol and Simferopol. And I believe the booster of a Pantsir surface-to-air missile was, weirdly enough, discovered in some town in the middle of nowhere in Crimea, nowhere close to either Sevastopol or Kerch. I have no idea why there would be a Pantsir booster there. That is completely beyond me.
What do we make of the gunfire? Is that criminal activity? Like, what? Like, who would be shooting? That's too far for any regular Ukrainian troops, and it seems an odd spot for irregular Ukrainian troops. So, what's the thinking on the gunfire?
My two leading theories are either that was Ukrainian SOF getting into a firefight somewhere in Sevastopol, which would be interesting to say the least, or potentially that might have been some Pantsirs in the area attempting to engage something that they detected in the air. The Pantsir, in addition to having a number of onboard surface-to-air missiles, it also has a twin gun mount. So it can actually, engage in, more traditional AAA fire in addition to launching surface-to-air missiles. So it could have been those attempting to engage something.
Hopefully that was satisfying, Finance.
Very satisfying. What can I say? It's been boom. Sales here at Atacam Cigarettes are booming. Couldn't be happier with the reviews.
All right. What a marketing campaign you've got going there, Finance. We've got Daryl up and followed by Daniel.
Hey, John, I just want to say that's pretty good because I was getting ready to mention the Forrestal. As a high schooler in the NJRTC, I actually took a 5-day cruise on the Forrestal. And that was one of the things that they talked about on there was the fire that happened. Although I thought that it happened in the Bay Area rather than on the main deck. But you may be right because that was a long time ago for me. But that was really interesting. That whole fire and how it happened, and it brought about a lot of safety. A lot of safety aboard aircraft carriers. That was the one thing that when we got on there, they actually went through a lot of the videos, and a lot of them they were precluded by video and photos of the fire and the aftermath and everything else of that event. So kudos for bringing that up, though.
Thank you. Daniel.
We talk a lot about attack camps, but Azerbaijan gives 500 kilograms bombs, aerial bombs, which can be fixed on the Russian type aircraft. And I imagine there are a lot of aerial bombs glided with pins and directional, and which, in my opinion, are more effective, uh, more easy to hit things, and they don't use that for ammo dumps because an ammo dump will explode even if you get a small munition from a drone. And if anyone is worried about Kerch Bridge, remember they have very, very powerful aerial bombs. They have a good aviation, and I don't think it's something implausible to see Sansuho is going to 100 meters low altitude attack above Sevastopol and dropping aerial bombs on the Kerch Bridge. Is more plausible than attackers hitting in the night to be spectacular and caught on video.
Okay, Daniel, it is possible, but it would be amazingly, insanely, like you'd have to be, the pilots who carried that out would literally have to be incredibly brave, right? Because Sevastopol is extremely well defended.
Sevastopol is far from Kerch. Idea is if you destroy all altitude radars, because that's why they get the anti-radar missiles. So they will destroy the radars. Without radars, you can use just for the same batteries, small range radar. When you fly low, the radar cannot pick you very, very far, so you must be very close, and the time of engagement is under 40 seconds. Second, at that altitude is hard to hit, very, very hard to hit. Oh, of course, it's easy with an Igla, but you must have a special Russian with an Igla on the shoulders, far behind the front. And believe me, Ukrainians get huge testosterone boost attacking Russians at low altitude.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not saying no, but maybe John has something to say about that. John, go ahead.
Yeah, ballistic missile strike would be preferred any day over a level bombing run. I mean, to your point, Daniel, even if they're able to take out most of the acquisition fire control radars for the relevant S-400 batteries in the area, the Russians still have A-50s. They still have AWACS, airborne early warning and control aircraft that should, in theory, be able to direct their S-400s, S-300s, and other surface-to-air missile systems. If they have one of those up, even if you're coming in, low and fast, nap of the earth, exploiting the curvature of the earth, the fact that those AWACS are going to be a significant altitude above the ground is going to give them an extremely large distance to the horizon, and they are going to be able to see you coming from a much further distance than a ground-based radar installation would. I don't think the Ukrainians would ever go for a level bombing attempt of the Kerch Strait Bridge. If they have the capacity to hit it with ballistic missiles, I think they will do that 99 times out of 100 before they try to carry out a level bombing run of the bridge.
I agree with you. But also remember a small thing. All this war, 6 months, we always overestimate the capabilities of the troops, their technology. We overestimated their power. Very few people imagine they can play so bad. And my opinion is, even if their technology is at least mediocre, problem is with the training troops. I don't think the Snake Island was so goddamn easy to be destroyed, but the time of the reaction of the missile battery, remember how many panzers they have on Snake Island? They have it? Not at all. Second, you said about how well is defended Kerch Bridge. We pretty agree about this. But, you know, Belgorod was also very well defended. Also, Rostov-on-Don is very well defended. How do you recognize is your Sukhoi or is Ukrainian Sukhoi when it's above your head? After you hit so many friendly planes and helicopters, because you know you are trigger happy and you have no idea who is coming. And in my opinion, totally uninformed, totally unexperienced. Jet dam bomb is much more effective than launching, I don't know, 6 or 7 attackers. Because an aerial bomb, when it will hit the bridge, will make not a hole, but pulverize that cover up of concrete on the bridge. Just my unexperienced things talking here.
Okay, fair enough, Daniel. Thank you very much for your comments. I don't know if you want to follow up on that, John?
I mean, I'm not well versed enough in the blast effects of airdrop munitions, unfortunately, to be able to agree or disagree with that.
Can we speculate a bit, John? Because I saw a post of Kamil Galiyev, and he said something like this: "Don't be very outrageous. The war in Ukraine is very gentle from the Russian side, and they are very gentle because they don't have air supremacy. Because in Syria and Chechnya, they had total air supremacy, and they killed a lot of people, leveled a lot of cities because they have air supremacy. And if we remember a bit, the last phases of defending Mariupol, when they sieged the Azovstal, all the other parts of the city was almost full controlled by VDVs and naval infantry and a lot of bulk soldiers from DPR and NPR. They use strategic bombers to bomb Azovstal because they know was very, very deep bunker there. They use a lot of aviation because they were no contesting the airspace by Ukrainian Air Force. Now the tides are very changed on all the sides of Ukraine, and they are not just contested in north and east sides, but they lost air supremacy in Kherson, total loss. Command from the south of Ukrainian army controls Odessa Oblast, Kherson. They have no problem there. And I think if you look at the strikes, they hit airfields incessantly, radars, and missile to air batteries. And if they continue like that, at one moment you will remain without them. It will not be packed so dense, so you can feel is in very powerful air wall for military air force. And Ukrainians, I think, they will try anything and very unexpected. They don't ever play ball with Russians. They use different tactics, surprise. They use combined arms. They use anything to disrupt not only the morale but a logical point of view. And we can see Russians don't trust their officers, don't trust their tactics. don't trust how they pursued this war. And losing air supremacy from the beginning of the war, and now it's very clear how bad it is for them, I think will play a big role how these things will happen. Because imagine if they shoot air surface-to-air missiles with preset detonation at, I don't know, 3 kilometers to destroy Gimlers or attackers, World War II style. But the fighter jets come 100 meters altitude, and before the bridge will start to climb to launch the bomb, and the bomb has a range of 10-15 kilometers. Things are not very funny for them. Their frigates put panzers on the back of the ships. This is how good and trusty are in defense of air attacks for them. And same for Sevastopol. They shoot what? A drone, a Bayraktar drone, or aviation asset, or just they saw ghosts on the radars. They have no idea. Their troops, the experienced officers, which are most important, they're dead, prisoners, or deserters. You can have tons of Abrams. If you don't have the crews, you cannot fight. This is the experience of the Afghan army. They have a lot of technology, military assets, and they lose against people with Kalashnikov and with Crocs in their feet. So this is my perceptions. I don't have enough info to say, oh, of course it will be like this. But my perception is something similar to what I said.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Daniel. So just a reminder to everyone, we've got some brand new speakers here. So the way it works is that you need to put up your hand by pressing the heart-shaped button on the lower side of your, on the lower portion of your screen. That will raise a hand, and that way I will know what order to go in and that you want to speak. So let's go in order. It is Larry, followed by Bellel.
Oh, hi there. It's Vern, but I've changed my name to Larry from Laverton for personal reasons. I just wanted to ask if it's too much to ask for us to get like 5 A-10 Warthogs and just fly them in a line parallel with the Kerch Bridge and unload their 5 seconds of burping Gatling guns just all the way down the middle of the bridge. Would that be asking too much?
Yes, it would be asking too much for a number of reasons. Like, first of all, I don't think it would actually hurt the integrity of the bridge. Secondly, they're designed for a different role. And then thirdly, I think that the Ukrainians, the A-10s, by the way, they're well-loved aircraft, but I'm not sure they could make it that far and get by the air defense. So that's my feeling. But in other roles, they could be amazing. In other roles, they could be very interesting. I mean, there has been talk about that. The A-10s were being decommissioned in the US, even though they're much loved by people who have been reassured by the sound of that, Gatling gun shooting depleted uranium.
Maybe we can have it for the film. We'll do it in the action film when that comes out in the future.
Yeah, maybe we will.
I just wanted to give you one other experience that I had yesterday. There was a guy that rang up who was kind of like a troll. He was identified, and he was going down some silly pathways with his talking points. And I happened to like just follow him as he was doing this, and he got kicked off. And I chatted to him outside the space, and the guy was just like genuinely misinformed. And he was not a troll. He was just like one of these people who's caught onto like some Facebook news, or is being overly skeptical, which is like sadly a symptom of our kind of media climate at the moment. And I just thought it'd be really good for I don't know, it brings out a lot of emotions when people go down that path, but I think it'd be great for the MryiaReport moderators to just maybe have a process of questioning that can kind of get people who are not trolls, but who are, let's be kind and say misguided, and just sort of get them to try and understand, where the truth is a little bit better, or guide them a little bit better. Because this guy was just, just an average guy, and he was on the wrong path. I gave him some information, and I didn't change his mind, but I just kind of caused him to swerve and look at something different. So yeah, it was sort of sad. It was tragic. I mean, a troll is a troll. We know if they're pro-Russian that that's just not. There's no coming back from that. But this guy was in the middle, definitely in the middle, and I sort of feel like maybe there's an opportunity.
Yeah, maybe there is. Sometimes there is. It's hard to tell, right? And the other thing is that out of respect for the other, sometimes it's 300, sometimes it's 500 people listening. I have to make sure that as your moderator, right? Like I'm doing this for all of you, that I don't let the conversation be constantly derailed, right? So it's a tough job. It takes a delicate touch. We don't always get it right, but we try. But we do try to keep a focus, right? And so it's not perfect. It's not a perfect process, but I cannot allow the entire space to be hijacked by one particular conversation, if you see what I mean. So,
John, you're right. You're right. You are right. And look, I just want to say thank you to you and the rest of the moderators for the effort you put in, because you're a lifeline for a lot of us who are far away and can't help with our hands. But no, look, really, it's just so reassuring to wake up in the morning and listen to the MryiaReport, and to go to bed listening to the MryiaReport, and just thanks for being there. Okay.
Thank you, Larry. Vern, Larry, whatever it is. Okay, I don't know what you count, but thank you for your kind words. Bellel, I believe you're up next.
Well, I kind of got a little bit sidetracked by what Larry, or whatever he prefers to go by, is. I wanted to get back to a little bit of what Daniel was speaking to, but now I'm definitely sidetracked. So if Daniel could get back to, maybe just refresh me real quickly on the last part of what you were saying, maybe that'll refresh my mind.
What about? Please explain.
I don't know if we're going to be able to do that then. Yeah,
we're not going anywhere.
yeah, I totally lost my my thought, because I was listening to him and got completely sidetracked.
Bellel, I always take notes. I always take notes when I'm listening, Bellel. It helps a lot, because I've been in your situation many, many times, and the conversation goes in one direction. I'll step down now, but I just wanted to throw that in, Bellel, and I hope you are. Cheers, man.
I normally try to too. I'm a very notes-driven person. I think what we were talking about is like the air defense going off, maybe. Shoot,
You're
I
talking.
can't
You're
even
talking.
remember.
You're talking about the lack of air defenses for Russia. I think that's
Yeah,
what's kind of the thrust.
yeah. So, oh yes. So the AC 130s and blah blah blah, like things going into it, and maybe that goes into some of what Larry was saying. I don't know. It's kind of muddled, but there's no way that would happen, right, Craig? I think that you would be able to speak to this more than most on this panel. You're not going to get planes that far, that deep into that kind of territory unless you were just basically putting them on a suicide mission.
So yes and no. Honestly, that's truly a double-edged sword.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to go down that road, but it's a yes and no proposition.
Okay. So yes and no me.
So no, in terms of the density around the area that I think he was mentioning when we were talking about the Kerch Strait. That is, as we speak, here's the no side. The no has a time coefficient, right? Because as we all kind of sat here and watched Kherson and we watched what was happening around there, we were like, Ukrainians can't do this, they can't do this, they can't do this, until they could, because it takes time, because war isn't fast food, right? It takes time to prep this, it takes time to get it ready, prepare the ground, insert special forces, get eyes on, get your saboteurs in there, which Ukrainians have all acknowledged exist, and they have done they've done marvelous work on limiting the logistical support of Kherson, and that time coefficient is the same for anything in war, right? The old saying that war tells the truth, right? But you just have to watch your clock. It takes time for these things to happen. So no in the immediate sense, but yes, eventually. It's hard to understate. Yeah, go ahead, man. What's up?
Yeah. So I figured out where I was going to with the original point. There was an air defense suggestion that the Ukrainians have air superiority or air even parity. And today we saw, if you're watching the same things I'm watching, 2 at least videos of MiGs coming through Kherson center headed toward Mykolaiv, right? So that's not a problem for the Russians either.
Well, again, you're still getting into yes or no territory. Yes, you're still getting into yes and no, or as our favorite instructor from West Point, Colonel John Spencer, would say, yes and, right? It's a yes and proposition there. So it's very much a gray area. The issue, and this is kind of where I was going with this, and it doesn't speak directly to what you just said, but hopefully it speaks to kind of to the meta thrust of your question, right? The premise of it. And it's hard to underestimate the effect that HARMS will have on the battlefield. For those that aren't familiar, a HARMS is a missile. It's a piece of ordnance that uses the enemy's radar against them to follow it all the way to the radar site, right? So when you're thinking of conducting radar operations, right, understand that radar goes both ways, right? There's the ping out, and then there's the return signal. If anybody's ever been familiar with radar, think of like the old ASR systems that you might see, in movies and things like that. These are the general sweeps of the ASR radar. Every time that the ASR goes around and it pings something, it actually gives us a signal of the return. The HARMS follows that return message all the way to its base. And it's very, very difficult to throw HARMS off. You can use some electronic warfare to disrupt, but everything that you do might interfere with your signal and your ability to collect information. I'm not saying it does all the time, but it does sometimes, depending on your level of sophistication and what have you, right? Circumstantial. But the the issue with the harms is that this goes to suppressing anti-air systems. That is textbook, absolutely textbook Western doctrine, to eliminate the enemy's ability to see, which is to destroy their radar systems, i.e. the ASR I just described, to destroy those systems, which cuts their vision from a ground to surface, from a SAM site, right? Surface to air missile. Once they do that, you then kind of have freedom of movement around, not unlimited free movement, because these SAM sites do have a long range. So you might be able to open up maybe 100 square miles, maybe a little bit bigger, maybe a little bit smaller, but it does give you some advantage. And that's what harms is. We haven't talked about it. It hasn't been a big thing, but believe me when I tell you, these SAM sites did not blow up because a Ukrainian got lucky and spotted it with a drone and tagged it with a HIMARS. In all likelihood, it's not a coincidence. John, correct me if I'm wrong, but harms was announced, what, this week, last week? If you're there, John?
Sorry, I was having difficulty unmuting. It was announced, a little over a week ago, and it was only announced after wreckage was discovered and publicized.
And then all of a sudden we see radar get lit up, right? And so the answer to your question is yes, but again, it's just the time coefficient that we have to live under. It's going to take time for this to happen, but it's only a matter of time. But we have to be patient and allow the Ukrainians to do their work, which they've been very good at doing.
Okay, so I guess my follow-up would be, what do you think that time coefficient is? And what would they need? Is that more NASAMS? Is that more ability to deploy S-300, 400 systems?
Well, you don't need S-300, S-400 if the enemy isn't flying, right? I mean, they really become. Now, that's not to say you don't want to go without them, right? In modern warfare, a SAM system is like your American Express. You don't leave home without it, right? You always take it with you because it's insurance, and you just want to have it there, right? Just for whatever reason. So once their air power is grounded, your SAM system is good. Again, you always want to take it when you leave the house to go about your business, but it gives you the flexibility in an operational space because, again, you can clear out an operational space, but you don't want to get froggy and go too far because your NASAMs or your harms haven't done what they're supposed to do, right? So the technical term for this is SEED, right? Suppression of enemy air defense. That's the military acronym, right? That is a dedicated mission. So to answer your question in regards to time, there are dedicated people that are in the Ukrainian armed forces that this is their only job. Or, hypothetically speaking, this is the only thing that they do. They don't get plucked from SAM duty. They don't get plucked from here. These guys are specifically trained to find and track and then report back to the operational command and release for these type of systems like a NASAM or a HARM system, right? So they're specifically, they feed the intelligence trough, if you will, to give those that have operational release authority and have operational control the ability to make those decisions and give them the flexibility and dexterity to use that. So to answer your question in terms of time, you have to collect the information, you have to find them, you then have to allocate resources to do that. Maybe your resources aren't ready, maybe they aren't in position for where you found them, so you found them so you're at A, but you found them at F. Well, we can't go to F right now, we have a lot to do. What about all the letters in between? Can we do anything there? And so it takes, you got to kind of serve up the menu a la carte, as you will, and let your commanders have some flexibility and not try to micromanage them in terms of logistical support. Again, I'm not a combat guy. I've never served in combat, wouldn't claim to, but you got to give these commanders some flexibility. That's only going to happen when you improve logistical lines and you improve the dexterity and the opportunism, right? The two, right? Targets of opportunity.
I have one more follow-up if that's okay.
Yeah, sure, man. What's up?
Yeah. So, okay. From what I've seen based on reporting today, we saw two, at least groups of probably 2 or 3 Su-25s coming out of Kherson, right? So it would be optimistic, I guess, that you have that air superiority, or that they're scared of your SAM capability, right? Coming out of there. And that's kind of what I was trying to push back on. Is I think that they still have that kind of capability. Maybe it's not coming out of Kherson Center, where they see the planes is coming out of Kherson Center, headed toward Mykolaiv.
Well, that's again, that's both a yes and no proposition, not to sound redundant or like a jerk.
No.
The fact, yeah. So the fact of the matter is that's at a fundamental level that's incorrect, right? And the reason that's incorrect is because as a Ukrainian, you don't care if they have SAM capabilities in Donetsk or around the Kerch Strait if your operational focus is closer to Kherson, say west of Melitopol, right? What do you really care if they have SAM systems available in southern Crimea? You don't. All you care about is what you want to accomplish. The Ukrainians don't want to accomplish the occupation of the Kerch Strait as we speak today. And so it's just like if you've ever watched American football, you sound like you're an American, you kind of get the idea, right? You take it 10 yards at a time.
Of course, I'm in Texas
right.
with you. I'm a Longhorns fan. I'm not an Aggie. Like you.
Okay, well, saw them off. So the issue is that this is a slow rolling thing. They're taking this 10 yards at a time. So what do you care that Russia has SAM capabilities by the Kerch Strait if you're focused operationally in Kherson? Because it's irrelevant. It really doesn't matter, right? You might as well play tiddlywinks in the Kerch Strait. It doesn't matter to the Ukrainian command because their operational focus and logistics is all on Kherson, everything west of Melitopol. So who gives a rat's flying butt if they have SAM capabilities elsewhere if you're focused in the area where they do not have SAM capabilities? So you see what I'm getting at? Like it doesn't matter at a fundamental level. Now, if the Ukrainians were like, yeah, we want to go all the way to Crimea in 2 weeks and we want to stack it up, then yeah, of course you would care. But if you don't, then it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
Gotcha.
All right. I think I've lost order with the hands. Oh, dear me. I think it was Ricardo who was next. You've been waiting patiently. It must be you. Go ahead, Ricardo.
Hey, Craig, that was like an unintentional lead in with the football analogy. When you zoom out like you like to do on a bigger picture, so if you look at the landscape, it looks like they're down at the 20-yard line. And in football, you have a lot less.
In which theater? In which space? In which space?
Yeah.
Right? Because Kherson is not Donbass or Kharkiv, right?
Right. So, I mean, it's maybe not the best analogy, and you're great at them. So they're down to the 20, maybe whatever. You're talking about moving up yards at a time. How do you in football? You have less room to move. You can't throw your passes. I mean, they've got to be short, and they've got there's a lot less maneuvering. Is that a bad analogy, or and if it is, even if it is a bad analogy, how would you relate that to folks that know football? Because they are down to this.
It's a great question. Yeah, I love it. It's a great question. So for those that are familiar with football, it's called, it was perfected by the 49ers, right? It's the West Coast offense. It's meant for short intermediate passes, running style, pro formation, I formation, run the football, play action. It's not meant to create this dynamic greatest show on turf Kansas City Chiefs because they don't have the tools for that, right? So the way you play, so let me boil this down and have some fun. I hate the New England Patriots. I can't stand New England Patriots. I think they're a bunch of cheaters. I think Tom Brady is an absolute loser. You're never going to convince me otherwise. If he wasn't a loser, I never heard of Joe Montana or Troy Aikman having to deflate footballs or cause problems like that, right? You do it clean if you're a real pro. But what you have to understand is that the New England Patriots is that they put their players through a psychological evaluation much more thoroughly than other NFL teams do. And they do that because they don't try to play this wide open game. They play a psychological game. The Patriots don't play a football West Coast offense, this coast offense. They play a psychological. Their game is based on psychology, which is light years ahead of where everybody else was, say, 10 years ago. And where the Ukrainians are learning that lesson is that they're not trying to do more with the tools that they know they don't have, right? So it's like trying to run the Kansas City Chiefs type of offense when all you have are 300-pound wide receivers. You can't do that, right? It doesn't make any sense. But there are some people that try to force that in, i.e., there are some countries out there, I don't know, like Russia, that tried to execute a Kansas City Chiefs-like offense in the first couple of months of this war, but all their wide receivers weighed 300 pounds, and they had a heart attack before they even got to the 10-yard line, right? And so they played outside of themselves, right? So if anybody who's played kind of high school football, you understand when the coach says, don't play outside yourself, because then you're just going to fail. So hopefully that's a good analogy, right? My preference is for a West Coast offense. I like that theology. It makes sense. It's consistent. But the Ukrainians are playing within themselves, and they're not trying to get ahead of themselves, right? They don't knock out a couple of SAM systems and say, woohoo, let's go for all the way to the border, right? They don't say that, right? That's never been a part of their personality. So they stick to who they are. They stick to their capabilities, and it's very methodical. And it's, at this point, it's nearly unstoppable so long as we continue to give them the right tools. So hopefully I didn't belabor the football analogy too far.
Last thing I would say really quickly.
To play in yourself, Craig. What kind of crap advice was that?
Okay, as moderator, I've got to get everyone to talk in turn. Please put up your hands. Go in turn.
I would just say that the greatest show on turf was the St. Louis Rams, not the New England Patriots.
No, I remember Kurt Warner, Isaac Bruce, Torrey Holt. I remember all those guys. Marshall Faulk, absolutely. Yeah, no, I was just trying to say, because they're similar in terms of the style of football they like to play. Wide open, throw the ball down the field, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, well, none of them know how to skate, so who cares? Moving on. That was actually great. I love hearing those analogies. Thank you. Was it Ricardo who wanted to follow up on that, or are we moving on to finance?
No, I'm good. But I guess he gave a separate, kind of a different. The way I was looking at it is that, I think there's a less field that there's an operational field that Russia's pushed back into, and it gets more crowded. And I look at Ukraine and the territory they have a wide open field as far as logistics, and I think it starts to get tighter and tighter. And I don't know if that's even a military strategy, but that's just kind of the way I look at it.
Ricardo, I appreciate you actually raising that issue, because you raised a salient point that actually me and our favorite artilleryman, CJ, we had this discussion, right? You're right if you're talking about Kherson in terms of logistics, but you may not be right when it comes to logistics in regards to, say, the Donbass, right? East or southeast of Zaporizhia, right? It's different for every place. In Kherson, Ukrainian logistics are at full steam, all go, no quit. There's nothing going to stop it. They have perfected their logistical lines. The rail system is running on time. Everything is as smooth as it gets. That allows them, for every Russian artillery shell, the Ukrainians can fire back 10. And that's not like some kind of, the Ukrainians are supermen. No, they just have better logistical capacity, right? But if you look east towards Zaporizhia and Bakhmut and Sloviansk and Kramatorsk, those logistical lines are much longer. It's a territory that's much more spread out. The geography is much more wide open, and there's a lot more obstacles. But the area around Kherson is much more condensed, right? Those rail systems are coming all the way from Odessa. You could take a train from, I mapped this, right? You can take a train from Lviv to Odessa, and then to Mykolaiv, and then into Kherson, or even come straight down north down the west bank of the Dnipro, right? And so those logistical lines are as good as they get. You're fighting in a condensed area, and you're just going to overwhelm the enemy with firepower. That's not so in the Donbass. It's just not that. And so for every area that we're talking about, it's really a different game that you're playing. Like it's just a different kind of scenario. You know what I mean? So it's not the same theater wide. It's different in different parts of the area, like it is in all wars, like it is in all things, right? It's relative to geography and then time, distance, and speed.
Alrighty. I think finance is dying to get into this. I doubt, unless Daniel, you wanted to comment on American football analogies, but I think that was right up finance's alley.
I can do, because what you call football is just rugby with helmets. The football, you call it soccer. And this is just my evil me saying this. I miss you, Craig. I didn't listen to you past 3 months. And when you have the time, we can talk about bots, because you Americans were deprived by Ghani, our British guy, who explained us how radar coordinations, missile defense worked, and he explained very, very well on the Snake Island campaign. Let the finance talk.
Away you go, finance.
I just want to know who Craig's football coach was that told him to play within himself. I mean,
Don't try and do more than you know that you can, because you're just going to fail. I mean, that's just a fact of life, right?
no, that's not how you play football. As somebody who made it to
Oh my goodness.
Outside and playing well above my athletic abilities all the time, because there was that guy who could block. Hell no. But if mother loving block him and add a few more curse words, and if that didn't work, figure out something that did. So I'm just
Julian Edelman wasn't Randy Moss, right?
sure, right? But that's, yes, I agree. It is your coach's job to scheme the offense for who he has. I would also note that when Bill Belichick did have Randy Moss, speaking of receivers, both whom Bill Belichick had, Randy Moss caught 1,400 yards in a season playing outside in a different kind of offense. When he had Corey Dillon, he ran the ball for 1,500 yards with Dillon in a serious grounded pound effort that we've never seen before since when Belichick had it. So the man will change his offense to his talent, right? The coach schemes for what he's got. But as far as the players,
by keeping the players playing within themselves and not trying to do something that they can't do.
you must analyze skill position players all day, sir. You were clearly not a lineman. On that, we're going to call Craig Pretty Boy from now on. Pretty Boy Craig.
When I was in Pop Warner, I got 3 sacks in a game and I got a strip fumble. So I think I did pretty well on the line.
Pop Warner, all right. When I was like 6, that's all cute. All right, so Pretty Boy Craig. That's lovely. We're going to go to somebody who might have something useful to say in Ukraine. That would be JJ. JJ, how are you this evening?
Fantastic. Thanks. I don't know if it's useful, but one of my goals when I come into this space is to ask questions that civilian people like myself might ask. And I certainly noticed all the celebrations today and got caught up in them myself. But I'd love some more context as to why today is such an important day. So Craig and maybe Bloke, can you give a little bit more perspective on that for me?
I think go for it, Bloke. Sorry, I got a delay on my internet. Go for it. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, I'm gonna go ahead.
Apologies, just a heads up. I'm getting the glitch where I can't turn my mic off, so I just want to apologize for that. I'm gonna try to fix it.
Okay, no worries. So, from my perspective, what's interesting about the past 24 hours was the scope and the amount of deep strikes that happened simultaneously, and the clear targeting of logistics and ammo. And that's consistent with what's been happening almost as a buildup over the past couple of weeks. So that's what I find really fascinating about this, especially hitting into deep strikes into Russian territory, into Crimea, to the point where it throws the enemy, the Russians, off balance. They don't know what their critical vulnerabilities are or what they have to defend. And I see this in a way of as the Russians losing initiative. That's just a brief take on it. There's a lot more nuance there, but that's what I'm thinking. How do you feel about this, Craig?
So I'm of the same mind. I would just use the single word, and that is the scale at which we're seeing, right? The volume of what we're seeing, right? When it was, if you can think back to when it was like high Mars o'clock, and every time something would go up, it was once a day or twice a day that we'd see these things, right? And we'd say, oh, there goes another one. Oh, there goes another one. But now we're seeing, now today, what we saw was, I think, John, I don't know if John's still here, but he listed off what probably, I counted up to over 10, right? Where we saw these individual strikes. I mean, that is something that we have not seen in this war. And at this point, right? It's the sheer number in the day that really matters to us. And here's why I think it really does matter. If we can remember when Ukraine struck Crimea and those things went up in smoke, right? Russia tried to retaliate and try to target Mykolaiv and Odessa. And namely, of course, it didn't hit military targets, it hit innocent civilian targets. And that was kind of like the response, right? Like, you know, you hit Crimea, we're going to hit you back. And then Ukraine was like, okay, hold my beer. There goes your entire logistical line in this specific area. Like, try that again, and you're going to see what we're really about, right? And it was them communicating. It was the Ukrainian high command talking to the Russian high command saying, don't think that we can't do this if we don't want to. We're just showing you what we're capable of, and we'll do it if we want to do it. And that, I think, is what really we can kind of stand back and applaud, is Ukrainian high command saying, you know what? Let's show them what we really have. Let's show them what we can really, really do. We've been holding back, targeting this, targeting that, being very methodical. But then somebody in Ukrainian high command, the general staff room, said, you know what? Let's just do it all today. Let's just show them what we really have, right? One of the things, if I could draw comparisons really quickly, one of my favorite naval stories during the Cold War was when Ronald Reagan was elected. The Russians were kind of on the march, and they were in Afghanistan and everything like that. And then there was this story that, this isn't like the Hunt for Red October, this is a true story, where the Russians were talking about how bellicose they were and how strong their submarines were and everything like that. And all simultaneously, within about an hour of each other, U.S. attack submarines pinged Soviet boomers all over the world. Like, they pinged them and they said, by the way, you think that they're safe? Here you go. You can Google that. That's actually a real story. And the U.S. Navy was like, fine, you want to mess around? We'll show you what we really are. And we had an attack submarine everywhere. Everywhere they had a boomer, we had an attack submarine. And it was all simultaneous, all within one Zulu hour. And it was a great, and you think, well, why would they do that? They're kind of giving away the game, right? That they have this. No, what you really do is you remind the enemy at the scale at which you can operate, at the volume at which you can operate. And that alone is reason to celebrate, because your enemy is now like, holy crap, they got submarines everywhere. They're tracking us. They know where we are. Like, maybe we're, oh crap. Like, you know what I mean? That's a high level conversation you're having.
I have a follow-up, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Of course.
Great, thank you. How long does what happened today, like how long is the planning for something like what happened today?
I would say that these targets have been pre-selected for a long time, but it's the release of the munitions that would have to be coordinated. And so I'm sure all Ukraine, they have, listen, let's just tell it how it is, right? It's obvious. Ukrainians are operating behind Russian lines. They have these things. They have access to intel. They categorize this. They put it into a menu of options, and they have them there. But it's the strategic release of this munitions to increase operational effectiveness in a given theater that you want to affect. And so I'm sure somebody was like, sure, instead of doing 3 or 4, you know what? Go ahead and do 10, 12. You know what? Screw it. Do 15. You know what? Screw it. Let's do it. Let's target Bielograd too. You know what? Screw that. Let's go into the dump. Let's do the entire thing. Let's do it theater wide. And then I would say that the release is pretty soon, but the target list is plentiful, and I'm sure they have a really stacked menu.
Just before we go to our JJ, was that did that answer your question well?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay. Before we get to our next speakers, I just want to tell everyone it's a madhouse. We've got lots of people requesting. I noticed that Allsource has tried several times to come up and got knocked down. Twitter is twittering. So everyone, please raise your hand if you want to speak, because When we get a lot of people who are in the speakers panel, I can't bring up new speakers. So please cycle yourself down if you're done, so that we can bring other speakers up. And please raise your hand so that I know that you want to speak. And in order, I think we have Daryl next, followed by Daniel, then Dr. Paul, and Alex and Francis.
All right, this one is going to be real quick. And Craig, I just wanted to say something about what you were saying. You guys were saying about the significance of these attacks. It also represents possibly new data, because being able to pinpoint a lot of these places, not only through Signet, but also electronic data that's coming through. The Ukrainians just brought online a new satellite, if I'm not mistaken. And, with that and other things that are going on, there's an increase in the data that they're able to get. And I think that has a lot to do with what we're seeing as well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, perhaps. Although I think there's been a lot of sharing of intelligence between Ukraine and its allies. So, but yeah, it's really hard to say, Daryl. But I think that's a really good point. I believe in order, it is Daniel who's next. Go ahead, Daniel. And
Okay, I want to talk with Craig, and if I am just stunned how good was on military side, because we are both civilian with no experience. Let's get out of here and talk about what Craig loves a lot: trains. How do you like
Oh no,
Romanian
no,
trains?
no, no.
Oh
Let's
yes,
do it.
oh
Let's do
yes.
it. Let's have
Craig,
some fun.
did you like how we masterful changed the logistic of grains of Ukraine in Romania? You like our railways? You like our ports? You like our deliveries? This is my thing. I wait for you for 3 months. Please enjoy yourself and give me a lot of stuff about trains.
All right. So okay, go ahead, Bloke. You can moderate that.
I'm going to moderate this. Okay,
Because this
I
could
have
get
a
out
lot
of hand real fast.
No, but actually, in all sincerity, Daryl's here, you're here. I love talking about trains. Daniel wants to talk about trains. That's all good. But I think that a lot of the speakers came up to talk about the strike. So I just want to go through them very quickly. Alex Cavatelli, I know, came up and then lost his connection again. So given that, I believe the order is Dr. Paul, followed by Allsource, followed by Francis, and then Alex, who is trying to get up again. Go ahead, Dr. Paul.
Thanks, Bloke. And Craig, yes, we all do love hearing about trains. And on that note, not directly related to trains, we talk a lot about logistics, right? And it's critical. It's mission critical. It's very important. It's a major weakness and it's a major problem, and it could be an asset or a liability. Now, I was thinking just now in, about 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes ago when you were kind of going through some logistics stuff, and I was thinking, even during World War II, Nazi Germany's ground lines of communication were 2,000 miles roughly, and I'm just estimating from, call it Berlin to Stalingrad. And to my knowledge, Craig, there's not been a major military defeat on a logistics failure, right? Until that, and if we're going to link, Germany's downfall to logistics, it did not occur in encirclement of Stalingrad. And I guess my question is that, my original question was, what's the tipping point? We've seen some very small, immaculate strike packages over the last week. One day was 14 strikes of potentially ATACMS and mixed munitions. Today was 10 or 12. So this is like a big tipping. And my question was going to be tipping point, and then I was like, we're going to logistics in general. We're hitting the back. We're impeding their ability. DefMon and a Twitter account, it's essentially like a 12-hour round trip for a truck to get up to from Crimea to, let's call it, Zaporizhia or to Kherson, etc. And that's all great and all, but you horrible, not horrible, but antiquated technology and military vehicle capacity and all these things that they had going in the World War II era were able to sustain operations until they got encircled in Stalingrad. And I could be wrong on this, but this is my accurate or inaccurate impression of history. Okay. And so, Craig, what is the tipping point? I mean, logistics can be that tipping point, but I don't think that it will be, and there's no historical record of that causing a collapse of a front. And I could be wrong. So that's the other question. And so go ahead. I think you get the gist of what I'm getting after here.
I do, yeah. And so I would just push back on you on just one instance. When the Germans failed to capture Moscow, the war was lost. It was over. When the Germans didn't win in their initial invasion, the head of I just reread this book in regards to German logistics. God, it was like 3 days ago. It was the deputy head of the Luftwaffe for Nazi Germany, who's also in charge of munitions and support and supply. He gave a report to Friedrich Todt, who was the armaments commander at the time before he died in a plane crash. He gave a report. They didn't hear him. He went home and he shot himself. Then another German supply officer also killed himself. You had multiple suicides within about 2 months span after this, because it's simple math. Yes, in the immediate sense, you might have the initial invasion gave you the first mover's advantage, right? You have the initiative, but logistically, German supply routes were done largely by horse and cart. Like that is just a historical fact. A large portion of the German army was quite literally horse-drawn, like what Napoleon would use, right? Put them in carts and draw the horses. 600,000 horses were used by the Germans the initial invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941. 600,000 horses, right? And Germany has this great, they developed mechanized warfare and they did this. The simple fact is that if you want to talk about logistics, the reason why they couldn't do that is because they didn't have enough coal. They didn't have enough coking coal. Remember, in logistics, you always go upriver. You never go downriver in logistics. You always go upriver. And the further upriver you get in logistics, you get to raw materials. The Germans ran out of coking coal, which limited their ability to produce steel. Their inability to produce steel meant that they couldn't produce trucks. They couldn't produce the things that you needed to develop trucks. And then that just had a cascading effect all the way down. And so, to answer your point more saliently to Ukraine, remember, Ukraine is not Germany a la World War II. There are not 3 million men, right, that are doing this invasion. This is a combat force of upwards probably of 250,000, maybe a little bit more, maybe closer to about 350,000, give or take, right? That's their combat force that they have that is professionalized, organized in brigades and divisions or corps, and is utilized on the battlefield. And so it's different in different areas, right? When we saw strikes in Kherson, it's to limit, and I'll draw two distinct images for you, and then I'll just kind of leave it there, and hopefully that's enough. When Ukrainians strike logistical lines in Kherson, it's because they're prepping the offensive, right? They want to take back ground. So you launch these logistical strikes to inhibit their ability to defend themselves, right? So while your logistics are stood up, like I'd said before, for every round that the Russians fire around Kherson, they get 10 more in reply. It is absolute saturation. They just cannot keep up. And so they have a logistical superiority there because they're on the offensive. They want to take something. But to the second point, that is not the same thing that they're doing in the Donbass. What they're doing in the Donbass is limiting the Russians' ability to conduct offensive operations, because the Ukrainians are not on the offensive in the Donbass, specifically around Bakhmut. They are not. They are on the defensive. And so there are two operations that are taking place that have two different goals, right? And so in Kherson, it's to increase your offensive capability because you have logistical superiority. In the Donbass, it's to limit your opponent's ability to conduct offensive operations so you can conduct a mobile defense, right? And so it's different in different areas. It's so hard to paint with a brush in this war. One, because of the geography of Ukraine. It is an absolutely enormous country. People just underestimate the sheer size, the geographic scale of the nation of Ukraine. And so given that geographic size, you're going to have different outcomes in different areas, right? In Kherson, it's to conduct offensive operations. In the Donbass, it's to limit your enemy's ability to conduct offensive operations, right? And so it's a tale of two logistical stories, if you will.
And just a quick follow, Craig, do you think the encirclement or semi-encirclement of Kherson would break the camel's back of Russia and logistics and the military in general? That's kind of, it's really oddly similar to Stalingrad just in that sense, right? On the river Volga and then on the Dnipro River is Kherson, if I got the river right for Kherson. So it's kind of, would that cause that massive collapse where Russia would feed into the meat grinder, because that's how Putin is, totally ego driven, and would not submit and withdraw forces and continue to feed meat into the meat grinder. And that's, in my view, what caused the collapse ultimately of Germany, was Operation Barbarossa, was that decision to continue to feed resources into that failed offensive into Stalingrad. And I agree with what you said. It was a good point. When they did not take Moscow, which is very similar again to Russia not taking Kyiv, when they did not accomplish that goal, the war was lost. I agree with you. But I think I guess they prolonged the war significantly by the Stalingrad and Operation Blau. So anyways,
you're breaking.
Sorry, go ahead.
You're breaking up, Dr. Paul. I lost you I lost you there for a second, but I think the thrust of your question is that does Kherson break the back of Russian logistics? And the answer to that is sadly no, it does not break their back. You have to imagine a scenario, right? So Kherson is a condensed geographic area, and again, I'm not a military guy, and I say this because sometimes people DM me and say, "Oh, you're not a combat guy." I'm not a combat guy. I don't know how to maneuver a brigade. I don't know how to do any of this stuff. I don't have a clue. But what I can do is I can tell you about time, distance, speed, volume required, and just put those numbers together given the equipment that you have readily available, right? That conveyor belt that I always talk about in terms of logistics. It's a conveyor belt, right? It's not Amazon. It doesn't go straight from FedEx to you. It's rotational. It's always going, always consistent. And so it doesn't break their back because the simple fact is that Russia does have, at least to some degree, logistical superiority in some parts of the Donbass. And I would just simply remind folks of Severodonetsk and, of course, ongoing operations around Bakhmut. They were able to absolutely saturate the area with artillery. I mean, more than you're seeing around Kherson, if you want me to be blunt about it. It was an absolute saturation of artillery fire. These were not complicated, small tactic units operating like in Call of Duty style, where they can kind of flank around and do it had nothing to do with that. It had to do with artillery superiority, because at that time, number one, Ukraine did not have HIMARS deployed in theater in that area of operations, so they couldn't inhibit Russian logistics. And so they kind of had to live in that world. And the same thing is true around Bakhmut, where Russia does have in some isolated areas, and I emphasize isolated, like I can't underline, bold, italicize this, and size 24 font. Isolated areas, they have logistical superiority because of the density of the rail networks that are in the Donbass. I mean, it is choke full of rail support, cranes, everything you need to move a lot of stuff very quickly. And so you will see the Russian back break when you draw this line. So just imagine for a moment, we're going to draw a line from Volchansk in the north, which is on Ukrainian territory, south towards the Oskil Reservoir, around Izum, towards Severodonetsk, kind of wrap around towards Bakhmut, and then south towards a liberated Mariupol. Live in that world for just one moment, right? Where that is the reality on the ground. Ukraine has liberated everything else. When you live in that world, and HIMARS is now highly focused on the Donbass, and they have full accessibility to this, you will start to see the back break when HIMARS is deployed
completely enforce in the Donbass. You're able to target their rail networks. You're able to target their logistical hubs. You're able to target their resupply, their repair depots. Again, their repair depots where they have their spare parts, where they have their ammunition, where they have the logistical hubs, where they have all this stuff. It's going to be a cumulative effort. It's not going to be one operation does the whole thing. It is going to be a cumulative effort that all adds together to where Ivan is sitting somewhere outside Bakhmut, and he turns around and he fired off a round of ammunition, and he turns around and his magazine's empty because the truck that he needed to deliver the ammunition didn't have the spare part to get where it needed to go to resupply him. That is where HIMARS is going to become effective. But you're not going to see that back break until that line I drew and HIMARS is fully deployed in theater. That's where you'll see the Russian back truly break, and there'll be nothing left.
Amen, Craig. You know, Language and I have discussed this a lot too. Like, yeah, both chats could be on Stundizium. I'll leave it there. I could go on and on for hours about this. So, all sorts, please bring all sorts up. Aaron and Dr. Hunter, so sorry to beleaguer this, but you know, please move on, and I'll circle back.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. And we are definitely on the subject of trains and logistics. So, we're really cooking here. So, Alex, I knew you had trouble coming up and down. So, because of the technical difficulties, I'll give you, let you jump the queue and go ahead of Francis and then Allsource, because I know you've been trying for a while. Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Haven't been to this space in a while. I think the importance of these strikes deep into Russian territory is important because, in my opinion, it's showing shift of strategic initiative to Ukrainians. And Crimea has importance on multiple points. One is it started all with Crimea. Second, Russians declared annexation of Crimea, which nobody recognized, but also nobody did anything against it. Second is Russians felt kind of secure in Crimea. They always thought that that's the way it's going to go, is they're going to strike Ukrainians as they wish, and there will be no response. And third, Crimea is strategic importance logistically, because the whole invasion into the south of Ukraine would be impossible without that plots in Crimea. It's not that important from kind of Russian, that historical Russian thing, which was always a propaganda bullshit. But logistically, it is very important. The whole invasion into south of Ukraine has been done from Crimea. Aviation is based in Crimea. Railways come through that bridge to Crimea and further into south. And railways are very important for Russians to for Russian supplies, basically. So it is very important, and that's why it shows a shift of strategic initiative. Now, Ukrainians, Mikhail Podolyak, I think he is currently a help to, or assistant to President Zelensky, but they also speak that he might be future Minister of Foreign Affairs. What he said, that he basically promised a very hot summer to Russians, and he was referring to, we will ask, all natural forces like sun and wind and even tobacco to help Ukraine, which means, and I really
heard, officials speaking about natural forces that would help them in a war. It looks like Ukrainians have something or know something, and that's to the discussion of what it could be. Now, if Ukrainians had air superiority, I think it would be visible in many places, not just in a few strategic spots in Crimea. It would be visible across all the fronts, which we do not see. But what is happening is, what we know from the press is US refused to give ATACMS to Ukrainians. But at the same time, there are like over 20 people signing petition to.
So just very briefly, the United States did not refuse to give ATACMS to Ukraine. It was operational capacity that limited our ability to give ATACMS to Ukraine. We did not refuse to give them. Just a clarifying point. Go on, please.
Yeah, I was about to intervene there too. But carry on, Alex.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ukrainians have ATACMS. That was, I just didn't have time to get there. Because, like I said, you would not start speaking about natural forces helping you unless you want to kind of belittle a little bit your enemy. Obviously, the forces helping Ukrainians are not just natural forces. It's like, and we know the name, it's US forces. And everybody else, like UK, Poland, there are countries that do more than others, but even other countries also have given some. Now, yes.
So I'm just trying to follow to see where you're going with this, Alex. So sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, where I'm going is, I do not think Ukraine has air superiority as of yet. I think there is this strategic uncertainty about whether or not Ukrainians have ATACMS, and that's done on purpose. But the idea is, the strategic initiative is shifting towards Ukrainians, and that's the reason why this thing is so important. All the strikes deep in Crimea is so important because first it sends a message to Russians that they are not safe anywhere. Second, it destroys their ability to supply all south of Ukraine, which was indeed the only ground where Russians had strategic gain with this round of war, because the Donbass was pretty much lost like 8 years ago. That's second reason, and the third one, yeah, I think those two reasons are kind of the key. So,
okay, yeah, I think those are really good points, Alex, and it's great to hear from you again. It's been a while. I hope I hope you had a good time and you were on vacation. Or was that it? You were on vacation, Alex?
It's half vacation, half. I have some business to do, and I still work, and I have like technical issues connecting to. But you don't want to hear all that stuff. But yeah, I did have time to enjoy some of my vacation. Thank you.
Well, welcome back. Thanks. Great to hear from you, Alex. All right, let's go to Francis, then Allsource, who's also been having trouble getting up, but let's go for Francis first.
Hey, bloke. Welcome back, Alex. I have a question about the logistics and global supply chain of the Attackham's brand cigarettes. Finance, are you there, buddy?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, we've seen that there's been an acute rise in tobacco consumption amongst the Russian invaders. And frankly, as a cancer guy, that worries me. I'm sure Dr. Paul is deeply concerned about this as well. But here's my question. Do we know how those carcinogenic little warheads are getting delivered into country by the Attackham's Tobacco Corporation? Do we know for absolute certain that they have some form of long-range ballistic delivery tube, or is this covert salesmen sort of operating out the back of air bases and covertly getting them in?
If you want the serious military answer, I'm going to have to refer you to our more serious military men. I will say that here at Attackham's brand cigarettes and the Neptune Cigar Company, our sister company, we are happy with all manner of delivery. We just think that Russians are very happy with our product and are buying them and smoking them themselves right next to the ammo dump. We're aware of the carcinogenic properties, and we feel that, the problem with cancer is it takes a really long time and it's a really terrible way to die. So we felt that because smoking kills, we could really speed that process up here at the Attackham's brand cigarette company by helping the Russians smoke right next to the ammo dump. If you smoke an Attackham's brand cigarette or our king size 1,000 kilogram product at the ammo dump, it does the killing much, much more quickly than you would have if you were to smoke and get cancer over an incredibly long period of time. In fact, it is totally impossible to be committing acts of terror, violence, and atrocities if you smoke an Attackham's brand cigarette right on top of an ammo dump. Today, we held our biggest marketing and sales event ever, the Great Russian Ammo Dump Cook-Off. We saw a huge number of Russian ammo dumps and other kinds of things decide to participate. All the chefs came out, and they were cooking up they were cooking up Attackham's brand products all over the place. They were really having a great smoke, and we got lots and lots of fireworks, and we just view this as lots of happy Russian customers. They are now celebrating 6 feet under on their way to hell where they belong. So that said, I cannot specify the delivery methods. We do have our longtime HIMARS girls, the misogynistic 70s style. They are old-fashioned cigarette girls. They're very, very fast, though. So we're not sure is what we used. The Iron General Zaluzhny, a few weeks ago, he actually hand-delivered some stuff to Crimea because he wanted to have a smoke with the Russians and talk it out with them, and kicked it all off with a huge explosion there. We saw some pictures of him vacationing on the beach. If you missed those, I'm happy to repost them. But other than that, I cannot say whether it was hand-delivered or whether it was tube delivered today. If you want a more serious answer, though, we can ask some of our military experts. We are currently loaded with them. Pick your poison, sir.
You're an absolute marketing genius, my friend.
Yeah, I'm rather in awe of that. That response. That was amazing. And I will point out that Amazon has been experimenting with drone delivery lately. So let's not rule that out either. Let's go to all source. Francis, I just want to make sure in order if Francis is done or if you need a follow-up, Francis?
No, we're good, thanks.
Okay. And then I think Dr. Paul wanted to intervene with a follow-up. Is that correct, Dr. Paul?
Correct. Just a quick, listen, Attackham's is the antidote to a cancer that is Russia. And that is the simplest thing. Much like chemotherapy, Dr. Hunter, these things are toxic to some, but it destroys cancerous cells such as Russia. And therefore, it is good. Therefore, Attackham's should be given to Russians only.
I am being out-analogied tonight. Let's move on to all source.
Hey, thanks for having me. I know it's been a while since I've been back in this space as a speaker. God help me if Craig brings up rail again. So the comment I kind of wanted to bring up is So, and I'm going to tie this to kind of JJ's original question that she said about, target development, right? And basically what we're seeing, and see, kind of maybe Craig would like to interject. He'll probably disagree as always. But when we're looking at these strikes, right, and you're looking at from like the command level, right, in the Ukrainian point of view, generally there's three types of warfare. I've always said this in the past. You have your strategic, your operational, and your tactical, right? And where we're kind of seeing the Ukrainians utilize HIMARS, because again, they don't have wide availability of these systems, is they're using it mostly at the operational strategic level, right? And in other words, they are conducting what we would call in U.S. targeting methodology would be, targeting enemy targets in the deep fight, right? And so the deep fight is basically, just for the civilians here to kind of understand, is where your enemy has their command centers and their logistical centers, right? And so at that level, at that deep, you're basically utilizing operational strategic level assets to conduct those strikes. And so there's two ways, there's probably two ways that the Ukrainians are doing this. You have obviously your HIMARS, those deep strike capabilities. In the past, we've seen them use drones as well. I mean, that's another system that they would utilize to conduct strikes. And then your third one is probably your Ukrainian SOF and your partisan groups, right? And we saw this perfect example recently against a bridge in Zaporizhia. I believe it was Melitopol that was destroyed. And so what the Ukrainians are likely doing is to we're seeing mostly everything going on in Crimea. So what the Ukrainians are probably doing is what you probably heard this a lot from the military term, is called shaping operations. Basically, what shaping operations are trying to do is set the conditions for you to launch your offensive operation, your decisive action, right? The decisive action is your main effort, your main military target, right? Which all indication shows that right now it is in Kherson and Zaporizhia, right? The southern front. That is where Ukrainians are prioritizing. And then when you analyze it like that, well, then it makes a lot of sense what Ukraine is doing in Crimea and what they're targeting, right? Trying to make sure that the Russians don't have airfields to utilize freely, to deny them the ability to conduct airstrikes, targeting ammunition, logistical sites to degrade their logistical capability to resupply their troops, target bridges so they can't resupply the troops in Kherson, so they're basically cut off, right? And if you look at the strike in Belgrade, right, when the offensive in the Donetsk really took off, like around April, May, when we really started to see this, we saw a huge concentration of Russian forces in Belgrade. Because what it looked like was Belgrade was just there's a road that goes straight down and rail that goes straight down to Izum. Right. So why did the Ukrainians conduct a strike in Belgrade? Right. And I think the logic is we've seen Ukraine had some success around the Izum front. Does that mean that Ukraine's now going to conduct a massive operation in Izum? No, I do not believe so. I think that is more to support kind of their defense in the Donbass. They see this target of opportunity, specifically now that the Russians are prioritizing Bakhmut. So they saw this opportunity. Hey, let's gain some territory, consolidate our front, hit the Russians somewhere else, so maybe to alleviate the Bakhmut front, etc. But the Donbass, from the Ukrainian point of view, clearly is their second priority. Their main priority is Kherson and Zaporizhia. So we're going to continue to likely see these strikes occur in what I used in the old term is the deep strike, the deep fight in Crimea, right? It's just clear because Crimea is just as Belgrade is the base of logistics for Izum, Crimea is the base of logistics for the southern front, Kherson and Zaporizhia. Where I'm very interested in seeing going on, right? And I think this is kind of to Dr. Paul's point of view, is if the Russians run into a situation where their logistics cannot keep up in Kherson, and then you see the Ukrainian offensive, what is the Russians' response, right? I mean, ideally, I think everybody here would love for the Russians just to raise the white flag and give up. I'm as a military guy, I'm going to always go through the worst case. They're going to continue to fight. If the Russians cannot pull out of Kherson, specifically because the bridges have been destroyed, and they don't have the ability to do that, what I think the Russians might do is they're going to collapse their front in Kherson and then go to urban areas. They're going to go to the cities, specifically Kherson, and try to replicate Mariupol against the Ukrainians, right? And so then the question is, how do the Ukrainians respond to that, right? If the Russians pull back, solidify a defensive position in Kherson, and they stay in Kherson, what do the Ukrainians do? Do they just kind of go around, isolate the city, and then continue on to their next objective, which is a legitimate military, strategy and tactic? Isolate the area, make sure they're not combat effective, they can't disrupt your operations, and then you focus on your next objective. Because if you look at it, if Kherson is isolated and the Russians have consolidated defensives there, they're not going to impact you. Do they go and try to liberate Kherson? And these are questions that I think the Ukrainians are going, and the Ukrainian high command are going. But again, I think when we've seen these strikes, the significance of it is it's a telling sign of where Ukraine is going to prioritize their next offensive on the ground. Obviously, the strategic level is the psychological impact. We can hit Russian territory, we can hit Crimea, information warfare, etc. And that's very, very important. I'm not trying to underestimate it, but then what else does it mean? And I think it's a telltale sign of where Ukrainian at the operational level is trying to prioritize next, and everything is screaming the South, the South, the South. We're going to probably see a lot more of these strikes. HIMARS provide a great opportunity to do that. And we, the reports of partisans and Ukrainian special operators operating down there. We're going to continue to see that, and it's going to continue even when the offensive in Khersono Zaporizhzhia starts, wherever it goes. And but I think a lot of those reporting is going to get drowned out once the offensive starts. But again, I think look at these strikes, and that will help you have a better understanding of where Ukraine is seeing their next priority.
Can I disagree with all source for a second?
If I may add,
God damn it!
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thunderdome, baby. Thunderdome.
Okay. As the moderator, I just want to get everything going in order here. So I know that we have other speakers as well. Aaron, I think, was dying to get into this, and then we can go and have a disagreement. Okay. Craig, do you want to go first? Aaron, are you okay with that? This is a follow-up.
Okay, yeah, it's a follow-up. Yeah, okay, Craig, you go first, and I'll go next.
All right.
You know what? Let's maintain harmony in the space. Aaron, go ahead and take it away, and then we'll try and kind of lump it all together, and then that way we can get together speakers in turns, so we don't get bogged down.
Okay, sure. So here's my thinking, and I think that all source is right in one way, and I think Craig is right in another. But I think here's what I think: we can all unilaterally agree, I think, and me as well, that Kherson is going to be the biggest fall that Russia has in this war by far as of yet. When this happens, when they lose Kherson, it's going to be their biggest defeat that they have felt in this war, and it's going to be by far. It's going to be like nothing that we've ever seen before. I think that HIMARS have already set the stage for that, and I think that the Antonovsky Bridge, the two Antonovsky bridges being destroyed, and then the barges need to be destroyed. But I think that that's going to be once they're all cut off, then this is the option. Then they bring in the Air Force and pound the crap out of them. Then I think it's time to start really giving them big shoves. I think eventually that apparatus they've got there is going to collapse. I mean, they just there's no way. There's no way unless they continue to bring forces in there some way, somehow, and keep reinforcing it to try to push back. They tried to push back this week, and they failed. In certain areas, they failed. They were their attacks
on the M14.
Yep, on the M14, and they failed. So I can't see them being able to push further unless they bring in another 5,000-6,000 more troops. So where are they going to come from? I mean, you're going to have to bring in a heck of a lot more artillery, and they're already vulnerable as heck with these ammo dumps being destroyed. I mean, so I think that this is going to be a major defeat for Russia, and I can't wait to see it. But I think that Ukraine has to be very careful about where and when they attack and with how much force that they commit to it at the time, because it could make them vulnerable in other areas, and that's another thing I worry about altogether.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Craig, your follow-up to all source.
Yeah,
And
and I'll lump in Aaron as well, and this is actually, and we're having a sidebar while having this conversation at once, and this is something that I've been trying to communicate. I'm not very good at communicating these sentient strategic points that I want to make. So if you would just kind of allow me to lump all source and Aaron together, while their points were separate, that they were somewhat distant. And so let me try to put this together. The Ukrainians' immediate goal. So they looked at the board and they said, what can we do with what we're getting from the West? What is, I hesitate to use the term low-hanging fruit, but what can we influence, right? Russian troops were dependent upon bridges and barges to supply their operations on the western bank of the Dnipro. If you have HIMARS and M777s, that fruit is not low hanging. That fruit's on the ground. You just got to bend over and pick it up, right? It'll take time. It'll take effort, but they will eventually do it. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when at this point. It's like the siege of Kiev. We can remember back to that. It's not a matter of if Kiev is going to get saved. It's just a matter of when, because Russia could not sustain their level of operations so far from the logistical hubs, given Ukraine's ability to interdict supplies and to create chaos throughout the entire theater of operations on the northern side. Where what we're talking about is that if the Ukrainians are concentrating on Kherson and the Russians don't want them to concentrate HIMARS, say, in the Donbass, the only way to force your opponent's hand is to essentially double down on what their goal is, on your effort to defend their goal. And so think about it like this. You are one person, I have two guys, right? I have a 2-to-1 advantage. But then you recognize that you're weak. And so you know what? You call in 2 more of your friends, which then forces me to go get 2 more of my friends. And then you get another one of yours, and I get 2 more of mine. And it's just escalatory effect where it's forcing the Ukrainians that if Russia's like, fine, you want Kherson? Great. You're going to have to dedicate as much combat resources and logistical power as you possibly can. And that, quote unquote, frees up their hand a little bit more in the Donbass, which is where I think their real political objective is, and their logistical objective, and where their logistical constraints really kind of come into play, or the logistical advantages in some isolated areas suit them, right? Because I think that if you're a Russian at this point, you have to look at the board and say, we're going to lose Kherson, we're going to lose Melitopol, we're going to lose Mariupol. It's all going to fall. We understand that. So we have to fall back on our advantages, and that is the area around the Donbass. The only way to stall for time, to prepare for defenses, to allow your troops to train, to allow you to re-equip your forces, to allow reserves to come online, to allow this to happen, to allow your officer corps to get trained, the only way to stall for time, to add 6 months onto your calendar, is to force the Ukrainians to keep on doubling, tripling, and quadrupling down on the Kherson front. And you only do that by taking a bunch of, I'm sad to say, raw recruits, conscripts, and just shoving them over to the other side of the river and doing what you can to delay that attacking effort. And so I had a miscommunication with a friend of mine just about 5 minutes ago where he said something that I agreed with, but I didn't read his comment fully. But now I see what he's getting at. In one short sentence, I'll try and read this verbatim. The Russians are trying to achieve a political victory through delaying and forcing the Ukrainians to focus on Kherson and stalling that effort out, drawing it out as much as they can to allow them times to reinforce the Donbass, get their logistics set up, get their reserves up, get everything they can, repair their vehicles, and really set the stage for a bloody fight for the Donbass. Now, it's not going to be that bloody because once all that falls, you have HIMARS all over the place and there's nothing you can really do about it. But then again, politically and militarily, what option does Russia have, right? They don't really have any other option but that. And so I want this, so I'm going to reinforce that. And then that forces you to reinforce, and that forces me to reinforce, and so on and so forth, right? And so they're just trying to suck away as much as they can away from the Donbass while they're which is honestly where I believe their real political goal is. So hopefully that kind of tied Allsource and Aaron's point together. I don't know how well I did it, but I tried to do the best I could.
Before we,
Hey, Blake, I know you're the host, but I would like to answer that, but I'll respect.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure that everyone can get a chance to speak. But go ahead, Allsource. I know Liberal has been waiting for a while. Go ahead, Allsource, and then we'll go to Liberal.
So I think where I agree with Craig. Let me put it this way. This is, I think, the main difference between me and Craig. Craig analyzes this as a competent Western military officer. I analyze it from an incompetent Russian military officer. In other words, it would make 100% sense what Craig is saying. If you were at somewhat of a competent Russian military officer that is only analyzing this from the tactical and operational point of view. The problem is, Kherson has a very vast, significant, not as important as the Donbass, clearly, but a vast, significant importance for Russia's geopolitical objectives in the region, right? And so strategy dictates operations and dictates tactics. I mean, we've done this in Sun Tzu. Russia has clearly reinforced the Kherson. So, now the question that Craig is saying, well, the intent of them doing this is to bleed out the Ukrainians so that I can prioritize the Donbass and then hold a defensive position in the Donbass. The issue that I kind of have is, well, that is not the messaging from the Russian government. The main one is the referendum, right, to annex Kherson, Zaporizhzhia, right? Now I got it. It could be a bravado, but I think there's a very huge strategic in political importance that the Russians are putting on this. More so, though, that they're putting so much importance to this region, to Kherson, that it's going to affect their overall military strength. And then the second thing is, in the Donbass, what we're seeing is, specifically in Bakhmut, is that the Russians are conducting still offensive operations in that area when they should be rest and refitting, right? So in Russia's mind, I think the Russians are convinced that they still have the ability to seize the initiative. When all independent military analysts, anybody on Twitter can see, you guys don't have the combat power to achieve the objectives that you're trying to achieve, right? The Russians are still trying to push to Bakhmut, clearly to seize the rest of the Donetsk People's Republic. I mean, that the clear as day. What would make sense is what Craig is saying. Absolutely, that would make sense. Rest, refit, get as much force as you can, and then push forward. The problem is the Russians are not doing that. We're not seeing them doing that. They're still offensive. Even in the Kherson area, when they should be prioritizing their defensive operation, they're still trying to do offensive operations to see if they can gain the advantage and wasting combat power doing that. So obviously the Ukrainians and the Russians have kind of different priorities. I agree with Craig that the Russian priority is still the Donbass. That's why we're seeing the Bakhmut offensive, and the Ukrainians' offensive is in Kherson in the south. So that obviously both sides have different priorities. But I don't believe that translates to. I think the Russians are going to try to do everything in their power to hold Kherson, and I wouldn't even be surprised if the referendum still goes ahead, even when there's a counteroffensive going. So that way, the Russians can say, "Hey, Kherson wants to be part of Russia. They're now part of Russia. As such, they're Russian territory," and then that has second and third order effects. So I think, yes, if they were confident, that's what they would do. I just think the rhetoric and what we're seeing, I think the Russians are overestimating their military capabilities, which we've seen throughout this war. They're wasting combat power like crazy. And I think, to tie it to Aaron's point, I mean, what could happen is, and I said this earlier in one of the spaces before, is that you can have a cascading where if Kherson, when Kherson falls, and the Ukrainians, depending on the casualties they sustained, I mean, now you have a substantial amount of combat power. Imagine if the Ukrainians go all the way to Mariupol, as Craig was saying, right? The Donbass is screwed. The Donetsk People's Republic is completely screwed. Now you have a substantial amount of combat power. Oh, by the way, you still have thousands of Ukrainians training in the UK that can then be pulled in for further operations. You have more Western equipment coming in. You have the HIMARS. You have the ability to resupply them. And now all Ukraine has to worry about is the basically just a little bit more territory than 2014, with no international constraint and a substantial military power that the Russians basically cannot match because they've wasted combat power. So I think Aaron's point is, if Kherson quickly collapses, you can have a massive psychological effect comparable to, let's say, Dien Bien Phu in Vietnam.
I agree. Analogy from what was. I mean, because I think that this could be just as big as an effect on them psychologically. And then, of course, it's just so much use of power, so much cost for so little gain. It is true.
Go ahead, Craig. I know you're following up.
No, it's okay. I think Alex, Dr. Paul's been waiting for quite some time. I'm more than happy to step back.
Go ahead, Craig.
Before Dr. Paul, there was Liberal. Liberal, I know you had your hand raised before. Is it still up, or can I move to Dr. Paul?
Actually, I had it up, but it was a question I had for Craig regarding logistics in Donbass versus Kherson. But I'm happy to pass on to Dr. Paul, and let's keep the conversation going because I don't want to go off topic.
Awesome. Okay, thank you, Liberal. Very polite. Dr. Paul.
Okay. Okay, Craig. So what is this? I missed the memo. Attack is not delivered. That's one. Then two, I agree with what you said. Battle of Donbass. In my view, that's going to be the battle of Kursk for this war. So that's it. Real quick and simple for once. So instead of this long, multi-minute conversation, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's a great issue. So first of all, ATACMS was not supplied to the Ukrainians for several reasons. Number one, our logistical bandwidth. Number two, you need to train people how to use this. You need to assign targets. You need to get crews stood up. You can't just pluck somebody out of university and say, "Hey, you're going to operate a HIMARS and an ATACMS." It's just not that simple. You need technology reinforcement. You need logistics. You need maintenance. You need IT support. I mean, quite frankly, you need IT support to use some of this equipment. It's not as simple as flipping on a light switch, right? And as far as the Donbass goes, the battle goes, there's this idea, and this is kind of where I get a little, catty, if you will, trying to use a funny term here. This is where I get a little catty. To assume that the Ukrainians can just overwhelm with HIMARS, I would point everybody to an Australian general that is a frequent guest on this program, where he pointed out that offensive operations are not the same as defensive operations. It is simply not true. Ukrainians will have to encircle cities, isolate them, and engage in ground combat. That is going to happen. You can't avoid it. HIMARS can't avoid it. You're going to defend these cities, and Ukraine will have to engage in urban warfare on a scale we simply have not seen. The Russians are not going to just cut and run from this. The closer you get to Russian territory, the stronger the logistical lines are. The supposedly, from what I read from some people, they hypothesize that the morale will increase because now the Ukrainians are getting closer to Russia, and so now the morale increases because now it looks like they're trying to defend Russia, right, rather than trying to take somebody else's land, right? And so your morale would somewhat increase. Now, I don't give whole credence to that, but I do give some credence to that. That the closer you get to my border, the more I'm more likely to say to my troops, look, they're headed right for Rostov-on-Don. They're headed straight for Mother Russia. You have to hold this ground at all costs. Whether we like to admit it or not, that is true at some point. That is going to be true at some point, where some Russian units that previously on the offensive broke and ran are going to stand their ground, and that is going to require close infantry combat. And don't take my word from that. Take that from a 4-star general of the Australian Armed Forces, right? That's not me speaking. That's him speaking, right? And so when it comes to that level of detail that we're talking about, this is the whole idea about Kherson. Russia, everybody in the world knows that Kherson is lost. It's gone. It's not going to happen, right? And so Russia is trying to stall to allow their ability to reinforce the Donbass, to get their logistics set up, to build up the reserves, to lay mines, to start to kind of get this and draw this into a bloody contest. Because we have seen Russian soldiers break and run in Sumy and Chernihiv and other areas, and they ran out of gas and jumped out of their tanks and ran. Yeah, that was 300 miles into Ukrainian territory. Now do that 20 miles from the Russian border. Different story, right? It really is a different story. It's not the same thing. And so we have to remember that when we're talking about using offensive power and why Russia is focusing on Kherson, they're not focusing on Kherson for a referendum. They could care less about a referendum, right? They're not going to cancel the vote. I mean, what do you want them to say? You know what? We've actually canceled that vote because we're about to lose Kherson, and that vote would be irrelevant. They're not going to say that, right? I mean, they're not going to say it up until they're pushed across the river. I'm sure even after they're pushed across the river, they're going to say that fucking, excuse my language, that Ukraine rigged the vote, right? That the vote was scheduled to take place, and now they've rigged the vote, and this is really a liberation thing, or what some say. They're just going to make up whatever they say, right? And so we have to remember that I think Russia, for those that think Russians are totally incompetent, right? They understood that the Battle of Kiev was lost. They understood that they were not going to take Kiev. So what did they do? They retreated from Kiev, Sumy, Chernihiv, around the area of Kharkiv. They withdrew from the border and wrapped around. That is not the that is not the enemy that lacks the ability to read a book, right? They do have some capability to tie their shoes, right? And so we have to give them at least some credit in this. You can't just simply say they're going to melt away and they're not going to go anywhere. I can go all the way back to 1967 and some other conflicts where on the offensive, troops were horrible, but when put on the defensive, they stood their ground, right? You can go back to the 60s and localized warfare
where some troops that you thought would perform offensively wonderfully failed offensively, but when put on the defensive closer to their country's borders, they stood their ground and they weren't going to give up an inch. That has been proven time and again. So to think that Russian forces are just going to melt away in the Donbass, I think that's a bit of a reach. And again, that's not my words. Those are the words of some people that have worn shoulder boards, right? So it's important to put that in context.
I'm sorry, but I do want to just, I 100% agree with you, Craig, on the Donbass. 100% agree, 1,000,000%. The only thing I would counter that, and then I'll let it push it back to the people with their hand raises. Somebody who's worked at G level staff, right? Anybody who's looked at Kherson, right? And you're right, it's lost. It's a huge problem, right? The sound military judgment, at least at a minimum, would be to retrograde your floor lines of troops. And at a minimum, if you want to hold Kherson and make it bloody, is to consolidate your defense. That's what was my point earlier. At a minimum would be to consolidate your defenses in the area, and specifically Kherson. The Russians are not doing that, which tells me that their plans are not there to just attrit the Ukrainians, but to actually hold Kherson as much as possible, and specifically the terrain they can. Because if what you're saying is true, that we would start seeing retrograde operations specifically in Kherson. We have not seen that. And I think that's just my counter to your point, because as always, Craig, you and I are yin and yang. We're never going to agree.
Much love. XOXO.
I love all the room. This is way more love than I'm used to. You guys are way more fun when we're thunderdoming it out here. Can I ask a question of both of you so I can understand as a non-military person, just sort of the general avenues here? Clearly, we know there is some sort of Ukrainian offensive planned in the south. Obviously, none of us are on the Ukrainian general staff, so we don't know exactly how it's going to happen. I've heard a number of different varieties of both Ukraine can go after Kherson first, or sort of Ukraine can go. Do I understand correctly that Ukraine can go sort of towards Zaporizhia and Mariupol and sort of leave Kherson as is with all those guys cut off? That's also an avenue for them.
No, what I'm saying is that what the situation that you described is after Kherson is liberated and after the Ukrainians have secured the area west of Melitopol, right? They can't leave Russian troops in their rear as they attack towards Mariupol. It has to be dominoes. They can't advance down that stretch, that geographic stretch of land all the way to area and leave that many Russian soldiers on their flanks. Logistically speaking, again, not as a combat soldier, and logistically speaking, that would be absolute suicide unless you can get about 10 miles on either side of you. And because as you advance, you have to leave troops behind to secure your supply routes if you're going to attack through an enemy line, right? So you have to guard your supply line and your flanks as you go, and that means you have to stretch out geographically as you're also stretching out vertically, if you will, and that is more manpower that's required and more logistical support that's required and more coordination. And so it depends on, pick your poison, pick your flavor, but I would think that they wouldn't try to liberate Mariupol until the area west of Mariupol was liberated as well. I might be wrong, but I don't see how, as we stand here today, I don't see the logistical support and able to do that. Nor, of course, because I don't have a spy satellite. I don't know if there's 80,000 Ukrainians in Zaporizhia ready to get at them and chew them up like dogs. But yeah, that's my hypothesis.
Thank you, Craig. I just want to, this is a great conversation and we'll keep it going. I just want to take a few moments out to do a couple of public service announcements. We had a full panel a little while ago, so I had to cycle some people down so that other people could come up to speak. So if you do want to speak, request the mic, put up your hand, and when you're done, if we get a lot of requests, just cycle yourself down. Please retweet the space. That's how we we don't do advertising. So the only way to get the word out is by people retweeting the space. So please do so. Just a reminder that this is Maria Report 24/7 since the war began. Report on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We have a lot of speakers, excellent speakers lined up, and tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, Olga Kasherna is speaking. She is an expert on nuclear energy, which is quite the topic nowadays, a council member at the Ukrainian Energy Ministry. So this is definitely a talk you'll want to listen to, and it's going to be a great interview. And so keep that in mind for tomorrow morning. And just a reminder that we encourage people to support Maria Aid, which is a nonprofit that delivers non-lethal aid to Ukraine. Thank you for that brief timeout for the public service announcements. And now we will move on to Daryl, then Gurney, if I've got the order correct, unless it.
No,
real quick.
I think Dr. Paul had a question. He had a line of questions there, and I didn't want him to get overlooked because he started with a question to Craig, and I just wanted to add here. Craig may be wrong on the ATACMS part. I'm not going to profess that the Ukrainians do or do not have them, but the question was from Dr. Craig in terms of that, and it's a pod on the attack. The ATACMS is a pod on the same systems on the HIMARS, so the crews that can operate the HIMARS can operate the ATACMS interchangeably. It's just a pod on the back. So I just wanted to address that because that was part of Dr. Paul, and then maybe he had more questions there, but I didn't want to. I just want to mention it seemed like he was on deck still.
My apologies for Dr. Paul. I didn't realize that you were still doing a follow-up, so sorry about that. I thought you just put your hand up for another question. So go right at it, Dr. Paul, and then we'll move to our next speakers.
Gurney, you're my soulmate. You totally read my mind on every aspect. Craig, I push back. You always push back on everything, so I'm going to push back strongly and firmly without a direct source from the Pentagon or otherwise about ATACMS not coming to Ukraine. But I'll go with it because it's to the advantage of Ukraine.
No, that wasn't me. No. I didn't. No. I didn't say that. I was trying to push back on that. My point was as to why is the insinuation as to why they weren't given. I'll be frank, I had thought, maybe I didn't do enough research on ATACMS specifically, but I had thought that they were a more sophisticated piece of equipment or kit that you needed more training on. That was my assumption, but I'm happy to bite that bullet. I mean, I'll be wrong about that because I don't know. I know F all about ATACMS. From my understanding, they are more sophisticated. When I hear more sophisticated, I hear that you need more training and you need more supply. That's kind of what I go to. But I'll eat that bullet. But I think the U.S. was. But you have to remember too that if you're going to assume why they were withholding them, quote unquote, there was no like nefarious idea that the Pentagon was holding them because we were afraid of what Russia would think of us. I was trying to understand, well, why didn't they get them, quote unquote, 3 months ago? And I would have to assume that that's not for a nefarious reason. That would have to go more towards training, towards setting up logistics, or setting up kit and integrating systems. But I'm happy to bite that bullet. But that was what I was pushing back on. That's all it was.
Craig, you are the best counter offensive person ever. You just nailed it. Like you just hit every counterpoint of that weakness. Sure, I'll go with it. I don't care about that for the public perception. So we'll go with it. There's no ATACMS in Ukraine whatsoever. No Gimblers. Even in fact, let's go with no. There's no HIMARS. Because in fact, Russia has destroyed 30, 40 HIMARS by now. Nonetheless, I just want to push back on that slightly, as you always say. I'm having a real good time with this to finally push back on you, but good to go. Just wanted to point that out. Discussion, nonetheless, it benefits Ukraine. Therefore, there are no ATACMS in Ukraine, and it's some domesticated and indigenous product that is striking 300 kilometers outward into Crimea and all elsewhere. So that's all I wanted to say. Have a good night, fellas. Really appreciate the conversation. It's great. It's back like it's like April this year with all the great panel and all source. All source, get your butt back up here. I saw you just drop down. Get back up here. Don't drop.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. and about the product being consumed in the Russian occupied, temporarily occupied parts of Ukraine. I'm sure finance has some excellent marketing suggestions that he'll be happy to offer later on. I'm almost afraid to choose the next speaker because I think someone will say, no, it's me next. But I think it's Daryl. Go ahead, Daryl.
Well, I thought it was Gurney before me, but okay. Gurney?
Well, Gurney spoke. Gurney spoke.
No, Daryl, it's if you're up, man. No, I came to say that I had heard Dr. Paul had more in there, in that correction there. No, I'm all good, Daryl.
Okay.
Gurney came to correct me and Craig at the same time. Thank you, Gurney. Go ahead, Daryl.
Okay. In all of this, and we've always talked about, we've been talking about the Ukrainians getting trained and this, that, and the other. And I got a couple of points I want to ask about. But, one of the pieces of the logistics / defense puzzle that's missing in all of this is the naval. The prior so that they couldn't get taken. My point to all of this, once the war ends, are they actually being trained up on something that they can just sail in at the end of the war, be able to just sail a ship in? Because I think that's going to be something that they're going to need to have. The next point I want to ask is, what is the supply? What is the supply status going to the West? Are they being supplied via port, or are they being supplied via rail? Because just like Kherson being surrounded and cut, what's the possibility of the West having the same thing happen, and then it becomes a situation of attrition, letting them run out of whatever they have before you finally move in? I know that's kind of stretching everything out, but they have Ukraine has a lot of soldiers and men being trained to where they can hold Kherson, Kharkiv. I'm sorry, they can hold Kharkiv and then move west. In my thought, so I'm just wondering, what's the logistics line for the western flank? Trains, shipping, however they're getting their supplies to the Mariupol and western.
Oh, the Russians. Oh, you're saying how the
yes.
Russians supplying to the West?
Yes.
I thought you had meant like the Ukrainians in the West. All I can tell you about Russian logistical lines is that they cannot move about 50 miles past a railhead before their logistics lines starts to break down considerably. And so there are some Russian ships that are sailing. You can go on Maxar, you can go on this, people report on this type of stuff. You can just look it up in Twitter. Russian ships, Sea of Azov. There are some Russian ships that are supplying them, but the further west you go, because of Ukrainian efforts with HIMARS and bridge destruction and rail and special forces, the lines running to Kherson are incredibly weak, if not completely disabled. But as you move further towards Melitopol and further to the east of that, again, the closer you get to Russia, the stronger those lines become. Because obviously, that's just how it works in war, right? And so you want to try to, again, go upriver from this. And so what I would say is that you do have rail lines that do move from Rostov-on-Don all the way west towards Mariupol. Some of those rail lines have been repaired. Some of those rail lines are active. They are running trains. However, where those trains stop is a little bit more of a guess, because again, HIMARS has done its job in certain areas. And so where those trains stop, instead of being 50 miles from a railhead, they're probably like maybe 100 miles from a railhead or 75 miles. And that limits their ability to
to kind of sustain any kind of offensive operation. They might be able to sustain defensive operations to kind of keep troops in line, but to move forward is much more logistically heavy than it is to maintain a line. But from everything west of Melitopol, it's been degraded to almost nothing. East of Melitopol is a different story. It's not gone. It's not degraded. I would say it's probably at 75%. Well, I would say Kherson's probably closer to 25%. But that's just kind of like a rough estimate. But trains are running and ships are docking. But to how quickly, again, time, distance, speed, it's anybody's guess.
Now, is that area west of Kharkiv going in between the Melitopol and Kharkiv? Is that
Kharkiv is closer to the Russian border. It's all the way north of Izum.
Okay, all right, not Kharkiv, Kherson. Wait a minute, which one are they getting surrounded? Kherson, right?
Kherson is west of Melitopol, so Kherson is on the western bank of Dnipro, and Mariupol is on the Sea of Azov.
Okay, I'm getting these KHs mixed up. So what I'm asking is that area between there, is that swampy area or is that I mean, I know they've been talking about that's tank battle area. How much of that is swamp? Because
when you say that place, what do you
Oh,
Mariupol, and where the Dnipro, that area in between there, is that swamp or is that flat?
Negotiate with Russia after all Russian troops leave Ukrainian territory. And that's kind of summary of that meeting, right? And then Erdogan said that Turkey is with Ukraine, and that's another important like statement, because to some, Erdogan was playing the card that Macron dropped earlier, where they were basically saying, let's help Putin save his face. So, yeah, I think on strategic level, what Russia is trying to do right now is to get ceasefire, because they know this will fold like card house, and they fear that moment. But yes, Kherson is critical for Russia, probably as much as Donbass, if not even more. Thanks.
Thank you, Alex. Aaron, go ahead.
So it looks like, of course, Saki was hit incredibly hard. I think it was awesome that the 43rd Naval Air Regiment was almost, at least half of it was destroyed, heavily damaged. Now, there's been more strikes in Crimea since then at two other airfields that we know of, and then there was last night. There was, of course, another ammo depot. It's in the nest there. Do we know? Have we heard? Has anybody heard anything about other Russian aircraft on the ground getting caught in the airstrikes as of just the last couple days? Because I can't seem to find anything on it. It looks like there was just light damage. We don't know exactly. Well, it says that they're now coming out and saying that it was drones that struck Saki Air Base. But the problem is, it does look like it was a ballistic missile attack. When coming out of the information from Portland, who did the battle damage assessment, and says it could have been. It looks like Grom 2 was used. Now they have very few of them, but they are working on. These are brand new, and they just came out of them. They just came out with them, right? So, and they're brand new, and they don't have very many of them, if they did use them. But yeah, just wondering if you guys have any more information about the two other air bases that were supposedly hit.
So I think we're going to have to be patient for that, and wait until tomorrow for the BDAs to come in through satellite imagery.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of anything after Saki, to be honest, unless I'm like I've lost my mind and I've completely overlooked stuff. So I'm not aware of anything after that. But we'll have to be patient. That's all I can say for now, unless someone has better information than I do for the moment. I don't know, Gurney, if I was at work most of the day today, so I might have missed a thing or two.
It's yeah, it's interesting. Of course, we have to wait for the information, and the satellite imagery is going to show us whether yay or nay, whether they had moved aircraft outside. They said they had moved aircraft outside of Crimea into either back to Russian territory or in further in to Crimea, which supposedly would be safer. Now, hopefully, it's not, but that's the good thing about that is that they have completely underestimated Ukraine's long-range ability so far.
Keep the enemy guessing, and if they spend more time guessing and less time strategizing, then you're putting them on the back foot. Mingji, I believe you're next.
Thank you, Bloke. Thank you, everybody, for holding this space for 24/7 for the whole almost 200 days. I don't come to. I'm a long-time listener, but I don't speak quite often. now I have some spare time. I try to contribute a little bit. My background is heavily engineer, but now I'm doing financial, so trading commodities, energy, and natural gas. Spare time, I also a big fan of history and the war history. To be short, I have a not statement, but maybe question, maybe for Craig or the military expert here. It may be a controversial out-of-box thought. I heard several military experts like Mick Ryan and some other generals mentioned this in the earlier days. The advantage for Ukraine in this war is where Ukraine is holding a interior line and the Russian is on the exterior line. So is this outlandish imagination that the Kherson, because currently Russian heavily reinforced and it's going to be hard ball to crack? Is it possible that actually Ukrainian maneuver their attacking force towards the east, maybe somewhere Donbass, and capture and recapture some lost territories? Because the Ukrainian moving interior line has much shorter distance and advantage of moving in their own territory and less exposed. Yeah, that's just my question.
I would like Craig to take that because logistics is really his thing. Craig, would you be able to speak to that if you don't mind?
Yeah, so he broke up. I got the first part. I didn't hear the second part. He broke up on my end. My audio is getting a little scratchy. Can you just repeat the second part of your question, sir? I do beg your pardon.
I think it's just a one part question. Basically, is it possible that the Ukrainian moving the interior line toward the north,
oh, I see,
started attacking or recapturing some Donbass territory or Luhansk territory?
Yes. So okay. So now I understand where you're going with that. Forgive me. I'm sorry. I was thinking more when you say north. My mind was in Crimea and Kherson. So north is like it's like Zaporizhia for me. So now I understand what you're talking about. The area around the Donbass in terms of attacking Russian logistical support, it is happening, right? So the Ukrainians are attacking some logistical nodes in the Donbass. But again, I would just emphasize just how complex the rail network is there, how dense the industrial area of the Donbass is, so different than any other part of Ukraine. The equivalent would be, if you're a European, the equivalent would be, say, the Ruhr area of Germany, heavily industrialized part of Western Germany versus, say, maybe the southern part or more, say, farming land of Germany, right? It's very distinct. The Donbass is very heavily industrialized, typified by Mariupol, right? And so you can see them trying to affect logistical lines for the Russians. I'll address the Ukrainians in just a moment, but I can see them trying to do that. But you have to understand that a lot of Ukrainian attention has been on preparing the ground for operations around Kherson. That's where their focus has been. That's where their mind is. That's where their soldiers are. And so they really want to. They don't want to try and do too much at once. This goes back to what I was saying about staying within yourself. Don't try to exceed your capabilities. Stay within yourself. Do this methodically. Don't try to get over your skis and tip over, right? And so in terms of that, you don't want to spread your HIMARS out, your ATACMS, your GIMLRs. You don't want to spread those out to where you don't have the concentrated effect that you want to have in the area that you want to affect, right? Which is namely Kherson. It's as plain as day. But and so that's where I would say you haven't seen it yet, but you will, because once Kherson does fall, and Kherson will fall, they don't have bridges, they don't have logistical support. They're using barges, for crying out loud, trying to ferry stuff from one bank to the other. That's not sustainable for operations. While your opponent has rail, trucks, friendly territory, good interior lines, as you had just mentioned, sir. That the Russians have no match for that. It's as good as over there. Right, it's going to take some time, but it's over. That the battle's been won.
They just need to be methodical about how they do it. But as you focus more towards the Donbass, to answer your question, it becomes a little trickier, not because of the lack of, how should I say this? It's a little bit more equal, I should say. In Kherson, you do get the ability to get superiority because it's a different logistical story over there. I could get all into trucks and conveyor belts and time, distance, speed, and all this stuff. That's not really relevant, but it's just a different scenario because the geography is more spread out. The rail network isn't as dense around from, say, south of Kharkiv towards Izum to the west of Izum and then down towards Kramatorsk and Sloviansk. It's just not as dense, and it's not a condensed geographic area. And so supplying on a broader front is a little bit more tricky. But I would say that once that area west of Melitopol and south of Zaporizhia, once that area is free of Russians, you can then kind of turn the logistical spigot on, but towards that area, right? And I know this is like somewhat complex because you're like, well, is it easier? Is it harder? The truth is that it really depends on what you're trying to do and what you're trying to accomplish and with what are you trying to accomplish your goal with, right? And so it just feeds into a lot of other questions. But to be simplistic about it, it's a little bit more difficult for the Ukrainians in that area because of the geographic space and because of the lack of rail access and your dependency on trucks to deliver your goods. It's easier in Kherson because the geographic area is smaller, more condensed, and you have greater access to rail that doesn't require as many trucks to feed that kind of level of operations, right? And so I hope that kind of answers your question. What's good in one area doesn't necessarily translate to another area. And again, that just goes back to the time, distance, and speed equation that I'm sure we've all come familiar with, that I regurgitate over and over again, but is salient in terms of where you are, what you're doing, what you're trying to accomplish, and what are you trying to accomplish that goal with. It's just different. I don't know how else to say it.
Thank you, Craig.
Thank you, Craig.
I hope that answers your question. MJ, does that answer your question?
Yes. Thank you.
All right, y'all are stuck with me as host for now. We're having a little changeover. Up, Tim is up here with me. We're now joined by Tim.
Morning, everyone.
We would like to remind everybody that this version of the MRYIA Report, we support MRYIA Aid here. It is a non-profit charity with no overhead. There are no permanent employees. The people who do the work for MRYIA Aid also donate their own money to make sure that Ukraine gets supplies it needs. It donates non-lethal aid. It is a charity in Canada. Non-lethal aid includes everything from tourniquets and bandages to help with drones, night vision goggles, helmets, and body armor. Either way, excellent charity. We often hear hosts and speakers regularly will donate our own money. We do support MRYIA Aid. Excellent thing. Go check it out. In a more lighthearted tone, I would like to note that the sponsor of the program today is Atacam's brand cigarettes. Atacam's brand cigarettes, because smoking kills. It is a Ukrainian brand. Because we know that smoking kills, we only suggest that Russians smoke and that they do it right next to ammo dumps. We just saw our biggest marketing event ever, the Great Russian Ammo Dump Cook-Off, with 5 or 6 ammo dumps, it seems, maybe even more, all enjoying an Atacam's brand cigarettes. The chefs all showed up and lots of things went boom. Great fireworks display. Really hope you appreciated it. Many Russians are now wondering what they're going to go shoot, and some of them are probably enjoying their last Atacam's brand cigarettes. It was a once-in-a-lifetime experience for them. So we'd like to say thank you to everyone who came and participated in today's last Atacam's Great Russian Ammo Dump Cook-Off. With that, we still have many hands up. I believe our order is Liberal Bloke Aaron, but if I'm totally wrong, Bloke would actually know.
Finance. Bloke wanted to go real quick.
Yeah, I just wanted to say goodbye. Thanks to all the panelists who helped came up and made this a fantastic evening and a great conversation. And thank you to all the new speakers, longtime listeners, new speakers. That's what we love. You guys make it all worth it. And I wish everyone a really good night. So please feel free to come up and speak. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you very much, Bloke.
Night, Bloke.
Lovely co-hosting with you this evening. All right, that moves us on to liberal. Apparently, we lost liberal. Mr. Buma.
So the situation, certainly there's more strikes in Kharkiv tonight, but there is so what Craig said reminds me about the concentration of HIMARS and GLOMARS missiles. The Ukrainians have said openly that they have been using, they will bait the Russian air defense systems with, say, a BM-27 strike. So a Jurgen strike, and then get the Russians to spend a lot of their surface-to-air missiles in a certain area that are guarding an area, say near ammo dumps and whatnot. So that'd be SA-20, SA-17, S-300s, and whatnot, depending, and of course SHORAD systems. And then they will fire HIMARS units at them, a pod or so, and then take out the. That's how they've been strategizing with taking out a lot of the Russian ammo dumps, or at least a few of them. And this was said about over a month ago that that's one of the strategies they are using. But of course, they put that out there. I don't know why they put that out there, but they put that out there, and then it's been out there for a while. But concentration, it just goes to show you the importance of concentration of use of the M31As. So just wanted to throw that out there.
All right. Everyone will know to concentrate. Certainly agreed. Welcome to the panel, JJ. Late in the U.S. I'm pretty sure you're a U.S. citizen. What brings you up this evening?
I'm not quite sure what mischief I'm going to get into yet.
Might I recommend that if you're going to get into mischief, you enjoy an Atacam's Grand Cigarette, or at least consider enjoying Atacam's Grand Cigarette and ship one to a Russian compatriot of yours.
Already on it.
With that, I know Gurney's up. I'm gonna duck out for the night, guys. Have a great shift. Finance, thanks for staying up. I know you're stateside as well. At least I hypothesize that you're stateside, so you're staying up as late as any one of us. So a big thanks to Finance. Tim, welcome aboard. Always love it when you're co-host. You do a great job. JJ and Gurney and everybody. Have a great evening. Be safe, take care, and I will see you all tomorrow morning, hopefully for a quiet day of markets, and I'll be back soon. Thank you all so much. Have a good evening and good morning.
Thanks, Craig. Always amazing. Good night.
Good, Craig. Good to see you. I just wanted to put it out in the nest that Russian invaders hit Petromehia, Black Sea University in Mykolaiv with 2 S-300 missiles tonight. That was out there, and that's yeah. Anyway, I got to get some sleep, guys, so I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I'm Aaron Bulma, military specialist, military historian, and autism advocate. Thanks for having me on. It's good to see you guys again.
Cheers, Aaron. Good night. Gurney, good morning. Good evening.
Tim.
Good morning. Good morning. Maybe just make a quick announcement here. No, we're happy to have a bunch of these folks back in the room here just discussing tonight. There was a question I was going to ask about air defense here, but there was something else. Maybe I'll just make a PSA here. There was a post to the nest. Like always, if anyone comes in the room, we always appreciate you guys bringing information to us. Just give it to a co-host, run it past us, because we do run into problems with people posting to the nest. We run into problems with self-promotion. So again, we appreciate everyone in this room tonight. But please just don't post to the nest. And if we'd like to welcome everyone back. And if anyone out there is, sending DMs to our guest list here, just please try not to do that. We keep a big tent here. We like a big crowd. We like the discussions. We like everyone in here, especially new and old faces. But please don't abuse that. Don't put us on the spot here to if anyone has any indirect or self-promotional things out there. It detracts from our message here at MryiaReport because we run 24/7, all volunteers, and we're out there to really raise awareness. And if you would like to contribute your support monetarily, you can contribute to Maria Aid. So please just keep that in mind, because that helps the space run 24/7, helps the guests stay here, helps the listeners come up on the panel, keeps everything cohesive, keeps the content fresh, everything out there. So thank you all.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. I just I thought I'd put that out there for you guys to see. The damage in the S300s. Sorry about that.
No worries, sir. Thanks for the chat tonight.
All right. With that, we have Chris's hand up. Chris.
Hey, thanks, Finance. Apologize in advance. My Twitter was on the fritz today, big time, so I'm a little discombobulated on what's going on. But a couple things I'm just curious about. Russia saying to the Zaporizhian workers not to show up to work. Is that tomorrow, or is that already come and gone, or do we know that? I'm not sure on what day they said it and what day they were referring to. Mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you. Finance may have not heard it.
Yeah, my audio went in and out, so I could only hear half of that.
Chris, you were asking about an update. Is that correct? Zaporizhia, I heard. What was? Looks like they're dropping like flies here. Finance, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Oh, Chris is coming back. It was some. I heard Zaporizhia something or other and update. Chris, you back?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Can you ask a question quickly before your audio dies?
Yeah. It was just a couple things. I just discombobulated with Twitter today, being in and out, causing me trouble. But with the Russians saying to the Zaporizhian workers not to show up to work, was that come and gone, or is that for tomorrow? I'm not sure what day they said that and what day they were referring to.
Well, Chris, I think you're speaking about Zaporizhia. We tried to sort of get ahead of this message here. Russia's clearly trying to set the fear factor up, and I think the date you're referring to, Chris, is tomorrow here, or what the Ukrainians are waking up on. And we're lucky enough to have experts in the space like Mark Nelson, and some others, really talk about what does that fear look like at Zaporizhia, and they were thankful enough to really diffuse that situation and say, look, it would take more than a significant event, and even then, that some of the effects of that wouldn't be as the public perceives them to be, and Russia would unfortunately lose from this with wind direction. So, but hope that answers your question, Chris.
Yeah, it does.
As possible.
Yeah, it does, and I wasn't necessarily worried about the outcome. I was just curious on what day they were referring to, and I guess the wait and see.
Yeah, they released that info, and it seems they were concerned about the PR situation, because they released that info about 30 minutes before the start of what I like to call here the Great Russian Ammo Dump Cook-Off, when some sort of munition or some other kind of item made large numbers of Russian targets start going up in flames all across the southern theater. So it might have been an attempt to distract, which got, shall we say, massively overwhelmed by firepower?
Yeah, and actually that was my other question. Finances, again, being in and out, I don't know what the information was. I remember hearing something about a large Air Force base being taken out, and I believe nobody really knows how much assets they had there, if any. So I guess my question is, do we know how big that Air Force base is in comparison to the one that was hit in Crimea? Is it bigger, smaller, or similar, or do we not know?
I will jump in and tell you, Chris, that it was reported by good authority that Sarah McLaughlin was nearby when it was struck. Chris?
Okay. Canadian, but I'm missing the reference.
You're missing the reference?
Yeah.
Well, Sarah McLaughlin, she was building a mystery, and no one really.
Yeah, I have to brush up on my Sarah McLaughlin. I guess I don't have enough.
Yeah, Chris, we're gonna have to check you out, see if you're a Russian troll, because if you don't know, building a mystery is like, hello, fellow Canadians. All right, cut it out, Chris, or shall we say, Christoph Ski. All right, just kidding.
Yehuda, a quick question following on from that. What's the question you ask to check if somebody is really Canadian? Like what's the Shibboleth test?
I would say it's if you can't finish, Chris. If you're looking for a bit of caffeine, do you roll up the what? Roll up the what?
Do they even do that anymore? I think now it's all online. I think
if you don't say it, they're getting very, very suspicious. It's a simple question.
Roll up the rim to win, but they don't do it anymore, Yehuda. They got rid of it.
That's what the Russian won't know. You see?
Yeah,
they just won't know. Well,
I'm verified.
You can verify he's Canadian. He's just jerking around here. He gets a pass on the rim.
But seriously, do we know if that Air Force base is bigger, smaller? Do we have any reference to
size doesn't matter, Chris. I'm surprised no one's told you before. It's more about the supplies available, right? So it's a lot to do with what's there, what's storing. You could have a relatively small base with a large supply of something or other, and generally they're relatively the same size-ish. There are some exceptions. Runway length is important, and also proximity to Ukrainian forces would also be a consideration or a factor. Range, and then what's the consideration? They could hit us, so that's one of those places that could bump it up. But you're going to see, I suspect, as we said earlier, or over the next few weeks, you'll see a lot of movement at anywhere that could affect a Russian resupply effort, and could adversely affect a Ukrainian counteroffensive, right? So many reasons as to why. One is strategic, why an area will be a target, because of proximity, resupply, and also symbolic, right? There's a psychological plane in addition to the physical plane that the Ukrainians are going to count as factors in their estimate and what they want to do. But I wouldn't say there's no master big base, Ramstein Air Force Base. They do have bigger bases, but again, planes can be moved around, and what we're not seeing is a mass exodus, withdrawal of those assets, and they do so at their own peril.
Yeah, I guess I was asking because the one in Crimea, just the aerial shots looked like they had literally parking spots for the planes, so it looked like they could only house so many planes, or